For years ago, Yi Xian serendipitously encountered the enchanting beauty of the world. 4 years later, on the eve of the graduation party, he faced a breakup instigated by a manipulative ex, only to be approached by a soft and adorable fairy. Yi Xian, how dare you strike me? He tore apart the scheming ex, activating the Supreme Wealth System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the illustrious Emperor's Residence #1, valued at 1 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 36,000, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, resulting in an acquisition of 3.6 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 80 million, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, resulting in an acquisition of 80 billion. Before long, Yi Xian quietly transformed into an extraordinary billionaire. The soft and adorable fairy was astonished. "Daddy, it turns out you are so wealthy." Shun Shaoqi remarked. "Darling, shall we negotiate a business deal worth several billion?" Chapter 1. Striking the Scheming Ex. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Dongjiang University. Nearby, at the Blue Mountain Cafe. "Yi Xian, let us part ways." In a corner booth, a girl dressed alluringly and possessing striking beauty gazed at the boy opposite her with disdain and contempt. Wang Bingbing, must have been blind to waste 4 years on a pathetic loser like you. I once thought you had decent looks and could achieve something, but now that seems nothing short of a joke. Wang Bingbing, with an air of arrogance, cast a scornful glance at Yi Xian. "We are destined to belong to different worlds." The reason for her disdain was that Wang Bingbing had latched onto a lucrative connection with the signing supervisor at Jiaxing Entertainment, and she had certainly paid a hefty price to solidify this connection. Having secured a contract with Jiaxing Entertainment, her future was destined to be radiant, supported by a formidable ally. Thus she felt entitled to discard the impoverished boy before her. The boy opposite her did not find her words surprising. However, he was clearly preoccupied with a voice echoing in his mind. Ding! A compatible soul host has been detected, activating the Supreme Wealth System. Ding! The host has triggered the system activation task. Defeat the scheming X. Countdown 1 hour. What the heck? The Supreme Wealth System. Finally, my golden opportunity has arrived. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, as a once promising youth in his previous life, he knew precisely what this meant. His moment to rise had come. However, it seemed this system required a task for activation. Defeating that scheming girl was precisely his forte. Damn it! He had longed to confront this manipulative woman for quite some time. Contemplating this, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he cast a disdainful glance at Wang Bingbing. If that wretched girl knew he was about to soar, would she kneel down and beg him to retract his previous words? Yi Xian understood that the scheming girl was fully capable of such actions. However, he would never grant her the opportunity to repulse him. If you wish to break up, so be it. With that, under Wang Bingbing's bewildered gaze, he delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sharp sound reverberated through the cafe, instantly capturing the attention of numerous couples within, all of whom turned to witness the spectacle, and those familiar with the situation inherently understood that the manipulative girl favored wealth over character. Wow, that young man is remarkably bold. He is a true man. Get lost. A calm voice resonated, not even sparing Wang Bingbing a glance, for even a single look felt repugnant. He flicked his hand dismissively, laden with contempt. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Wang Bingbing stood frozen in place, her countenance suffused with astonishment and disbelief, while an inexplicable rage surged within her. "Yi Xian, how dare you strike me?" In that moment, Wang Bingbing resembled a small, agitated cat whose tail had been stepped on. Clearly, she had never anticipated that the man who usually catered to her every whim would dare to slap her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully tearing apart his green TX. The Supreme Godly Rich System has been activated. Ding! As this is the host's first binding and activation of the Supreme Godly Rich System, a beginner's gift package is awarded. Would you like to open it? Evidently, the beginner's gift package had arrived, and this voice was undoubtedly the most melodious sound Yi Xian had heard in 4 years. No, it was akin to celestial music. Open. With a mere thought, Yi Xian activated the beginner's gift package. He could not bear to wait even a second longer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of godly music. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Lamborghini Veneno worth 30 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor's Residence number 1 villa valued at 1 billion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking up with the Green TX and receiving a consolation prize of 100 million renminbi. The successive 4 rewards effectively dispelled the last remnants of nausea within Xuan's heart. After 4 years, the Supreme Godly Rich System seemed rather generous indeed. The system replied, Thank you for your praise, host. The system shall continue to strive diligently, ensuring your endeavors as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing are well supported, and wherever your sword points, the system will guarantee your conquest of the seas and unification of the realms. You rascal! Hearing the system's response, Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Be gone. In an instant, his spirits soared. Even the sight of his green TX across from him became considerably more tolerable. The adage that good fortune brightens one's demeanor was undeniably true. Xuan, how dare you treat me this way? You will regret it. Do you believe I will have Zhao Gu? Just as Wang Bingbing was about to throw a tantrum, a fragrant breeze accompanied a graceful figure approaching from afar, clad in an OL uniform, the fabric fitting her form so impeccably that not a single button threatened to burst. Undoubtedly, she was a stunning beauty, possessing both allure and a remarkable physique, a campus belle. Particularly in her OL attire, her slender silhouette was accentuated, and upon her arrival, she instantly became the focal point of the entire cafe. Young Master Yi, greetings, I am your private housekeeper, Li Mengqi, at the Emperor's Residence. Here are the keys and purchase contract for your Emperor's Residence, number 1. Additionally, as she spoke, the enchanting Li Mengqi gracefully bowed, her curves elegantly displayed. This is the limited edition Lamborghini Veneno worth 30 million that you purchased, already parked at the cafe entrance for you, young master. Li Mengqi clearly possessed sharp insight, immediately recognizing her client's awkward predicament, thus arriving with timely assistance. Subsequently, her piercing gaze fell upon Wang Bingbing. This must be young Master Ye's girlfriend. It is indeed your fortune to be favored by him. All right, young master, I shall return to the Emperor's Residence now, awaiting your return. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, causing Xuan to momentarily pause. Good heavens, the system had truly provided him with such a high-quality private housekeeper for the villa. However, in the next moment, Xuan distinctly sensed the gaze of every patron in the cafe converging upon him. A super-rich man. This was the unanimous reaction of all present. No, more accurately, a godly rich man. Are you joking? While the limited edition Lamborghini Veneno might not convey much, the well-known Emperor's Residence number 1 villa, which even those in power couldn't easily acquire, spoke volumes. Valued at 1 billion, for goodness sake. They had always thought the Emperor's Residence number 1 was merely a gimmick, but it turned out to be utterly genuine. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed among the couples in the cafe, particularly among the young ladies, as their partners suddenly seemed less appealing. After all, their companions paled in comparison to the striking gentleman before them, utterly lacking in comparability. As for Wang Bingbing, her mind erupted like a thunderclap, as if struck by lightning, and then her eyes radiated with fervor. Xuan, actually, I still love you. Chapter 2. A grand gift from the system. The adorable child approaches. With a resounding clap, Wang Bingbing was abruptly jolted back to reality, her daydreams shattered. Grow up. A dispassionate voice echoed in her mind, causing her cheeks to pale even further. The surrounding couples gazed at Wang Bingbing with eyes filled with pity, as if she were a lost cause, a green tea vixen lighting up the restroom. What a foolish endeavor. For some inexplicable reason, the crowd felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Ding. Due to the host's exemplary dismantling of her green TX, a reward of a random multiplier card has been granted. Note, this card can randomly generate a multiplier for consumed amounts. Oh, with just a casual slap, the system dispensed yet another wave of rewards. If only a few more slaps could be administered. Before Xuan could contemplate further, a sweet and melodious voice wafted over from beside him. It was a dainty little girl, no more than 3 years old, dressed in a princess gown, resembling a delicate fairy. Utterly adorable. This was Xuan's first impression. Though he was perplexed by her calling him daddy, Wang Bingbing, who was about to speak, was momentarily rendered speechless. A 3-year-old cutie was referring to Xuan as daddy. Xuan cleared his throat, and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Sweetheart, while you are indeed beautiful, one must be careful with words." Goodness. This adorable child had an enchanting charm, but he could not possibly become her surrogate father. "Daddy, you are the lovely daddy. Mommy says it's you," the little girl chirped, as she cautiously pulled out a well-preserved photograph, revealing Xuan unmistakably. Xuan, how could this be? Wang Bingbing, having recognized the figure in the photograph, was aghast. Who else could it be? The couples at the nearby booth were equally shocked, erupting into a frenzy. Wow, do the wealthy really play this way? That guy doesn't seem too old. Meanwhile, in Mengming's live streaming room, the atmosphere was electric. OMG, what am I witnessing? The soft and adorable little princess's daddy has logged in. Cough cough. The information is overwhelming. The chat exploded with excitement, and the viewers surged into the thousands. If Shen Mingming learned of this, she would undoubtedly be too exhilarated to sleep that night. At this moment, a butler-like figure beside Mingming cast a meaningful glance at Xuan. Could this be their son-in-law? He appeared rather decent. But what could make the young lady remain silent for 4 years? With a subtle smile, the butler addressed Xuan, "Mr. Yi. Since the young lady claims it is you, then it must be so. She asked me to convey a message. Do you recall the night 4 years ago at the presidential suite of the Princeton Hotel? You must have just completed your college entrance examinations that day." Boom. At these words, Xuan felt a jolt, as long-buried memories surged forth like a torrent. Of course, he remembered, for that was the day he arrived in this world, a day he could never forget. On that fateful night, he had been inebriated and lost consciousness, only to awaken and discover he had encountered an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Goodness, if one were to calculate the timeline. The butler, noticing Xuan's reaction, took out a paternity test report. "Mr. Yi, this is a paternity test conducted by the best center in Donghai. The probability of Mingming being your daughter is 99.999. This should suffice as proof. Of course, you may conduct your own tests later." The butler spoke in a gentle tone, having been repeatedly warned by the young lady to avoid any disrespectful remarks. Otherwise, given Xuan's temperament, he might have met his demise countless times already. After all, the Shen family, being a prominent clan in Dongjiang, had endured much criticism over the past 4 years, all stemming from this unfaithful man. As for the butler's words, Xuan hardly paid them any mind. What truly shocked him was the possibility that he might indeed be a father. He understood that from the butler and the little girl's demeanor. They were certainly not from an ordinary family, and they had no reason to jest with him, a mere commoner. System, could this truly be my daughter? Xuan seemed to have pieced together a revelation. For years ago, his arrival in this world must be intricately connected to the system. System, heh. How do you like this gift from 4 years ago? Indeed. Xuan silently cursed the system, wishing he could choke it to death. Goodness. The system had plotted against him 4 years prior. While he could tolerate a lot, this was simply intolerable. "Little miss, I shall take my leave now," the butler said, bending down with eyes filled with affection, treating Mingming as if she were his own granddaughter. "Let us go, Daddy." "Hee," Mingming exclaimed, wrapping her tiny arms around Xuan's. At that moment, Xuan's heart fluttered as if it had melted. But good grief, I haven't even graduated yet. At 22 years of age, he suddenly found himself with a 3-year-old daughter. If his mother found out, she would certainly break his legs. Indeed, though he had traversed to another realm, the fundamental structures of life remained unchanged, including family dynamics. Some things were lost. But Xuan had a suspicion that the system intended for him to be a competent ghostwriter, thereby allowing him to flaunt his talents more joyfully. Wait, no. To be precise, he was likely facing a mixed double scenario. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. "Hey." Xuan snapped back to reality, only to find the butler had left the cafe, leaving the little girl in his care, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could a rough man like him take care of a child? Though cough cough, she was indeed his daughter. Good grief. For a moment, Xuan felt like finding Mingming's mother and battling her for 300 rounds. This was utterly unfair. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang Wulong Mountain Villa, the instigator, the stunning girl clad in silky pajamas, Shen Xiaoqi, had her figure accentuated exquisitely. Her elegance surpassed that of any school beauty. Watching the bitter expression of a certain someone on her phone, a smile crept onto her lips. Now you know how it feels. Why didn't you think of this earlier? Chapter 3. The child's mother, the queen of the music industry, Shen Xiaoqi. Daddy Yi. Mengming's cherubic face radiated joy as she finally met her real daddy. Xuan, at a loss for words, could only relent, knowing he couldn't ignore his biological daughter. Although he was uncertain about how to care for this little bundle of joy, overall, it felt quite pleasant. After all, with a daughter so sweetly calling him daddy, he could not muster a hint of irritation. As for Wang Bingbing, that green tea vixen, he had long cast her aside. As the cafe patrons witnessed Xuan and his daughter depart, they erupted into an unprecedented uproar. Wang Bingbing stood frozen, disbelief etched on her face. How could this be? How is this possible? For years ago, that man engaged in a liaison with a girl who, it seemed, was of no lesser pedigree than his own. How infuriating. Was it he who had played the fool all along? After bitterly paying the bill, Wang Bingbing left the cafe in a daze. Her experience today surpassing any shock she had ever encountered in her life, and she had squandered what was likely her only opportunity to ascend like a phoenix. You are Wang Bingbing, aren't you? Just as she stepped outside the cafe, a middle-aged man called out to her, flanked by two burly figures whose imposing presence revealed them to be formidable experts. I am, Wang Bingbing stammered, recognizing the man as the butler who had just escorted that little girl into the cafe. However, the butler's demeanor was now menacing. This was only to be expected, for in a certain sense, this girl could be viewed as a rival to his young mistress, making any kindness on his part rather peculiar. I advise you to tread carefully. That Xuan is the father of my young mistress, a man far beyond the reach of someone as insignificant as you. The butler, Fubo, narrowed his eyes with a glint of coldness. Do not let me catch you entangling yourself with my young mistress's father again, or I shall ensure that you and all associated with you vanish from this world. Trust me, in this realm of Dongjiang, there is nothing my Shun family cannot accomplish. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bingbing felt as though her mind had exploded. She then heard the sound of a business vehicle speeding past her. The Dongjiang Shun family, the illustrious first-rate family of Dongjiang. That Xuan, he was actually the son-in-law of the Dongjiang Shun family. Realizing this, Wang Bingbing's face drained of color, particularly at the threat she had just received, which almost sent her into a panic. It was terrifying. That man had surely taken lives. His gaze was too vicious. Damn it. In that moment, Wang Bingbing regretted her choices. Everything should have belonged to her. Undeniably, Wang Bingbing was filled with remorse. Having exerted great effort, and even sacrificed billions in business to forge a connection, only to discover that in the eyes of the very man she had scorned, she was utterly insignificant. How could she, Wang Bingbing, accept such a stark contrast? Wow, Daddy, I didn't know you were so wealthy. Little Ming Ming exclaimed as she climbed into the luxurious Lamborghini, her curious eyes surveying the interior. Daddy, you're amazing. Your car is even better than Mommy's. She beamed with pride, as if the car belonged not to her father, but to her, Shun Xiaoming. Is that so? Xuan observed, noticing the unusual affection his daughter exhibited toward him. Yet, the more he recognized this, the more guilt and inadequacy he felt. Goodness, how can I call myself a man when I have such a sensible little darling? Of course. Ming Ming responded earnestly, her large, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. In her eyes, her father was the best in the world. Xuan sighed softly. It seemed he could only strive to make amends from now on. It was all the fault of the system, damn it. By the way, Ming Ming, aren't you still live streaming? Xuan glanced at the most popular live streaming platform, Douxia, and asked with a smile. Yes. Ming Ming replied enthusiastically, pouting slightly. Mommy is always super busy. So I'm bored, all alone. Seeing his daughter's expression, Xuan felt a pang of discomfort. Goodness, so this little girl is so fond of live streaming. What a shame. Ming Ming, I'm sorry, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I should have come to find you sooner. As he spoke, Xuan's protective instincts flared up, and he cursed the system. Damn it, system, look at what kind of life my daughter has been living for the past 4 years. The system, aware that arguing with the host at this moment would be futile, remained silent. It's not like that, Daddy, Ming Ming insisted, shaking her little hands in protest. You can't blame Daddy. Mommy said that Daddy loves Ming Ming the most in the world, besides Mommy. Because Mommy has never told Daddy, Ming Ming added knowingly. Upon hearing such a sensible little girl, Xuan's heart was undeniably shattered, and he felt even more guilty. It seemed that although he had not been there for his daughter, that woman had not failed to impart proper values to her. By the way, Ming Ming, I still don't know who your mommy is. Can you show me a picture of her? While Xuan knew that the girl he had encountered 4 years ago was breathtakingly beautiful, the details remained hazy. Now presented with such a perfect opportunity, he figured that given his daughter's exquisite genes, the girl he had met must be an extraordinary beauty. Of course, Ming Ming chirped, her face lighting up. Mommy said that when Daddy meets her, he will be super surprised. As she spoke, Ming Ming opened her phone, navigated to her photo album, and selected a picture of herself with her mother. Look, Daddy, this is Mommy. Isn't she pretty? Xuan's gaze fell upon the girl in the photograph, and his pupils suddenly dilated in disbelief. What? Ming Ming, you mean this girl is your mommy? Isn't that the renowned songstress, Shun Xiaoqi? Yes, Ming Ming replied, her big curious eyes shimmering. Mommy is a famous singer. Xuan felt a wave of sweat break out. Good heavens. The little darling before him was the daughter of none other than the songstress Shun Xiaoqi. If this news were to spread, the entire entertainment industry would be turned upside down. Perhaps this was why Shen Xiaoqi had been hesitant to reveal her motherhood. After all, a superstar having a child would undoubtedly send shockwaves through her fanbase, a blow so severe it could be deemed catastrophic. "Daddy, where are we going now?" Mingming asked. Her attention clearly diverted from the earlier revelation, as she looked at her seemingly omnipotent father with wide-eyed curiosity. "Well, of course, we are going to buy you some clothes," Yi Xian declared, determined to make it up to his little girl, with the shopping mall as his first destination. "Yay, long live Daddy." Mingming squealed with excitement at the prospect of shopping. "Mommy never takes me to buy clothes." In her words, one could detect a hint of resentment. "Well, Mommy is a superstar. She has to be mindful of many things," Yi Xian explained. "Humph," Mingming huffed. "Daddy, don't make excuses for Mommy. She clearly doesn't love me as much as you do." Innocent as she was, Mingming's words would surely wound Shen Xiaoqi's heart if she were to hear them. Yet, in that moment, Yi Xian was at a loss for how to respond. As father and daughter conversed, their bond grew stronger with each passing moment. "By the way, Mingming, shall I tell you a story, my dear?" It was evident that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar with the nuances of father-daughter interactions. For children often hold a special fondness for tales. Indeed, upon hearing that her father intended to narrate a story, Mingming's beautiful eyes widened with delight. She absolutely adored stories. Father is so incredible, he knows everything. Feeling the adoration from his little princess, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Well then, let me begin with the tale of the ugly duckling." Once, a swan egg was hatched in a duck's nest, but due to its distinct appearance, it was deemed the ugly duckling by all. From the moment it emerged from its shell, it faced ridicule, ostracism, and derision, not only from the ducks, but also from the chickens. As he recounted the story, it was as if Ming herself transformed into that ugly duckling, her eyes brimming with wonder, gazing up at her father with newfound admiration. It turned out that her father was quite the storyteller. Soon enough, the tale culminated in the ugly duckling's transformation into a beautiful swan, and joy illuminated Ming's cherubic face. "Father, that ugly duckling is so remarkable. I want to be just like it, undaunted by hardship or adversity, so that I can become a source of pride for you and mother," she declared earnestly, while Yi Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, all your father and mother wish for is your health and happiness." Giggles escaped Ming's lips as she reveled in her father's affectionate touch, the sensation vastly different from her mother's, and she found it utterly delightful. "Father, may I hear another story, please? I've never encountered such an intriguing tale before." With her endearing antics, she successfully melted any remnants of annoyance from Yi Xian's heart, and his face radiated paternal love, wholly succumbing to his role as a devoted father. "All right then, let me share the story of the little match girl." It was exceedingly cold. Snow blanketed the ground, and dusk was fast approaching. It was the final day of the year, Christmas Eve. On this frigid and dark night, a little girl, bareheaded, gloveless, and shoeless, walked slowly down the street. As he narrated, time seemed to fly. Before long, they arrived at the open-air parking lot in downtown Dongjiang City. Upon disembarking, Ming, still lost in the fairy tale, suddenly exclaimed, "Father, that little match girl is so pitiable, isn't she?" Yi Xian smiled gently, then deftly shifted the topic. "Now, it's time for me to buy our little princess some beautiful clothes." "Yes," Ming nodded eagerly, her attention now firmly on the grand shopping mall ahead. "Wow, so many beautiful hair clips." As they approached the entrance, she immediately spotted a stall featuring hair clips on promotion. Without hesitation, she tugged on Yi Xian's hand and sprinted over, her movements seemingly practiced 1,000 times before. "Excuse me, how much for this?" she asked the stall owner, who, upon seeing a customer, eagerly replied, "$9.99 each. I'll take one." Yi Xian promptly handed over the money, and Ming clutched her butterfly hair clip with glee. "Thank you, father." She planted a resounding kiss on his cheek, a scene that left the stall owner envious. Ding. Host detected random consumption multiplier card. "Would you like to use it?" "Yes," Yi Xian responded without hesitation, as they were on the verge of entering the shopping center. Ding. "Congratulations, host has spent 99 renminbi, triggering 100 million times rebate, receiving 9 billion renminbi. In disbelief, Yi Xian momentarily lost his composure. "Wow, 100 million times rebate. This is extraordinary." With an 8-hour countdown looming, it was clear they had ample time for shopping. Before long, father and daughter arrived at a flagship store for a renowned children's brand. "Welcome. How may I assist you, sir?" The staff were exceptionally attentive, greeting them warmly upon their entrance, and their beauty was striking. Ming, take whatever you like. Your father will cover the expenses," Yi Xian declared grandly, a gesture that caught the attention of the surrounding sales staff, who recognized the potential of a wealthy patron. "Father, this hat is beautiful. Buy it." "Father, what do you think of this dress?" "Buy it." "Father, this one too." Buy. Without exception, whatever caught his little princess's fancy was promptly acquired. After all, he was hardly short on funds. Ding. Congratulations, host has spent 360,000 RMB, triggering 100,000 times rebate, receiving 36 billion renminbi. The system's voice echoed in his ears, a sound more delightful than any Xuan had ever heard. Mengming's face was alight with joy, and with a sweeping gesture, Xuan declared, onward to the next store. An hour later, Xuan, laden with bags, accompanied his daughter out of the shopping mall. At that moment, a virtual panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Name, Xuan. Age, 22. Skills, masterful music, items, Lamborghini Veneno, contract for the Imperial Residence Villa No. 1. Wealth, 11. For billion. Gazing at the attributes, particularly the wealth column, Xuan felt a surge of satisfaction. In such a short span of time, he had exceeded 100 small targets. He wondered how his friend Wang would react upon discovering this. Meanwhile, Mengming joyfully opened her phone to livestream her happiness. Wow, how extravagant. Sweet little fairy. I wish I had a dad like yours. Oh, wealthy father, please accept my humble bow. Wah, do you still need a daughter? I can do the splits and keep you warm. Dear sir, come to me. I shall take you to new heights. In a flurry of playful banter, the comments flooded in, and Mengming beamed as she read the messages, her face blooming like a flower. Unbeknownst to her, her follower count had already surpassed 10,000. Before long, the viewers noticed something amiss, for Xuan's car had arrived at the Imperial Villa complex. A stunningly beautiful woman, possessing both grace and charm, stood waiting, none other than Li Mengqi. Wow, what a beautiful lady. The live stream erupted in excitement as Li Mengqi gracefully bent forward, her elegant posture captivating all. Mr. Yi, you have arrived, she greeted, unfazed by her own allure. However, her demeanor shifted when she spotted Mengming in the passenger seat, who promptly asserted her claim by wrapping her arms around her father's. I am Daddy's daughter. Beautiful sister, you may be lovely, but you have no chance. Li Mengqi, taken aback by such assertiveness, felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Xuan affectionately ruffled Mengming's hair. Silly girl, what are you saying? Mengqi, please guide me to the villa. Of course, Mr. Yi. Li Mengqi steadied herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment upon realizing that Xuan had such a grown daughter. Before long, Li Mengqi led Xuan to the front of the Emperor's Villa No. 1. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. OMG, did I just see that correctly? The soft and adorable fairy's father actually resides in the Emperor's Villa No. 1. My goodness, is this true? It is rumored that the Emperor's Villa No. 1 is worth a staggering 1 billion, and it is a rare find. Great wealthy overlord above, please accept your disciple's homage. Once, I had a friend who was just as impressive as a wealthy overlord, but now the grass on his grave has grown over a meter tall. Envy and jealousy surged to an all-time high at this moment. They never expected that the soft and adorable fairy they followed had such an extraordinary father. The revelation left them in awe and admiration. Li Mengqi, with her alluring figure, turned her back to the multitude of viewers in the live stream, swiping a card to unlock the villa's door. The entire villa radiated high technology, and the adorable fairy widened her sparkling eyes, seemingly alive with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Mr. Yi, all the home appliances in the Emperor's Villa No. 1 are equipped with advanced smart control, and I have already bound the voice system for your convenience, she explained. After a brief introduction, Li Mengqi received a phone call and took her leave. Inside the villa, only Xuan and his daughter remained. I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to explore, Xuan said, heading towards the bathing area. As he gazed at the opulence surrounding him, it felt like a dream. Upon entering the bathing area and looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he realized that this would now be his home. Ding. The host has triggered a random task. Generously reward your daughter with a reward of 100 shares in Dosha Live and an additional divine culinary skill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Generously rewarding his daughter led directly to receiving 100 shares in Dosha Live and divine culinary skills. This operational system seemed to be offering rewards at an astonishing rate. Hey, nevertheless, this feeling was quite exhilarating. Subsequently, Xuan took out his phone and registered an account under the ID Proud World. He quickly found his little cotton-padded jacket's live stream, clicked to follow, and began the rewarding process. On the other side, the adorable fairy was sharing her father's residence with her fans. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed due to the extravagant rewards, with a majority being female viewers. After all, for a wealthy overlord like this, even being a fifth or sixth partner would be a sweet deal. As the number of fans steadily increased, a sudden wave of extravagant rewards flooded the live stream, accompanied by the appearance of royal cannons. Proud World rewards the soft and adorable fairy with royal cannons X66. Proud world rewards the soft and adorable fairy with royal cannons x66. The barrage of 10 royal cannon rewards left everyone utterly astounded, with no prior warning. What? A big shot has appeared in the little fairy's live stream. 10 waves of 66 royal cannons. Heavens, one royal cannon costs 2,000 renminbi, making this operation worth a staggering 32 million renminbi. Great Overlord Proud World, please accept our humble homage. Look, the great Overlord Proud World has ascended to the title of Prince. At that moment, the third place on the donation leaderboard beside the soft and adorable fairy was a prince, while the second place was also a prince. But the first was indeed an emperor, known by the nickname Queen Chi-Chi. Xuan, of course, was oblivious to all of this, as he was focused on something far more thrilling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 32 million, triggering a thousandfold reward, receiving 13.2 billion renminbi. While showering, Xuan heard the system's voice and felt a jolt of excitement. This was indeed 13.2 billion. His wealth value soared from 11.4 billion to an astounding 12.7 billion. As an ordinary person, he was genuinely thrilled. Bathing while humming a little tune, life couldn't be more delightful. At Wulong Mountain Villa, within the villa, Shun Xiaoqi watched her daughter's live stream, astonished at how wealthy that guy was. How could that be possible? Proud world? She murmured, observing the extravagant rewards directed at her daughter. For some reason, Shun Xiaoqi felt that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Her gaze shifted towards the direction of the emperor's villa, her captivating eyes narrowing. That big fool seemed to warrant a thorough investigation. Chapter 6, Extravagant Rewards. Proud world astonishes all. 15 minutes later, after finishing his shower, Xuan returned to his room, changing into the attire prepared by the butler Li Mengqi. He had to admit that Li Mengqi had excellent taste. Wearing this outfit made Xuan's handsomeness increase significantly, although he was already quite dashing. He glanced at his phone, where his little cotton-padded jacket was still energetically introducing the villa. At that moment, she was showcasing the large outdoor swimming pool behind the villa, her little face brimming with pride, as if the villa belonged solely to her, Shun Xiaoming. Indeed, having such an incredibly adorable little cotton-padded jacket was quite delightful. Currently, the number of fans in Mengming's live stream had surpassed 50,000, certainly aided by Xuan's status as a wealthy overlord. Since this was the case, he decided to give the little girl another boost in popularity. Moreover, it would also randomly double the rewards, facilitating the completion of his task. After all, 100 shares in Dosha Live was an enticing offer, not to mention the divine culinary skills. Without hesitation, he instructed the system to send out another wave of rewards. In the next moment, while Shin Xiaoming was outside the pool with her fans, the live stream unexpectedly received another wave of rewards. Proud World rewards the soft and adorable fairy with Dreamy Starry Sky x88. Proud World rewards the soft and adorable fairy with Dreamy Starry Sky x88. The live stream was flooded with dreamy starry skies, leaving Mengming utterly astonished. Wow, how beautiful! Mengming recognized the dreamy starry sky, as her mother had rewarded her with it when she first started her live stream, though that was over a year ago. Oh my gosh! The great overlord Proud World is incredible. Proud World has taken the field, leaving no trace behind. 666666. My goodness, how much does this cost? One dreamy starry sky is worth 10,000, and a set is 880,000. Cough, cough. The world of the wealthy is something we mere mortals cannot comprehend. Great overlord Proud World, please, no more rewards. Just come home with this little beauty instead. I have 10 gold mines and 30 villas to offer you. Wah! I love you, great overlord Proud World. Amidst the fervor of the fans, the rankings on the reward leaderboard underwent a dramatic change. Xuan, who held the title of Prince, swiftly surpassed the second-place Prince, ascending to second place himself, and his title changed from Prince to Emperor. Indeed, he was now an Emperor. The first position on the leaderboard remained the Queen Chi-Chi, with a staggering reward amount exceeding 20 million, while Xuan had now become the second Emperor. At Wulong Mountain Villa, Shun Xiaoqi watched this unexpected turn of events, her brows furrowing in confusion. She had earned the title of Emperor because Mengming was her little princess. Could that Proud World possibly be that guy? As she pondered upon this, Shun Xiaoqi could not help but conjure the image of a certain figure in her mind, none other than Xuan. Previously, she would not have entertained such thoughts, but circumstances had shifted. From what she had observed in the livestream, that fellow possessed a Lamborghini Veneno worth 30 million and a luxurious villa in the imperial residence No. 1. These two possessions alone spoke volumes about his status. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 8 million renminbi and triggering a thousandfold rebate, thus acquiring 8 billion renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the extravagant tipping task. earning 100 equity in dosha live and gaining extraordinary culinary skills. The successive notifications reverberated in Yixian's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. The system indeed did not deceive him. He promptly summoned his attribute panel. Name: Yixian. Age: 22. Skills: Supreme Music, Supreme Culinary. Items: Lamborghini Veneno, contract for the Imperial Residence No. 1, 100 equity in dosha live. Wealth: 21. 5 billion. The 2 rounds of tipping and the thousandfold rebate had effortlessly propelled his wealth past 20 billion, allowing him to accomplish over 200 minor goals with ease. The sensation was undeniably addictive. A smile crept onto Yixian's lips as he grew increasingly excited about the future, for this was merely the prologue to a magnificent life. Meanwhile, at the dosha live headquarters, in the president's office, ding dong. As an alert sounded, Mu Tiany's gaze fell upon the information displayed. In the next moment, her pupils widened in shock. What? Dosha live has been acquired. The news struck Mu Tiany like a thunderbolt. How could this be possible? Why was there no prior indication? Moreover, as she scrutinized the message on her phone, disbelief and astonishment washed over her delicate features. 100 equity had been transferred to someone named Yixian. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Mu Tiany took a deep breath, reining in her surprise before responding. Come in. She regained her composed demeanor, her voice as frosty as a snow lotus. In walked a man, likely in his 30s, the director of the information department at dosha live. President Mu. A user in the live stream has obtained the title of emperor. They just registered and tipped 10 million. Li Kuei, the director, gulped as he spoke. It was well known that their platform rarely saw users tipping in the millions. Since the inception of dosha live, there had been but a handful of such occurrences, averaging 1 every 3 years. Each of those users was a significant benefactor to their platform. Oh, Mu Tiany's surprise was evident as she inquired. Do we have any information on this person? Yes, Li Kuei nodded, demonstrating his awareness. He continued, the tipping ID is AO Sure, and the individual is named Yixian, a 4th-year student at Dongjiang University. However, we have not ascertained further details. Only that he owns a Lamborghini Veneno worth 30 million and a villa in the Imperial Residence No. 1, valued at 1 billion. The Imperial Residence No. 1. Mu Tiany's eyes narrowed. Could it be that this Yixian was their new chairman? Realizing the implications, Mu Tiany instructed Li Kuei to keep this matter confidential and to continue monitoring the situation. Once he departed, she returned her focus to the information on her phone. Yixian, a 4th-year student at Dongjiang University, identity unknown. Could it truly be him? A student managing to acquire dosha live with full ownership. This new boss was certainly not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to Mu Tiany, her astonishment was merely the beginning. Chapter 7. Exceptional culinary skills, shocking all. Yixian, her new boss. Mu Tiany, filled with curiosity, was eager to discover the true identity of the individual who had so boldly acquired dosha live and tipped millions. Before long, Mu Tiany uncovered the identity of the recipient of Yixian's tip, the adorable fairy. 1 million for a little girl? In an instant, she sensed there was more to this than met the eye. Swiftly, she accessed all live streams featuring the adorable fairy. To her surprise, she recognized the daughter of the renowned songstress Xuan Xiaoqi. No wonder the name of the live stream had seemed familiar. At that moment, Mu Tiany's curiosity deepened, and she began watching the live stream. To her astonishment, she discovered that the adorable fairy was indeed the daughter of her new boss. This realization sent shivers down her spine. If that were the case, then could it be that Xuan Xiaoqi was the boss's partner? In that instant, Mu Tiany felt as though she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. If this information were to leak, the entire music industry would be turned upside down. The songstress was a legendary figure, the youngest diva, and the dream goddess of countless young men. Even she considered herself a half-fan of Xuan Xiaoqi. Every one of her songs was a classic. Queen Chi-Chi held the top spot on the adorable fairy's tipping leaderboard. After a moment, Mu Tiany snapped out of her daze. Her curiosity piqued as she focused on the historical videos, wondering what the little lowly daughter of her boss was currently live streaming. With a hint of intrigue, she clicked into the live stream. Daddy, I'm hungry. As soon as she tuned in, Mu Tiany heard the adorable little girl toddling into the living room, and then she saw a handsome young man. Yixian, the new boss of dosha live, her superior. So handsome. From this angle, Yixian's striking looks were off the charts, even redefining Mu Tiany's standards of attractiveness. Just a moment, sweetheart, Daddy will cook for you. Yixian, feeling a surge of inspiration, decided to showcase his culinary skills live while his daughter continued her broadcast, aiming to boost her popularity. The doting father had quietly entered the scene. Wow. The little girl gazed up at her father with adoration. Daddy, you can cook? That's so cool. Mommy can't cook, and she always orders takeout. The little one, puffing up her cheeks in a cute pout, was undeniably adorable. This heartwarming scene made Xuan Xiaoqi nearly choke on her own drink. That little rascal was truly the apple of her eye. The boss's daughter was simply delightful. Mu Tianyi watched the little actress charmingly play the role of a spoiled child, a maternal smile unconsciously gracing her face. How she longed to have a daughter like that. Life would surely be filled with happiness. Plus, her boss could cook. Mu Tianyi took in the lavish decor of the live stream room, suspecting it must be the Imperial Residence #1. Ming Ming, just the two of us. Let us keep dinner simple. Okay. Ming Ming nodded eagerly, her tiny head bobbing. What mattered most was not what they ate, but the company they shared. As long as she was with Daddy, even plain steamed buns would taste divine. Let us commence with the preparation of a delicate silken tofu soup. As he spoke, Yixian deftly retrieved a block of pristine tofu from the refrigerator, which had evidently been prepared by his private butler, Li Mingqi. It must be said, the level of service was truly exceptional. However, upon uttering this statement, the comments in the live stream surged with fervor. Silken tofu soup, what a marvel. This dish is not something just anyone can master. It is universally acknowledged within the culinary realm as a formidable test of knife skills. Is this for real? The host can actually prepare such a complex dish? Regardless, this is bound to be a spectacle. The anticipation among the viewers was palpable, and the number of fans in the live stream surged past 100,000. A natural progression. At this moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Yixian's lips. Truth be told, this dish didn't even rank within the top 10 of his culinary repertoire. As the fans discussed animatedly, Yixian had already begun his intricate operations. The sounds of his work resonated rhythmically, quick and precise, akin to a thunderclap. The knife danced elegantly, and in an instant, a block of exquisitely fragile tofu was transformed into thousands of delicate tofu strands, each placed meticulously into a basin of clear water, where they remained perfectly distinct, without any interruption. What was even more astonishing was that every strand was as fine as a hair, flawlessly uniform. Mu Tianyi, observing her boss's skillful execution in the live stream, was utterly astounded. Such remarkable knife skills. Her boss was not only adept in his profession, but also in the culinary arts. This was no mere cooking, it was a visual feast. At that moment, she found herself entranced, the allure of gastronomy reaching its zenith. The strands were neither sticky nor breaking, a feat that even many five-star chefs might struggle to achieve. The multitude of fans in the live stream were left in awe. The thousands of tofu strands in the clear water resembled a blooming white chrysanthemum, elegantly unfurling. The exquisite presentation captivated everyone. Wow, Dad, you're amazing. At this moment, Ming Ming, her little face brimming with excitement, realized just how exceptional her father's culinary skills were, at least 100 times better than her mother's, if not 1,000. After all, her mother couldn't even cook. Just based on his knife skills. The more than 100,000 fans in the live stream had already deduced that the soft and adorable little fairy's father was likely a culinary virtuoso. Following that, Yixian proceeded with the creation of the silken tofu soup, each step flowing seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. Though he was cooking, to the onlookers, it was akin to witnessing the crafting of a masterpiece. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. As for Xin Xiaoqi from Wulong Villa, she stood frozen. Even from behind the screen, she could sense the overwhelming aura of excellence. How could this individual possess such culinary prowess? Such skills must have taken at least 2 decades to hone. With a mysterious identity and exceptional culinary talents, how much more was this person concealing from her? For the first time in 4 years, a deep curiosity towards this unfaithful man surged within Xin Xiaoqi, marking the beginning of her infatuation. Chapter 8. I have decided. In this life, I shall marry no one but my male god. At a certain moment, as the silken tofu soup reached completion, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, causing Ming Ming's little tummy to protest eagerly. The stunning appearance, coupled with the enticing fragrance, left the budding foodie in her unable to resist. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, the live stream fans were utterly captivated, their eyes wide with anticipation at the alluring silken tofu soup. It looked so beautiful. They yearned to taste it. Oh no. Wow, Ming Ming's dad is incredible. Yes. A 5-star chef feels like nothing compared to him. Stop taking care of the child and come with me. Wouldn't it be delightful to shower him with affection every day? With such knife skills, should we discuss some billion-dollar business deals? Everyone was swept away, declaring, the male god belongs to this little beauty. I have resolved in this life. I shall marry no one but my male god. This bowl of silken tofu soup had undoubtedly won over countless admirers. And even the boys in the live stream were filled with envy and jealousy. With such culinary skills, what goddess would be out of their reach? Wait. Yixian smiled slightly. Silken tofu soup pairs even better with fried rice. Just a few minutes, he declared, and without hesitation, he proceeded to grab a carrot from the side. With a swift toss into the air, the knife danced once more, and the carrot was transformed into perfectly diced cubes, landing precisely in the prepared plate below. Like a magic trick, Meng Meng was momentarily distracted from her hunger. Oh my goodness, Dad is so handsome. Indeed. Meng Meng instantly transformed into a little fangirl. Xin Xiaoqi, Mu Tianyi, and everyone in the live stream shared the same sentiment. How could such knife skills be achieved? It was utterly unbelievable. Moreover, the speed was astonishing. It felt as if, in the blink of an eye, a carrot had become diced. My goodness, can you believe this? So exhilarating. The fervor of his performance sent the soft and adorable little fairy's fan count soaring to 20,000, an unprecedented sensation. Keep in mind, Meng Meng was still relatively unknown. If she gained some fame, the fan count would surely surpass 50,000. Next came the one-handed egg cracking and the smooth operation of the fried rice, flipping the pan, controlling the heat. Each moment was a visual delight. A simple dish of fried rice showcased culinary skills to an extraordinary degree, transcending textbook standards. Before long, the fried rice was done, each grain plump and golden, presented beautifully before Meng Meng and the others. Gurgle Xin Xiaoqi from Wulong Villa couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. It looked incredibly tempting. Just imagining the taste promised an exquisite experience. This culinary skill was 100 times better than takeout. No, wait. Xin Xiaoqi swiftly realized something was amiss. No matter how good his cooking was, it couldn't compensate for the 4 years of paternal absence. Yes, this was something he ought to do. To mask her own guilt, she sought to convince herself with flimsy reasoning. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyi was utterly awestruck by the crispy exterior and tender interior. Wow, Xin Xiaoqi. How blissful you are. She licked her lips, unable to hide her envy. If only someone like him were pursuing her, she wasn't sure she could resist. Wealthy, affectionate, an exceptional cook, and incredibly handsome. What a perfect male god. This was Mu Tianyi's assessment of her new boss. As she gazed at the screen, it was hard to fathom that such a person was merely a senior about to graduate. Of course, if Wang Bingbing were to witness this scene, one could only wonder if she would regret slapping herself repeatedly. At the dining table, all right, let us eat. Looking at the eager little one, Yi Xian's face radiated warmth. Being able to prepare a meal for his daughter filled him with immense satisfaction. As the onlookers cast envious glances, Meng Meng savored a mouthful of fried rice, its delightful texture awakening her taste buds and leaving an indelible aftertaste. Wow! At that moment, her large eyes sparkled like little stars, exclaiming, so delicious. Daddy, this is too good. AMU. With another bite, Meng Meng continued to indulge while Yi Xian affectionately wiped the grains of rice from the corners of her mouth, his gaze filled with tenderness. If it's delicious, then eat more. He added, by the way, it pairs wonderfully with the Wensi tofu soup. As he spoke, Yi Xian diligently prepared a bowl of tofu soup for his little darling, who happily drank it down before taking another bite of fried rice, her eyes gleaming even brighter. Oh, her adorably cute face suddenly exhibited an expression of shock, causing everyone around to gasp in awe, unable to suppress their salivation. Goodness, this soft and adorable little fairy was truly tantalizing them to their core. At Wulong Mountain Villa, staring at the takeout before her, Xin Xiaoqi felt it was utterly unappetizing, despite the meal costing several hundred. Those two are so infuriating. I want to eat too. What should I do? Undoubtedly, at that moment, our songstress Xin Xiaoqi found herself in an unprecedented struggle, torn by the thought that after a month of intimacy, her position might be entirely usurped by this unfaithful man. An unsettling feeling surged within her, for she understood that if things continued this way, her fears would likely manifest into reality. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Time quickly passed, and although the live stream merely showcased a meal, the number of fans was surging at an astonishing rate, surpassing 200,000. Burp. After an unknown duration, Meng Meng finished every morsel of fried rice on her plate and had consumed 2 bowls of Wensi tofu soup, letting out a satisfied burp. Meanwhile, the multitude of fans watching the live stream were left utterly envious. They were paying to watch the stream, and yet it felt like a matter of life and death. How utterly heartless. Having money and culinary skills were commendable, but it was all too much. Xin Xiaoqi, watching the live stream, furiously devoured her meal, clearly vexed by her own cravings. When had her little ancestor ever had such an appetite? Never. This was telling of everything. And she even felt a twinge of regret for introducing that little ancestor to that man. Alas, it was too late for regrets, knowing what she knew now. She should have concealed their relationship for a few more years. As for Yi Xian, he continued to enjoy his culinary creations, secretly marveling at his own impressive skills. After the meal, Yi Xian smacked his lips, having cleaned the dishes when Meng Meng emerged from the bathroom clad in the adorable pajamas prepared by Li Mingqi. The charming attire perfectly complemented her already endearing appearance, exuding a hint of mischief. This scene, witnessed by the fans in the live stream, prompted an uproar as they clamored for a daughter just like her, believing they could boast about it for a lifetime. Wow, the fan count has reached 200,000. Meng Meng counted several times, ensuring she wasn't mistaken, her little face filled with astonishment. It had only been a few thousand viewers before, and now 200,000. It felt like a dream. Daddy, you truly are Meng Meng's lucky star. Mua. She immediately turned and planted a kiss on her father, the moment being as spontaneous as it was endearing. The many fans in the live stream, witnessing such a heartwarming scene, couldn't help but smile, some even momentarily believing that the soft and adorable little fairy was kissing them. Daddy, you haven't greeted my fans yet, giggled Meng Meng, suddenly remembering something, her chirpy voice carrying more charm than any act of cuteness could muster. All right, Xuan replied, his gaze shifting to the phone screen as he flashed a charming smile. Hello, everyone, I am Meng Meng's father. Thank you all for your continued support. I hope you will always support my soft and adorable little fairy. Hearing her father's words, Meng Meng's little face blossomed into a radiant smile, her heart swelling with joy. Wow, the male god is smiling at me, oh my. What should I do? I'm falling in love, and he is the soft and adorable little fairy's daddy. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? Sob. How envious she felt of the soft and adorable little fairy's mother, who got to kiss the male god every day. The fans in the live stream quickly engaged in fervent discussions, their comments flooding the screen like snowflakes. At that moment, a chime rang out. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Sing to conquer everyone and break the live stream fan count of 500,000. Reward. 100 shares of Jiashi Entertainment and an additional 1 billion RMB. Huh. The system's voice echoed in Xuan's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Good heavens. 100 shares of Jiashi Entertainment plus 1 billion RMB. What a deal. If he failed to complete this task, Xuan knew he would never forgive himself. Thinking of his divine music ability, Xuan smiled to himself. Such a remarkable talent should not go to waste. And he wanted to express his love for the little one through the livestream. With this thought, he ceased his musings and continued. Coincidentally, I recently wrote a song, and today I would like to dedicate it to my beloved daughter as a gift to all of you fans. Oh, as soon as these words left his mouth, the livestream erupted in excitement. Good heavens, the soft and adorable little fairy's daddy can sing. Wow, daddy, you can sing too. Clearly, Meng Meng's big, beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Of course, Xuan affectionately ruffled Meng Meng's little head, and daddy sings exceptionally well. Wait a moment, let me set up the accompaniment. Xuan then rose and walked towards the sound system in the living room, his mind actively engaged. Ding. Congratulations, host, for redeeming the ultimate accompaniment, Little Dimples, X1. Costing the host 100 renminbi. With a thought, a USB drive appeared in his hand, which he plugged into the sound system, and the accompaniment began to play. A warm and cheerful melody filled the air, uplifting the spirits of all who listened. I am still searching for a reliance. And a hug. Who prays for me? Worries for me? Gets angry for me? Causes a stir for me? Happiness begins to show signs. Fate draws us slowly closer together. His powerful voice, masterful control over pitch, was of an undeniably professional caliber, outshining countless current pop stars, resonating like a clear spring in the mountains. At Wulong Mountain Villa, Shen Xiaoqi jolted upright, as if resurrected, her stunning eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the live stream. Is this the level of his singing skills? How could it be this strong? How is he doing this? Undoubtedly, at that moment, a thunderous realization struck her. If he continued to develop in the music industry, his future was limitless. But why was he so exceptional? The more Xuan distinguished himself, the more unsettled Shen Xiaoqi felt, though she couldn't quite comprehend why. In the office of the president of Dousha platform, Mu Tianyi stared blankly at the livestream screen, astonished that her boss was so adept at singing. I can hardly believe it. This is a senior student from the music department on the verge of graduation. Who, pray tell, is this enigmatic figure? Xuan? In an instant, his mysterious persona deepens further. He. Meanwhile, the adorable Meng Meng, who stands beside him, gazes up in foolish admiration, her eyes sparkling with affection. Oh, how sweet. Cloud-piercing arrow bestows a generous gift of 666 fishballs upon the charming little fairy. The city's enchanter, offers 888 fish fins. No grass grows contributes 1314 airplanes. A lifetime of enchantment sends 166 rockets. The accolades in the live stream are beyond measure. His vocal prowess is indeed unparalleled, rivaling even that of a prestigious concert star. Xuan keenly observes the skyrocketing number of fans and the generous donations in the live stream, and a smile begins to grace his lips. Your dimples and long eyelashes are your most exquisite features. I cannot sleep at night, missing your smile. You have no idea how vital you are to me. With you, my life is perfectly complete. Your dimples and long eyelashes are enchantingly irresistible. I slow my pace, feeling as if I'm intoxicated. Wow. Upon hearing her father's incredibly warm voice, Mingming's little face is filled with astonishment. My goodness. Daddy sings even better than mommy. Oh, how I adore my daddy. 230,000. 250,000. 280,000. Soon enough, the number of fans in the live stream surpasses 300,000. Everyone seems to relive the image of their first love, experiencing that fluttering sensation akin to the first encounter with their beloved, those charming dimples, those long eyelashes, and the sleepless nights filled with thoughts of sweetness and beauty. Handsome man, you're amazing. My darling, I love you. You are the greatest gift from heaven. Goodness gracious. One song has rendered me utterly carefree and blissful. Shockingly, one man has managed to enchant over 30,000 viewers. Handsome man, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Quietly, the number of fans in the live stream has crossed 400,000. Undeniably, Xuan's song has ignited a fervor throughout the room. On the other side, Shen Xiaoqi feels a sudden suffocation. That unfaithful man's singing skills rival her own. Why does she feel uneasy? Shen Xiaoqi, what exactly are you worried about? Chapter 10, Breakthrough Technology Drone, Indulging My Daughter Without Limits. Half an hour later, Mingming ends the live stream, and naturally, the long night ahead is meant for her to shower her father with affection. Ding! The system announces. Host has completed the task of conquering everyone with song, and has surpassed 500,000 fans in the live stream. Reward, 100 shares in Jiashi Entertainment, plus an additional 10 billion renminbi. With the system's voice ringing in his ears, Xuan's mood brightens considerably. If Wang Bingbing were to find out, I wonder what her reaction would be. She might faint in the restroom. Moments later, in a low-profile luxurious mattress, crafted by the royal brand of the Nordic countries, Xuan muses, wow, this mattress is so comfortable. Daddy, will you tell me a story? With her sweet, coaxing voice, Mingming completely disarms Xuan, revealing his devoted fatherly side. With a beaming smile, he responds, of course. What story shall I tell? Xuan racks his brain for a tale, and finally decides to narrate Cinderella. Once upon a time, a wealthy man's wife fell gravely ill. On her deathbed, she called her only daughter to her side and said, my dear, after I am gone, I will watch over you from the afterlife and bless you. With that, she closed her eyes and passed away. She was buried in the garden, and the little girl, being pious and kind-hearted, visited her mother's grave daily to weep. As winter arrived, the snow covered her mother's grave with a white blanket. Xuan passionately spins tales, including Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, and the Frog Prince. Mingming quickly nestles into her father's embrace, falling into a delightful sleep. Watching the smile on her little face, Xuan's heart melts. Is this what it feels like to be a father? It's a wondrous sensation, one that can only be felt and cannot be adequately expressed. Those who have not experienced it cannot comprehend. Dingling. At that moment, a phone call interrupts, and upon seeing the caller ID from Dongjiang City, he ponders for a moment before cautiously answering. Hello? Good day, boss. Comes a respectful and pleasant voice from the other end, followed by, I am Mu Tianyi, the president of Dosha Live. Dosha Live. So it's President Luo. Upon hearing the name, Xuan begins to understand. Mu Tianyi continues. As you have just acquired Dosha Live, the company currently holds 6 supercars worth over 20 million each, left by the previous owner. If you wish to transfer these vehicles into your name, you may need to come to the office for the handover. Is that convenient for you? Oh, Xuan is slightly taken aback. 6 supercars valued at over 20 million each is indeed a substantial amount. I'll visit the headquarters tomorrow. Since acquiring 100 shares in Dosha Live, he is yet to visit, and now is the perfect opportunity to see how his company is faring. Especially since Dosha Live is one of the most renowned livestream platforms in the country. Really, I shall await your esteemed presence at the office. After exchanging a few more words, Mu Tianyi hangs up, mindful that it is getting late, and she should not delay the boss's sleep. The next morning, as the golden sun spills from the heavens, enveloping the imperial villa complex in a golden veil and casting long shadows, life brims with vitality. Within the imperial villa, Xuan opens his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of an incredibly adorable face. Indeed, everything that transpired yesterday was real. Gazing at his little cotton jacket, time seems to pause at this moment, and Xuan dares not breathe too heavily, fearing he might awaken his little love from a past life. With a quiet demeanor, he tiptoes out of the room. Approximately 15 minutes later, as Xuan exits, Mingming, too, awakens, immediately scanning her surroundings for her father. Upon realizing his absence, she dashes out barefoot. Daddy, Daddy. Her voice reflects a mix of anxiety, urgency, and a hint of fear, terrified that yesterday was merely a beautiful dream. As she reaches the first floor and sees her father bustling in the kitchen, her worries dissipate, replaced by joy. She can't help but let out a giggle, which catches Yi Xian's attention. Our beloved little princess has awakened. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Don't catch a cold. Hastily, Yi Xian scoops Meng Meng into his arms, assists her in putting on her shoes, and then remembers, "Oh, sweetheart, Daddy has prepared a special gift for you. You will certainly love it." Really? The anticipation fills Meng Meng's little face. Of course. He gestures toward the dining table. "There, open it yourself." "Okay, thank you, Daddy." Mua. In this manner, the adorable little comrade bestowed upon her father a grand kiss, evoking envy from those around, though, at that moment, none were fortunate enough to savor this display of affection. Soon, the little one approached the dining table. With a small hand, she untied the pink ribbon and opened the gift box. To her astonishment, a drone emerged before her eyes. Wow, what a beautiful drone. The little girl was instantly captivated by its charm, utterly enamored by its exquisite design. This drone, however, was no ordinary gadget. As they spoke, Yi Xian deftly maneuvered the drone with sheer mental focus, causing it to ascend gracefully without any physical controls, as if by magic. Wow. The little one's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld the drone take flight, her delight evident. Watch closely, Ming Ming. In an instant, the drone vanished from sight. Indeed, it had completely disappeared. Just as Ming Ming began to ponder this mystery, the drone reappeared in the same spot from which it had vanished. How impressive! Meng Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, while Yi Xian smiled softly. This remarkable drone was specially ordered for you, my dear. It can be controlled by your thoughts. For now, I am the primary operator, but shortly, we will link it to you. This way, our precious child won't need to hold her phone for live streaming all day. Really? Upon hearing her father's words, Meng Ming felt overwhelmed with joy, showering him with affectionate kisses, her happiness pouring forth. Under Yi Xian's guidance, the drone was soon connected to Meng Ming, along with its ID, soft little fairy. With her cleverness, Meng Ming quickly mastered the drone, making it fly, twirl, and disappear, thoroughly enjoying herself. "Daddy, you are so good to me. Aren't you afraid I'll become spoiled?" She giggled. Chapter 11. Daddy, the Dosha livestream is yours. "Daddy, what are we having for breakfast?" Meng Ming inquired, her cherubic face radiating joy from the newfound invisible drone. Seeing her delightful demeanor made Yi Xian's heart swell with affection. In a previous life, he must have accumulated immense fortune to be blessed with such a lovely daughter. It was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. "Let us keep it simple with some egg noodles." He playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. "Just a moment, it'll be ready soon." With that, Yi Xian turned and headed into the kitchen. Meng Ming watched her father bustling about. Glancing at the invisible drone in their room, her face lit up with glee. Before long, 2 bowls of egg noodles appeared on the dining table, the presentation impeccable, as if infused with some magical essence thanks to Yi Xian's exceptional culinary skills. Complete with a super cute sunny-side-up egg shaped like a smiling face. Wow, it looks so good and smells amazing. Without hesitation, Ming Ming began to dig in. Oh, it's incredibly delicious. Just like the previous evening's dinner, her eyes sparkled with joy as she savored the meal. "I'm so happy. Daddy must be the best cook in the world." With a final slurp, she finished the last noodle, even drinking every drop of the broth. "Daddy, I will never eat Mama's takeout again." Without the need for comparison, Ming Ming decisively rejected her mother's food. "Where are we going today?" I'll take you somewhere special." After washing the dishes, Yi Xian took Meng Ming to the Dosha livestream headquarters. 6 luxury sports cars, each worth over 20 million, were indeed enticing. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Dosha livestream headquarters, a grand edifice. However, as soon as Yi Xian stepped inside, a voice pierced the air. "Hey, isn't that the campus heartthrob from Dawn University? What's the matter?" Still reeling from being dumped by Bing Bing, a flamboyantly dressed girl appeared before him. None other than Su Xiaomei, a close companion of the infamous green tea BTCH, Wang Bingbing, who was known for her charm. It was this allure that had allowed her to latch onto a supervisor at Dosha Livestream, and she was poised to become a formal employee in just a few days. Unbeknownst to her, the man before her was the new boss of Dosha. "Daddy, this woman is so nasty," Ming Ming protested upon witnessing Su Xiaomei's hostility towards her father. Hearing this, Su Xiaomei's demeanor shifted, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Who is this wild child? Clearly born of a mother who abandoned her. With a swift motion, Yi Xian delivered a resounding slap, sending Su Xiaomei tumbling to the ground, her form revealing itself beneath her tight skirt, drawing the attention of nearby colleagues. As many coveted her within the company, casting a glance at the fallen Su Xiaomei, Yi Xian thought it a mere trifling punishment. After all, green tea bee cheese often deserved a reprimand. "Yi Xian, how dare you hit me?" Su Xiaomei was stunned that this impoverished wretch had the audacity to strike her. You're finished. Security. There's a disturbance here. Just then, a cool, authoritative voice rang out, and Mu Tianyi, the president of Dousha Livestream, emerged from the elevator. Upon seeing Yi Xian embroiled in conflict, her heart leaped into her throat. Mr. Yi, you should have informed us of your early arrival. She hurried forward. But her formal address stunned Su Xiaomei. The realization struck her like thunder. Mr. Yi? How could this be? That man, whom Mu Zong calls Mr. Yi, is he really? That woman, I never want to see her again. Yi Xian stated firmly, and Mu Tianyi's piercing gaze fell upon Su Xiaomei, commanding silence. You, Su Xiaomei, need not return tomorrow. Mu Zong, I. Su Xiaomei was horrified. She had gone to great lengths to secure her position at Dousha, negotiating countless lucrative deals. At that moment, Li Gang, the head of the publicity department, approached. Mu Zong, Su Xiaomei is new and unfamiliar with the workings here. Please grant her another chance. Li Gang, Mu Tianyi replied, her sharp mind keenly aware of the underlying issues. But before the new boss, she would not show leniency. You two need not return tomorrow. Don't think your little schemes have gone unnoticed. Mu Zong, I. Li Gang's complexion drained of color, understanding all too well what she meant. Mr. Yi, let us discuss this in my office. Mu Tianyi then personally led Yi Xian away, leaving the employees in the lobby of Dousha in stunned silence. My goodness, who is that young man? Mu Zong is treating him with such deference that she even dismissed Li Gang, a long-standing employee of over 10 years. All around, whispers filled the air as Li Gang recalled the facts he had seen earlier that morning. Mr. Yi, the new boss of the company, also shares the surname Yi. Could it be? Realizing this, Li Gang's face turned ashen. This is bad. That man is the new boss of Dousha Livestream. Outside the Dousha Livestream building, Su Xiaomei seethed with resentment, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Li Gu, are we just going to let this go? Enraged, Li Gang slapped her hard. Damn it, this is all your fault. Get lost, and never come looking for me again. With that, he stormed away, leaving Su Xiaomei in disarray, caught in the storm of her own making. With two resounding slaps, Su Xiaomei's hatred for Yi Xian deepened considerably. Yi Xian, you are the reason I lost my job. If you do not pay the price, I shall not be called Su Xiaomei. In the Dousha live streaming platform's president's office, Mu Tianyi respectfully greeted, Young Master Yi, please take a seat. Upon entering the office, Mingming curiously observed Mu Tianyi and asked, Daddy, why does this beautiful sister call you Young Master Yi? Seeing the adorably cute Mingming, Mu Tianyi smiled gently and explained, this must be the soft and lovely little fairy, right? Little beauty, you might not know yet, but your daddy is the new owner of Dousha live streaming. Upon realizing this, Mu Tianyi couldn't help but wonder if the new owner had acquired Dousha live streaming because of his daughter. If that were the case, this little one would indeed be quite fortunate. Wow, Meng Meng exclaimed, her tiny hands covering her mouth in astonishment, her expression eliciting uncontrollable laughter. She was simply too adorable. Daddy, this Dousha live streaming is yours. Next, Meng Meng gazed at her father with wide eyes, her little face brimming with surprise. Sort of, he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. It seemed Mu Tianyi was quite adept at handling the situation. Being regarded with such admiration by his daughter felt rather pleasant. Chapter 12, Misfortune Card, the Debut. The end of the Zhou family. Young Master Yi, sign this document, and the 6 supercars will be yours. Mu Tianyi smiled as she retrieved a document from her desk, revealing the transfer contract for 6 supercars. After signing his name, Mu Tianyi sighed in relief, while Yi Xian curved his lips slightly. Now the proud owner of these 6 luxurious vehicles. Subsequently, Mu Tianyi began to explain the current situation of Dousha live streaming. However, despite Dousha's flourishing prospects, it was facing a particularly challenging dilemma. Mu Tianyi recalled how, 2 years ago, a platform called Jiuxiu Live had burst onto the scene, quickly rising to become one of the top 10 live streaming platforms in the country, boasting formidable momentum. Behind this success lay the support of the Zhou family, a second-tier family from Dongjiang. As an external force, Dousha live streaming had repeatedly faced threats of acquisition by Jiuxiu Live. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Xian understood the implications. Even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I'll handle the matter with Jiuxiu Live, he decided after a moment's contemplation. Though the Zhou family was merely a second-tier clan in Dongjiang, to Yi Xian, they were insignificant. After all, which protagonist endowed with a system would regard a mere second-tier family with any seriousness? With the system's capabilities at his disposal, Yi Xian had 1,000 ways to discreetly eliminate both Jiuxiu Live and the Zhou family. Very well, young Master Yi. Allow me to take you to see the 6 supercars, Mu Tianyi suggested, leading him toward the private garage of the Dousha chairman. Along the way, Meng Meng curiously surveyed her father's company, realizing that he was even more impressive than she had imagined. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully redeeming the misfortune card, consuming 1,000 renminbi. Misfortune card. The wielder will be shrouded in misfortune, plagued by calamities, and will experience overwhelming physical and mental torment. With a mere thought, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. The misfortune card has successfully taken effect, targeting the Zhou family of Dongjiang. Thus, from this moment forth, the Zhou family would face a catastrophic disaster of apocalyptic proportions. Watching the countdown of the misfortune card, Yi Xian smirked, eagerly anticipating the ensuing chaos. Young Master Yi. Here are the supercars purchased by the former chairman, Mu Tianyi announced. As Yi Xian regained his focus, he beheld a lineup of sleek and stunning supercars: Bugatti, Ferrari, Pagani, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce. These 6 supercars are valued at least 300 million, Mu Tianyi declared, detailing each vehicle: Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari LaFerrari, Pagani Huayra, Aston Martin 1-77, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Mengming's eyes widened in awe. Oh my goodness. Although she was small, she knew these cars were top-tier luxury vehicles, each far superior to what Mama drove. Beautiful sister, are these all daddy's? Of course, little beauty, Mu Tianyi replied with a knowing smile, secretly wishing that if this were her own daughter, she'd be overjoyed for 3 days and nights. Have these cars delivered to the imperial residence villa, Yi Xian decided with a smile, captivated by the visual impact of the supercars. Very well, young Master Yi. As she responded, a commotion erupted nearby. Young Master Zhou and President Mu are in a meeting. You cannot enter. Dou Sha will eventually belong to my Zhou family. There are places I cannot go. Zhou Zetian, the young master of the second-tier Zhou family, entered the scene, his gaze fixated on Mu Tianyi. With unabashed intensity, he regarded her, his perfect physique suggesting that submission would be instantaneous. Tianyi, when do you plan to marry into my Zhou family? Mu Tianyi's expression turned cold. Young Master Zhou, please mind your words. I am not familiar with you, nor will I ever marry you. I have esteemed guests, please leave. Without further ado, she issued an unequivocal dismissal, causing Zhou Zetian's expression to darken as he had just witnessed Mu Tianyi's warm smile. You brat, I warn you, stay away from Tianyi, or I will ensure you cannot leave Dongjiang. As the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Zetian exuded confidence, disdain evident in his eyes as he looked at the plainly dressed Yi Xian. To him, eliminating a mere individual was as effortless as crushing an ant. A blatant threat. Oh, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes upon hearing Zhou Zetian's words. Ding. Detected an unforgivable provocation against the host. The system has automatically unlocked God-level martial arts abilities. Note, the system will elevate you to greatness. As the system's voice resonated in his ears, a warm current surged through Yi Xian's body, instantly enhancing his understanding of martial arts, as if his meridians had been opened. Suddenly, he felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound abilities. Fixing his gaze on Zhou Zetian, he declared, "You step forward." Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with eagerness, while Zhou Zetian scoffed, stepping forward. What can you do if I take a step forward? With no hesitation, Yi Xian struck decisively, and in the astonished gazes of Mu Tianyi and the 2 bodyguards, Zhou Zetian was sent flying over 4 meters, crashing violently against the wall with a cacophony of cracking bones. At least 8 ribs had broken as he glanced back at Zhou Zetian, nonchalantly stating, "Nothing much. I just felt like slapping you." With a splatter of blood, Zhou Zetian's head drooped, and he fainted before he could even scream. Gasp. The boss is so skilled. Mu Tianyi gasped in shock. The scene before her leaving her utterly astounded, while Mengming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Daddy is so amazing. Young master, you reckless fool, you're courting death. 2 elite bodyguards from the Zhou family wore expressions as frigid as ice, their fists slicing through the air with a fierce wind as they advanced swiftly. If they failed to make this young man pay a price, they feared their master would surely flay them alive upon their return. Before they could close the distance, Yi Xian struck out with both hands, sending the 2 Zhou family elites hurtling sideways, skidding over a meter before coming to a halt, lying 5 meters away. Blood spurting from their mouths. How could this be possible? The 2 elite bodyguards from the Zhou family fell unconscious, their disbelief palpable in their final moments. How could such a formidable individual exist in this world? Wow, Daddy, you're so cool, Mengming exclaimed excitedly, while Mu Tianyi's eyes sparkled with admiration. How impressive her boss was. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Chapter 13. Is the boss a tough character? Yi Xiao. Zhou Zetian is the young master of the Zhou family in Donghai. You must be cautious today. Though Mu Tianyi was aware of her boss's extraordinary capabilities, she still felt compelled to warn him. After all, striking a young master from a second-rate family in Donghai was no trifling matter. No worries. Yi Xian glanced at the Zhou Zetian, who lay unmoving on the ground. and mused that the Zhou family was likely too preoccupied with their own troubles to seek revenge against him. Just then, Mu Tiany's phone rang. Hello? She answered casually. But upon hearing the information, her mind erupted with shock. What did you say? The Jiuxiu livestock market has hit the limit down in less than half an hour. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Mu Tiany's pretty face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. The Jiuxiu livestock market had hit the limit down. How could this be? While others might be oblivious, she was acutely aware that Jiuxiu Live was developing rapidly, making a limit-down scenario virtually impossible. Something was amiss. It could only be due to human interference. Suddenly, Mu Tiany recalled her boss's earlier words about the Zhou family lacking the opportunity for retaliation. Could it be that her boss was behind this? Boss, did you do this? As she unraveled the threads of the situation, the possibility grew stronger, and she stared intently at her boss, wide-eyed. Yi Xian merely smiled enigmatically in response. Indeed, Mu Tiany reached her conclusion, but her heart raced with the enormity of it. Interfering with the Jiuxiu livestock market was no small feat. It required an immense amount of power. In an instant, Yi Xian's image in Mu Tiany's mind grew even more mysterious. 15 minutes later, Yi Xiao, take care. Mu Tiany bid farewell to Yi Xian, still struggling to believe how effortlessly he had caused the Jiuxiu livestock market to plummet. Mu Zong, trouble has arisen. Just as Yi Xian left, Li Kuei, the director of the Dousha Information Department, rushed in, breathless. The old master of the Zhou family has died in a car accident. What? Upon hearing Li Kuei's words, Mu Tiany was met with the headline news that Li Kuei had pulled up, which was undeniably the raging report online about Zhou Tianba, the old master of the Zhou family from Dongjiang, who had met a tragic end in a car accident. The news spread like wildfire, and the details were grim. Immediately, Mu Tiany's gaze shifted to the direction where Yi Xian had sped away in his supercar, and she swallowed hard, wondering if this too was orchestrated by her boss. The thought sent shivers down her spine, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips as her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. The timing of the old master's car accident coincided almost perfectly with the Jiuxiu livestock market's downfall. If it wasn't her boss's doing, she would never believe it. Goodness, he has directly eliminated the backbone of the Zhou family. Chaos is bound to ensue, and they surely won't seek trouble with him now. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Mu Tiany envisioned her boss's figure, realizing that he was indeed a formidable character. Thank heavens she was not his enemy. Otherwise, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Just then, Li Kuei's phone rang again, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Zhou Bingyan has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is currently in critical condition at the Dongjiang hospital. After hanging up, Li Kuei was left in a daze. Had the Zhou family offended fate? First, the old master's tragic accident, and now the elder was struck down by a cerebral hemorrhage? It could be said that the Zhou family was beset by calamities. First, the Jiuxiu livestock market hit the limit down, then the old master died in a car accident, and now the elder was in critical condition, while the second elder was already ailing. Was this divine retribution against the Zhou family? Of course. Mu Tiany knew the truth, that the third-generation young master of the Zhou family had just been knocked unconscious by Yi Xian. The Zhou family was finished. Mu Tiany reached this conclusion, and at the same time, the crisis for Dousha was lifted. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing several vans tailing him closely, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Were they looking for him? It seemed there were still quite a few pesky flies around. Seeing the excited Meng Meng beside him, he decided it was better to shield her from the upcoming scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed a sleep card, costing you 100 renminbi. 8 o'clock, 00. Sleep card activated. With a thought, the effects of the sleep card were applied to Meng Meng. Of course, this card did not guarantee a full 8 hours of sleep. Yi Xian could cancel it at any time if he wished. Daddy, I'm so sleepy. Indeed, the effects of this sleep card were remarkable, and within minutes, Meng Meng had drifted off. Casting another glance at the vans trailing closely behind, a glint of determination shone in Yi Xian's eyes. Squeak! At a remote roadside, he suddenly halted. In an instant, the several vans surrounded Yi Xian's supercar, and from them emerged a throng of about 30 to 40 figures. Ding! Host has triggered a random task. Subdue the Axe gang members. Reward: a personal bodyguard team, along with a random consumption double reward card. A personal bodyguard team? A random consumption double reward card? Well, this was enticing. With the prospect of even a bodyguard team on the line, this reward was worth his efforts. Subduing these lackluster thugs would be a mere trifle. Kid, come out. Someone has paid us to teach you a lesson. As Yi Xian faced the 30-odd fierce-looking individuals, a smile curled on his lips. Since he was to subdue them, he might as well be cordial. He opened the door and stepped out. Upon seeing the dashing Yi Xian, the gang members momentarily faltered. You want to hit me? Come on. The leader of the Axe Gang, a man known as Black Ghost, narrowed his eyes and issued a command, prompting the 30-odd members to charge at once. Slap. Black Tiger, the first to charge, was swiftly knocked to the ground by Xian's palm, followed by a flurry of slaps and slaps, as the entire group of Axe Gang members fell, writhing in agony. I'll give you a chance. Work for me, or face another beating. Raising his hand to strike Black Ghost, Xian noticed the latter's face twitching. This guy was a demon. Swallowing hard, Black Ghost pleaded, Big brother, spare us. Yeah, we're just dock workers, with elderly mothers and 3-year-old children depending on us. Big brother, please spare us. The cries for mercy echoed through the air. Indeed, observing the scene, Xian understood the system would not allow him to subdue a band of truly vicious thugs. It was clear these individuals were not inherently malevolent. Submit, or be punished. Xian was not easily swayed by such theatrics. At that moment, the man known as Black Ghost suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Big brother, no, boss. We pledge our allegiance. He gulped nervously, glaring at his subordinates who had yet to acknowledge their leader. Have you not seen the boss? Have you seen him? Over 30 individuals, with a significant presence, chanted in unison, and one might mistake it for an illegal assembly. If Su Xiaomei were to witness this, she would surely be infuriated. She had instructed them to confront others, not to kneel. Chapter 14. Is Senior Xian a super tycoon? Rise. Observing the throng of over 30 individuals now subdued, Xian felt a flicker of interest in the future, for possessing such a force would undoubtedly alleviate numerous troubles. Subsequently, with a flourish of his right hand, he produced a check. Here is 500,000. Take this money and recruit as many members as possible in the shortest time. The more, the better. Black Ghost received the check, and the eyes of the 30-odd individuals around him widened with astonishment. Good heavens! They have never seen so much money in their lives. 500,000. Thank you for your trust, boss. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Black Ghost declared that with this sum, the members of the Axe Gang could increase tenfold at the very least. He licked his lips, realizing that the boss was no ordinary person with those skills. He sensed that no one in the entire Dongjiang could rival him. Upon further inquiry, Xian learned that they were all dock workers, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of them being involved in underground forces. By the way, boss, Black Ghost recalled, the one who sent us to confront you is a girl about your age, and she seems to work at the Shark Fight headquarters. Oh, Xian mused, the image of Su Xiaomei surfacing in his mind, undoubtedly fuming with indignation. Should we capture her and present her to you, boss? Black Ghost offered eagerly. No need. Xian waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in broken shoes. After a brief exchange, Xian drove away towards the Imperial Residence Villa. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the Axe Gang. Reward, a personal security team, along with a random consumption doubling card. The system's voice rang in his ears, prompting a smile to play on Xian's lips. He then accessed his attribute panel. Name, Xian. Age, 22. Skills, Divine Music, Divine Culinary Arts, Divine Martial Arts. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, Imperial Residence, No. 1 Villa Contract, 100 shares in Shark Fight Live, 100 shares in Jiashi Entertainment, Random Consumption Doubling Card X1. Wealth, 31. 5 billion. Gazing at the ever-growing attributes, Xian felt a surge of excitement. The pinnacle of life was now within reach. Meanwhile, Ming Ming, having awoken from her slumber, suddenly realized that Xian had lifted the effects of the sleep card. Daddy, I fell asleep. Yes, perhaps I played a bit too hard yesterday. He casually brushed off the matter regarding the sleep card, and Ming Ming, oblivious, simply responded with an "Oh." Daddy, are we going home? Ming Ming inquired curiously, glancing at the direction in which her father was driving. This is a great place. Would you like to see where Daddy went to school? Today just happens to be the graduation party. I'll take you on a tour of the school. Xian thought about how he now had his little cotton-padded jacket. It would be a shame not to show off at school. Oh, you're taking me to see your school? That's amazing, Ming Ming exclaimed, filled with excitement. Let's hurry. She was genuinely thrilled to see her father's school. As she thought of something, she opened her phone and sent a message. Mommy, Daddy is taking me to visit his school. Don't be jealous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Xiaoqi had just finished her morning routine at Wulong Mountain Villa when her phone chimed with a message. Upon opening it, she seethed, this ungrateful little ancestor. The thought of the two enjoying each other's company flooded her mind with jealousy, and she felt a surge of resentment. This was unacceptable. I absolutely cannot let him take her for a month. Shen Xiaoqi's enchanting eyes sparkled as she immediately called her best friend's manager. Hello, Xuan. I have an urgent matter today. I need to postpone the commercial performance by a day. Ah, Xiaoqi, is that really okay? Just handle it. Without giving Lu Shirhan a chance to respond, she hung up, not wanting her friend to know she was off to find a certain unfaithful man in the little ancestor. Dongjiang University. It had been years since she last visited. A smile crept onto Xuan Xiaoqi's face as she recalled that she had once been the most beautiful campus belle at Dongjiang University. Unfortunately, she had wasted her youth on a certain pig-ass foot. Thinking back to that fateful encounter 4 years ago, her teeth clenched in frustration. 20 minutes later, in front of Dongjiang University's gates, roar. The sound of a beast roaring drew the attention of the crowd as a Lamborghini Veneno came into view, igniting excitement among the students. This is this year's limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. Good heavens, that's definitely a top-tier rich second generation. Wow. You can't just buy this with money. If I could ride in such a car, I'd be willing to go 3 days without food. As the discussion swirled, the stunning Lamborghini rolled onto campus. However, a few students were struck dumb as they recognized the handsome face behind the wheel. No way. Is that the campus heartthrob, Senior Xuan? Before long, Xuan parked beside the playground. As he stepped out, he drew the attention of countless onlookers, with many cute girls eagerly snapping photos. Seizing the opportunity, Mingming attempted to activate her invisible drone, launching her soft and adorable little fairy live stream. Oh my, that's Senior Xuan. No way. The Lamborghini belongs to him. Does that mean he is a hidden rich tycoon? That car is one of only 10 in the world, worth at least 30 million. Senior Xuan, I love you. Will you come home with me? The playground buzzed with excitement, while the viewers in the live stream were equally shocked, staring in disbelief at the screen. What on earth? The soft and adorable little fairy's father is a student. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, 3 individuals watching the scene were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. That's Bossy. With a sudden jolt, they stood up as if resurrected, their faces filled with shock and incredulity. Good heavens. Bossy is driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Hidden Tycoon. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 rushed forward, shouting, Bossy! Under the gaze of the crowd. They approached the center, and Xuan, spotting them, smiled. It had been a while since they last met. Feeling the intense attention from the surrounding girls, the trio was overwhelmed with excitement. They had never experienced such treatment before. Good heavens, is our spring finally here? Chapter 15, Boss. Are you sure you're not a pawn? Daddy, who are they? Momo gazed curiously at the trio before her, seemingly on amicable terms with her father. Upon uttering this, the room erupted in astonishment, leaving the trio momentarily bewildered. However, before they could ponder further, Xuan interjected with a chuckle, introducing them as his father's 3 roommates, Uncle Zhao Zihong, Uncle Feng Lei, and Uncle Lin Tang. Upon hearing the introduction, Momo sweetly chimed, Hello, Uncle Zhao? Hello, Uncle Feng. Hello, Uncle Lin. Her dulcet voice caused Zhao Zihong and the others to widen their eyes in disbelief, their hearts melting at the sound. In an instant, their attention shifted back to Xuan, who proudly stated, This is my daughter, Momo. The trio was struck as if by thunder, while the surrounding classmates erupted in a frenzy. The daughter of the campus heartthrob? Unbelievable. Many cute girls around them were unwilling to accept this revelation, lamenting how Xuan, merely a senior, could possibly have a daughter. Who was the woman that could have been so audacious? This little fairy couldn't be more than 3 years old. 4 years ago, Xuan was still in high school. How outrageous. Even if he was exceptionally handsome back then, surely it couldn't have happened this way. At that moment, another car pulled up nearby, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was none other than the esteemed President Wang Fangping of Dongjiang University, who had come to greet the arrival personally. Cameras clicked as the crowd's eyes collectively turned toward the striking figure emerging from the crimson Ferrari. The very instant she appeared, the surrounding lights seemed to dim in comparison. She was stunning, so breathtakingly beautiful that the title of campus beauty paled in comparison. Xuan's expression faltered as he recognized the newcomer, Xuan Xiaoqi. Daddy, is that Auntie? Momo began to exclaim, but Xuan quickly covered her mouth, fearing the revelation of his daughter would cause an uproar at Dongjiang University. Was Xuan Xiaoqi out of her mind? Terrified that the truth about his daughter would be exposed, he felt a wave of panic. Upon entering the scene, Xuan Xiaoqi's gaze immediately fell on Xuan, an unmistakable glimmer of provocation in her eyes, causing him to break into a sweat. Was she here to settle scores? Such blatant defiance was highly unusual. Boss, are you sure you're not a backup plan? Zhao Zihong whispered to his companions as they observed the throng of admirers gravitating towards the pop diva. Xuan shot them a glance, exasperated. Do you think I'm a kept man? I've had a paternity test done. She is indeed my daughter. 4 years ago, I, did have an encounter with a girl. Zhao Zihong exclaimed. Wait, so you weren't a boy 4 years ago? In that moment, the trio felt utterly defeated, reminiscing about their youthful claims of preserving their virginity for over 20 years. Xuan's slight smile from back then now felt like a taunt. Then, does that mean the car is yours, not some rich lady's? Zhao Zihong asked, swallowing hard, while Feng Lei and Lin Tang perked up, eager to hear more. Of course, Yi Xian replied with a smirk. Little did they know, he possessed 6 other supercars worth over 300 million. Meanwhile, in a corner of the playground, Wang Bingbing observed the 2 supercars, particularly noting Yi Xian with Momo by his side. Despite Shun Xiaoqi's subtle provocation, she caught the hint, feeling a pang of envy. Unbelievable. They seem like the perfect family. Wang Bingbing clenched her fists. She had returned with the intent of being the envy of many, only to find herself spurned by Yi Xian and witnessing their apparent bliss. Shun Xiaoqi, I didn't expect you to attend the graduation gala, President Wang Fangping remarked, clearly thrilled. Although she was a student at Dongjiang University, she was now a pop diva, and the students would surely be ecstatic upon learning of her presence. Who is that? Shun Xiaoqi inquired, glancing toward a certain unfaithful man while eyeing her daughter. Her eyes flickered. Given her status, she couldn't acknowledge him just yet, lest the entire music scene erupt. Oh, that would be Yi Xian, President Wang Fangping answered. He is a top student in the music department and quite the heartthrob at Dongjiang University. If possible, perhaps you could take him under your wing. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaoqi's expression darkened. Take him under my wing? That unfaithful man. Does he think I don't know how rich he is? As the conversation continued, Shun Xiaoqi was swept away by President Wang Fangping and his entourage toward the university auditorium, flanked by student council members maintaining order and fans boldly confessing their admiration along the way. Watch over Momo. I'll head backstage, Yi Xian instructed, ruffling Momo's hair before making his way to the back. Uncle Zhao, where is Daddy going? Momo asked. Zhao Zihong and the others eagerly volunteered to look after her, enchanted by the adorable little girl. Yi Xian has a performance at the graduation gala today. Feng Lei chimed in, beaming. Seeing Yi Xian's adorable daughter made him wish for a similar child of his own. Meanwhile, President Wang Fangping, glancing at the pride of Dongjiang University, suddenly remembered, by the way, Shun Xiaoqi, Yi Xian also has a performance today. Oh really? Shun Xiaoqi responded, surprised. It made sense that he brought Momo, intending to participate in the gala. After all, his singing had indeed reached commendable heights. As she thought about it, Shun Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes narrowed, speculating whether he would once again steal the spotlight. The memory of his song Little Dimple lingered in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at the thought of other girls falling for him again. Chapter 16. The male god belongs to me. No one else shall compete. Time swiftly passed, and the graduation gala commenced as scheduled. Look, that's Goddess Chi-Chi. My heavens, she's so beautiful. If I could have a girlfriend like that, I'd willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Who knows which lucky guy will win her heart? The auditorium erupted in excitement upon Shun Xiaoqi's arrival, marking it as the most exhilarating event Dongjiang University had seen. Esteemed leaders, teachers, and fellow students, good evening. It is that time of the year again, graduation season. The host of the gala, none other than the stunning campus beauty Tang Yuner, a distinguished student in broadcasting and hosting, captivated the audience with her beauty, sweet voice, and charming demeanor. Undeniably, amidst a delightful warm-up, the attention of the crowd was swiftly drawn back to Shun Xiaoqi. Next, let us all enjoy the enchanting performance of the Dance Society, presenting Xuan Lake. A round of applause for them, please. As the lights dimmed, a series of graceful, fair-skinned and beautiful senior and junior female students graced the stage, immediately captivating the audience's gaze. Wow, the stunning Xuan Lake performance by these lovely ladies truly captured everyone's attention, which was precisely why the arts department had orchestrated such an arrangement. After all, an unengaging start could result in even fewer attendees as the evening progressed. How splendid it would be if so many charming senior and junior girls could share a serendipitous encounter. Lin Tang couldn't help but lick his lips, sighing with regret, as he lamented that throughout his 4 years of university, he had not even held a girl's hand. A true pity. Indeed, how envious he felt of Yi Laoda. Feng Lei nodded in vehement agreement, lamenting that even if they were to encounter their future wives now, they would still be 4 years late compared to Yi Laoda. Zhao Zihong remained silent, yet the envy etched on his face spoke volumes. Thus, the evening quietly unfolded amidst the trio's envy until, at a certain moment, the voice of the campus bell, Yunair, brought them back to reality. All right, the next performer is someone I believe every girl at Dongjiang University is eager to see. A brief pause ensued, capturing everyone's attention. The first image that flashed through the minds of the girls in the audience was none other than Yi Xian, the most handsome young man at Dongjiang University. He was pursued by countless admirers, while Wang Bingbing was also an object of envy among many, though at this moment, the situation was far from ideal. Yi Xian, Yi Xian, Yi Xian. Although Wang Bingbing had previously looked down on him, that did not mean everyone else felt the same. On the contrary, aside from those akin to the green tea bitches like Wang Bingbing, Yi Xian was quite popular. Zhao Zihong and his companions watched the fervor in the crowd with a knowing demeanor. Meng Meng, Go tell your mama that Yi Laoda is quite the catch. Otherwise, who knows when he might be whisked away. Whisked away. Upon hearing the three uncles' words, Ming Ming glanced around, tilting her adorable little head, and seriously stated, that won't happen. They are no match for mama. As she spoke, Ming Ming's gaze shifted to her mother in the front row, her little face brimming with confidence. Convinced that her mother surpassed those girls by at least 18 streets. Indeed, sensing the fervent atmosphere below, Yi Xian had yet to make his entrance. Yet the ambience had already reached its zenith, as the next performer was none other than Senior Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in a corner of the auditorium, Wang Bingbing feigned a bitter smile, pondering what she had truly missed. Regret. An overwhelming sense of remorse washed over her. To say she felt no regret would be a lie. The more exceptional Yi Xian's performance, the more it highlighted her foolishness. Now, let us welcome Senior Yi Xian, who will bring us a song titled Goodbye. Let us greet him with the warmest applause. As Tang Yuan Air's voice faded, thunderous applause erupted, intermingled with ecstatic shouts. The live stream of the adorable little fairy exploded with excitement. Oh my, is that guy going up again? During the recent conversation among Zhao Zihong and his friends, they had already learned the name of the adorable little fairy's father. However, they had not anticipated that the extraordinarily handsome fellow would be so immensely popular. Meanwhile, Ming Ming's live stream audience had surged past the 100,000 mark shortly after it began. At this moment, the spotlight focused, and a strikingly handsome face appeared on stage. Undeniably capable of outshining even the most popular idols in the entertainment industry, especially with that captivating smile that could bewitch anyone. Sensing the atmosphere in the hall, Yi Xian smiled gently, stating, as it is graduation season, I would like to dedicate a song titled Goodbye to all my fellow classmates. I fear I may not have the opportunity to say goodbye to you, as perhaps I may never see you again. Tomorrow, I must depart from this familiar place and from you, and tears will inevitably fall. His exceptional singing prowess, combined with lyrics that transported the audience into a realm of deep emotion, left everyone spellbound, momentarily engulfed in astonishment. When did Yi Laoda compose this new song? Zhao Zihong felt as if struck by lightning. The song was profoundly resonant, especially during graduation season. Yi Laoda truly possesses such a touching side. Feng Lei and Lin Tang exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with tears. My goodness, has Yi Laoda gone mad? Yet this song is incredibly beautiful. Why does it evoke such a sense of reluctance? Will we really be unable to be with Yi Laoda in the future? An inexplicable sadness washed over them. Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, Shen Shaoqi felt a shiver run down her spine, her thoughts drifting back to her own graduation year. On that day, she too felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. As memories flooded back, warm and delightful, they rushed into her mind like a dam bursting, and she found herself lost in the ocean of Yi Xian's song, unable to extricate herself. This young man, Wang Fangping, observed his favored protege with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and many school leaders shared the sentiment. Perhaps Dongjiang University would soon witness the emergence of a new musical sensation. Of course, they were entirely unaware that Yi Xian had no interest in such matters. Seriously? With time to become a superstar, wouldn't he prefer to indulge in sweet moments with his daughter, sharing love and affection? I will forever remember your face. I will cherish the memories you have given me. These days will never be erased from my heart. I cannot promise you whether I will return. I will not look back. I will continue forward without turning back. His warm voice resonated, transforming into a cascade of musical notes that danced upon the hearts of everyone in the auditorium, plucking the strings of their memories. Such a scene left all the fans in the live stream gasping in awe. Indeed, the adorable little fairy's father had never disappointed them. Handsome, I love you. Please stop singing, it's too emotional, boo-hoo. Come with me, handsome, and sing just for me every day, okay? Moi? Once a friend of mine, as impressive as Yi Xian, would leap from his wheelchair, filled with excitement whenever he reminisced about glorious pasts. Step aside, the handsome one belongs to me. No one else is allowed to take him. As the climax of the song approached, the auditorium nearly erupted with enthusiasm, especially among the cute girls who eagerly wished to rush onto the stage to give Yi Xian a big hug, expressing their excitement in the moment. At this instant, Yi Xian's rendition of Goodbye ignited the entire venue. Chapter 17. The Master of Flirting, Yi Laoda. The melody lingered, moving everyone present. Groups of friends embraced each other, realizing just how cruel graduation truly was. If given the chance, they genuinely wished for time to freeze at this moment. At least then, they would not have to endure the pain of separation. Indeed, perhaps they would never see each other again, but they would forever remember each other's faces, treasuring the memories shared, which would never fade from their hearts. The lyrics were magnificent, leaving a lingering aftertaste. How terrifying is this, the allure of music. Papa, you are amazing, Meng Meng exclaimed loudly, her voice faintly reaching Shen Shaoqi's ears, and upon hearing her daughter's adoring shouts, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. What a rascal. Indeed, the atmosphere was electric, as she could feel the very ceiling of the auditorium being lifted by the soaring waves of sound. The scene evoked the grandeur of her own presence at a concert. The lyrics, the melody, the essence. In that moment, Xuan Xiaoqi's gaze towards Yi Xian softened considerably. After all, a person capable of composing such profound songs could not be lacking in merit, especially since this fellow was genuinely good to Ming Ming. As the song concluded, a symphony of applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. Yi Xian, the senior, was truly remarkable. Eternal youth, my idol, I adore you. Idol, I wish to marry you. I want to have children with you. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but my idol. The audience was stunned, a man daring to do such a thing at a graduation party. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented peak, exactly as he had envisioned. Particularly when he caught sight of Xuan Xiaoqi's astonished expression, a charming smile playing at the corners of his mouth. So what if she was a diva? She too would ultimately succumb to his irresistible charm. Besides, this girl was even more beautiful than her photos online. How delightful. Let us hear another song. Ye God. Another song. At some point, a voice rang out from the fervent crowd, soon joined by a chorus of voices that filled every corner of the auditorium. Predominantly led by the enthusiastic girls. Giggling, Ming Ming beamed with joy at her father's popularity. As long as he was in the limelight, she was ecstatic. Her happiness surpassing even her own moments of glory. Uncle Zhao, isn't Daddy amazing? The proud Ming Ming, like a victorious little peacock, lifted her chin and declared. Indeed. So impressive. Uncle Zhao swallowed hard, while Feng Lei and Lin Tang stared at the stage in awe. The figure radiating brilliance was indeed a sight to behold. Previously, Yi Xian had also enjoyed popularity, yet nothing compared to the current fervor. Such talent. The three were genuinely captivated. And no wonder Yi Xian had won over Ming Ming's mother 4 years ago. He had hidden such depths. Ming Ming, your mother must be exceptionally beautiful, right? As he spoke, Feng Lei's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xuan Xiaoqi, admiring the goddess who resembled a snow lotus from Tian Shan, lost in thought. Of course, unbeknownst to them, Ming Ming's gaze was also fixed on Xuan Xiaoqi, proclaiming her mother to be the most beautiful woman in the world, without exception. Her confidence was palpable. Lin Tang, intrigued, remarked, I'm curious, just how beautiful is our Ming Ming's mother? He he he. Ming Ming giggled at Uncle Lin's words, her eyes darting back to her beautiful mother. Haven't you seen her? The host, Tang Yuner, stepped onto the stage, lifting her swan-like chin and revealing a captivating smile. Senior Yi, I recall you have another song titled Qing Fei De Yi prepared. Why not sing it for everyone? Upon this, she turned to the exuberant students of Dongjiang University. What do you all say? Shall we? Good. With the school beauty's encouragement, the audience's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qing Fei De Yi was indeed a love song. And particularly those adorable girls could hardly contain their eagerness. Originally, this song was meant for someone special. At this thought, Yi Xian's gaze fell upon his daughter Ming Ming. After all, they say daughters are their father's little lovers from a past life. So let this song express his feelings upon reuniting with his little cotton-padded jacket. Wow, though he didn't specify for whom the song was intended. Ming Ming felt the boundless love emanating from her father's gaze and instinctively knew it was meant for her. I can't forget the first time I saw your enchanting eyes. Your image lingers in my mind, unshakable. Holding your hands, feeling your tenderness, it's almost overwhelming. Your innocence, I wish to cherish. Seeing you suffer, my heart aches. That guy. Upon hearing Yi Xian's enchanting voice, Xuan Xiaoqi's heart involuntarily fluttered. She was blissfully unaware that Yi Xian was gazing at their daughter. Instead, she believed the song was written for her. Humph. Don't think a mere song can earn your forgiveness. Xuan Xiaoqi huffed, though the mesmerizing melody was undeniably beautiful and warm. In that moment, her memories surged forth like a tiger unleashed, bringing to mind their chance encounter 4 years prior, those captivating eyes, and the warmth of holding hands. How could that scoundrel describe it so? Suddenly, she found herself blushing furiously. My goodness. Zhao Zihong and the others were equally stunned. This song was simply divine. An outrageously passionate declaration. Was Yi Xian confessing to Ming Ming's mother? Goodness. This maneuver was akin to the grandmaster of flirtation. Under such an assault, even the coldest heart would surely melt. Jealousy was tearing them apart. Feng Lei and Lin Tang exchanged glances, their admiration for Yi Xian swelling like an unending river. Akin to the Yellow River bursting its banks. It was overwhelmingly sweet. An indescribable wave of affection washed over the audience, flooding the venue and the soft, adorable fairy-esque live stream with a bounty of romantic sentiments. Everyone's eyes were wide with astonishment. My goodness, this song felt even sweeter than Little Dimple. Wow, wow, wow. At that moment, Ming Ming felt as though she might dissolve, her heart overflowing with sweetness, enveloped in a syrupy warmth. Oh no, Daddy dotes on her too much. What should she do with all this pride? Chapter 18. The overbearing boss dominates Queen Chi-Chi. Hee hee hee. Long live Daddy, Ming Ming exclaimed joyfully. Blissfully unaware that due to her father's dazzling performance, her live stream audience had already surpassed 300,000. Undoubtedly, this song elevated the atmosphere to yet another peak. I fear I might fall in love with you. I dare not let myself get too close, afraid I have nothing to offer you. Loving you requires immense courage. I fear I might fall in love with you. Perhaps one day, you too will be unable to resist. Missing you only brings me suffering. Loving you is beyond my control. As the climax approached, a graceful figure leaped from her seat, followed by 1, 2, 50. In an instant, the auditorium filled with thousands of attendees, all rising to their feet, resonating with emotion as they gazed at the figure on stage, their campus heartthrob, Xuan. My heavens. This was so sweet, so moving. This song was entirely different from the contemporary pop tunes dominating the charts. It was heartfelt and profound. Who wouldn't adore such a song? In a shadowy corner of the auditorium, Wang Bingbing watched in regret, her insides churning with remorse. How could this be? He had never possessed such talent before, singing so beautifully. Clenching her fists and pursing her lips, she lamented that had she known he was so extraordinary, she could never have borne to part ways with him. Now, she was far from perfect, and it seemed they would become strangers. Moreover, most importantly, his partner was none other than the diva Shen Xiaoqi, and they had such a lovely daughter together. A myriad of sorrows washed over her face. How had things turned out this way? Until now, Wang Bingbing remains perplexed as to why Xuan, whom she previously regarded as a mere impoverished individual, has ascended to become a remarkably talented and financially prosperous rising star in such a brief span of time. As the final note of his song reverberated, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. The number of fans in the Soft and Adorable Fairies livestream skyrocketed past the impressive threshold of 500,000. Goodness gracious. His vocal prowess and musical composition are unparalleled, effortlessly overshadowing the current pop idols of the music scene. This is the kind of song that truly deserves to be celebrated and promoted. If Xuan doesn't achieve fame, it would be a travesty. The live stream was ablaze with excitement. Wealthy, doting, possessing exceptional culinary skills, and strikingly handsome. Now he even sings superbly. My heavens. Even the dream prince from 1's fantasies could hardly compare. I am utterly smitten. Oh dear. What a predicament. I feel as though I am caught in a whirlwind romance. How I long to elope with my idol. With a deep breath, Shen Xiaoqi could no longer maintain her composure, at least not in the presence of Xuan. As the song concluded, Xuan stepped off the stage amidst the continued fervent discussions of the audience, clearly still entranced by the resonance of the performance. Principal Wang Fangping surveyed the astonished crowd, a proud smile gracing his lips. Did you see that? This is a student from Dongjiang University. This young man's future is limitless. Upon leaving the stage, Xuan, with a mere thought, summoned the virtual panel of the Soft and Adorable Fairies livestream. Random Consumption Doubling Card activated. Following this, the item, Random Consumption Doubling Card, was successfully used, with a countdown still showing 8 hours remaining. With that in mind, he decided to make another round of donations to the charming girl. Simultaneously, the fans of the Soft and Adorable Fairy, who were already in a state of awe, were taken aback as an unexpected wave of donations appeared on the screen. Proudly donating to the Soft and Adorable Fairies Dreamy Starry Sky X666. Proudly donating to the Soft and Adorable Fairies Dreamy Starry Sky X666. Proudly donating to the Soft and Adorable Fairies Dreamy Starry Sky X666. Proudly donating to the Soft and Adorable Fairies Dreamy Starry Sky X666. Without further ado, in this moment, Xuan directly donated 10 sets of 666 Dreamy Starry Sky, amounting to a staggering total of 660,000. The screen was completely dominated by the vast and enchanting Dreamy Starry Sky, leaving everyone in the Soft and Adorable Fairies livestream utterly astonished. Wow, the legendary benefactor has returned. Goodness, this is insane. How extravagant. 660,000. Is this for real? Do wealthy individuals truly act with such abandon? The actions of this benefactor obliterated countless affluent spectators. Cough. This wave of donations surely crushes Queen Chi-Chi. Nearly 80 million in donations. What a spectacle. As expected, the more than 60 million in donations left the livestream audience dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to tear their gaze away. Goodness, the world of the extraordinarily wealthy is indeed incomprehensible. In the Soft and Adorable Fairies livestream, The revelation of over 60 million in donations sent shockwaves through the entire platform, leaving everyone bewildered. Goodness, how much is that? One could easily surmise with a mere thought. At the Dousha livestream headquarters, Mu Tianyi was observing her boss's actions from the office, and she was equally astonished to see the astronomical donation from the boss. Known as the legendary benefactor. My goodness, the boss just left the stage and has already donated over 60 million to his daughter. How extravagant. Boss, truly a remarkable individual. In an instant, Mu Tianyi was both shocked and thrilled, promptly notifying the director of the Public Relations Department, Director Lin. The soft and adorable fairy's boss has donated over 60 million. I want a full network promotion. Understood, Director Mu. On the other end, Director Lin of the Public Relations Department, upon hearing the news of the new boss's lavish donation, dared not take it lightly and utilized every resource at his disposal, determined to perform excellently in front of the new boss. Thus, the entire Dousha livestream platform was ablaze with discussions about an individual known as the legendary benefactor who had donated over 60 million to the soft and adorable fairy. Simultaneously, Su Xiaomei was watching the video when she received a phone call, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Brotherly, what did you say? Dousha livestream belongs to Yixian. The revelation struck like thunder, leaving Su Xiaomei reeling. She realized that it must have been Li Gang, who had been dismissed, who used some special connection to uncover this information. It was undoubtedly true. After hanging up, Su Xiaomei was left in disbelief, slapping herself across the face. This was indeed real. How could Yixian be the behind-the-scenes owner of Dousha livestream? The sting on her cheek served as a constant reminder of the shocking news. Reflecting on her earlier actions throughout the day, she realized that she had been the fool all along. Chapter 19. Did Shen Xiaoqi obtain a marriage certificate? The legendary benefactor dominates the scene. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the legendary benefactor's glory. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 66 million, triggering a thousandfold rebate, and earning 6 billion renminbi. The effect of the thousandfold consumption rebate card resulted in an astonishing income of 6 billion for Yixian. Hearing the system's voice, Yixian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Goodness gracious. 6 billion. What a concept. Truly, the Supreme Benefactor System is unparalleled. Next, he summoned his attributes panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 22 years. Skills, godly music, godly culinary arts, godly martial arts. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, contract for Imperial Residence No. 1. 100 equity in Dousha Livestream. 100 equity in Jiashi Entertainment, a personal security team. Wealth, 5 billion. Gazing at the system panel. Witnessing his wealth soar to nearly 100 billion, Yixian couldn't help but smile. This level of affluence could easily rival the total assets of the foremost families in Dongjiang. Moreover, should he factor in his stakes in Dousha and Jiashi, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Yixian alone could overpower all the prominent families in Dongjiang. If this scene were to be revealed to his future father-in-law, Shen Donglin, one could only wonder how he would react. It can be said that with nearly 100 billion in liquid assets, Yixian could easily outmaneuver the prestigious Shen family of Dongjiang. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning of Yixian's rise, and as of now, only a mere quarter hour had passed since the random doubling card was activated. Exceeding 100 billion would be a walk in the park. Oh, just then, one must acknowledge the serendipity of fate. As Yixian passed by the restroom, he fortuitously spotted Shen Xiaoqi emerging from within. Shen Xiaoqi, who would have thought that the girl from back then is now the queen of the music industry? Upon seeing the man before her, Shen Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed. In an instant, she recalled the handsome young man from 4 years ago, who had not even been a university student at the time. However, recalling the disdain and bitterness she had faced over the past 4 years, she haughtily huffed. Yixian, witnessing her demeanor, smiled silently. Though he had not known her identity all these years, her pride remained unchanged. How dare you? Shen Xiaoqi, lost in her thoughts, shot a fierce glare at Yixian. I warn you, don't think that just because I allowed Meng Meng to recognize you, you can do as you please. What do you intend to do? Before Shen Xiaoqi could finish her sentence, she found herself unexpectedly pinned against the wall by Yixian. In this close proximity, her heart raced uncontrollably. Let go of me. Gazing at the proud and haughty Shen Xiaoqi before him, Yixian's lips curled into a playful smile. In the midst of Shen Xiaoqi's bewildered expression, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, creating a resounding echo. At that moment, Shen Xiaoqi's mind went utterly blank. How dare you kiss me? Instantly, she raised her knee, intending to render that scoundrel incapable of fatherhood. However, given Yixian's remarkable agility, he effortlessly blocked her fair, jade-like knee. The sensation delightful, yet sending a jolt through Shen Xiaoqi's scalp. Yet, Before she could react, a half-joking voice emerged from the handsome youth before her. Now that the deed is done, how about I pursue you from this moment onward? It would be a shame not to win over such a stunning beauty. Shen Xiaoqi, you. Initially intending to scold him, Shen Xiaoqi suddenly recalled something. After weighing her options, her enchanting eyes became resolute. Pursuing me is not entirely out of the question. Oh, Yi Xian was taken aback by her words. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting her to truly acquiesce. Of course, I have a condition. Rolling her eyes at Yi Xian, she could easily discern his covetous gaze, and continued, tomorrow. You must accompany me to register for a marriage certificate. Yi Xian was genuinely stunned by the words of the unparalleled beauty before him. A marriage certificate? This is quite bold. Don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to interact with Meng Meng openly as her father. Shen Xiaoqi cast a nonchalant glance at Yi Xian, adding, besides, to me, a marriage certificate is merely a piece of paper. After all, with Meng Meng in my life, I shall never marry. Her words seemed trivial, yet the truth was indeed as she stated. As for developing feelings for this shameless man before her, that was absolutely out of the question, impossible in this lifetime. Even if he were wealthy, an excellent cook, handsome, and possessed a pleasing singing voice, Shen Xiaoqi was a woman of principles. Throughout her life, her greatest aversion was to scoundrels. Is that so? Yi Xian, clearly unfazed, responded, in that case, I shall take that marriage certificate. Are you joking? Yi Xian was a man endowed with the supreme godly rich system. If he couldn't even win over one woman, he might as well find a block of tofu to smash his head against. After all, Shen Xiaoqi was merely the daughter of a prominent family in Dongjiang City. Thus, it was destined that Shen Xiaoqi could never escape Yi Xian's clutches. A truth that had been set in motion since their serendipitous encounter 4 years prior, designed by the system itself. All right, it's settled then. Shen Xiaoqi spoke as if discussing an inconsequential matter. If the news of their marriage registration were to reach the outside world, it would surely incite a tremendous uproar. Now, I am satisfied. Yi Xian glanced at Shen Xiaoqi, a teasing smile forming on his lips. By the way, that kiss felt significantly better than 4 years ago. You smack? Before Shen Xiaoqi could respond, Yi Xian playfully slapped her backside, nearly causing her to erupt with rage. That scoundrel actually. Yi Xian, you bastard. Yet, by the time Shen Xiaoqi regained her composure, the scoundrel had already vanished from sight. Infuriated, she stomped her foot in frustration, venting her indignation. How infuriating. How she wished to tear him apart. Yet, why did she not feel repulsed? How strange. Could it be that 4 years ago had already left its mark? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Shen Xiaoqi, what are you thinking? After shooting a glare in the direction he had departed, she finally made her way toward the audience seats in the auditorium. However, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wang Bingbing, who was also on her way to the restroom. At that moment, envy surged within her like a floodgate bursting. As she realized they had, watching Shen Xiaoqi's departing figure, Wang Bingbing felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, accompanied by deep regret for what could have been. If only she had persisted back then, she might have been spoiled by Yi Xian by now. Ding ding ding. Just then, Wang Bingbing's phone rang. Seeing that it was her best friend, Su Xiaomei, calling, she hesitated before answering. However, upon connecting, the information relayed from the other end left her in shock, her pupils widening with disbelief. What did you say? Yi Xian is the new owner of Dosha Live? How is that possible? This revelation struck Wang Bingbing like a cataclysmic thunderbolt, causing her to collapse onto the ground, her face pale, as if drained of life. Once she regained her composure, she slapped her own face hard, exclaiming, no, this cannot be happening. Chapter 20. Goddess Chi moves into Villa Number 1. The owner of Dosha Live. Although she was unaware of the company's valuation, it had to be upwards of 30 billion, a realm far beyond her imagination. Meanwhile, Yi Xian summoned Zhao Zihang and the others. Boss Yi, are you leaving already? Upon hearing that Boss Yi was taking Meng Meng away, they felt a pang of reluctance, gazing at the departing sports car with myriad emotions. Darn it, if only we had half of Boss Yi's prowess. We could probably stay awake for 3 days and nights. Daddy, you were amazing today, Meng Meng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her father. Your singing was so wonderful. Of course, my dear. Daddy is multi-talented. He affectionately pinched Meng Meng's cheek, eliciting a giggle from her. The little one nodded eagerly, but soon let out a high-pitched squeal. Ah, Daddy, that haughty one just sent me a reward. Oh my goodness, so much. Meng Meng held up her phone displaying the reward amount, counting it multiple times, yet unable to comprehend the staggering figure. Clearly, it exceeded her understanding. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled slightly at her astonishment. It must be because our Meng Meng is just too adorable. Humph. Daddy, don't think I'm a 2-year-old. I'm already 3. Meng Meng pouted, looking earnestly at her father. Hee hee, I almost forgot that our Meng Meng is already 3 years old. The two continued their lively banter, but just as they had driven a short distance from Dongjiang University, a familiar car blocked their path. Daddy, it's Mommy. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the red Ferrari, clearly surprised that she would come looking for him. Get out of the car. Mommy. At that moment, night had deepened, and there were few pedestrians on the road as Meng Meng eagerly scampered towards Shen Xiaoqi. Hee, Mommy, you don't know how amazing Daddy is. You saw it just now, right? Chattering away, Meng Meng boasted about her father's accomplishments. And seeing her little darling idolize that scoundrel made Shen Xiaoqi's heart ache even more. Indeed, arriving early was the right choice. Otherwise, this little one might have forgotten about her in a month's time. Meng Meng, do you want to go home with Mommy? Shen Xiaoqi tentatively asked, clearly attempting to diminish Yi Xian's standing in her daughter's eyes. No. However, she clearly underestimated Yi Xian's position in Meng Meng's heart. As the little girl resolutely refused and dashed back to hold Yi Xian's hand, declaring, I want to stay with Daddy. If Mommy wants to see Meng Meng, we might as well go to Daddy's house together. This upon hearing Meng Meng's words, Shen Xiaoqi felt an even stronger sense of crisis. Goodness gracious. In just 2 days, what kind of enchantment had that scoundrel cast on her child? After all, she had carried her for 10 months and cared for her for 3 years. All right then, a sense of impending crisis burgeoned within Shen Xiaoqi's heart. Despite her reluctance, she understood that if she did not intervene soon, her position would be irrevocably compromised. Above all, she could not permit that man to be alone with Meng Meng any longer. Even postponing performances and engagements paled in comparison to the importance of Meng Meng's well-being. She could only wonder how her father felt about the situation. A hint of embarrassment colored Shen Xiaoqi's demeanor. After all, she was not entirely willing. Observing the stunning beauty before him, Yi Xian smiled with a hint of amusement. What could possibly be inconvenient? We are all family. After all, there is no need for formality. Hee, indeed, Mama, Shen Xiaoqi retorted with a sidelong glance, questioning when they had ever become a family. A marriage certificate was merely a piece of paper, no more. Yet, mindful of Meng Meng's presence, she refrained from voicing her thoughts further. Hee, Papa, Mama, shall we go now? With that, Meng Meng tugged at both of them, heading towards her father's car. Mama, you can leave your car here. At this point, the precocious little girl exchanged a knowing glance with her father, her clever maneuver proving quite effective. This little one was truly concerned about her father's happiness. Yet, with such a thoughtful daughter, what more could Yi Xian desire? A tender smile graced his lips. Thus, as Yi Xian drove the sports car, Shen Xiaoqi held Meng Meng close in the passenger seat, making their way to the imperial residence. Still, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Shen Xiaoqi, the reason for which eluded her. As they drew nearer to the luxurious villa, her anxiety intensified. Before long, the Lamborghini Poison came to a halt before the grand imperial residence. Exiting the vehicle, Shen Xiaoqi gazed in awe at the opulent estate, marveling that it was indeed worth a staggering 1 billion. At that moment, the private steward, Li Mengqi, was busy adorning the villa, clearly to please the little master. Young master, you are back. And this is Goddess Qiqi. Upon spotting Shen Xiaoqi, Li Mengqi's eyes widened in surprise. During her leisure, she loved listening to music and was indeed a fan of Shen Xiaoqi. Allow me to introduce, Yi Xian said with a gentle smile. This is Li Mengqi, the steward of the villa. Shen Xiaoqi, Meng Meng's mother. Li Mengqi's mind erupted with disbelief at the revelation. Young master, are you saying that Goddess Qiqi is Meng Meng's mother? Undoubtedly, this revelation astonished her. Meng Meng, with a hint of pride, chimed in, Hee, Sister Mengqi, I told you there was no chance for you. Just then, Yi Xian playfully ruffled Meng Meng's hair, albeit gently. By the way, Mengqi, please purchase a few outfits for Qiqi. You can determine the budget. Money is no object. Certainly, young master. Li Mengqi responded with utmost seriousness upon receiving the task, while Shen Xiaoqi felt her cheeks flush. Clearly, she had not brought a change of clothes. Let's head inside. Yi Xian took Meng Meng's little hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Shen Xiaoqi steeled herself. What was she afraid of? Could that man truly devour her? You and Goddess Qiqi are such a perfect match, Li Mengqi remarked, observing the family of 3 entering the villa, lamenting that if only she were Shen Xiaoqi, life would be even better. Alas, her chances were not just slim, they were practically non-existent. Resigned to her fate, Li Mengqi dedicated herself to selecting outfits for her idol, which was, at the very least, a rewarding task. Little did Shen Xiaoqi know that, with Meng Meng's divine assistance, her journey towards affection had just entered an accelerated phase. Chapter 21. A taste of culinary skill, astonishing the duo of beautiful ladies. I'm going to take a shower. Yi Xian exhaled, then turned to Meng Meng. Meng Meng, why don't you show Mama around the villa? Okay, Papa. Meng Meng responded sweetly, overjoyed at the prospect of her parents living together. Mama, come quickly. This is our living room. And the sofa is super soft. As Ming Ming referred to the villa as our home, Shun Xiaoqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What was this little imp trying to imply? It was evident that Ming Ming was being intentionally mischievous, since her father and mother were not proactive in reconciling. It fell to her to take the lead. Yet, the thought of potentially living with both her father and mother made all of Ming Ming's efforts worthwhile. Hey mama. Papa's cooking is absolutely delicious. Ming Ming continued her matchmaking campaign. Later, I'll have Papa make us something scrumptious, alright? Shun Xiaoqi, initially intent on refusing, found herself recalling the culinary skills of the man from the day before. Her appetite ultimately triumphed over her stubbornness. Very well, it's settled then. Ming Ming leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Shun Xiaoqi's ear, don't worry, mama, I won't tell Papa. You little rascal, Shun Xiaoqi remarked, extending her delicate finger to tap Ming Ming's forehead, her stunning eyes rolling in exasperation. If outsiders were to witness such a charming scene, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Before long, Xuan emerged from the bathroom. Papa, Mama says she's very hungry and wants to eat what you cook. Upon hearing Ming Ming's words, Shun Xiaoqi's eyes widened in shock. Shun Ming Ming. How could she change her mind so quickly in just 5 minutes? It was truly disheartening. In an instant, Shun Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed crimson. Her expression combined with her breathtaking beauty, creating an explosive allure. My goodness, how fortunate am I to have such an enchanting wife. Alright, today we shall welcome Mama home with a feast. Papa will show off his culinary skills. He paused, then turned to Ming Ming. Make sure Mama enjoys this meal. We can worry about the next one later. Ming Ming nodded enthusiastically, her mind racing with thoughts of securing her mother entirely, so that she could have many little brothers and sisters. Of course, if Shun Xiaoqi were to overhear her daughter's thoughts, she might very well contemplate a disciplinary action that would leave even her father unrecognizable. Yet, one could only wonder how Yi Xian, the protective father, would react to such a scenario. You two enjoy yourselves. I have some things to attend to, Yi Xian stated before disappearing into the kitchen, leaving Shun Xiaoqi in a perplexed state. In just 2 days, the father and daughter had developed such a strong rapport that she had scarcely had the chance to speak. How infuriating. The two beautiful ladies had not engaged in play, but rather stood at the kitchen door, silently observing, one watching her father showcase his skills, while the other doubted his ability to create a dish that could truly win her over. Why are you both just standing there? Yi Xian asked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two lovely ladies watching intently. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Conquer Shun Xiaoqi with culinary skills to obtain 20 shares of Shun Group, along with a bonus of divine bone-setting massage abilities. Wow. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. This mission seemed remarkably simple. It felt like an invitation to show off in front of Shun Xiaoqi. Nevertheless, it is for the best. With two stunning beauties observing, let us indulge in a feast for the eyes today. In that moment, Yi Xian felt an irresistible urge to showcase his culinary prowess, for the ability of divine culinary skills yearned for expression, and its suppression was quite tormenting. He swiftly retrieved a large plate from the side, followed by a fresh carrot. Under the captivated gaze of Shun Xiaoming and Ming Ming, the knife danced with a dazzling brilliance. Yi Xian's hand moved with breathtaking speed. The carrot shavings cascaded down, and Shun Xiaoqi stood in awe, realizing that this display surpassed even the finesse of the literary tofu soup. Daddy, you are so cool. Mommy must be utterly impressed. Ming Ming's eyes sparkled with mischief as she observed her dazed mother, understanding that to capture a person's heart, one must first delight their palate. Before long, as Yi Xian's knife work concluded, he unveiled a magnificent phoenix, seemingly conjured from thin air, truly a spectacle akin to magic. What a beautiful phoenix, Ming Ming exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she tugged at her mother's delicate hand. Mommy, look, Daddy is amazing. Shun Xiaoqi felt a flush creeping to her cheeks, her mind drifting at the thought of such extraordinary skill. Yi Xian smiled subtly, knowing this was merely the beginning. He then took another carrot, and once more, the shavings fell in a flurry. In no time, a roaring dragon materialized before their eyes. Ming Ming's eyes widened, and even Shun Xiaoqi was taken aback. My goodness. I never expected that rascal possessed such skill. The level of craftsmanship and speed is likely unmatched by any 5-star chef or carving master. Could it be that this was the pinnacle of knife techniques that even many 5-star chefs dared not challenge? The sight of the dragon and phoenix artfully arranged on the plate left Shun Xiaoqi utterly astounded. Even with her status, she had only witnessed such artistry once before, and that was from a renowned culinary master with over 20 years of acclaim. The precision required for this dish was extraordinarily demanding. Not a single miscalculation could be tolerated. Soon enough, an arrestingly stunning dish of dragon and phoenix appeared before Shun Xiaoqi and Ming Ming. Mommy, is Daddy creating a masterpiece? Mingming was evidently once again awestruck by her father's culinary talent. What a surprise. Hearing Mingming's words, Yixian cast a glance at the astonished Shen Xiaoqi, remarking that this was merely a warm-up dish. Next, I shall truly expand your horizons. He then procured a prepared carp. And under the watchful eyes of the two lovely ladies, wielding his knife with lightning speed, he navigated through the fish with remarkable agility. In less than 10 seconds, Yixian deftly extracted a complete fishbone from within. Oh, Mingming's eyes widened to their fullest, her mouth agape. Mommy, Daddy has deboned the fish and taken out the entire skeleton. Is Daddy even human? Shen Xiaoqi, well-versed in culinary techniques, immediately recognized this deboning method. But how could this be possible? Such knife skills rivaled the legendary butcher's prowess, a feat so rare within the culinary world that few could achieve it. How could he possess such talent? Upon hearing Shen Xiaoqi's remarks, Yixian shot her a glance, noting her discernment. Free-flavored deboned fish. This was the second dish Yixian had prepared, chosen precisely for its capacity to allow him to fully unleash his culinary itch. One by one, he meticulously crafted dishes such as Buddha's hand golden rolls, squirrel fish, phoenix tail shark fins, golden crispy sparrows, and pagoda meat, each a testament to his knife skills and culinary artistry, all executed with impeccable order. Even Shen Xiaoqi, who was watching intently, felt her head spin. This was no longer merely a test of knife skills and culinary ability, but also a challenge to memory, control, and more. Before long, the enticing aromas of the dishes wafted through the air, causing Mingming's eyes to shine with anticipation. Shen Xiaoqi's flat stomach protested in hunger, her beautiful face flushing with embarrassment as she scolded herself for being so undisciplined. Was it really that hard to wait a little longer? Are you hungry? Let us dig in, Yixian suggested as he placed 2 bowls of rice before them, the fragrant aroma alone igniting their appetites. 10,000-year tribute rice. The enticing scent of the rice wafted through the air. It was said to cost 16,000 per kilogram, and even then, it was scarce. Yixian couldn't help but regard Shen Xiaoqi with newfound admiration. It seemed her knowledge surpassed his expectations, for most had never even heard of such rice, let alone seen it. Humph, don't think you're the only one with knowledge. I was quite the scholar in my day, she retorted, casting a playful glance at Yixian, her mood lifting at his attitude. Yet, as the hunger pangs grew more insistent, Shen Xiaoqi's face reddened further, prompting Yixian to smile slightly at her adorableness. Once you're full, we shall see who can flaunt their skills. Shen Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed deeper at his words, and she shot an annoyed glare at him, wishing she could throttle the rascal for being so infuriatingly charming. As she pondered this, Shen Xiaoqi took a hearty bite of the 10,000-year tribute rice, her enthusiasm suggesting she was directing her frustration at him. Wow, this is delicious. Daddy, Mingming will never leave you. As she spoke, Mingming took a bite of the Buddha's hand golden roll, relishing its crisp texture and delightful flavor. Eating someone else's food was merely a means to stave off hunger, but dining on her father's creations was a genuine pleasure, a completely different level. As for Shen Xiaoqi, all thoughts of missing a meal were cast aside, for the dishes crafted by that ungrateful man were simply too delectable. Minutes turned to hours as they enjoyed their meal. Shen Xiaoqi finishing 3 bowls of rice and an abundance of dishes, far exceeding her usual dietary restrictions. Mingming also indulged, polishing off a bowl and a half of the revered rice along with a good amount of the dishes. With satisfied belches, the two beauties found themselves in a delightful state of fullness, while Yixian seized the moment to capture the charmingly chaotic scene, proving that even in the act of feasting, they remained stunningly beautiful. Yixian, you delete that, Shen Xiaoqi exclaimed upon seeing him capturing her in a rather unglamorous moment. Why should I delete it? This is a rare shot. Humph, I warn you. It is for your eyes only. Do not think of posting it online, or else. Her gaze fell pointedly below his waist. I shall ensure your blood spills on the spot. Amused, Mingming watched the playful banter between her parents, her eyes brimming with joy. The atmosphere was simply delightful. She wished time could freeze at this very moment. After dinner, Shen Xiaoqi volunteered to clear the dishes, reasoning that she couldn't simply enjoy the meal without contributing. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and she opened the door. Suddenly, Li Mengqi was seen arriving at the villa, laden with numerous bags. Young Master Yi. These outfits were purchased according to Goddess Qiqi's measurements, a total of 10 sets, costing approximately 1.2 million. Upon hearing Li Mengqi's words, Yixian nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. He then produced a check. Here is 1.3 million. The remaining 100,000 is your commission. Thank you, young Master Yi, Li Mengqi exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the check. A generous tip of 100,000 was indeed a testament to Yixian's immense wealth, equivalent to several months of her salary. Promptly, Li Mengqi departed the villa, closing the door behind her with a swift motion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a tip of 1.3 million, triggering a 10,000-fold return, earning you 13 billion renminbi. As expected, a few clothing purchases had directly netted Yi Xian an astonishing 13 billion, pushing his fortune past the 100 billion mark. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 22. Skills, God-level music, God-level culinary arts, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, contract for Imperial Residence No. 1, 100 equity in Dosha Live. 100 equity in Jia Sure Entertainment, a personal security team, 20 equity in Shin Group. Wealth, 110. 5 billion. 20% of Shin Group, plus over 110 billion? This operation is undoubtedly impressive. At this moment, the least significant matter to Yi Xian was money. Mommy, let us take a bath. Ming Ming is sleepy, the little one chimed. Tugging on Shin Xiaoqi, who was evidently a bit fatigued after a day full of excitement, leading her towards the washroom while casually bringing the newly purchased clothes along. For she certainly wouldn't allow someone to benefit at her expense. Half an hour later, the two beauties emerged from the washroom. Ming Ming was adorably playful, while Shin Xiaoqi donned a delicate pink silk nightgown, so sheer that had it not been for her undergarment, it might have left Yi Xian rather exposed. Nonetheless, even in her nightgown, her alluring figure and angelic visage rendered Shin Xiaoqi breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Xian involuntarily swallowed hard, and sensing the burning gaze directed at her, Shin Xiaoqi smirked disdainfully, thinking to herself that men were indeed insatiable creatures, letting him gaze while he could not touch, which would surely drive him mad. As she entertained this thought, it became increasingly appealing to her. Alas, before she could further execute her playful scheme, she lost her balance, twisting her ankle and tumbling to the ground. Oh no, Daddy, quickly, support Mommy. Chapter 23. What nonsense stories at such an hour? In a flash, a powerful arm encircled her slender waist, and Shin Xiaoqi instinctively clung to Yi Xian's neck as if grasping a lifeline. Their faces were merely a few centimeters apart, and they could feel each other's breaths. Wow. Ming Ming immediately covered her eyes, yet peered through her fingers, intently observing the scene between her parents. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and after a prolonged silence, Shin Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed crimson. Let go of me. Ming Ming is still here. Don't move. Despite appearing calm on the surface, Yi Xian was internally flustered but commanded with a tone of authority that rendered Shin Xiaoqi momentarily stunned. For he dared to raise his voice at her. Have you not seen your ankle? With that, Yi Xian effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry, so heavy. At that moment, he couldn't help but be taken aback as he assessed the seemingly slender beauty in his arms. What are you saying? In such close proximity, Shin Xiaoqi naturally heard him and felt the intensity of his gaze. This insufferable man was utterly detestable. Nothing, just that your figure is splendid. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiaoqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, before she could retort, Yi Xian had already grasped her delicate foot, while Ming Ming curiously examined her mother's injured ankle. Ouch! The pain in her ankle made her gasp. Be gentle. Ming Ming, fetch the first aid kit. Okay, Ming Ming, aware of her mother's sprained ankle, hurriedly dashed off for the kit and soon returned. Daddy, here. Yi Xian skillfully opened the kit, extracting essential oil before beginning to massage Shin Xiaoqi's ankle. The cool sensation, combined with Yi Xian's masterful technique, left Shin Xiaoqi momentarily stunned. Oh, this feels quite pleasant. Oh, Ming Ming watched in awe. Daddy, you can do bone massage too. Clearly, under Shin Xiaoqi's influence, Ming Ming was far more knowledgeable than her peers, and recognizing bone massage was hardly surprising. While in front of his daughter, Yi Xian naturally opted for a modest demeanor. The cool, soothing sensation radiated from her ankle, causing Shin Xiaoqi's cheeks to flush slightly, for it felt somewhat inappropriate. Before she could dwell on it further, wow, Mommy, look. Your ankle has reduced swelling. Oh. Upon hearing Ming Ming's words, Shin Xiaoqi glanced at her ankle and was astonished to see that the swelling had significantly diminished, and it no longer pained her. This guy's bone massage skills are remarkably high. If this is merely a basic understanding, then those so-called bone massage masters might as well close shop. After a few more minutes. All right, get up and walk a few steps. As Shin Xiaoqi slipped her exquisitely delicate foot into her slippers, she reflected on the earlier scene and felt a tinge of shyness. Okay. After some contemplation, Shin Xiaoqi decided to lean on Yi Xian for support, marking a significant breakthrough in her perception of him. At least now, she no longer found him entirely repugnant. That fellow wasn't as useless as she had assumed. Wow. After tentatively taking a few steps, Shin Xiaoqi's stunning eyes widened in surprise. It really feels better. Cough, cough. This skill is quite decent. Clearly feeling that her response didn't align with her usual demeanor, Xuan Xiaoqi revised her assessment to a more neutral tone. Hee. Meng Meng, observing her mother's reaction, couldn't help but smirk knowingly, fully aware of her mother's tendencies. Daddy and Mommy, let us go to sleep. With that, Meng Meng took both Yi Xian and Xuan Xiaoqi by the hand, leading them towards the master bedroom. Seeing the little one's actions, Xuan Xiaoqi's heart leapt to her throat. Tightening with concern upon hearing her father's words, Meng Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daddy, you can tell ghost stories too? That's wonderful. It's my favorite. The enthusiastic Meng Meng continued. Mama and I have watched several horror movies together, but I never feel scared, while Mama is terrified. At that moment, Xuan Xiaoqi glanced at the pitch-black night outside, where visibility was nearly non-existent. It was late at night. What kind of ghost stories could be told? She knew that this little one had an extraordinary courage, as the horror films had never fazed her. Yi Xian, you mustn't tell anything too frightening. What if it scares the child? Xuan Xiaoqi said nervously, while Meng Meng protested. No way. I won't be scared. Hee, Daddy, please tell one. Mama is the one who is really scared. Her courage is so small. Xuan Xiaoqi could only stammer in response. Well then, Daddy will tell you a story. Clearly, Yi Xian disregarded Xuan Xiaoqi's concerns. Driven by the knowledge that Meng Meng had a penchant for collecting ghost stories, having glimpsed her phone earlier, he hadn't anticipated that Xuan Xiaoqi would be so frightened by ghost tales. How delightful it would be if Xuan Xiaoqi were to discover his intentions. He could only imagine the consequences. Yes, let's start, Daddy. Meng Meng nestled against her father, nodding her head eagerly, while Xuan Xiaoqi's heart raced, her anxiety rising at the thought of the inky darkness outside. She swallowed hard, cursing the wicked man for his intent. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to his villa. Now, not only am I trapped here, but I also have to listen to that scoundrel narrate ghost stories. What a predicament. Little did Xuan Xiaoqi know, this was merely the beginning of her night of torment. Chapter 24. Terrifying Ghost Stories That Frightened Xuan Xiaoqi. In the room, Xuan Xiaoqi was mentally drained, not from unwillingness but from sheer fear. Ghost stories were the last thing she wished to confront. I shall begin now, Yi Xian announced, his interest piqued by the sight of the beautiful woman before him, whose fear of ghost stories added a layer of anticipation. Make it as frightening as possible, Daddy, Meng Meng urged excitedly, while Xuan Xiaoqi felt an urge to reprimand both of them. The first ghost story is titled Elevator Horror. Wow, that sounds thrilling. Meng Meng's eyes lit up, her excitement palpable, while Xuan Xiaoqi's heart tightened instinctively as she unconsciously moved closer to Yi Xian, silently praying for the tale to be bearable. As Xuan Xiaoqi braced herself, Yi Xian's voice resonated with an eerie calm. In a typical high-rise residential building, elevators are standard. One day, after a power outage, a little girl living on a higher floor returned home only to find the elevator out of service. Feeling apprehensive at the sight of the long, dark staircase, she called her mother to come down and fetch her. At this juncture, Meng Meng seemed to embody the little girl, her eyes sparkling as she imagined the shadowy staircase ahead, eagerly anticipating what ghost might appear next. Xuan Xiaoqi, however, was jolted by a movement outside the window, her fear amplifying as she instinctively clutched Yi Xian's clothing tightly. Yi Xian, wow, he thought. This girl is truly terrified of ghost stories. Her courage is remarkably small. He couldn't reconcile this with her usual boldness. Nevertheless, he decided to continue with the story. Before long, the mother joined the girl on the 12th floor, and as they walked together, the girl's phone rang. Her mother's voice came through. Sweetheart, I'm downstairs. Where are you? Upon hearing her mother's voice, the girl's scalp prickled with fear. Turning to look at her mother beside her, she was met with the ghastly sight of a she-demon leaping at her. Xuan Xiaoqi's body went rigid, her eyes wide in disbelief. The mother who had been with the girl all along turned out to be a ghost. Her grip on Yi Xian's shirt tightened further, betraying her turmoil. This is terrifying. What a dreadful ghost story, she gasped, panting heavily, while Yi Xian swallowed hard, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Is it not all right? Meng Meng chimed in. Mama, you're so timid. It's just a little scary. Xuan Xiaoqi shot her daughter an exasperated glance. Raising a child like this felt like a futile endeavor. Daddy, tell us another one, Meng Meng urged, her enthusiasm undeterred. Pay attention, Yi Xian, Xuan Xiaoqi warned, her face pale as she shot him a threatening look, which he dismissed. The second ghost story was titled The Hand in the Dark. Upon hearing this, Xuan Xiaoqi felt a shiver run down her spine, as if a ghostly hand were reaching for her. Even before the story commenced, she was already on edge. Yi Xian cast a glance at the ominous night outside, and in a chilling tone began, it was a child's birthday, and the parents were overjoyed, recording the event. Suddenly, the child began jumping on the bed faster and faster, until he fell to the ground and died. The parents, heartbroken, revisited the tape months later, only to discover a bloodied hand grasping the child's hair, pulling him up and down, before finally tossing him to the ground. Ah! At that moment, Meng Meng let out a piercing scream, startling Shen Xiaoqi into clutching Yi Xian's arm tightly, pressing against him. Are you trying to scare us to death? Yi Xian exclaimed. Realizing it was Meng Meng who had screamed, Shen Xiaoqi sighed in relief, while Meng Meng gleefully exclaimed, Daddy, so that child was harmed by the ghostly hand. This ghost story is fantastic. Tell us another. With her excitement reignited, Meng Meng clung to her father's arm, unwilling to let go. All right, Yi Xian replied, fully aware of his daughter's intentions. The third story is titled The Corpse on the Fourth Floor. In some buildings, the number 4 is considered unlucky. So there is no fourth floor. When Xiaoming was young, he lived on the 5th floor of such a building. Sometimes the elevator would stop at the 4th floor, and he would quickly close the door, telling his mother he must have misread the number. The next day, during a power outage, Xiaoming took the stairs and unexpectedly saw the number 4 again. Curious, he opened the smoke door to the 4th floor and discovered a female corpse hanging from a pipe. Just then, the corpse lifted her head, revealing a blood-soaked face and bloodthirsty eyes, with sharp fangs gnawing on a half-eaten, bloody intestine. Oh! Meng Meng was visibly startled by the ghost story, her small face in this manner, the chilling tales of 3 little boys, red eyes, picking up hell money, and midnight mopping unfurled before Meng Meng and Shen Xiaoqi, leaving Shen Xiaoqi thoroughly terrified. This scene, which she would recall with trepidation many years hence, led her to harbor grievances against Yi Xian for quite some time. Naturally, it became one of their few indelible memories. Uncertain how much time had passed, Meng Meng had already succumbed to slumber, while Shen Xiaoqi found herself tightly clinging to Yi Xian's arm, resting peacefully against him. Yi Xian inhaled the familiar scent of the enchanting girl's hair, reminiscent of 4 years ago, which still captivated him profoundly. After all those ghost stories, it seemed this girl had been sufficiently frightened. Yet, he had not anticipated this delicate side of her. Chapter 25. The Joy of Receiving the Red Book. Are we getting married? The following morning, as dawn broke, the golden rays of the sun cascaded over a stunning visage, prompting Shen Xiaoqi to awaken from her drowsy state. Her initial perception was one of emptiness, but she soon felt something nestled within her embrace. Upon realizing the truth, Shen Xiaoqi was utterly flabbergasted. She was clutching that rascal like an octopus, especially with his head buried snugly amidst her bosom, causing her cheeks to flush a vivid crimson. She had spent the night wrapped around that scoundrel. Oh my, how could this happen? Thankfully, he remained oblivious. Otherwise, she would surely wish to burrow into the ground. The mere thought of his awakening sent shivers down her spine. She had to ensure he remained unaware. Cautiously, Shen Xiaoqi extricated herself from the arms of that man, glancing at the peacefully slumbering figure before escaping the room with the urgency of a fugitive, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon reaching the washroom. Surely, he hadn't noticed anything amiss. Little did she know, after her departure, a smirk had already formed on Yi Xian's lips, for he had been awake all along. An hour later, as the Yi family enjoyed breakfast, the doorbell chimed melodiously. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Li Mengqi. Young Master Yi. Their SA team outside claiming to be your personal security detail, Li Mengqi reported respectfully. She had been startled by the inquiries of those individuals. Fearing they were causing a ruckus in their regal villa compound, it was evident that they were not ordinary folk, numbering over 30 in total. Oh! Upon hearing Li Mengqi's words, Yi Xian glanced outside to behold a line of over 30 well-trained individuals, each exuding an aura of formidable intensity, clearly emerging from the depths of battle. Most importantly, their loyalty to Yi Xian was unquestionable. Greetings, young Master Yi. The group of 30 bowed reverently. Evidently the personal security team he had earned as a reward from the system. Young Master Yi, I am their captain, Lei Hu. The strongest among them, Lei Hu asserted. His prowess as captain needing no further elaboration. Even the mightiest warriors would find themselves subdued within 10 moves of his skill. Lei Hu, Yi Xian acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction at the formidable man before him. From now on, you shall be responsible for the safety of the villa and my family. Understood, young master. What are these individuals? Shen Xiaoqi, having stepped outside the villa, inquired curiously as she observed Lei Hu and his impressive entourage. Oh, they are my hired guardians for the villa, Yi Xian replied with a slight smile. This is your young mistress, and this is your young Mississippi. Upon hearing the title young mistress, Shen Xiaoqi's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense! Who is the young mistress? I shall head to the studio now. Feeling overwhelmed by the gazes of those present, Shen Xiaoqi was suddenly reminded of something by Li Mengqi. By the way, young mistress, young Master Yi has just arranged for 6 supercars to be delivered. You may take whichever you prefer. Upon hearing Li Mengqi's words, Shen Xiaoqi recalled that her car was parked not far from Dongjiang University. Her eyes widened as she beheld a lineup of top-tier luxury vehicles, Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari LaFerrari. Pagani Huayra, Aston Martin 1-77, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Staring at the dazzling array, she was left speechless, realizing that each of these cars surpassed the value of her former Ferrari. Hadn't he previously claimed to come from an ordinary background? What was this situation? If she truly had someone to rely on, it would indeed be quite splendid. Even in the absence of romantic confessions, the mere presence of these luxuries provided her with ample assurance. Of course, if she were to learn that even the Yi Group, of which Yi Xian possessed a 20% stake, was involved, she could only imagine how her reaction would unfold. Before long, she drove away in the Ferrari LaFerrari. Dream Chi. Young Master Yi. Upon hearing Yi Xian call her, Li Mingqi approached respectfully. Why not resign as the sales manager and focus on being a private housekeeper for the villa? How does an annual salary of 1 million sound? Gulp. At Yi Xian's proposition, Li Mingqi was momentarily taken aback. That salary was several times what she currently earned. Furthermore, it spared her from various social obligations and the treachery of human nature. It would be my utmost honor. Weighing her options, Li Mingqi made her decision. All right, young Master Yi, I will resign immediately. Very well. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Additionally, hire a few maids. You may determine their salaries. Understood, young master. Li Mingqi recognized the trust Yi Xian placed in her, indicating that he intended for her to oversee the daily operations of the villa, a task that would undoubtedly be quite manageable. Yi Xian then turned his attention back to Lei Hu. Lei Hu, young master, please give your orders. Lei Hu responded with a respectful bow. Yi Xian surveyed the 30 individuals. Take 10 of them and help me establish a security company. Let us name it Battle Axe Security. I foresee great utility for it in the future. Understood, young master. Without a hint of hesitation, Lei Hu turned to one of the guards. Grizzly, you will be in full charge of the villa's security from now on. Yes, Captain. Grizzly, the vice captain of the security team, affirmed solemnly. He was the second strongest after Lei Hu, and in terms of sheer combat prowess, he might even surpass Lei Hu, given his imposing physique and undeniable strength. Make the necessary arrangements. With a wave of his hand, Li Mingqi and the others dispersed, and under Grizzly's direction, over 20 individuals found their designated roles. With this formidable team guarding the villa, not even a fly would dare to enter. Ding ding ding. Just after giving his orders, Yi Xian received a call from Shen Xiaoqi, a smile creeping onto his face. She must have forgotten that they were to collect their marriage certificate today. Indeed. Once the call connected, Shen Xiaoqi urged him to drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their certificate. After instructing Li Mingqi to watch over Meng Meng, Yi Xian drove directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. 20 minutes later, upon arriving at the bureau, Yi Xian spotted Shen Xiaoqi wearing oversized sunglasses. Ah, so you do remember. Humph, Shen Xiaoqi huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xian, choosing not to speak further. Let us hurry inside. I've made all the arrangements. Thus, upon entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, they proceeded to a private booth, a privilege granted to Shen Xiaoqi. Miss Shen, please provide your household registration book. And we'll need to take a photo. No problem. Shen Xiaoqi replied readily. In no time, the couple swiftly acquired their marriage certificate, and after a quick photo, they emerged with the document in hand, having completed the process in under 2 minutes. This meant that from this moment forth, they were officially recognized as a married couple. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi Xian glanced at the crimson booklet in his hand, incredulous that he had just obtained a marriage certificate. Humph. You should consider yourself fortunate to be marrying me, he retorted. Shen Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at him, irritated by his audacity. But soon a shadow of concern crossed her mind. She wondered how her father would react upon learning that she had wed this scoundrel. Chapter 26. Mother. I've obtained the certificate. Half a day later, at the Xuan family estate in Dongjiang. Uncle Fu. In front of the villa. Numerous guards of the Xuan family bowed respectfully to Uncle Fu, a sworn brother of the master of the house, knowing better than to act disrespectfully. Uncle Fu nodded as he entered the villa, offering a brief acknowledgement to Madame Xuan, Xuan, before making his way to the study. Brother, you summoned me? Upon seeing the name Yi Xian inscribed on the desk, Uncle Fu immediately understood his elder brother's intent. Ah Fu, speak your mind. How much have you concealed from me? That girl has been spoiled rotten by you too. Shen Donglin's gaze fell upon the two characters on the desk, recognizing that this boy was the same wretched child from 4 years ago. Brother, just half a day ago, Xiaoqi and this Yi Xian registered their marriage. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Shen Donglin fell silent for a moment, his anger bubbling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. What did you say? That ungrateful daughter actually married that scoundrel. That rascal, I shall slay him on the spot. Shen Donglin was ready to erupt, but was halted by Uncle Fu. Brother, hold your temper. To be honest, I initially disapproved of their relationship due to the disparity in their backgrounds. However, circumstances have changed. Pausing for a moment to collect his thoughts, Uncle Fu continued. This Yi Xian is not as simple as he appears. Do you know he resides in the Imperial Residence No. 1 villa and owns 7 supercars worth upwards of 20 million? He is also the 100 controlling owner of Dosha Live and Jiashi Entertainment. Shin Donglin's eyes widened in astonishment. That boy possesses such capability? Indeed. Uncle Fu elaborated, but that is not all. Most importantly, Yi Xian holds a 20 stake in the Shin Group. Boom. This revelation left Shin Donglin utterly stunned. Ah Fu, are you serious? The mysterious benefactor who helped the Shin family through our crisis and acquired a 20 stake is this scoundrel? 200 billion, are you certain? Shin Donglin clearly found it hard to believe. If this were true, that boy's background might surpass even the Shin families. Absolutely. Uncle Fu nodded firmly. At present, Yi Xian's identity is likely merely superficial, but there is no family named Yi that is stronger than the Shun family here in Dongjiang. It is highly probable that Yi Xian's backing lies beyond Dongjiang. As Uncle Fu meticulously unraveled the details, Shin Donglin fell into a contemplative silence. Brother, there is actually one more matter. Uncle Fu pondered for a moment before continuing. The reason I suspect Yi Xian's influence surpasses that of the Shun family is due to the appearance of over 30 skilled individuals at the Imperial Residence No. 1, who referred to Yi Xian as young Master Yi. Among them, 2 possess greater strength than I do. Greater than you. Upon hearing this, Shin Donglin was taken aback. Uncle Fu's prowess was known to be superior to that of a military king, and he was the last line of defense for the Shin family. For such formidable individuals to address Yi Xian as young master was telling. Yes, Uncle Fu nodded solemnly. Just half an hour ago, I received news that one called Lei Hu, along with 10 others, invested 10 million to register a company named Battle Axe Security. My instincts tell me Yi Xian is likely plotting something significant that could influence the situation in Dongjiang. Oh, in that case, the best course of action is to observe developments. After careful consideration, Shin Donglin made a prudent decision. Uncle Fu smiled. Indeed, that is also my plan. Meanwhile, Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware that his mother was oblivious to the developments surrounding him. He had a more pressing matter to attend to, informing his mother about his marriage. Ding ling ling. Yi Xian promptly dialed his mother, Lin Fangmin. Hello, you little rascal. The sun must have risen in the west for you to think of calling me. Upon answering, his mother's distinctive greeting made Yi Xian break into a sweat. Have you gotten into trouble again? Lin Fangmin, knowing her son well, cut straight to the point. Ahem, Mom, I indeed have gotten into a bit of trouble. Yi Xian coughed awkwardly, quickly revealing, I've obtained a marriage certificate. There was a brief silence from the other end, prompting Yi Xian to hold the phone at a distance. You little brat, have you grown so bold? Who did you marry? That vixen Wang Bingbing? If you dare to marry her, I will sever ties with you. Enduring a torrent of scolding, Yi Xian wore a resigned expression. He had anticipated this very scenario. Mom, what are you thinking? I broke up with that green tea BTCH days ago. It's actually. He then recounted the events leading up to his marriage, leaving his mother momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she incredulously asked, You said who? Shin Xiaoqi, that singing diva? Are you joking with me? Clearly. Lin Fangmin found it hard to believe her son's assertion. A singing diva? Why not say you married a celestial being? Mom, this is true. What can I say? Your son is just that exceptional. He married a hidden gem 4 years ago, Yi Xian teased, sending his marriage certificate and the paternity test photos along with a video of their family of 3 as undeniable proof. Wow. Upon receiving the information, especially the video, Lin Fangmin's eyes sparkled with joy, her face lighting up with excitement. The singing diva is truly our family's daughter-in-law. The ancestral grave of the Yi family is surely smoking with pride. After ending the call, Yi's mother replayed the photos and video multiple times, her smile growing wider. My son has achieved such success, marrying a singing diva and having a 3-year-old daughter. Wait, does this mean I've become a grandmother? With this thought, Lin Fangmin lost her focus during class, promptly requesting leave and departing from school without informing her husband. After all, she couldn't be 100% certain that her son had truly married Shin Xiaoqi. She feared that she might lead that old man to rejoice prematurely. Naturally, if he were to discover that his son had made his daughter-in-law pregnant 4 years ago, who knew what would happen to Yi Xian? Thus, Lin Fangmin purchased a ticket and made her way directly to Dongjiang. As for what would transpire next, no one could predict. Should Shin Xiaoqi discover that their marriage had been prematurely revealed by Yi Xian, one could only imagine the consequences. Perhaps she would mete out punishment to him that would leave his future in-laws unrecognizable. Just the thought of such a scene was enough to stir excitement. Chapter 27. To dare speak to the chairman thus, you must be tired of living. At the Dongjiang dock, after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi Xian arrived at this location. Upon reaching the dock, he found He Gui, along with his now expanded group of over 100 loyal subordinates, waiting for him. Squeak! With the roar of a supercar, He came to a halt in the midst of the gathering. "Boss, you've arrived." Upon observing Xuan stepping out of the vehicle, the man known as Black Ghost respectfully greeted him. Behind him, over 100 subordinates collectively shouted, "Boss, good day." Their voices resonated with an impressive vigor. "Well then, each of you may return to your tasks," Xuan replied, subsequently beckoning Black Ghost to join him aside. His gaze was fixed upon the vast expanse of the Dongjiang dock. "Boss, what are your instructions?" Black Ghost inquired with a smile. But Xuan's attention was still on the dock. "Black Ghost, how many laborers like you are there at the Dongjiang dock?" Contemplating his grand vision, Xuan strategized. Hearing Xuan's question, Black Ghost pondered for a moment. "Boss, there are countless laborers at various docks in Dongjiang. Just at our dock alone, there are no fewer than 3,000 individuals, and with over 50 docks in Dongjiang, the number must exceed 150,000. "Oh," at Black Ghost's response. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xuan's eyes. "This is most excellent." After a brief pause, he continued, "Black Ghost, I have established a security company named Battle Axe Security, and from now on, I entrust it to you and Thunder Tiger." "Battle Axe Security?" Black Ghost expressed some skepticism, to which Xuan responded with a slight smile, revealing his aspirations for the future. As he spoke, Black Ghost's eyes brightened increasingly. "To cover every dock in Dongjiang, along with restaurants, residential areas, and commercial centers. Every place that requires protection and order maintenance. My heavens." Black Ghost seemed to grasp Xuan's intent, recognizing it as a transformation of dark forces into a legitimate enterprise. What a brilliant idea. If successful, it would be the pride of his life. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your trust, boss." Their conversation had expanded Black Ghost's horizons, unveiling a new world before him. Moments later, he bid farewell. "Boss, take care." As Xuan departed, Black Ghost and a few trusted subordinates watched with excitement, each eager to embark on the forthcoming endeavors. However, after a brief drive, Xuan's path was obstructed by a massive boulder. Upon noticing it, a sly smile formed on his lips as he glanced towards the obstacle. Just as he was about to move the boulder, a swift and fierce attack descended upon him. Xuan swiftly countered with a backhand slap, sending the assailant flying several meters away, blood spewing from their mouth. "What? That individual is remarkably strong." Without hesitation, the attacker retreated, clearly testing Xuan rather than engaging in hostility. "A test, is it? How intriguing." The assailant's prowess was commendable. Could this be a precursor to a future connection? From the nature of the attack, Xuan surmised that only the prominent families in Dongjiang could boast such skilled individuals. The Xuan family. Indeed. This individual was likely an emissary from the future father-in-law, testing his assets. Redirecting his gaze back to the towering boulder, Xuan delivered a powerful kick, sending the 1,000-kilogram rock soaring over 10 meters before it crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous noise that kicked up a cloud of dust. Such a scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would undoubtedly leave them astounded. This feat had clearly surpassed the limits of human capability. Continuing his journey in a luxury sports car towards the imperial residence villa, Xuan decided to stop by a toy store to purchase a plush toy for his daughter. However, he serendipitously encountered a familiar face, Wang Bingbing. Upon seeing Xuan, Wang Bingbing immediately averted her gaze, her heart racing. Meanwhile, the man accompanying her, Zhao Zitian, squinted his eyes and scrutinized Xuan. "Bingbing, is this your impoverished ex-boyfriend?" "I believe his name is Xuan." Wang Bingbing's face paled at Zhao Zitian's words. "Zhao, let us leave." "Hey, he is still your ex," Zhao Zitian replied, eager to seize the opportunity to show off in front of his colleagues. He staggered towards Xuan, slightly inebriated, attempting to assert his dominance. "Kid, I doubt you've experienced Bingbing's charms, huh? TSK, TSK. As he reminisced, a smirk appeared on Zhao Zitian's face. "Now, if you kneel before me, I might let you go." "What are you doing?" A voice called out from a distance, belonging to a middle-aged man in a suit named Li Hongji, the president of Jiashi Entertainment. However, upon recognizing Xuan, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurried over, brimming with respect. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" "Presently, this poor wretch, slap." Before Zhao Zitian could finish, Li Hongji struck him down with a forceful slap. "How dare you speak to young Master Yi like that?" Li Hongji shot a glance at Wang Bingbing. Though unaware of the preceding events, he understood the importance of protecting his superior. "How dare you treat the chairman like this? You must be tired of living." He then glared at Zhao Zitian. "Chairman, my subordinate is ignorant. Please forgive him." Boom. As soon as Li Hongji spoke, Zhao Zitian shuddered, the remnants of his intoxication dissipating in an instant. "What, chairman?" His gaze stiffened as it fell upon Xuan. He was well aware that Jiashi Entertainment had been acquired, and no one had seen the mysterious chairman. How could this young man be the chairman? Wasn't he just a poor wretch? Wang Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief. the chairman of Jia Shi Entertainment. How could this be? For she had only just learned that Yi Xian was the owner of Dousha Live Streaming. Supervisor Zhao, you need not come to the company tomorrow. Then, casting a glance at Zhao Zitian's companions, he added, you all as well. The specifics of your dismissal will be communicated by our HR department. Without waiting for Li Hongji or anyone else to respond, he respectfully guided Yi Xian. Chairman, please calm your anger. I have a contract that requires your signature for it to take effect. I originally intended to contact you, but was fortunate to encounter you here. Li Hongji's humble demeanor left Zhao Zitian and the others utterly flabbergasted. They had never witnessed such a display from President Li. A short while later, Li Hongji bid farewell. Chairman, take care. He then turned to Zhao Zitian and delivered another slap. You foolish, blind idiot. Get out of my sight this instant. Chapter 28. That shameless fellow. I want you to take it away. At the Imperial Residence Villa, good day, young master. The burly man, Gray Bear, greeted Yi Xian with respect, to which Yi Xian responded with a smile. Upon entering the villa, he observed Meng Meng conversing animatedly with a stunningly beautiful woman, none other than Lu Shihan, the operations director of Tianlai Music and a close friend of Shin Xiaoqi. She was among the few who knew the intricacies of Yi Xian's background, having come to discuss exclusive music artists with him. Daddy's back, Meng Meng exclaimed upon spotting her father, immediately forgetting her mother's beautiful friend. Daddy, her sweet, melodious voice brought a smile to Yi Xian's face. My goodness, this little darling is incredibly thoughtful. With a playful kiss blown towards him, Meng Meng's affection left Lu Shihan feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness of their interaction. Meanwhile, a few stunning young women dressed in maid outfits, whose looks were only slightly inferior to Li Mengqi, made it evident that they had been carefully selected by her. Wow, is this the employer? Oh, how strikingly handsome he is, resembling my very own Prince Charming. Wealthy, dashing, and utterly devoted. How delightful it would be if he were my husband. I would shower him with kisses every day. The chatter of 5 or 6 maids filled the air, each possessing a university degree and undeniably beautiful, akin to campus goddesses. If outsiders were to discover this, it would surely cause quite a stir. Of course, Li Mengqi's remuneration is not insignificant, with an annual salary of 500,000, which even the most stunning of beauties would find hard to resist. The sweetness of dog food is overwhelming, yet I cannot help but indulge. What should I do? By the way, Daddy, this is Aunt Shihan, a close friend of Mommy's. After indulging in some affectionate banter, Meng Meng remembered to introduce Lu Shihan to her father. Upon seeing her father return home, Meng Meng's spirits lifted considerably. Hello, Miss Lu. Upon realizing she was the close friend of Shin Xiaoqi, she couldn't help but assess Lu Shihan's alluring figure. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together, and she was undeniably a high-quality campus beauty. No need for formality. Just call me Shihan, Lu Shihan replied with a charming smile. Her visit was twofold. Firstly, to see Meng Meng, and secondly, to discuss a matter of importance. You see, Yi Xian is unaware of the vast market for his 3 songs, Lu Shihan began, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. After all, the sooner a promising talent is secured, the sooner one can rest easy. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian understood. Lu Shihan was indeed the operations director of Tianlai Music, here to sign him as an exclusive artist. No problem. Without hesitation, Yi Xian agreed, as she was a close friend of Shin Xiaoqi and had a good relationship with Meng Meng. Really, Lu Shihan was pleasantly surprised by his swift acceptance. Rest assured, I will offer you the most favorable contract from Tianlai Music. For each song, the platform will pay you 1 million for the rights, followed by an 80-20 revenue split in your favor. That works for me. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This amount was inconsequential to him, given that he was now a billionaire. After signing the contract, Lu Shihan finally exhaled with relief. By the way, Yi Xian, do you happen to have the recording versions of the 3 songs? If not, we can schedule a time for the recording studio. I happen to have them. I'll send them to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shihan's pretty face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I'll head back to the company to manage everything for you. After exchanging a few more words, the efficient Lu Shihan took her leave. Aunt Shihan, take care. Meng Meng's sweet voice echoed as she watched the car disappear from sight. Hee hee, Daddy. I can't wait to taste your cooking. You little glutton, he teased, affectionately ruffling Meng Meng's little nose, a heartwarming scene that left the maids envious. Meanwhile, not far from the Imperial Villa, Lu Shihan let out a deep sigh. My goodness, who on earth did Chi-Chi encounter 4 years ago? Clearly, today's experience had left a significant impression on her. Was it a joke? A billion-dollar villa, dozens of bodyguards, and maids who were almost as stunning as she. Chi-Chi had indeed struck gold. Most importantly, Yi Xian was exceptionally handsome. What a pity that Chi-Chi had gotten to him first. Had she met him first, she would have done everything in her power to keep him. Sigh. Subsequently, Lu Shihan dialed her best friend's number, and it connected swiftly. Hello, Chi-Chi. You sly girl. No wonder you've been defending Xuan for 4 years. You've been hiding a handsome man all along. She chuckled. I warn you, if you don't want that handsome guy, just pass him over to me, and then we can be family. At that moment, Xiaoqi, who was taking a break between shooting promotional materials, widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? That shameless guy is all yours. Xiaoqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but when she learned that her best friend had signed Xuan as an exclusive artist, she wasn't surprised. However, when Lu Shihan revealed that she had shared a bed with him, her face flushed crimson. Images of that morning's encounter flooded her mind. After hanging up, Xiaoqi felt her lips twitch. That little girl had crossed the line, revealing everything. She would have to teach her a lesson upon her return. Just then, Xiaoqi recalled the upcoming concert and felt a headache coming on. The concert was just 2 days away. She couldn't possibly ask that guy for help. Although she considered his impressive creative talents, she quickly dismissed the thought. No way, he would surely become insufferably smug if he found out. That evening, after much hesitation, Xiaoqi drove her Ferrari LaFerrari toward the Imperial Villa, braving the risk of walking into a den of lions for Mengming's sake. The thought of his terrifying ghost story sent a shiver down her spine. What a rascal he was. Upon arriving at the Imperial Villa, she was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Wow, the young master is quite the chef. The maids, with wide eyes sparkling with admiration, watched as the handsome young man skillfully prepared a meal. They couldn't help but feel even more fond of him. What a dilemma. If the young mistress found out, would they be in for a beating they wouldn't recognize themselves? Hee, this is nothing compared to Daddy's cooking. Mengming proudly lifted her chin, thrilled to see so many beautiful ladies around. Secretly, she cheered her father on. Daddy, you're the best. Chapter 29, Young Master, you're quite the charmer. Suddenly, a red sports car screeched to a halt in front of the villa. As the door swung open, a voice called out, Young mistress. More than 20 guards respectfully greeted her. Xiaoqi cleared her throat, feeling a flush creep up her face as she stepped into the villa. Where did that rascal find such dedicated bodyguards? She grumbled to herself, but soon her attention was drawn to the mouth-watering aroma that filled the air. He was cooking, swallowing hard. Xiaoqi felt her hunger surge. Wow, Mommy, you're here. Daddy just finished cooking, Mengming exclaimed, rushing over with her tiny feet, hearing their adorable little mistress. The maids snapped out of their reverie, their gazes landing on Xiaoqi. Upon recognizing her, their minds exploded with disbelief. Chi-Chi, is that really you? My goodness. This isn't a dream, is it? The maids were utterly stunned to discover that the goddess of the music industry, Xiaoqi, was the young master's wife, and that they had a 3-year-old daughter. Gasping in shock, several of them drew in a sharp breath. Oh my God! What a colossal secret have we stumbled upon. The news that the music diva Xiaoqi was married and had a daughter was bound to send shockwaves through the entertainment industry and social media. Xiaoqi, noticing the maid's astonished stares, felt a fleeting blush tint her exquisite face. Where on earth had that rascal found such beautiful maids? Was he trying to show off? How infuriating. However, when confronted with a table laden with delectable dishes, even a mere glance was a delight. She completely surrendered to her actions, even neglecting her image as she indulged alongside Mengming, causing the maids to gulp down saliva at the scene. How enviable, how they longed to partake. My heavens. The young master's culinary skills were unparalleled, surely surpassing theirs by a wide margin. Even a 5-star chef might struggle to achieve such excellence. Truly, in this world, there exists such a perfect male deity. How I adore him, but what to do? After a considerable time, Xiaoqi finally paused, having let out a satisfied burp, feeling as if she had gained several pounds over the past 2 days, all thanks to that rascal. Surely, her figure must have grown plumper. Humph. Observing the blissful scene of the family, the maids were consumed with envy. Ah, without comparison, there is no harm. If only their future partners could possess even a fraction. No, a tenth of the young master's qualities, they would be overjoyed. By the way, Mother, weren't you looking for someone to write a song? Why not have Father compose one for you? He is so talented. Mengming chirped in her sweet, adorable voice, particularly earnest in her expression, making one wish to hold her and plant a hearty kiss on her cheek. The maids were overwhelmed with maternal affection, yearning for a child akin to the young miss. They would gladly trade years off their lives for such a blessing. Could he truly manage it? Xiaoqi had indeed entertained this thought, but bowing before that certain someone was out of the question. Upon hearing a particular girl's remark, Xuan cast a sidelong glance. Am I capable or not? Surely. You must know. Xiaoqi. Upon hearing the ambiguous words from that rascal, her cheeks flushed crimson, especially with the maids present. Had he lost his mind? Li Mingqi. My goodness, young master, you truly know how to toy with feelings. Is it really appropriate to tease the goddess, Xiaoqi, like this? The maids were similarly stunned, exclaiming in disbelief at the young master's unexpected side. If he were to direct such charm towards them, they might just find themselves as guinea pigs for his whims. Naturally, a business worth billions was inevitable. With steely resolve, Shen Xiaoqi glared at the insufferable man. Since that's the case, then write me a song. I shall see what kind of masterpiece you can conjure. Shen Xiaoqi huffed, and upon her words, the maids perked up, sensing a competitive spirit in the air. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Write a song for Shen Xiaoqi and participate in her concert. Reward: 100 shares of celestial voice, along with the ability to appraise treasures at a divine level. Oh, the system's voice echoed in his ears, momentarily bewildering Yi Xian. 100% shares of celestial voice? Divine appraisal? Indeed. Another ability has been added, though that divine appraisal likely pertains to antiques. All right. For the sake of the shares and the appraisal ability, Yi Xian decisively agreed but added a condition. I want to sing a song at your concert. Is that all? Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiaoqi, without a moment's thought, replied, no problem. After all, having someone perform at her concert was merely a matter of words for her. Mengxi, paper and pen. Right away, young master. Li Mengxi promptly fetched paper and pen from the side, eagerly awaiting the young master's performance, harboring no doubt about his ability to deliver. After all, the young master had never let them down. Gazing at the paper and pen on the table, Yi Xian wasted no time, swiftly writing the 4 characters of Xuan Nanyan, the years fleeting. Then, with the pen dancing fluidly across the page, he simultaneously composed music and lyrics, leaving the surrounding maids in stunned silence. This was simultaneous composition. Shen Xiaoqi, this fellow. Even the well-versed Shen Xiaoqi was left dumbfounded by his skill. She had never witnessed such prowess. The melody, the lyrics. How could this be? A true expert reveals their talent immediately. Shen Xiaoqi never anticipated that the song he penned would rank among the top 3 of her entire career. This man possesses such extraordinary talent. Wow, it seems father has triumphed. Meng Meng beamed at her mother's astonished expression, though she had no idea what kind of cryptic symbols her father had written. How about it? Yi Xian, with a knowing smile, looked upon the stunned beauty, Shen Xiaoqi, whose lips twitched slightly in response. Humph. It's just a concert. I can go if I wish. With that, Shen Xiaoqi took the sheet containing the lyrics and composition of Xuan Nanyan and retreated to her bedroom. The maids and Li Mengxi were left in shock, grappling with the reality that a song casually written by the young master had so effortlessly captivated the goddess, Xiaoqi. Were they truly not dreaming? Consequently, Li Mengxi and the maids regarded Yi Xian with newfound awe. How could the young master be so outstanding? Yet, they were enamored by his remarkable capabilities, leaving them wondering how to navigate this situation. Chapter 30. What on earth happened yesterday? Hooray, father for the win. Meng Meng clapped her tiny hands excitedly, her adorable demeanor reminiscent of a triumphant victor over her mother. I knew father was the best. With a loud kiss, Meng Meng planted a smooch on her father's cheek, the sudden display of affection causing Li Mengxi and the maids to chuckle as they reveled in the delightful scene between the young master and the little miss. Father, you should sleep with mother tonight. I'll sleep with Aunt Mengxi. Shortly after, in the bedroom, whereas Meng Meng, observing the beautiful woman's vigilant demeanor, Yi Xian couldn't help but take note. She was so on edge, as if he might devour her. Bah! Upon hearing his words, Shen Xiaoqi shot him a fierce glare, as if I would let you. Rolling her eyes at him, she exuded a charming allure, though it was soon replaced with a yawn, clearly exhausted from the day's activities. Tired, huh? Such a silly girl. Casting a glance at Shen Xiaoqi, he then suggested, come, let me give you a massage. Ugh! Shen Xiaoqi glared at him fiercely, yet recalling his exceptional massage techniques from the previous day, she relented. Clearly, she was no longer as resistant to the man before her. Under Yi Xian's adept massage techniques, Shen Xiaoqi experienced her first intoxicating full-body massage. Time passed unmeasured, and soon Shen Xiaoqi drifted into a beautiful slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Xian awakened from his dreams, only to realize something peculiar in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he was met with an exquisite sensation. Was that a mole? What on earth happened yesterday? With a slight increase in pressure, Yi Xian feigned sleep just as he did the day before. As he awoke, Shen Xiaoqi found herself confronted with a shocking sight that nearly elicited a shriek from her, though she ultimately restrained her impulse. That rascal! In that moment, Shen Xiaoqi felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Yi Xian. How dare he take such liberties with her? Had he truly gone that far overnight? As this thought crossed her mind, her teeth clenched audibly in frustration. Yet, what was even more infuriating was her inability to make a sound, for she understood that should she wake the rascal, she could hardly face the aftermath of such an encounter. With considerable effort, she finally managed to extricate herself from his grasp. Ultimately, It was in deference to that song that she refrained from seizing the opportunity to extinguish someone else's life. If this scene were to reach the ears of her future father-in-law, Shindonglin, one could only wonder if he would storm in with a sword to confront Yixian. With just one day remaining, it was imperative to practice this song diligently. Contemplating this, Shen Shaoqi cast a glance at the slumbering figure nearby. Utterly baffled by how that insufferable man could possess such talent, truly, the heavens must have been blind, muttering under her breath. She then slipped into the bathroom to freshen up, blissfully unaware of the subtle, clever smirk that had crept onto the lips of the sleeping man. As time swiftly passed, the night of the following day arrived. A long, luxurious Bugatti Veyron rolled to a stop at the Dongjiang Sports Arena. This venue was set to be the inaugural location for Shen Shaoqi's concert tour, yet a seemingly endless line of eager fans snaked around the entrance, among whom stood a middle-aged woman, none other than Yixian's mother, Lin Fangmin. With tickets priced at a staggering 10,000, she felt no doubt whatsoever. After all, it was inconsequential compared to the privilege of witnessing her future daughter-in-law up close. The Yi family entered the venue's backstage through a special entrance, and the security personnel, accustomed to such occurrences, assumed these individuals were merely friends of Shen Shaoqi. Mengqi, please take Meng Meng to the audience seats, instructed the young master. Very well, young master. Li Mengqi replied promptly. Go, Mama and Papa. Meng Meng cheered enthusiastically, her excitement palpable at the prospect of seeing her parents perform on stage. Before long, Meng Meng and Li Mengqi settled into their designated seats, only to find a middle-aged woman sitting beside them. Upon catching sight of the lovely child beside her, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he this her granddaughter? Lin Fangmin was particularly thrilled, clearly not expecting to encounter her granddaughter in such a serendipitous manner. Little one, you must be Meng Meng, Lin Fangmin said, suppressing her excitement. Your mama is Shen Shaoqi, and your papa is Yixian, correct? Wow. Meng Meng blinked her bright eyes in surprise. Grandma, you know me. Li Mengqi, however, remained vigilant, despite the woman's revelation of Meng Meng's identity. One could never be too cautious. Indeed, you are my dear granddaughter, Lin Fangmin replied, deftly flipping through a photo album that revealed the Yi family portrait. She even shared Yixian's WeChat contact and chat logs with Meng Meng. Ahem, so you are the lady. Li Mengqi stammered, realizing her earlier misunderstanding. Lin Fangmin smiled gently. It's quite all right. I would have thought the same. Grandma, Meng Meng exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she recognized her father's mother. She was overjoyed to meet her papa's mother, blissfully unaware of the potential reaction Yixian might have upon discovering that his mother was in the audience. Chapter 31. That little rascal. How could he be so talented? At that moment, the stage lights focused, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged, revealing none other than Shen Shaoqi herself. In that instant, she became the center of attention, adorned in a flowing red gown that exuded elegance and presence. Complemented by striking red high heels, she resembled a blooming rose in full glory. I am thrilled to see all of you here amidst your busy lives to attend my concert. Thank you for your unwavering support, she began warmly. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, declarations of Chi-Chi, we love you, resonating throughout the venue, leaving Lin Fangmin feeling the weight of pressure as she realized the magnitude of her son's competition. Goodness, how many rivals does my son have? She thought, overwhelmed. Next, I present to you a new song titled In the Haste of That Year, with a sweet and melodious voice. Akin to the delicate fragrance of orchids wafting through a serene valley, the enchanting melody captivated the audience, rendering them spellbound. Wow, Chi-Chi Goddess finally has a new song. The crowd erupted in excitement, clearly thrilled by the revelation. Hee hee, Grandma, this new song was written by Papa, Meng Meng proudly declared, her face beaming with joy as she gazed at her stunning mother on stage. Your papa wrote it? Lin Fangmin was taken aback, her skepticism evident. That little rascal can write songs? Of course. Li Mengqi smiled knowingly, acknowledging that while she was unaware of the song's quality, its significance in garnering Shen Shaoqi's attention was undeniable. In the haste of that year, how many times did we meet? After our farewells, how many delays ensued? Alas, who among us is not loved? The exquisite vocal delivery, combined with the profound lyrics, left Lin Fangmin astounded. Is this truly a song penned by that little rascal? The impact of this revelation struck her profoundly. Of course, Meng Meng chimed in, seemingly recalling something. By the way, Grandma, Papa will also be singing at Mama's concert today. You have no idea how amazing Papa's singing is. Cough, cough. What did you say? That little rascal is singing at the concert? Lin Fangmin was genuinely shocked once more. Goodness, where does he get the audacity? Isn't he afraid of ruining his own son's concert? Grandma, if he embarrasses my daughter-in-law, I swear I'll give him a good scolding. Lin Fangmin thought. Though if Shun Xiaoqi were to discover that her future mother-in-law was watching from the audience, one could only wonder if she would still sing with such unwavering focus. At that moment, the audience was filled with an electrifying energy. Goodness! As expected of Chi-Chi Goddess's new song, it's simply divine. Anything produced by the goddess is bound to be exceptional. If we cannot part with red eyes upon our reunion, can we still blush? The lyrics unfolded like a beautiful tapestry, weaving together memories of their encounters from 4 years ago. If we cannot part with red eyes, can we still blush? Just like that hurried year when we carved our forever together, such enchanting rumors. If the past is still worth cherishing, let us not quickly dissolve our grudges. Each word resonated deeply, as if encapsulating their shared moments. At that moment, Shun Xiaoqi's heart quivered, moved by the depth of the lyrics. The realization of the talent that lay within that rascal struck her profoundly. This was a sentiment that no woman could remain indifferent to, unbeknownst to her. A hint of happiness curved her lips. It is precisely this fleeting moment of happiness that captivates countless souls, akin to the ephemeral bloom of a snow lotus. Below the stage, Mother Yi, witnessing this scene, could not help but smirk, contemplating the fortune that boy must have amassed. Oh, if only the neighbors knew that their daughter-in-law was a diva of the music realm, their expressions would surely be nothing short of spectacular. As Mother Yi pondered, the mere thought of such a scenario filled her with an exhilarating anticipation. Finally, she had turned the tables. Hee hee hee. Hee hee, Mama sings so beautifully, moi. The sweet voice of Meng Meng chimed in beside her, bringing Mother Ye's reverie back to the present. With a daughter-in-law of such breathtaking beauty and an adorably charming granddaughter, it felt like a dream too good to be true. That rascal has truly made something of himself. Undoubtedly, Shun Xiaoqi's song had propelled the concert into a frenzy, as everyone was utterly moved and resonated deeply with the melody, becoming enraptured and unable to extricate themselves. My heavens, Goddess Chi is simply extraordinary. If they could have even the slightest interaction with her, they would willingly sacrifice 10 years of their lives. Chapter 32. The duo's revelation, Mother Yi stunned. Backstage. In the resting room. Ding dong. Upon returning backstage, Shun Xiaoqi was greeted by a video sent by her mother, showcasing her performance of the years we spent together. In an instant, Yi Xian stood up in astonishment. What the heck? Shun Xiaoqi was startled by the sudden turn of events, completely unprepared for such a revelation. However, Yi Xian seemed unfazed. Ahem, my mom came to the concert. What? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Shun Xiaoqi turned to look at his phone screen, her mind erupting in realization, and her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a bashful bride meeting her in-laws. Though they were not yet wed, they had indeed registered their marriage. Wait, soon, Shun Xiaoqi grasped the unsettling truth. How did her mother come to Dongjiang, and why was she attending my concert? Under Shun Xiaoqi's intense questioning, Yi Xian divulged the truth about the leak. Shun Xiaoqi, you actually told my mother about our marriage certificate? Clearly, Shun Xiaoqi had not anticipated this boy's audacity. Ahem. I didn't expect her to come to Dongjiang. Yi Xian cleared his throat, evidently underestimating Mother Ye's obsession with marriage and grandchildren. Shun Xiaoqi gazed at the photos taken by her future mother-in-law. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Had her future mother-in-law just witnessed her singing? Half an hour later, as the lights focused, Yi Xian appeared on stage, his handsome visage instantly captivating countless female admirers in the audience. Wow, Grandma, look! Daddy's starting, Ming Ming exclaimed, her little face brimming with excitement as she watched her father, who seemed capable of anything. That boy. Mother Yi gazed at the striking figure on stage, marveling at her son. Upon arriving on stage, Yi Xian effortlessly spotted his mother, but was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Meng Meng beside her, especially as they appeared to be in lively conversation. Could it be that his mother had already recognized her? With this thought, Yi Xian began to speculate. Knowing his mother was certainly capable of such a feat, however, this could also work in his favor. That way, he would be spared the troubles of blind dates. Retrieving his gaze, he felt the fervent stares from the audience below, and a charming smile crept across his lips. This undeniable allure was truly irresistible. I am honored to sing this song at Chi-Chi's concert. I hope you all enjoy this next piece, Fairy Tale. As his voice resonated, the music teacher skillfully began the accompaniment. I don't know how long it has been. I haven't heard you tell me your favorite story. I've thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? This rascal has some talent. Mother Yi listened to her son's performance, recognizing that his skill was on par with those of renowned singers. Goodness, he truly is my son. Hee, right? Meng Meng beamed, her joy evident as she added, I told you, Daddy sings super well. The enchanting melody enveloped the audience, evoking a certain magic that transported them to memories of their first love, particularly the tender concerns and anxieties that accompanied those early feelings. They reminisced about the little moments shared, reflecting on the sleepless nights caused by trivial misunderstandings. So beautiful. This was the unanimous sentiment of the audience of 10,000. For this song was entirely distinct from Goddess Chi's The Years We Spent Together. Upon deeper reflection, they were astonished to discover that this handsome male idol's talent was not in any way inferior to that of Goddess Chi. Li Mingqi, witnessing the scene unfold, felt an overwhelming impact on both her sight and hearing. This was her first time hearing the young master sing, and she could not deny the immense charm he exuded. It turned out that the young master's singing skills were as formidable as his culinary talents. How could she not adore him? Alas, in the presence of Goddess Chi, her chances were but a distant dream. I am willing to become the angel you love in a fairy tale. I will spread my arms, transform into wings to protect you. You must believe that we will have a happy ending, just like in fairy tales. At this moment, the audience, which had been simmering in silence, could no longer contain their excitement. Especially the fair and beautiful young women who gazed at Xuan on stage as if he were their Prince Charming. They felt as if they had fallen in love, contemplating how incredibly blissful it would be to be his girlfriend or even his partner. I'm in love, sob sob sob. In an instant, the audience erupted with fervor, and even the boys gazed at Xuan with envy and jealousy. Clearly, he could rely on his looks. Yet he chose to showcase his talent instead. How infuriating. Giggling, Daddy is amazing. Mengming's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she absorbed the cheers of the surrounding audience. Mother Yi, listening to her granddaughter's laughter and watching her son steal the spotlight on stage, couldn't help but smile. Clearly, this was a source of immense pride for her. By the way, Mengming, Mother Yi turned her gaze from the stage, recalling something to inquire. Where are you living now? Is it with your mother? It was evident that her son hadn't yet graduated and could not possibly reside with him at school. Of course, I'm living at Daddy's house. Mengming chirped excitedly, Grandma. Daddy's house is so big. Oh, and it was Aunt Mingqi who took Daddy there. Hearing her granddaughter's words, Mother Yi was momentarily taken aback. A large house? What was going on? Beside her, the private housekeeper Li Mingqi observed Mother Yi's puzzled expression and patiently explained, Madam, you may not yet be aware, but the young master currently resides in the Imperial Residence No. 1 Villa. Boom. At these words, Mother Yi's mind was struck with a thunderous realization, her face instantly transforming into a mask of shock and disbelief. What did you say? The Imperial Residence No. 1 Villa? That one worth 1 billion. And hard to come by? It is evident that even Yi Mu has heard of the Emperor's Villa No. 1 in Dongjiang City. Her gaze once again falls upon the stage, pondering what that impudent boy has done to amass such wealth. Madam, in addition, the young master possesses 7 supercars, each valued at over 20 million. Indeed. At this moment, Mengming, unable to contain her excitement, chimes in, Grandma, Daddy is actually the boss of Dosha Live. The combined banter of the two enchanting ladies leaves Yi Mu utterly astonished. Goodness gracious, is that little rascal for real? Can it be that I am not dreaming? Chapter 33. Mother certainly cannot escape Daddy's grasp. The revelation of Dosha's ownership momentarily stuns Li Mingqi. After all, Dosha Live is valued at no less than several hundred billion. No wonder the young master was unfazed upon seeing the Emperor's villa. By the way, Grandma, there's more. As Mengming mentions her father, her words flow incessantly. Daddy's cooking is extraordinarily delicious, and he's incredibly talented. As her chatter continues, a song reaches its conclusion. Upon leaving the stage, the system's rewards quietly arrive. Ding. Congratulations, host, for composing a song for Xin Xiaoqi and participating in her concert. You have been rewarded with 100 shares of heavenly melody and an extraordinary appraisal ability. Listening to the voice echoing in his ears, Xuan's lips curve into a smile. He then pulls up his attribute panel. Name, Xuan. Age, 22. Skills, God-level music, God-level culinary arts, God-level martial arts, God-level bone setting massage, God-level appraisal, items. Lamborghini Veneno, contract for the Emperor's Villa No. 1, 100 shares of Dosha Live, 100 shares of Jiasha Entertainment, 20 shares of the Shun Group, 100 shares of Heavenly Melody Wealth, 110. 5 billion. Gazing at the attribute panel, his mood lifts significantly. In the backstage lounge, upon entering, he catches sight of a stunning beauty stretching, her perfect figure on display, prompting Xuan to reflect on his fortunate circumstances. Xuan, how many secrets are you hiding from me? The more she interacts with him, the less she understands this enigmatic man, who seems to conceal far too much. Effortlessly crafting classic songs. What's the matter? Curious to know. How about a kiss from your husband? I might just divulge the secret. Xin Xiaoqi, she scoffs. Feel free to say or not. Hearing the shameless words from this particular individual, Xin Xiaoqi's cheeks flush slightly as she shoots him an annoyed glance. Amidst their playful banter, she notices the exquisite beauty before her seems somewhat weary. Darling, you must be tired. Allow me to give you a massage while I take a little advantage. As he speaks, Xuan has already activated his massage mode, while Shen Xiaoqi, accustomed to his antics, rolls her eyes. Yet, deep down, she feels a warm current of affection, clearly touched by Yi Xian's subtle attentiveness. You just want to take advantage of me, speaking so grandly. However, Yi Xian merely smiles in silence, evidently aware that her guard against him has diminished significantly. His massage technique is indeed exceptional. Under his specialized methods, Shen Xiaoqi feels her fatigue dissipating, and she recalls the full-body massage from the previous day, her face blushing as warmth spreads to the back of her neck. I need to go on stage. I'm leaving. Unable to endure the intimate atmosphere of the lounge any longer, Shen Xiaoqi hurriedly departs. That guy makes my heart race. Taking several deep breaths, she finally calms her fluttering emotions, glancing back at the lounge with a sense of trepidation. If she lingered any longer, who knows what he might do? Certain images flash through her mind, causing her to feel a wave of apprehension. Meanwhile, savoring the lingering fragrance on his fingertips, Yi Xian smiles subtly, thinking, that girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. Thus, Shen Xiaoqi's concert concludes flawlessly. As the screens dim and 100,000 spectators depart in an orderly fashion, Meng Meng and Yi Mu exit via a private passage. At that moment, Shen Xiaoqi and Yi Xian have already been waiting for quite some time. Daddy, mommy. Soon, the adorable figure of Meng Meng appears in view, scampering towards them. Yi Mu, witnessing this scene, can't help but smile. This daughter-in-law is indeed a gem. Hello, auntie. Meng Meng's sweet yet slightly shy voice rings out, though her eyes shoot daggers at a certain someone, clearly blaming him for the slip-up. Hey, your children have grown so big, still calling me auntie? From now on, call me mom. If you call me auntie again, I might just get angry. Yi Mu's playful intervention packs a punch, causing Shen Xiaoqi's cheeks to flush even deeper. Mom. Though unwilling in her heart, for the sake of the little one, she steels herself to say it. Ha-ha, hearing her daughter-in-law's greeting, Yi Mu beams with joy. Our Yi family is truly fortunate to have this rascal meet such a beautiful and talented girl. No more auntie, it's mom. Shen Xiaoqi dares not take this lightly, knowing well that this is that guy's mother, and any misstep could provoke his wrath against Meng Meng. After some cordial exchanges, Meng Meng exclaims, Grandma, let me take you to see Daddy's new home. With her mischievous antics, Meng Meng creates a world for the two of them, earning Yi Mu's silent admiration. Goodness, my granddaughter is quite clever. All right. With a knowing smile, Yi Mu follows, and then Meng Meng turns to her father and mother, Daddy, Mommy. Aunt Mingxi has already sent someone from Uncle Grizzly to deliver the supercars. Shen Xiaoqi, taken aback, thinks, this girl is truly pushing me into the fire. I've been too kind to her. Let us go, Grandma. Thus, Meng Meng takes her grandmother's hand, skipping towards the exit, while Li Mengqi hastily follows. Clearly eager to avoid the ire of both the young lady and the little miss, for offending either would be unwise. Meng Meng, you are incredible. Upon reaching the exit, Yi Mu praises her with a thumbs up. This little one possesses more cleverness than most adults. Just wait and see, Grandma. Mommy will surely remain under Daddy's control. As the little cotton-padded jacket speaks, Yi Mu can't help but reflect on how much her granddaughter cares for her son and daughter-in-law's happiness. Of course, Yi Mu affectionately ruffles Meng Meng's hair. With our adorable Meng Meng as a spy, who would dare compete for the title of daughter-in-law of the Yi family? I will fiercely protect her. The two of them banter playfully, eager to avoid being caught, as Li Mengqi swiftly drives away in an extended Bugatti Veyron, leaving behind a trail of smoke. However, once Yi Mu steps inside the luxurious Bugatti, she is truly taken aback by the opulence. A plethora of extravagant wines adorn the interior, and the seats are remarkably comfortable with an elegant yet modern design. Just a glance is a pleasure in itself. For a moment, the scene profoundly impacts Yi Mu, who exhales deeply, exclaiming, my goodness, how much does such a car cost? Chapter 34. It's time to reveal the truth. I am the savior of the Shen family. The supercar speeds along, the scenery blurring past. Inside the extended supercar, madam, there is something you may not know. Li Mengqi listened attentively to her mistress's musings and patiently explained that this vehicle was purchased by the young master, marking his 8th supercar, valued at no less than 100 million. Upon hearing the butler's words, Ye's mother was taken aback, nearly spitting out her exquisite wine, as she had intended to steady her nerves, but was instead left more flabbergasted. What? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the interior. Mengqi, are you saying this car is worth over 100 million? Indeed, replied Li Mengqi, equally astonished. Moreover, madam, this is merely the price of the supercar. The various beverages inside were acquired later and are estimated to be worth at least several million as well. Ye's mother, several million? Just for these drinks? Hee. Grandma, you're surprised, aren't you? Meng Meng chimed in, beaming. You have no idea. The Uncle Grizzly I mentioned earlier is actually a bodyguard hired by Dad. And he is incredibly formidable. Yes, and Dad also had Aunt Mengqi hire several beautiful maids. Ming continued, her chatter exploding like cannonballs in Ye's mother's mind. Bodyguards? Maids? Luxury cars? Villas? Ye's mother felt as if everything around her was a surreal dream. When had her son become so impressive? Wasn't that rascal merely an ordinary college student, at most just a bit handsome? This perfection was evidently inherited from her genes, completely disregarding Ye's father's contributions. Letting that brat attend school, and he had turned into a hidden millionaire? Young master, young mistress. Uncle Grizzly is departing now. Grizzly announced as he personally delivered a Pagani Huayra and, accompanied by one of his subordinates, drove away in another supercar. Soon, only Yi Xian and Shun Xiaoqi remained in their private world. Grizzly's swift exit was clearly to avoid being a third wheel. What's wrong? Afraid I might devour you? Yi Xian teased, sensing the peculiar atmosphere as he glanced at the stunning beauty in the passenger seat. Devour you? What do I have to fear from you? Shun Xiaoqi fiercely glared at him, resolutely refusing to show any signs of weakness in front of that guy. Such ambition. Yi Xian admired her spirit. This marks our first date. How about we visit the Lantern Festival? He suggested with a smile, as today coincidentally was the annual festival in Dongjiang. Let us go then. Shun Xiaoqi responded, her heart fluttering at the mention of a date, a concept that had once felt entirely foreign to her. Yet now, inexplicably, she found herself anticipating it. How could this be? Shun Xiaoqi murmured softly. Could it be that I've developed feelings for this rascal? No way. She quickly dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, with his keen senses, caught her mutterings, pondering whether it was strange that she might be falling for him. As they conversed, the car sped towards the Dongjiang Lantern Festival. By the way, Yi Xian, she suddenly recalled, glancing at him. That arrogant figure in Mengming's live stream. It must be you, right? Without any preamble, Shun Xiaoqi inquired. You tipped 80 million. I can't think of anyone else. Indeed, even Shun Xiaoqi felt that such an extravagant move was extravagant. 80 million. What could one do with that? After all, over the past year, she had only managed to accumulate a little over 20 million. That amount is trivial. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. 80 million is merely a drop in the bucket for your man. If Ming is pleased. I wouldn't even blink if I tipped 8 billion. Shun Xiaoqi scoffed. You're just bragging. Clearly, she did not take his words to heart. Did he even understand what that amount represented? Even the wealthiest families in Dongjiang could hardly muster such funds. Be honest. Besides your current villa and car, what other assets do you possess? Shun Xiaoqi questioned assertively, resembling a wife interrogating her husband. Assets? Are you truly interested to know? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Realizing that to truly captivate her, he needed to adopt a bold approach, and now was the perfect moment to unveil his true worth. Of course, Shun Xiaoqi was straightforward, recognizing that he was not exactly a stranger, making small talk unnecessary. Very well, I shall lay everything bare for you. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaoqi's forehead twitched in annoyance at his infuriating banter. Couldn't he just speak plainly? Then, Yi Xian grinned. In truth, my assets are nothing remarkable. I possess 100% stake in Dousha Live, 100% in Jiashi Entertainment, and 100% in Tianlai Yin. Oh, and I hold a 20% stake in your Shin Group. Boom. Even though Shun Xiaoqi had braced herself, she was still taken aback by Yi Xian's revelations. The owner of Dousha, the owner of Jiashi, the owner of Tianlai Yin, and a director holding 20% of the Shin Group. Of course, if you don't believe me, the contracts are in the car's glove compartment for you to peruse. With a flick of his thought, Yi Xian transferred the original contracts to the glove compartment. Skeptical, Shun Xiaoqi opened the glove compartment, revealing a thick stack of contracts, with the topmost document clearly being the contract for the 100% stake in Dousha Live. As she sifted through the documents, her eyes widened in disbelief, especially when she finally laid eyes on the contract for the 20% stake in the Shin Group. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was undeniably genuine. So, you were the one who helped my Shun Group through the crisis a few days ago. Although Shun Xiaoqi seldom involved herself in family affairs, she had heard her mother mention the company's struggles, which had caused her father to age prematurely. In a sense, Yi Xian had become their benefactor. He had saved the Shun family. The facts spoke for themselves, and the 20% stake in the Shun Group could not be fabricated. Her gaze towards Yi Xian shifted, perhaps due to his assistance in rescuing the Shun Group from peril. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, as if she were trying to unravel the enigma before her. Yi Xian, who exactly are you? Were you the one orchestrating everything 4 years ago? This line of thought left Shun Xiaoqi in a whirlwind of speculation. If that were true, she could hardly fathom the implications. Planning? Upon hearing Shun Xiaoqi's words, Yi Xian chuckled bitterly. Do you really think that is possible? At this, Shun Xiaoqi fell silent. Regardless, thank you. After a moment of contemplation, she expressed her gratitude. Although she was unaware of the specifics surrounding the Shun Group's troubles, It was clear that Yi Xian had extended a helping hand when they needed it most. Oh, family matters of your in-laws are my concerns as well, Yi Xian waved dismissively. But if you wish to express your gratitude, how about a little quality time tonight? Shun Xiaoqi, get lost. Originally touched, Shun Xiaoqi shot him a harsh glare upon hearing his excessive request. Couldn't he be a little more endearing? On the way to the Lantern Festival, teasing one's beloved is undoubtedly a delightful indulgence. Darling, would you like to hear a joke? Allow your husband to entertain you. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaoqi cast a sidelong glance at him, clearly unimpressed. It was evident that she had yet to recover from Yi Xian's previous ghost stories. This girl was quite the proud one, but hopefully, she could maintain such a demeanor. With this thought, Yi Xian's inspiration for passing the time struck him. One day, the neighbor's child came over to play and accidentally shattered my iPad. Furious, I asked him why he stepped on it. The mischievous child replied, I thought it was an electronic scale. I then inquired, if it was, why did you jump on it? He said, it wouldn't light up. I thought it was broken. Hearing this made me want to slap him, but then I remembered he was my own son, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. With a chuckle, Shun Xiaoqi couldn't contain her laughter at the words of this scoundrel. Your own child? Yi Xian, are you out of your mind? Shun Xiaoqi, being who she was, could certainly discern the implications of the story. How could such a person pen songs of profound depth? Oh, I didn't expect our Xiaoqi to have such a low threshold for humor. Humph, mind your own business. Shun Xiaoqi huffed, trying to mask her embarrassment. Yi Xian, noticing her reaction, was far from finished. This was merely an appetizer. He then launched into another humorous tale. There was a couple who had been divorced for 8 years, but miraculously reunited. On the day of their remarriage, their colleagues congratulated them. And a few mischievous ones insisted the newlyweds share their thoughts about getting back together. The groom struggled to find words, and the bride, in a fit of urgency, snatched the microphone and declared, it's the same old recipe, the familiar flavor. At this moment, Shun Xiaoqi was taken aback. The same old recipe, the familiar flavor? Has that scoundrel lost his mind? A wave of realization struck her, her face flushing slightly. How infuriating. This man made her want to strangle him. How could he say such things? Humph. Without uttering another word, Shun Xiaoqi stubbornly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with him. Fearful that she might lose control and rush over to throttle him, even if it meant bearing the weight of a murder charge against her husband. These witty anecdotes were among Yi Xian's rare treasures, and sharing them with Shun Xiaoqi was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Of course, if Shun Xiaoqi were to discover this, would it lead to a fierce battle with him? A 5-year-old boy asked his mother, what does it mean to travel for a wedding? The mother replied, it means a couple goes on vacation together after getting married. The boy then asked, did you and dad take me along? The mother responded, yes, when we went, you were with dad, and when we returned, you were with me. The implications of this left Shun Xiaoqi's mind reeling. That scoundrel, how shameless. At that moment, Shun Xiaoqi felt a surge of uncontrollable energy brewing within her. She regretted allowing him to tell jokes. Where on earth did he hear such things? 2 corn kernels got married. The next day, the male colonel woke up next to some popcorn and curiously asked, where's my wife? The popcorn shyly replied, 1 pop and she was burst open. Now she doesn't recognize anyone. Dear, when we got married, you told me it was because of love that we could be together. But now you want a divorce. Is it because love has faded? The husband replied, you are mistaken. It's still because of love. One joke after another left Shun Xiaoqi utterly bewildered. As the esteemed daughter of the Shun family and a diva of the music industry, she had never encountered such language, which completely reshaped her understanding of the world. Yet, it was these jokes that extinguished any lingering gratitude she held for him. Indeed, that fellow was nothing but a rascal. Before long, the Dongjiang Lantern Festival loomed ahead. As she stepped out of the car, Shun Xiaoqi finally sighed in relief, clearly glad to be rid of that insufferable man, who had thoroughly vexed her with his antics. Beneath her facade, Shun Xiaoqi's once commanding presence had diminished, but her breathtaking beauty still drew glances from passers-by, who found her familiar yet unrecognizable. After all, the saying dark under the lantern was not mere rhetoric. Is the goddess Xiaoqi really attending such a mundane event? People doubted, so they did not ponder further. Humph. Let us go? Shun Xiaoqi huffed, then strode confidently toward the festival, while Yi Xian observed his fearless woman, realizing that she must often behave this way. Before long, they arrived at a venue where a poetry competition was underway. As he glanced at the rules, Yi Xian noted that the winner would receive a prize of 100,000 RMB. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Victory will yield 30 imperial villas and a random consumption doubling card, Xuan. The system's voice rang in his ears, leaving Yi Xian momentarily stunned. 30 imperial villas? Goodness. That was worth at least 10 billion, not to mention the consumption doubling card. The system's offer was genuinely hard to resist. If he were to refuse the 30 villas and the doubling card, It would be a disservice to the system's good intentions. All right, we now have 50 poems. Is there anyone else willing to try? The host encouraged the audience. Yi Xian, seizing the moment, stepped forward, thinking, if not now, then when? I shall participate. Chapter 36. Am I perhaps jealous? Swish. All eyes turned toward Yi Xian. Wow, what a handsome young man. Unsurprisingly, with his extraordinary looks, Yi Xian quickly became the focal point of the event, especially among the younger girls, who clasped their hands together in admiration, utterly captivated by his appearance. Looks do matter. Shen Xiaoqi, upon hearing the familiar voice, was momentarily taken aback. Is he really participating in the poetry competition? She rolled her eyes, hoping he wouldn't embarrass himself. At that moment, Yi Xian had already taken the stage, the moonlight casting a radiant glow upon him as he began to recite, "When will the bright moon appear?" I raised my glass to ask the azure sky. Hearing his voice, Shen Xiaoqi froze. Having been immersed in literature since childhood, she could easily discern the depth of this poem. When a master performs, one can instantly recognize their skill. The host and numerous scholars present were equally astonished. Yi Xian, feeling the shifting gazes, stepped forward, looking up at the moon, exuding charm as he recited, "I wish to ride the wind to return, but I fear the jade towers and palaces." This man, Shen Xiaoqi's eyes widened in surprise. His literary prowess was astonishing. At that moment, it would be disingenuous to say she wasn't impressed. Applause erupted as the audience snapped back to reality. When will the bright moon appear? I raised my glass to ask the azure sky. What a sublime sentiment. Impressive, this guy is amazing. And fear the jade towers and palaces. The heights are unbearably cold. How much better it is to be among mortals. Wow, handsome guy, so impressive. Come to me, sweet little girl, sob sob. Subsequently, at the host's insistence, Yi Xian elegantly inscribed the entire poem, which was then presented for public examination and appraisal. After a brief pause, the announcement rang out. I declare that the winner of this poetry competition is this handsome gentleman. Without any unnecessary embellishment, Yi Xian was directly proclaimed the victor, and a check for 100,000 was handed to him on the spot. Handsome and talented, such a young man is bound to be adored by all. Observing this scene, Shen Xiaoqi's enchanting eyes revealed a hint of admiration, however faint, yet undeniably present. Let's go, she remarked. Already aware of his tendency to steal the spotlight, she shot him a glare before pulling Yi Xian away from the poetry contest. Yet, soon after, Shen Xiaoqi furrowed her brows, pondering how it was that she had felt a flicker of concern for the gazes of those girls. Was she possibly feeling a twinge of jealousy? Reflecting on this thought, Shen Xiaoqi's pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be? Ding. The host has completed the poetry contest and won 30 luxurious villas in the imperial residence, along with a random consumption doubling card, X1. While Shen Xiaoqi was still in shock, Yi Xian received his reward from the system. Each prize was exceedingly tempting. In high spirits, Yi Xian glanced at Shen Xiaoqi and offered a playful smile. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoqi's delicate face flushed slightly. Humph, infatuated with you? Nonsense, she retorted, rolling her eyes at him, though her averted gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Come, let me take you to the antique street, Yi Xian said cheerfully, taking her slender hand in his and leading her towards the antique street. At the moment of contact, Shen Xiaoqi froze, but quickly regained her composure. She found herself oddly unbothered by this sensation. Rather, it felt quite marvelous. Thus, the two strolled through the antique street like a young couple, their relationship quietly advancing to new heights. With an itch for exploration, Yi Xian surveyed the various vendors. Come one, come all. This stall guarantees fair dealings, high-quality goods at reasonable prices. Rest assured, you won't be deceived. The cacophony of vendors calling out their wares filled the air, heightening the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Yi Xian's attention was caught by a remarkable item amidst the plethora of counterfeits. An inscription floated above it. Warring States Crystal Cup, a genuine artifact from the Warring States period. The cup stands 154 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 78 centimeters and a base diameter of 54 centimeters, featuring a slanted open mouth, round at both top and bottom. Entirely transparent with an amber hue, and containing some fibrous crystallization. Appraised value, 6 million renminbi. Good heavens. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. A mere cup valued at over 6 million unequivocally spoke volumes. How much for this cup? He inquired, releasing Shen Xiaoqi's delicate hand. In that instant, she felt a fleeting sense of reluctance, causing her brows to furrow once more. How peculiar. Yi Xian, however, paid no mind to her reaction. The vendor, spotting an opportunity, enthusiastically engaged him. Good eye, handsome. This is an artifact from the Warring States, dating back several millennia. How about 10,000 RMB? Instantly, The other vendors cast disparaging glances at him, fully aware that the cup had been acquired for less than 10 RMB. 10,000 is too steep. How about 1,000? Xuan would not engage in lengthy negotiations, knowing that the sooner the item was in his possession, the better. Brother, this is a warring states piece. 9,000 is reasonable, right? 2,000. 8,000. After a round of haggling, Xuan ultimately purchased the Warring States Crystal Cup for 3,000 RMB, simultaneously using the random consumption doubling card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 RMB and triggering a 10 million times rebate, receiving 30 billion renminbi. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and a subtle smile graced Xuan's lips, sending shivers down the vendor's spine. What on earth is happening? Could this cup be extraordinary? Chapter 37. I'll take all the antiques. Brother, please wait. Just as he had taken a few steps away, a middle-aged man called out to him, his gaze fixated on the Warring States Crystal Cup in Xuan's hand. May I take a look at that crystal cup? This scene attracted the attention of several onlookers. Of course, Xuan replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man scrutinized the crystal cup, and the surrounding crowd's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother, how about I buy this crystal cup for 100,000? The middle-aged man offered without hesitation, causing the vendor to nearly faint from shock. What? 100,000? Shen Shaoqi, too, looked at the crystal cup in Xuan's hand in astonishment. Could it be that this cup is genuine? 200,000. Another man interjected eagerly. Brother, sell it to me. I'll offer 300,000. 400,000. Clearly, numerous knowledgeable individuals were present, and after a flurry of bids, the price soared beyond 500,000. At that moment, even the dimmest vendor realized something was amiss. One person might overlook value, but with so many others recognizing its worth, it was simply unfathomable. 1 million. The first middle-aged man pondered for a moment before declaring his bid, causing the expressions of the other bidders to darken. 110,000. 130,000. 150,000. In no time, the other vendors regarded the original vendor with pity, envy long vanished. 6 million. Just then, a venerable voice rang out, and an elderly man approached, flanked by a robust bodyguard, whose mere presence was imposing. Gazing at the old man, Xuan smiled faintly. Deal. Subsequently, the bodyguard produced a check for 6 million, while the old man reverently admired the Warring States Crystal Cup. Thank you, young friend. The elderly gentleman clearly held a deep fondness for the crystal cup. Even his bodyguard remained unfazed. For ordinary people, 6 million is an astronomical sum, but for the Chen family, a prominent family in Dongjiang, it was but a trifling matter. Goodness! The vendor, witnessing this scene, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face as pale as paper. This cannot be. How could that crystal cup be worth 6 million? Stumbling, the vendor's head tilted, and he fainted on the spot, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. Old Wang, are you all right? Quickly, call for help. The antique stall owners erupted into chaos, while Xuan merely smiled and stepped away. You are too mischievous. Shen Shaoqi chided him with a playful glare. This fellow was delightfully wicked, undeniably cunning. It seemed that this big pig trotter was not one to be taken advantage of. A man who is not a rogue is unlovable, right? Humph. Shen Shaoqi scoffed at his remark, clearly unimpressed. Evidently, the day's escapades had brought them closer together, allowing their conversations to flow more freely. By the way, do you also possess expertise in antique appraisal? It is evident that the recent examination has already revealed everything. This fellow undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of antiques, and his expertise is quite commendable. With a hint of superficial knowledge, Xuan felt invigorated at the prospect of utilizing the consumption doubling card. Come, my dear. Allow me to broaden your horizons, he said, as he once again took Shen Shaoqi's delicate hand and ventured deeper into the antique street. As Shen Shaoqi felt the warmth of his grasp, an involuntary smile graced her lips, a fleeting yet exquisite curve that she cherished, leaving her with a pleasant sense of nostalgia. Before long, the two arrived at Yipinzhai. Upon entering, they were greeted by a striking contrast to the stalls outside. Every antique here was undeniably genuine, suggesting that Yipinzhai's reputation was far from ordinary. My good sir, what might you be seeking? The owner inquired. Yipinzhai never peddles fakes. You are welcome to inquire elsewhere, he added. Xuan was well aware of this fact, and it was precisely why he had come. How much for this ribbed glass cup? He asked, gesturing towards a nearby item. Chen Tianbei, the owner, smiled slightly upon seeing the newcomer. This cup is priced at 200,000, he replied. Shen Shaoqi observed quietly, noting that this gentleman would certainly not be taken advantage of. Besides, her knowledge of antiques was limited. Too expensive. 150,000, Xuan countered. Upon hearing Yi Xian's offer, Chun Tianbei's gaze sharpened. For this price coincided perfectly with the market value of the ribbed glass cup, indicating that the fellow was indeed an expert. In that case, let us settle on 160,000, allowing us at Yiping Zhai to make a modest profit, he suggested, but Yi Xian remained unfazed. No, 150,000. Considering what you paid for it, I doubt it was anywhere near that amount. Interesting, Chun Tianbei thought, realizing this young man possessed a keen understanding of antiques. Noticing Chun Tianbei's hesitation, Yi Xian smiled subtly. I am not merely purchasing one item. I assure you that Yiping Zhai will profit from this transaction. Let us do this. I will take every antique on the first floor. Shen Xiaoqi gasped. Chun Tianbei was momentarily stunned. You are serious? Not only he, but everyone in Yiping Zhai was taken aback. They had witnessed lavish banquets where the guests were treated to meals, but never had they encountered someone willing to buy out an entire collection of antiques. This was a feat they had not only never seen, but had never even heard of. Of course, Yi Xian continued, under Shen Xiaoqi's astonished gaze. But I shall negotiate the price for each piece. Very well. However, as the pricing proceeded, Chun Tianbei's expression grew increasingly unnatural. For the profit margin was exceedingly slim for Yiping Zhai. Who exactly was this young man? A quarter of an hour later, the pricing concluded. My brother, there are a total of 328 antiques, amounting to 80 million. Yet, when Chun Tianbei processed the transaction, his pupils dilated in shock. Good heavens, this is 100 billion in assets. Gulping, Chun Tianbei realized that a single card contained such vast wealth, a feat not achievable by ordinary individuals. Not even the chairman of a publicly listed company. In an instant, his perception of Yi Xian transformed. Take care, my brother. We welcome your return, Chun Tianbei called out. But shortly after Yi Xian departed, an elder entered Yiping Zhai. Ah, Elder Chun, he said, observing the bustling activity and the now empty first floor. Father, you're back. Chun Tianbei rushed to greet him. You will not believe it. A remarkable young man just visited us. Elder Chin's eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? This young man bought out the entire first floor for only 80 million? This information struck Elder Chin profoundly, as he was well aware of the first floor's value, which could typically fetch over 100 million at auction. The notion that it sold for merely 80 million was telling. Seeing his father's astonishment, Chun Tianbei sighed. You see, father, that young man is an expert among experts, with an extraordinary understanding of antiques. We have the surveillance footage, you can see for yourself. He produced a tablet, which displayed the footage of Yi Xian negotiating prices. Upon recognizing the figure on the screen, Elder Chin's gaze sharpened. It's him. The young man with the Warring States crystal cup. Father, do you know him? Chun Tianbei asked, puzzled. One of the bodyguards chimed in. Young master, you may not know, but just half an hour ago, the master purchased a Warring States crystal cup from him for 600,000. What a coincidence. Chun Tianbei was taken aback, realizing that both he and his father had crossed paths with the same young man. Truly an intriguing individual, Elder Chin mused, observing the composed young man on the screen. Have we gathered more information about him? Yes, Chun Tianbei replied. His name is Yi Xian, a 22-year-old music student at Dongjiang University, residing in the Imperial Residence No. 1. He owns 8 supercars and is the head of Do Sha, Jia Shi, and Tian Laiyin. Furthermore, he played a crucial role in helping the Shun family during their financial crisis. He is suspected to be the father of the Shun family's eldest daughter's child from 4 years ago. At this revelation, Chun Tianbei reflected deeply, acknowledging Yi Xian's remarkable status, suggesting he likely hailed from beyond Dongjiang. Oh, the son-in-law of the Shun family? Elder Chin remarked, his interest piqued. Then that girl must be Shen Xiaoqi, correct? Indeed, Chun Tianbei affirmed, for as one of Dongjiang's prominent families, they were well acquainted with such information. Indeed, the youth of today is formidable. As Chun Lao gazed upon Yi Xian for the first time, he sensed that the young man was extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Chu Feng should be returning soon. If possible, he should cultivate a friendship with this Yi Xian. Perhaps it could yield unexpected benefits in the future. Yes, father, Chun Tianbei replied, acknowledging that Chen Chu Feng was the son of his elder brother, Chen Tiannan, and thus his own nephew, destined to be the future head of the Chen family. As for him, he had a daughter named Chen Zian. Furthermore, wasn't he the Shun family seeking to establish a connection with the Chen family? Since it was related to that young man, they should indeed pursue it. Very well. Chun Tianbei nodded emphatically, clearly recognizing his father's esteem for Yi Xian. It was understandable, for such an exceptional young man was indeed a rare sight. Meanwhile, Yi Xian took Shen Xiaoqi to a Hanfu store at the Lantern Festival. Yi Xian, are we really going in? Shen Xiaoqi appeared somewhat hesitant. Although she was disguised and had not been recognized, entering the Hanfu shop might increase the chances of being spotted. Of course, don't worry. There won't be many people at this hour. Thus, Yi Xian led Shun Shaoqi into the store, with plenty of time remaining on the random consumption doubling card. It would be a shame not to utilize it. Before long, the pair arrived at the Hanfu store, which was about to close. The store's decor was understated yet luxurious, exuding an air of ancient charm. The layout and lighting were exquisite, suggesting that the renovation alone likely cost several $100,000, if not over $1 million. Welcome. May I ask what you and your companion need? Several female sales associates, captivated by Yi Xian's striking appearance, gathered around him eagerly. Chi. Feel free to choose whatever you like. There's no need to hold back on my account, Yi Xian declared with generosity. Shun Shaoqi's heart fluttered slightly. This was the first time a boy had offered to buy her clothes, and it felt rather delightful. Humph, then I won't hold back. With only the two of them as customers in the store, Shun Shaoqi grew bolder, unconcerned about being recognized. In a little while, Shun Shaoqi emerged from the fitting room clad in a luxurious silk qipao, her fair complexion, beauty, and graceful demeanor leaving the sales associates utterly envious. When they beheld her exquisite visage, they were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. My goodness, is that really the Chi goddess? Chapter 39. Is it not entirely normal for a husband to buy things for his wife? Chi goddess. At that moment, both the sales associates and the store manager were taken aback. The elegant silk qipao accentuated Shun Shaoqi's perfect figure, unmistakably revealing her identity. Oh my! Could that handsome gentleman be the boyfriend of the Chi goddess? Upon this realization, the manager and sales associates gasped in astonishment. Is it truly you, Chi goddess? How thrilling! Regaining her composure, one of the sales associates exhaled deeply and promptly retrieved a well-preserved photo from her pocket, which was indeed a picture of Shun Shaoqi. Chi goddess, could you please give me your autograph? Of course, Shun Shaoqi responded amiably, having anticipated this moment and not refusing. Her affable demeanor caused her reputation to surge among those present. Look, this is the kind of star worth admiring. Chi goddess, may I take a photo with you? Could you also sign my name, please? In an instant, the sales associates transformed into enthusiastic fans. However, the excitement soon shifted toward Yi Xian. Handsome guy, could you also sign for me? Shortly thereafter, one of the sales associates remarked, this silk qipao is rather expensive. The manager, taking a deep breath, cautioned, silk is exceptionally intricate in its craftsmanship and produced in limited quantities. The entire qipao takes several months to complete from start to finish. Even with a discount, it is still priced at over $1 million. $1 million? Shun Shaoqi was momentarily taken aback, not because she was unwilling to spend that amount, but rather in disbelief that a piece of clothing could command such a price. I'll buy it. While Shun Shaoqi pondered, Yi Xian was quick to act, eager for a high price, as that would serve the purpose of the random consumption doubling card. Wow, no wonder you're the boyfriend of the Chi goddess. Indeed, so pampering. Buying a $1,000,000 outfit without hesitation. The whispers of admiration only deepened Shun Shaoqi's blush, and it would be a lie to claim she felt no little joy at the moment. By the way, Chi, try on these few Hanfu pieces. I think they look quite nice. Yi Xian casually selected a few store treasures, ensuring they were sufficiently extravagant. The manager and sales associates were left speechless as they observed the garments Yi Xian chose. The least of them was priced at over $100,000. Could it be that the boyfriend of the Chi goddess is this lavish? Buy. Shun Shaoqi, already stunning in her beauty, had a figure that was beyond compare. With each Hanfu starting at tens of thousands, the designs were undoubtedly remarkable, each outfit more breathtaking than the last. In no time, Shun Shaoqi completed her try-ons and approached the checkout counter, where the manager personally calculated the total. Mr. Yi, Chi goddess, you have 3 qipaos and 5 hanfus, totaling $8 million. The surrounding sales associates gasped. This purchase alone encompassed the store's prized possessions, an extraordinarily generous gesture. This sum equated to the sales of the store over the course of a month. Mr. Yi, Chi goddess, please take care. We look forward to your next visit. The manager and sales associates warmly saw Yi Xian and Shun Shaoqi off, their minds racing with thoughts. If news of the Chi goddess dating were to spread, it would surely create a stir online. Of course, if they were to learn that the couple had already registered their marriage and had a 3-year-old adorable daughter, their reactions would be beyond imagination. Inside the supercar, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have spent 3.8 million renminbi, triggering a 10,000-fold consumption rebate, earning 3.8 billion renminbi. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Yi Xian's wealth surged once more, bringing him a step closer to the 300 billion mark. Yi Xian. Thank you. Shun Shaoqi's eyes sparkled. This was the first time someone had been so generous in buying her clothes. What are you thanking me for? Isn't it normal for a husband to buy things for his wife? You. Upon hearing his words, Shun Shaoqi's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Hee, are you feeling touched? This is just the beginning. If my wife desires the moon from the sky, your man will fetch it for you. Listening to his playful banter, Shen Shaoqi shot him a playful glare, as if. Meanwhile, in the office of the shark fighting CEO, Mr. Mu, the stock of Jiuxiu Live has plummeted over the past few days and is on the brink of collapse. The Zhou family is now completely incapacitated. If we act now, we can certainly acquire Jiuxiu Live. Li Kuei reported, analyzing the current situation. Jiuxiu Live stock is crashing? The Zhou family is incapacitated? Very well, I understand. Proceed as planned. Mu Tianyi commanded Li Kuei, indicating that the Dousha live stream would soon encroach upon and assimilate the Jiuxiu live stream market. Should this endeavor prove successful, Dousha live stream would undoubtedly ascend to become one of the top 3 platforms within the nation. After Li Kuei departed, Mu Tianyi exhaled deeply, rising to approach the grand floor-to-ceiling window, casting her gaze towards the direction of Jiuxiu live stream. A figure suddenly materialized in her mind, and it was none other than Yi Xian. Boss, who exactly is this person manipulating the stock market and rendering the Zhou family utterly powerless? The magnitude of influence behind this is astonishing. As Mu Tianyi pondered, the air around her new boss grew increasingly enigmatic. Dingling. Just as Mu Tianyi was lost in thought, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered. Hello, Qianqian. What did you say? Upon hearing the information relayed by her close friend, Mu Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You just hacked into my boss's information? Jiashi Entertainment and Tian Lai Jiyin are both owned by him, along with a 20% stake in the Dongjiangshan Group? Boom. At Mu Tianyi's revelation, Li Kuei's lips twitched, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Good heavens, Jiashi Entertainment, Tian Lai Jiyin, and the Shen Group? Just how many enterprises does our boss possess? Swallowing hard, Li Kuei was well aware that Qianqian was Mu Tianyi's steadfast confidant and an exceptional hacker. Anything she uncovered was undoubtedly authentic. After hanging up, Mu Tianyi's delicate face was etched with astonishment. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Li Kuei. Director Li, today's events are classified as company secrets and must not be divulged, not even a whisper. Understood, Mu Zong. Meanwhile, in front of the Emperor's residence, number 1 villa, a delivery truck came to a halt, and a figure emerged, none other than Qin Tianbei, the second master of the Chun family from Dongjiang. Upon learning of the truck's contents, Ye's mother was left flabbergasted. What did you say? He spent 80 million on antiques? That little rascal has lost his mind. Chapter 40. You brat. You've been deceiving me for over 20 years. 80 million for antiques. What difference did that make from being a spendthrift? In that instant, Ye's mother felt an overwhelming urge to break her son's legs. Everyone, please help carry these down. Li Mingqi, surveying over 200 antiques, instructed the maids, but quickly added. Be careful, the least expensive of these antiques is worth nearly 100,000, while some are valued in the millions. Gulp. Upon hearing Mingqi's words, the maids swallowed nervously, immediately adopting a cautious demeanor as they delicately transported each piece under Li Mingqi's meticulous guidance, placing them in designated spots throughout the villa. Throughout the process, the maids dared not be careless, their minds spinning as if caught in a dream. This young master treats money as if it were nothing. Why spend 80 million when these antiques can neither be eaten nor drunk? Approximately half an hour later, a Pagani Huayra pulled up in front of the villa. While at that moment, Li Mingqi had already arranged all 200 antiques in their most suitable locations. Chi-Chi, you're back. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law return, Ye's mother beamed with joy, casting a glance at her son, choosing to ignore him. What was there to say to this prodigal son? Not scolding him was already a great feat initially. She adored her daughter, yet endured over 20 years with a little rascal. Now that she had a daughter-in-law, how could she not be elated? After all, women often had much to discuss among themselves. Mom, let's sit inside. Unbeknownst to whether their relationship had warmed, Shen Shaoqi had quietly begun to adapt to her role. Observing her mother's demeanor, she beamed with a smile as if taking credit for it all. Haha, good. Listening to the endearing address, Ye's mother's face lit up with joy. Such a title could be heard 1,000 times without growing tiresome. Humph, you little rascal. Look at what you've done. Upon entering the villa, Ye's mother surveyed the antiques scattered throughout. Although they appeared impressive, there was still a nagging discomfort. Why spend 80 million when such items could neither be consumed nor quenched? That was a staggering sum, with her capabilities. She might not earn that much in 10 lifetimes. Gurgle. Just as Ye's mother was about to voice her thoughts, Mingming's stomach protested audibly. Daddy, Mingming is hungry. With wide, pleading eyes, she added, I saw Aunt Mingqi bought a roasted suckling pig today. Could we have that for dinner? With a charmingly innocent expression, she resembled a child trying to charm her way into a favor, melting Ye's mother's heart. All right, if our little darling wants to eat, how could Daddy refuse to cook for you? Yi Xian affectionately pinched Mingming's little face, while Shen Xiaoqi observed the heartwarming scene, her lips curling into a smile. Moments later, the group made their way to the lawn, where the understated yet luxurious lighting complemented the night sky, creating an atmosphere that was simply perfect. Young master, here are 3 suckling pigs. Gray Bear approached, effortlessly carrying 3 suckling pigs, leaving Ye's mother astonished. Good heavens, this Gray Bear is incredibly strong. Each pig must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds, totaling over 100 pounds. And he lifts them with such ease. Where on earth did my son find such a beast? Whoosh. Ye's mother then witnessed her son's knife flash, and in the next moment, he transitioned into a culinary mode of butchering the pig, his knife skills mesmerizing, plunging the lawn into silence. Even Gray Bear's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yi Xian's prowess was indeed remarkable. Before long, the 3 roasted suckling pigs were expertly prepared by Yi Xian, who then showcased his adept grilling techniques. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Meng Meng, closest to the source, to swallow audibly, her big eyes fixed on the sight, nearly drooling with anticipation. What is this? Ye's mother was equally taken aback. Her little rascal's grilling skills were unexpectedly superb. When did this happen? How had she been oblivious? Minutes later, as the savory scent of the roasted suckling pigs intensified, Yi Xian gazed the alluring aroma of roasted suckling pig wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of 2 beautifully roasted pigs, the latter of which was generously bestowed upon the group of bears, while Ming Ming and Shen Xiaoqi would likely struggle to finish their portion. An hour later, the sounds of satisfied belches intertwined above the villa's lawn, each face glowing with a contented smile. After indulging in this sumptuous feast, they found themselves uninterested in any other culinary delights. The bears, with keen insight, began to tidy up the lawn, their admiration for young Master Yi flowing like an endless river. You rascal, you've deceived me for over 20 years. And yet your culinary skills are so remarkable. Ye's mother scolded her son with a fierce glare, feeling as though she had been thoroughly duped by this cunning boy, wondering how she had missed any signs of his hidden talents. Hey, wasn't I just giving you a chance to show off? Yi Xian replied cheekily. You little brat. Ye's mother laughed, her amusement evident as she remarked, if it weren't for all these people around, I would have given you a good thrashing. Chapter 41. A reunion after 4 years. With a chuckle, Shen Xiaoqi couldn't contain her laughter at her future mother-in-law's words, and as Ye's mother's gaze fell upon her, she thought, Chi-Chi is 1,000 times better than that Wang Bingbing. Honestly, I don't know how you ever fell for that vixen, Ye's mother lamented, prompting Yi Xian to clear his throat, wishing to avoid the past. Let us just say I was blind, he retorted, recalling how he had initially acquiesced to Wang Bingbing's relentless pursuits, merely finding her appearance acceptable without any serious intent. Good to know. Ye's mother replied without a hint of mercy, just as Ming Ming received a knowing look from her grandmother, feigning a yawn. Grandma, I'm so sleepy. Shall we go to bed? Of course, the two said, hand in hand, making their way into the villa, while the bears and Li Mengqi discreetly took their leave, clearly understanding that the ensuing moments were meant for the young couple. Their presence would only serve as an unwelcome distraction, for being a third wheel is no easy task. The moment Ming Ming and Ye's mother entered the villa, they exchanged a sly glance that spoke volumes, a moment of mutual understanding. So in sync. I'll head back to my room first, Shen Xiaoqi said, swiftly retreating to the bedroom, acutely aware of how conspicuous their actions had been. Watching Shen Xiaoqi's hasty exit, Yi Xian smirked, realizing she didn't have as thick a skin as he had presumed. It seemed that winning her heart was merely a matter of time. The thought of capturing her affections filled him with excitement, for the prospect of conducting billion-dollar deals at any time was far more enticing than anything else. With this in mind, he too headed toward the bedroom, pondering the implications of her declaration about returning to her room first, while the bears thought, watching as their young master and mistress disappeared into the bedroom, envy swelling within them like a raging river. Oh, how I envy them. What should I do? They lamented, imagining themselves in the position of the young mistress, their cheeks flushing at the mere thought. Not long after, Shen Xiaoqi emerged from the bathroom, and a familiar scent enveloped her, prompting her to reflect on the events of the past few days, leading her to seemingly make a decision. With Yi Xian's keen perception, he noticed the change in Shen Xiaoqi's demeanor, especially with the absence of any barriers. Surely, she couldn't be harboring feelings for him now? Indeed, it seemed his irresistible charm was too potent to resist. If only Shen Xiaoqi could read his thoughts at that moment, she would likely send him flying with a single punch. As they stood close together, Shen Xiaoqi's initial reluctance had melted away, replaced by a blossoming affection that had long since eclipsed any traces of resentment, especially with her future mother-in-law now present, bolstering her confidence considerably. Yi Xian, I may be traveling for concerts across various locations for a while, so I might not be in Dongjiang for an extended period, she said, her tone laced with reluctance. Hearing the hint of sadness in her voice, Xuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, a playful smile gracing his lips. Then, in that case, why not be my woman tonight? She replied, the unspoken understanding between them palpable. Thus, a passionate French kiss ensued, leading to the natural unfolding of certain events that had been long overdue. After 4 years, their paths had intertwined once more. In that moment, Shen Xiaoqi realized that she had unknowingly fallen for the heartbreaker from 4 years ago. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang Shen family estate, within the villa, a figure appeared, a pale-faced Ying Ten, the very individual who had once tested Xuan. Master. Ying Ten entered the scene, clearly still bearing the marks of his injuries. Upon seeing him, Shen Donglin was taken aback. You're injured. Ying Ten's face contorted with bitterness as he recounted his failed attempt to gauge Xuan's capabilities. And as Shen Donglin absorbed this information, his composure shattered, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? That young man defeated you in one blow. Were he to discover that his daughter was currently entangled with the very person he had sought to test, one could only imagine his reaction. The following morning, golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the exquisitely pale face of Shen Xiaoqi. As she opened her sleepy eyes, she was greeted by the handsome visage of Xuan, looking even more striking in the morning light. Recalling the events of the previous night made her cheeks flush with warmth. What are you daydreaming about? Are you captivated by your man's unparalleled looks? Startled, she heard a teasing voice, followed by a tightening grip around her waist. How shameless, she retorted, shooting him a playful glare. It seemed that their candid exchanges had brought them significantly closer. At this moment, whether their marriage certificate was merely a piece of paper was of no consequence. Chapter 42. When we meet again, you will know my worth. After a short while, the two emerged from their room, and Ye's mother, upon witnessing the radiant glow on her future daughter-in-law's face, mused, indeed, my son is something else. The prospect of a plump grandchild is all but secured. Chi-Chi, come here. I need to talk to you. Ye's mother called her over, having thought of something important. After a brief conversation, Ye's mother had to leave Dongjiang to return to her hometown, as her responsibilities as a homeroom teacher kept her quite busy. Shen Xiaoqi watched her future mother-in-law depart, glancing at the brocade box in her hands, contemplating the heirloom from Ye's family. How would she navigate her new identity as a member of the Yi family? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her heart raced uncontrollably. Hee, Daddy, where are we going to play? Snapping back to reality, Mingming beamed with anticipation. Well aware that her mother was headed for a concert. Let us go to the temple fair, Shen Xiaoqi suggested, recalling that today marked a rare temple fair in Dongjiang. Temple fair? Let us hurry, Mingming exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As they spoke, Mingming eagerly chimed in, expressing her excitement. Ultimately, it mattered little what they did. The essence lay in being together with her father. Following this, Xuan drove off with the little bundle of joy towards the temple fair, leaving Shen Xiaoqi in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. Ding dong. At a certain moment, the sound of a message notification drew her attention, revealing a picture sent by Xuan. It was none other than the songs he had written. Moreover, there were a total of 4. Little One, Invisible Wings, The First Dream, and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Upon closer inspection, Shen Xiaoqi's face was a portrait of astonishment. This guy had managed to create works that were every bit as remarkable as his previous piece, The Hasty Years. How on earth had Xuan accomplished this? Just then, another message arrived, stating, use it as you wish, but don't get too sentimental. With a chuckle, Shen Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile at his playful message. And she quickly typed back with a haughty tone, humph, as if I'd be moved. Playful JPG. The next time they met, she would make sure he understood her prowess. Half an hour later, at Dongjiang, the temple fair. Wow, Daddy, look at all the vendors. It's so lively. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Mingming was captivated by the vibrant atmosphere of the temple fair, which was bustling even more than the Lantern Festival, with various small stalls scattered around. Hee, I want to eat candied hawthorn, Mingming exclaimed as she eyed a nearby stall, swallowing her saliva while cutely shaking her father's hand. Look, Daddy, the sugar figurines are so beautiful. And cotton candy too. All the way. Mingming chirped like a lark that had just been freed from its cage. At that moment, she also opened her live stream for the first time in days, mindful that her father and mother's identities must remain confidential from outsiders. Hey, Daddy, look at that. It's so lively. Let us go take a look. As she tugged at Xuan, they walked towards the center of the commotion, drawing the attention of many fans in the live stream who were thrilled to see their adorable little fairy broadcasting. In no time, the live stream focused on the bustling scene. There was a stall in the midst of the crowd, featuring a wooden board studded with nails. Step right up, everyone. This is the nail hammer challenge. If you can drive all 10 nails into the board, You can choose any toy from our stall. Observing the situation, Xuan smiled faintly. This was clearly a scheme designed to entice people. With his keen eyesight, he recognized that the nails had been tampered with and that the board had a specially reinforced core. While it was not made of steel, the wood was exceptionally hard, making the chances of success exceedingly slim. It was evident that the stall owner was assured a profit. Realizing the ruse, Xuan smiled slightly. Daddy, look at that adorable Pikachu. I really want it, Meng Meng exclaimed, entranced by the cute yellow Pikachu that served as the stall's prized possession, which had cost the owner several hundred to procure. I want it so badly. Although Xuan did not wish to obstruct anyone's opportunity to earn, he turned to his daughter and inquired, but you have to hit the nails 10 times in a row. That seems quite difficult. Observing the failed attempts of other customers, Meng Meng furrowed her brow, feeling disheartened. It should be fine. Daddy, give it a try. It shouldn't be a problem. With determination, he stepped up just as the previous challenger had failed. Boss, I'll give it a go. After paying, the owner positioned 10 nails in a row on the board, with approximately 1/5 of them embedded within. Good luck, handsome. The stall owner flashed a sly grin, which Xuan caught, knowing that the owner favored parents with children like him. Each attempt cost 10 yuan, making the earnings easy. Xuan could tell that at least half of the nails were of poor quality and dull-tipped, requiring extraordinary force and precision to drive them in. However, he was not just anyone. Not only could he handle the specially crafted board, but he could also easily penetrate a 5-centimeter thick steel plate. The stall owner had no inkling of the caliber of the man before him. Come on, Daddy. Meng Meng cheered him on from the sidelines, further amusing the stall owner, who thought that if this handsome man succeeded, he'd be eating his own board. With a swift motion, Xuan struck the first nail, which sunk completely into the wood with a crisp sound. The stall owner was taken aback. Wow, your aim is impressive. Keep going. Onlookers began to rally behind him, sensing that this man had some skill. With another resounding strike, the second nail was driven in, and cheers erupted from the crowd as if they were the ones hammering the nails themselves. With every swing, the remaining nails vanished into the board. Yay, Daddy won. Meng Meng squealed. Boss, I want that Pikachu. Her intentions were crystal clear, and the stall owner's face contorted into a smile that was more painful than tears as he reluctantly handed over the adorable Pikachu, his heart dripping with regret. I'll take it, Xuan said, lifting the Pikachu, which was almost as large as Meng Meng, and smiled indulgently. This scene ignited envy among the surrounding girls. Daddy, I want a Pikachu too. Can you go hit the nails for me, please? In an instant, the area around the nail-hitting challenge became a playground of adorable antics, while the fathers of these mythical creatures could only grimace, wishing they could indulge their daughters, but feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, in the car heading to the next concert venue, Shun Xiaoqi smiled at the joy radiating from her daughter's face, realizing that that rascal was utterly spoiling his girl. For a moment, she felt that even the concert was losing its allure. Suddenly, the live stream was flooded with a familiar wave of extravagant donations. AOC donated to the soft and cute fairy, Dreamy Starry Sky X888. The screen filled with the same message repeatedly, shocking everyone present. Shun Xiaoqi's smile froze in disbelief as she processed the astonishing figure of 88 million renminbi in donations. Wow, my AOC is incredible. The sheer opulence was astounding, leaving everyone in shock. In the world of the wealthy, mysteries abound. Don't idolize me. I'm just a legend. The live stream erupted in excitement, and as a result, the number of fans soared past the 100,000 mark, continuing to rise rapidly. At that moment, the ranking displayed the name of the top donor, now adorned in luxurious black and gold, signifying the status of being a supreme fan, with a staggering total of 160 million. It was clear that this was the cumulative amount donated to the soft and cute fairy by AOC. Truly formidable. The live stream was pulsating with excitement, causing unprecedented ripples at the headquarters of Dosha. Mu Tianyi gazed enviously at her boss's indulgent antics towards his cherished daughter. Truly, her boss possessed an extraordinary talent for pampering, an absolute doting aficionado. This was Mu Tianyi's succinct appraisal of her superior. Amidst the surrounding commotion, Meng Meng joyfully strolled through the temple fair, her delight accentuated by the oversized, adorably charming Pikachu that Xuan held, garnering an impressive 100 rate of attention from passersby. Even some young girls, accompanied by their boyfriends, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, imagining how blissful it would be to be the daughter of such a handsome man. Daddy, look, there are so many people over there, Meng Meng exclaimed, her face radiating a mix of pride and happiness as she admired the large Pikachu in her father's grasp. She absolutely relished being so pampered by her dad. Oh, let us go take a look. Hand in hand, they made their way towards another gathering, an unshakable sense that their idol was about to steal the spotlight once more. Everyone's spirits were heightened, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of something intriguing. Wow, a snack stall. Upon reaching the venue, Meng Meng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the delectable treats. However, her fellow fans soon noticed a conspicuous poster nearby, boldly announcing a special event at the snack stall, a free challenge. The poster detailed a conundrum posed to the stall's proprietress, a man. Fully aware that there were only 2 scoops available, one measuring 7 ounces and the other 11 ounces, insisted she sell him 2 ounces of wine. The clever proprietress, without hesitation, utilized the 2 scoops to pour and measure, successfully obtaining the 2 ounces. The question was, how did she accomplish this? Note: successfully completing the challenge grants free access to all delectable snacks. Numerous visitors stepped forward to attempt the challenge, but all met with failure. Ding! The host triggered a random task: solve the wine scooping dilemma and showcase intellectual prowess, with a reward of 50 billion renminbi and an accompanying mastery of chess skills. The wine scooping puzzle? Glancing at the poster's description, Xuan found the system's task to be a mere stroll in the park. Handsome. Would you like to give it a try? The snack stall owner, noticing Xuan's striking looks, recognized the potential benefits for her business, and after all, failure bore no monetary consequence. Sure. With the system task in play, Xuan naturally accepted. The fans in the live stream buzzed with excitement, sensing their idol was about to create a stir once again. Chapter 44. Daddy, you can perform magic too? Oh, another challenger has stepped up? That guy is so handsome. Predictably, the sight of a dashing contender drew a cluster of girls, for handsome men have an everlasting allure. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Xuan approached the challenge table. The puzzle appeared intricate, yet it was rather simple. First, he poured 7 ounces into the 11-ounce scoop, then filled the 7-ounce scoop again and poured into the 11-ounce scoop, leaving 3 ounces in the 7-ounce scoop. As he spoke, Xuan executed the steps. First scooping 7 ounces, pouring it into the 11-ounce scoop, then refilling the 7-ounce scoop and continuing to fill the 11-ounce scoop. At this point, only 3 ounces remained in the 1-ounce scoop. This captivating display captivated the audience. Pour out the wine from the 11-ounce scoop, then transfer the remaining 3 ounces from the 7-ounce scoop. He then scooped 7 ounces into the 11-ounce scoop, which could still hold 2 ounces. Next, I'll scoop 7 ounces into the 11-ounce scoop again, leaving 6 ounces in the 7-ounce scoop. Discard the wine from the 11-ounce scoop and pour in the 6 ounces, which can still accommodate 5 ounces. Finally, I'll scoop 7 ounces into the 11-ounce scoop again, leaving 2 ounces in the 7-ounce scoop. This complex yet orderly sequence of actions left the spectators in awe, and at that moment, Xuan poured the contents of the 7-ounce scoop into a 2-ounce wine glass, resulting in a miraculous scene. The glass was perfectly filled, teetering on the brink of overflow, yet never spilling. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Amazing. Clearly, this execution left everyone spellbound, including the snack stall owner, who was taken aback as he had no idea how to solve the puzzle himself. It was merely a ploy to attract customers. Ahem, impressive work, my friend. The stall owner gave Xuan a thumbs up. Today's snacks are on me. Yay, long live daddy. Meng Meng squealed with joy, her excitement surpassing even the satisfaction of solving the puzzle herself. In a business vehicle, Shen Xiaoqi watched her daughter's exuberance with a knowing smile. To be fair, that guy possesses a certain cleverness. Beside her, assistantly Xiaoyan widened her eyes at Shen Xiaoqi's phone screen, the sounds echoing in her mind. Then, with astonishment, she turned to Xuan. Oh my. Did I hear that correctly? The handsome guy named Xuan from the Donjiang concert is actually Meng Meng's dad? If that is the case, did Chi-Chi's sister give birth to this guy's child 4 years ago? A gulp echoed as she realized the monumental secret she had just uncovered. Oh, daddy, you must try this snack. It's delicious. Meng Meng sweetly offered a meatball to her father. The scene made even warmer by the presence of the large yellow Pikachu beside them. A wave of affectionate moments enveloped the father-daughter duo, evoking envy among onlookers. Meng Meng, shall I perform a magic trick for you? Looking at his adorable daughter, Xuan cherished his current role more than ever, a feeling he had never experienced before. Wow. Daddy, you can perform magic too. Upon hearing her father's words, Meng Meng's eyes sparkled with surprise, her little face brimming with pride as if to declare that she always knew her dad was the best. Of course, with a tender gaze on his daughter, their exchange undoubtedly captured the attention of the surrounding crowd and the livestream fans. Xuan disregarded their stares. Now, keep your eyes peeled, don't blink. He flipped his right hand to reveal it was empty, and with a snap of his fingers, a brand new red banknote materialized in his palm, evidently conjured from the system. Oh, Meng Meng's eyes lit up at the sight of the banknote, while the crowd gasped in astonishment. Handsome, what an incredible magic trick. This maneuver was undoubtedly a magnet for fans. Goodness, if I could perform such magic, I wouldn't be single. The audience buzzed with excitement, and the live stream fans were equally stunned. Under close scrutiny, they found no hint of trickery, showcasing the remarkable finesse of their idol's magic. The red banknote appeared as if conjured from thin air. There were no signs at all, which made the visual impact even more striking. The snack stall owner was equally dumbfounded, having witnessed the feat from such proximity. Was this truly a display of magical prowess? Daddy, can you do it again? Meng Meng clearly wasn't satisfied. It was far too entertaining. Her father was a magician after all. Certainly. With another snap of his fingers, he added, "Now check beneath your chair for more banknotes." Beneath my chair? Upon hearing her father's words, Meng Meng rose from her seat, discovering yet another red banknote lying beneath her. Daddy, this. Watching her father's performance, Meng Meng was utterly astounded. Is this magic? How incredible. Not only Meng Meng, but even her friends were left in awe. Wow. When did magic become this amazing? They observed with utmost clarity that the adorable little one had not risen at all. One must ponder, in light of this. How could a red banknote possibly be placed upon the stool? This was merely the beginning. As he spoke, Xuan snapped his fingers beside the enchanting little ears, and, to great astonishment, 2 pristine red banknotes reappeared in his hands, identical in freshness to the previous pair. Wow. At that moment, Meng Meng was utterly delighted by her father's magical currency transformation. With another snap of his fingers, 2 brand new banknotes materialized in his right hand, resulting in a total of 6 red banknotes adorning the table. The close proximity allowed Meng Meng to even catch a whiff of the crisp scent of the freshly minted notes. Inside the luxury vehicle, as she watched the live broadcast of the currency transformation, Li Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder Sister Chi had managed to capture his heart. He was so impressive and dashing. Chapter 45. A staggering investment to establish a 7-star hotel chain. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the intellectual domination task. Reward, 50 billion renminbi. Plus the bestowment of divine chess skills. Following a delectable snack, the system promptly credited the task reward. Name, Xuan. Age, 22 years. Skills, divine music, divine culinary arts, divine martial arts, divine chiropractic massage, divine appraisal, divine chess skills. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, contract for the Imperial Residence No. 1 Villa, 100 equity in Dosha Live, 100 equity in Jiashir Entertainment, 20 equity in Shin Group, 100 equity in Tianlai Iin, and 30 villas in the Imperial Residence. Wealth, 270. 5 billion. Daddy, your magic is truly extraordinary. Meng Meng chirped excitedly, reflecting on the earlier spectacle. It's passable. I have a slight understanding of it. Xuan replied nonchalantly. Daddy, that's not true. The magic is absolutely marvelous. Clearly, Meng Meng was not pleased with her father's modesty, her puffed cheeks appearing irresistibly cute. By the way, Daddy, where are we headed next? She inquired curiously. I'm so excited about the temple fair today. Well, let us head to the hotel for a bit of rest. And then we can enjoy some activities in the afternoon before returning home, he replied, steering the supercar towards the nearby Kunpeng Hotel. As the only 7-star hotel in Dongjiang, its market value exceeded 100 billion, attracting only the affluent and elite, as its exorbitant prices deterred at least 90% of the populace. Of course, Xuan had an ulterior motive for selecting Kunpeng Hotel. It was his intention to acquire it under his name. 20 minutes later, before the Kunpeng Hotel, an Aston Martin 1-77 approached from afar, coming to a precise stop. As they exited the vehicle, it just so happened that the top-tier celebrity Tycoon was emerging from the hotel, visibly irritable due to a failed negotiation regarding his film remuneration. Wow, look! The idol Tycoon is coming out. I love you, Tycoon. Moi? Idol, could I please have your autograph? In an instant, fans surged forward, and Tycoon, with a smirk of disdain, mused about the foolishness of his fans, recognizing that his domestic fame was merely a lucrative venture. As several bodyguards attempted to restrain the enthusiastic fans, they overlooked Xuan and Meng Meng ahead. Tycoon, preoccupied with his own thoughts, failed to notice and inadvertently collided with Meng Meng, whom Xuan had been holding by the hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, and in the next instant, Tycoon was sent sprawling, his face swelling grotesquely. Kun Xiao. Several bodyguards rushed over, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Do you know who I am? Tycoon, a top-tier star, had never encountered such treatment. The surrounding fans glared, their expressions darkening. How dare this audacious fellow strike their beloved idol? Though he was undeniably handsome, the bodyguards swallowed hard at the sight of Xuan's menacing gaze. Meng Meng, are you all right? If anything happened to the little one, these people would pay dearly. The fans of the soft and adorable fairy in the live stream erupted in excitement. No way, did the idol just get slapped by a rising star? Goodness. This is bound to create a stir. Well done. I've always found that pretentious fellow insufferable. Is the idol going to be okay? Hey, have you all forgotten that the idol has a billion-dollar villa and 8 supercars? Clearly, they understood that while Tycoon was a top-tier celebrity with significant backing, Xuan was not to be underestimated, especially since ordinary individuals do not reside in the Imperial Residence No. 1, nor do they possess 8 supercars valued at over 20 million each. What is happening here? At that moment, Wu Ziming, the owner of Kunping Hotel, approached, eager to ascertain who had the audacity to strike the most promising talent of Jiashi Entertainment. As he scanned the crowd, his gaze fell upon Xuan, and his pupils widened in shock. This is the owner of Jiashi Entertainment, the illustrious Xuan. Wu Ziming's heart raced. He had been friends for years with Li Hongji, the owner of Jiashi Entertainment. The sudden acquisition of the flourishing company spoke volumes about Xuan's capabilities. Let us go. Tycoon recognized that the individual before him was highly skilled. Should Xuan unleash his wrath, Tycoon's bodyguards would be utterly insufficient. These men were mere window dressing, lacking true combat prowess. If Xuan were to incapacitate them, it would only lead to further humiliation for him. Disperse. Wu Ziming waved his hand, prompting the security to disperse the gathering of Tycoon's fans. Yet, the lingering shock on their faces remained. They had witnessed their idol being struck. Sir, may I have a word with you? Understanding Xuan's identity, Wu Ziming did not dare to delay, personally escorting him into the Kunping Hotel. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Dongjiang, Shen Xiaoqi had just finished freshening up and happened to witness the scene of someone slapping Tycoon, a top-tier celebrity. Being struck with such ease would undoubtedly cause an uproar online. However, Shen Xiaoqi remained unperturbed, for the individual in question was the owner of Jiashi Entertainment. Amir Tycoon could hardly stir the waters. At the Yanqing train station, Ye's mother watched the live stream on her phone, her heart racing for her son. He struck a top-tier star. Oh my goodness, that was brilliant. How dare he confront my granddaughter? He deserved it. At that moment, Xuan and Wu Ziming entered a private room. Mr. Yi, I did not expect your esteemed presence. Oh, Xuan paused. You know me? This was their first meeting. And Wu Ziming, a middle-aged man, responded, of course. Mr. Yi's name is well known. Li Hongji of Jiashi Entertainment is a close friend of mine. Wu Ziming recounted how he came to know of Xuan's identity without omitting any details. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding sparkled in Xuan's eyes, making his subsequent intentions considerably simpler. Mr. Wu, may I inquire if you would be interested in working for me? Without any preamble, Xuan directly articulated his purpose. I intend to invest 100 billion in Kunping Hotel. Would you be willing to become the president and transform it into a chain? Gasp upon hearing these words, Wu Ziming inhaled sharply. A staggering investment of 100 billion? A 7-star hotel chain? Goodness, over 1,000 billion. Is young Master Yi truly that affluent? The room fell into a profound silence as Wu Ziming quickly weighed the pros and cons. In a moment, his gaze solidified with determination, grateful for young Master Yi's regard. Ziming was willing to devote himself to serve him diligently. Wu Ziming understood well that, without any backing in Dongjiang, further advancement was utterly impossible. However, aligning himself with young Master Yi would undoubtedly propel Kunping Hotel to new heights. It was worth noting that such a direct investment of 100 billion was something even the 4 great superfamilies of Dongjiang might struggle to muster. Little did he know, this decision would soon multiply his worth tenfold, or even dozens of times over. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 46, Little Kuan. Do you know who struck you? In Dongjiang, at Tycoon's villa. Ding ding ding. A phone call came in. Upon seeing it was from Jiashi, Tycoon answered it with a flick of his hand. What did you say? Jiashi wants to shelve me. Clearly, Tycoon was taken aback by this news, as he had just urged Jiashi to take revenge on that scoundrel, only for Jiashi to announce that they intended to shelve him first. Li Hongji. Where does he get the authority? Upon hearing that the decision came from Li Hongji, Tycoon's displeasure escalated. After all, his father held the position of the second-largest shareholder in Jiashi with 30 of the shares. Had Li Hongji lost his mind, to disregard even his father's standing? Very well. After hanging up, Tycoon's teeth ground together as he smashed his phone into pieces with a resounding crack. Little Kuan, you're back. Tai Mingduo entered from outside the villa and immediately noticed his son's pallid complexion, clearly aware of the shelving incident. However, this was not the most pressing matter for him. Father, that old scoundrel Li Hongji is pushing his luck, actually wanting to shelve me? And that bastard dared to strike me publicly. He must pay the price. Tycoon's words were cut short as Tai Mingduo delivered a sharp slap across his face. Shut your mouth. The reprimand left Tycoon utterly bewildered. It was the first time his father had struck him. In the past, no matter how grave his transgressions, his father had always managed to smooth things over. You dare hit me. Tycoon was in disbelief, staring at his father's grim expression. Do you still not realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Duo, though pained to strike his son, understood that this was the only way to sever the boy's thoughts of revenge against Xuan. I don't care how much hatred you harbor. From now on, you must not offend Xuan in the slightest. Little Xuan, do you know who struck you? At this point, Duo smiled bitterly. The new owner of Joshua Entertainment is the one who struck you. What? Tycoon gazed at his father in disbelief. His astonishment unmasked. That kid is the owner of Joshua Entertainment? How is that possible? Father, wasn't the owner of Joshua an old man? Duo, looking through the window towards Joshua Entertainment, replied, yes, that was previously the case. However, Joshua Entertainment has changed hands, and my 30 shares have been taken by Xuan. Now he possesses 100 of Joshua Entertainment. Pausing for a moment, Duo sighed. This is why Joshua Entertainment acted so swiftly to shelve you upon receiving the news. Joshua has changed ownership? He possesses absolute authority? Tycoon, who had become a top-tier star not only through his father's support, but also due to his own connections, fully understood the significance of this information. Now everything made sense. No wonder that individual had looked down upon him. He owned the entirety of Joshua Entertainment. Tycoon was acutely aware of the fierce competition and treacherous depths of Joshua Entertainment, especially since the former owner had been someone his father greatly respected. Yet Xuan had managed to conquer that existence, indicating that the one who struck him was likely more formidable than even the former owner of Joshua. The implications were chilling. Thankfully, he had not encountered that man's daughter. Otherwise, the Kai family would likely face utter annihilation. Young Master Yi, take care. Wu Ziming respectfully saw Xuan off, only retracting his gaze once the supercar disappeared around the corner, still feeling as though he were in a dream. The employees of Kunping Hotel, witnessing such deference from their boss, were all left in a state of shock. They had never seen him behave this way before. Who exactly was that young man? He had struck a top-tier celebrity and yet commanded such reverence from their boss. Furthermore, the car he drove seemed to be a Lamborghini Veneno, indicating an extraordinary identity. Ding dong. At that moment, Xuan received a message on his phone from Lei Hu. Young master, the young mistress may be in danger. I have received information that someone has hired assassins to harm her. Upon reading the message, a murderous glint flickered in Xuan's eyes. Vendetta? Familial strife? Ding. The system announced. Host has triggered a random mission. Eliminate all hired assassins. Reward, 100 personal shadow guards. Plus a random consumption rebate card X1. Personal shadow guards? The system's voice echoed in his ears, leading Xuan to envision personal butlers and bodyguard teams. Now, personal shadow guards seemed to lean more towards assassins. With this thought, Xuan could not help but feel an eager anticipation for these 100 shadow guards. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Murmuring to himself, he recalled the threat against Shun Xiaoqi. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Regardless of who the assailant was, those who dared to touch his bottom line would face death. Meanwhile, at the Shun family estate in Dongjiang, crack. The jade ring in his hand shattered upon impact. Shen Donglin's piercing gaze bore down on his subordinates. What did you say? Someone has hired assassins to target Chi-Chi. What audacity! Shen Donglin's expression darkened, and a fierce glint surged in his eyes. To harm my daughter, they seek death. Shen Xiaoqi was his precious child. An untouchable taboo. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would meet their demise. Even the 4 great superfamilies of Dongjiang would not be spared. Yet, few knew that Shen Xiaoqi was the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Bring them to me. Shen Donglin immediately devised a plan. Whoever it was must pay dearly for this. Swish. As his words fell, a figure appeared in the room with astonishing speed, as if materializing from thin air. This person was well versed in the art of assassination, none other than Shadow 3 from the Shen family, the 3rd strongest expert in the family, responsible for Shun Donglin's safety alongside Uncle Fu. Master. At the moment Shadow 3 entered, Uncle Fu also arrived from the study. Having overheard Shen Donglin's intention to send Shadow 3 into action. Brother, wait. Upon entering the study, Uncle Fu interjected, Xuan has already taken Meng Meng to Modu. With him there, we should refrain from taking action. Oh. Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Shen Donglin was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that Xuan would receive the news before him. Shadow 3's gaze narrowed, contemplating that this was the same son-in-law who had severely injured Shadow 10 with a casual move. Uncle Fu's suggestion seemed to imply testing Xuan's capabilities. Precisely. Uncle Fu smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Xuan is exceedingly mysterious. This presents a fine opportunity for testing. Of course, just to be safe, we can have Shadow 3 follow discreetly, ready to eliminate any assassins should anything unusual arise. Listening to Uncle Fu's plan, Shun Donglin nodded slightly after a moment. then turned his gaze toward Modu. Very well, let it be so. Ing-san, ensure Chi-Chi's safety without fail. Yes, my lord. With those words, Ing-san vanished from the study, leaving no trace behind. However, Shen Donglin and his companions remained oblivious to the profound shock this trial had instigated within them. Of course, that was a matter for another time, as they were unaware of it in that moment. Chapter 47. The little one is keeping watch outside. In the magical city. At the venue of the concert. Wow, is this really the place where Mama is performing today? It's so beautiful. As Xuan gazed upon the stunning stadium, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Everything appeared normal, and it seemed the hired assassins had yet to act. Come, let us go find Mama. Grasping Meng Meng's small hand, they proceeded down the designated passageway. As for the 5 individuals attempting to obstruct their path, it was because one of them was Li Xiaoyan, Shun Xiaoqi's assistant. Before long, at the backstage lounge, in front of the private room, Aunt Xiaoyan. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan, waiting by the door, caught sight of the handsome Yi Xian and the adorable Meng Meng. Since the last encounter, she had come to know that this striking gentleman was indeed Meng Meng's father. Meng Meng, I took the risk of offending Sister Chi-Chi to bring you here. Hee hee, Aunt Xiaoyan is the best. Meng Meng giggled, glancing at her father, saying, Daddy, you go find Mama. I'll help Aunt Xiaoyan keep watch. Li Xiaoyan, hearing the whims of Sister Chi-Chi's quirky daughter, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. This girl. Yi Xian affectionately pinched Meng Meng's cheek, nodded at Li Xiaoyan, and entered the lounge. As she watched Yi Xian's retreating figure, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Of course, she could only dream of it. If Sister Chi-Chi found out, she would surely hang her up and beat her to a pulp. Upon entering the lounge, Shen Xiaoqi stood with her back to Yi Xian, lost in thought, an enchanting smile occasionally gracing her lips. Observing the captivating silhouette of the stunning beauty, Yi Xian felt his spirits lift. He approached, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, the sensation exquisite, especially as he inhaled her calming fragrance. Suddenly being embraced. Shen Xiaoqi's heart raced, initially believing she was being taken advantage of by some rogue. However, upon recognizing the familiar embrace and scent, her beautiful eyes widened. This was that guy. What brings you here? Though she did not turn around, Shen Xiaoqi instantly recognized him. After all, she would never forget the incident involving Yin Jiping and the little dragon girl. They had been candid with each other. Naturally, I missed my darling Chi-Chi. I couldn't sleep a wink. Yeah, right. Shen Xiaoqi intended to turn around, but before she could finish her sentence, she was silenced by his lips. A wave of passionate French kissing ensued, instantly filling the lounge with an overwhelming sweetness. If love were tangible, the lounge would have surely burst asunder in an instant. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The prolonged French kiss stretched on, and in that moment, Shen Xiaoqi seemed to forget the passage of time, until the sensation of breathlessness finally pulled her back to reality, prompting her to struggle free from his embrace. Are you trying to kill me? She shot him a fierce glare, yet deep down, she felt an undeniable reluctance. Her cheeks flushed with an involuntary blush. That infuriating guy. How could he expect her to sing wholeheartedly after this? What? You seemed quite willing just now. Hearing his teasing words, Shen Xiaoqi widened her captivating eyes, raising her delicate fist in a mock threat. Do you believe I would beat you to a pulp? By the way, did you come alone? It was then that Shen Xiaoqi noticed he was the only one in the lounge. Yi Xian smiled slightly, giving her a playful pinch, which elicited an eye roll from her. Of course not. The little one is keeping watch for us outside. Shen Xiaoqi. Keeping watch. Yi Xian, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing the rogue's words, Shen Xiaoqi's temper flared. This guy had the audacity to let their daughter keep watch outside while he was in the lounge with her. How could he be so reckless with their daughter's safety? No. It wasn't me who asked Meng Meng to keep watch. She insisted on helping your assistant. Shen Xiaoqi. And your assistant? At this thought, Shen Xiaoqi felt a chill run down her spine. How was she supposed to work in the future? In that moment, she ground her silver teeth in frustration, wishing she could bite the rogue before her to death. However, she was unaware that Yi Xian had come not out of restlessness, but rather due to knowledge of the danger she faced. Look at the mess you've made. Shen Xiaoqi glared at Yi Xian, genuinely questioning how someone so capable could make such a reckless decision. At that moment, she felt an itch of anger deep within her. Once the concert concludes, I shall have my revenge on you, she declared fiercely, then exhaled, stating, just wait for me. The concert will be over shortly. If you pull any more stunts, I shall ensure you bleed on the spot. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a certain spot. Her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. Little did Shen Xiaoqi realize that since being with this particular guy, she had been gradually straying down the path of darkness. Before long, Li Xiaoyan and Meng Meng entered from outside. However, Li Xiaoyan's cheeks were slightly flushed, while Meng Meng wore a bright smile. exclaiming, "Mama's face turned red just now. Daddy must have bullied Mama again. Hee hee. Daddy, Mama is shy now." Upon entering the lounge, Ming Ming seemed eager to take credit. To which Xuan ruffled her little head, chuckling, "It's all thanks to our Ming Ming. You did a wonderful job." Indeed, hearing her father's praise, Ming Ming puffed up with pride, like a peacock flaunting its feathers. "You must be Xiaoyan, right?" Xuan then directed his gaze towards Li Xiaoyan, noting, "Chi has good taste." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Li Xiaoyan, taken aback by the compliment, felt a rush of warmth. Xuan smiled gently, stating, "Since you are Sister Chi's assistant, you are one of us. Just call me Yigo from now on." "All right, Yigo." Li Xiaoyan gazed at the charming young man before her, who was even more handsome than she had imagined, and he was incredibly considerate too. If only he could be her boyfriend. Even if she fell out with Sister Chi, it wouldn't matter. However, it was clear that the likelihood of a fallout was almost non-existent. Given how stunning Sister Chi was, she was simply irreplaceable. Observing the slightly shy Li Xiaoyan, clearly new to the workforce, Xuan inquired, "Sister Chi hasn't bullied you, has she? If she has, let me know. I shall deal with her when we return." "No, Yigo. Sister Chi treats me very well. Thank you, Yigo." Li Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed deeper. While Ming Ming looked at Aunt Xiaoyan, her face beaming with joy, her big eyes crescent-shaped as she envisioned the scenario of Mama bullying Aunt Xiaoyan, only to be reprimanded by Daddy later. How amusing that would be. Of course, if Shun Xiaoqi were to discover her daughter's thoughts at that moment. One could only imagine her reaction. Chapter 48. The employer appears. Zhou Zetian meets his demise. Half an hour later, as Shun Xiaoqi's concert concluded, the audience began to disperse. Xuan led Shun Xiaoqi towards the exclusive passageway, saying, "By the way, Chi, I have some matters to attend to shortly. You and Ming Ming head back to Yulong Mountain Manor first." Xuan had not forgotten the purpose of this journey. He instructed the two women to return first, allowing him to act freely, as their presence would undoubtedly distract him. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaoqi silently nodded, realizing that Xuan's identity was far more complex than she had initially imagined, and refrained from further inquiries. However, Xuan had already notified Lei Hu to ensure Shun Xiaoqi's safety. Watching the mother and daughter depart, Xuan's gaze turned towards a certain area of the concert venue, where a sinister aura subtly emanated, signaling the impending arrival of these insignificant foes. Moments later, a cacophony of roars echoed from the underground parking lot of the stadium, followed by a striking red Ferrari speeding away. The very same car Shun Xiaoqi had arrived in. "Captain, the fish have been set in motion." In a shadowy corner of the venue, a young man with a fierce tiger tattoo on his arm observed the departing Ferrari with gleaming eyes, reporting the situation. "Excellent. Proceed as planned. And be sure to encircle them. Force them to a stop." A raspy voice responded from the other end, belonging to the leader of this hunt for Shun Xiaoqi. On the other side, the second-rate killer known as the Evil Wolf hung up the intercom, a sinister grin curling at the corner of his mouth. "Zhou Xiao, you can rest easy now." He then turned to a young man seated in the back, who, if Xuan were present, would instantly recognize as Zhou Zetian, the eldest heir of the Zhou family from Dongjiang, wishing him a delightful evening ahead. Upon hearing the Evil Wolf's words, Zhou Zetian's smile widened. Just days prior, he had chanced upon the renowned diva and was utterly captivated by her beauty, which surpassed that of his previous crush, Mu Tianyi, by a significant margin. It could be said that they were not even in the same league. Despite the decline of the Zhou family, Zhou Zetian had inherited all its wealth. Thus, even in its diminished state, the family was far from ordinary, retaining a foundation of significance. He had located the contact information for the Western Underground Organization, the Seven Kills, through his father's phone, leading to the audacious plan that was now unfolding. Moreover, Shun Xiaoqi was merely the first step in his scheme. Soon, he would ensure that the oblivious Mu Tianyi understood the might of Zhou Zetian. As for Xuan, he would make him wish he had never been born. Zhou Zetian's intentions were straightforward. Supported by the Seven Kills organization, anyone who opposed him would meet their demise, and everything he desired would be forcibly taken. The swelling resources and power had ignited his ambitions. However, he was blissfully unaware that such ambitions would only hasten his own downfall. "Rest assured," Zhou Zetian said to the Evil Wolf, fully aware that their partnership was merely a transaction of money. If this endeavor succeeded, he would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Furthermore, we can collaborate more in the future. Haha, Zhou Xiao, you are clearly a man of understanding. The two conspired together, as Zhou Zetian sought not merely a fleeting encounter with Shun Xiaoqi, but aimed to keep her firmly within his grasp for the long term. One could not deny that Zhou Zetian was more decisive than his father, perhaps even more ruthless. A quarter of an hour later, on the path to Yulong Mountain Villa, the night had grown deep, and the roads were nearly deserted. Screeching to a halt, the red Ferrari came to a sudden stop, facing an oncoming vehicle whose headlights blazed like scorching suns. With a series of rapid clattering sounds, figures emanating a sinister aura emerged in the arena, each face displaying a fierce demeanor, clearly no ordinary opponents. A rough estimation suggested there were over 30 individuals. Killers. This was Yi Xian's immediate reaction, evidently. That group of insignificant foes had been deceived. At that moment, several vehicles appeared from behind Yi Xian, and more than 10 individuals exited, blocking his retreat. All the while believing the occupants were Shun Shaoqi. Miss Xuan, I have long admired you. May I invite you to join us for a discussion? Zhou Zetian emerged from the supercar, his eyes glistening with unabashed desire. Upon spotting Yi Xian, he was momentarily taken aback, recognizing him as that foolish heir of the Zhou family from Dongjiang. Was he the one who had hired the killers? Realizing this, Yi Xian's expression turned cold. Previously, he had no intention of killing, but now it seemed the hired assassins had set their sights on Shun Shaoqi. They were clearly courting death. If he did not eliminate Zhou Zetian, it would be a disservice to his good intentions. Ah, the young master of the Zhou family is quite imposing. Yi Xian's mocking voice rang out as he stepped out of the car. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhou Zetian's eyes widened in recognition, his face contorting in rage. You! How dare you! Past grievances flooded his mind as he recognized Yi Xian, the very person he wished to see suffer a gruesome fate. Ding! Detection of the host's first surge of murderous intent. Special reward. Dragon Scale Dagger. Dragon Scale Dagger. This dagger, known as Dragon Scale, is said to be forged from ancient dragon scales, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron like mud. It is an essential tool for home defense, travel, and robbery. Surprised by the system's announcement, Yi Xian was intrigued that his first instinct to kill would yield such a reward. Evil wolf, kill him. I'll add 50 million renminbi. Understood. Upon hearing Zhou Zetian's command, the evil wolf's eyes gleamed with intensity. It was important to note that this bounty was not funneled through the 7 Kills organization, meaning this 50 million was entirely for himself, equivalent to at least 6 months of his earnings. Kill him. The evil wolf's gaze turned fiery as he looked at Yi Xian. To him, this was a staggering sum. No, cripple him and leave him alive for Zhou Xiao to deal with later. The evil wolf then whispered something to Zhou Zetian, who was visibly excited by the idea. If he could capture Shun Shaoqi before this brat, the spectacle would be exquisite. Before Zhou Zetian could finish his thought, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and he felt a sharp pain in his neck as blood gushed forth. It's impossible. You dare to kill me. With a thud, Zhou Zetian's lifeless body crashed to the ground, his face frozen in a mixture of fear and disbelief. He could not fathom that Yi Xian possessed such formidable strength and was so merciless in his actions. Damn, what a ruthless kid. Kill him. Without hesitation, the evil wolf shouted, recognizing the high level of threat posed by Yi Xian. If he did not act swiftly, his own life could be in jeopardy. With the dragon scale dagger in hand, Yi Xian beamed with delight. It was an exceptionally sharp dagger, indeed. Swish, swish. The dagger flashed as he moved. And in an instant, the ground was littered with corpses, save for the evil wolf, who alone remained alive among the 50 members of the 7 Kills organization. Gulp. The horrifying scene left even the evil wolf dumbfounded. As a second-rate killer of the 7 Kills, he had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Who are you? Even our organization does not possess skills like yours. Swish. Before he could react, the dagger flashed once more, and the evil wolf's throat was severed. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The dagger bore not a single drop of blood. What an extraordinary dagger. Truly a remarkable item, as expected from the system. Surveying the sea of corpses, Yi Xian smirked, pleased with the initial results, though regrettably, it had been wasted on a mere group of insignificant foes. Those lurking in the shadows, why do you not show yourselves? Secure the dagger, Yi Xian remarked as a calm voice resonated from a shadowy corner. With a swift motion, figures emerged into the scene, numbering around 20, with the foremost being Ing San. Your Excellency, you have long since detected our presence. Observing his own son-in-law, Ing San furrowed his brow. Prior to their arrival, they had received explicit instructions from the master to ensure Yi Xian's safety at all costs. Although unspoken, it was evident that the master had, in some measure, acknowledged this son-in-law, especially considering he had risked himself to save their young lady. However, they hadn't anticipated that their son-in-law possessed such formidable prowess. In an instant, the assassins fell, including the leader, a vicious wolf, who could easily rank among the top 10 of the shadow guards. The only one who could possibly rival his strength was Uncle Fu. Reflecting on this, the gazes of Ing San and his companions shifted towards their son-in-law, their perceptions transformed. If the master were to discover the extent of Yi Xian's abilities, one could only imagine his reaction. You must be allied with the same group as the last time, having come racing here with Chi-Chi. It seems the father-in-law remains unconvinced. San mused, clearing his throat. Have you guessed our identities? San was not a fool. The dialogue had made everything clear. Xian smiled slightly. You have traveled from Dongjiang to Modu, a considerable distance, specifically to protect Qiqi. It is evident. Return and inform the father-in-law that I shall pay him a visit when time permits. Observing San momentarily stunned, Xian turned, entering the supercar. You handle the bodies. I shall take my leave. Before his words had fully dissipated, he had already vanished into the distance, leaving San and his companions in a state of disarray amid the wind. A collective gulp echoed among them, a chill coursing through the group under the biting night breeze. Thank heavens this fellow is not an enemy of the Shin family. Otherwise, with his singular strength, the Shin family would surely face calamity. One remarked. Truly, if this young man were to become our Shun family's son-in-law, we would soar to great heights. Hey, you may not yet know, but our young lady has already registered her marriage with Yixian. What? Registered? Is that true? In an instant, their gazes towards the direction Yixian had disappeared transformed. Goodness, if that's the case, it's certain he'll become our Shun family's son-in-law. As for their young lady, they were all too familiar with her. This indeed bore her signature style. All right, let us dispose of the bodies and return to Dongjiang. San commanded the shadow guards, his gaze flickering, for the overwhelming scent of blood would undoubtedly attract trouble if discovered. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating all hired assassins. Reward, 100 personal shadow guards, plus 1 random consumption rebate card. As Yixian sped towards the Dragon Emperor Villa, the system's voice resonated in his ears. He casually summoned his attributes panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 22. Skills, God-level music, God-level culinary arts, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level appraisal, God-level chess skills. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, contract for Dragon Emperor Villa No. 1, 100 shares in Dosha Live, 100 shares in Jiasha Entertainment, 20 shares in Shun Group, 100 shares in Tian Lai 30 Dragon Emperor Villas, Dragon Scale Dagger, 100 personal shadow guards, 1 random consumption rebate card. Wealth, 170. 5 billion. As the attributes panel materialized before him, Yixian felt an increasing anticipation for the future. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yixian arrived at Villa No. 8 of the Dragon Emperor Villa. Although this villa could not compare to the one Dragon Emperor Villa in Dongjiang, it was still valued at over 100 million, making it one of the few villas of that caliber owned by Shun Shaoqi in the country. Dad, why are you only just getting back? As the car came to a stop, Shin Shaoqi and Meng Meng had been waiting for quite some time. Since Yixian's phone was unreachable, Shin Shaoqi's heart was filled with uncertainty, without her even realizing that Yixian had quietly begun to influence her emotions. Upon seeing him return safely, she let out a sigh of relief. Yet, once they were back in the villa, she sensed something was amiss, especially after her father had called her personally before the concert to remind her to stay safe. Her intuition warned her that something was afoot. Furthermore, Yixian's sudden arrival in Modu with Meng Meng, coupled with his sending them away, only reinforced her suspicions. Upon returning, she had inquired about Uncle Fu, but he had been vague and uncommunicative. Even so, she had begun to suspect that this matter was likely related to her. Hey, did Dad go out to buy gifts for our precious baby? As she spoke, Yixian waved his right hand, producing a captivating rose that emanated a delightful fragrance. Here, for you, our beloved little princess Meng Meng. Wow. The exquisite rose appeared before her, and upon taking a whiff, her spirits soared. Dad, is this a rose? It smells so wonderful. Of course, I picked this out with great care. He affectionately ruffled Meng Meng's little head, watching as she bounded into the villa, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His gaze then fell upon Shun Shaoqi, and with a flick of his hand, another fragrant red rose materialized. Here, Qiqi darling, this is a gift from your husband. Don't be jealous now. Hearing the sweet and indulgent tone, Shin Shaoqi felt a wave of warmth in her heart, yet her face bore a proud expression. It's just a rose. Besides, who is jealous? Though she said this, her delicate hand swiftly accepted the aromatic red rose, taking a moment to inhale its fragrance before striding away, thinking, that big rascal. Does he think he can pamper me like a daughter? Who cares? Chapter 50. Mom, you're so mean, fighting with me for Dad. Wife pampering a daughter. This might be the pinnacle of doting on a wife, yet the effect was undeniably effective. Observing the enchanting beauty, Yixian felt a smile creep across his face. Had it been earlier, she might have already fallen for him. But even now, it was not too late. Overjoyed, Meng Meng noticed that her mother held the same fragrant red rose as her own. Mom, how come you have one too? Dad is biased, humph. Meng Meng's words dripped with jealousy. In her eyes, Dad should favor her the most. With her mother vying for affection, she was naturally displeased. What? So I can't have your dad's rose. Shen Xiaoqi replied, clearly feeling a bit unbalanced. The two beauties, one large and one small, were engaged in a playful rivalry, entirely oblivious to the absurdity of their situation, as they dismissed the notion that their marriage certificate was merely a piece of paper that could not ensnare someone. Humph. Ming Ming, hearing her mother's words, was momentarily at a loss for a retort. With a huff, she declared, Dad, I'm hungry. I want noodles. Dear, I want some too. Thus, within the villa, the two beauties, one large and one small, sat on the sofa, each clutching their aromatic red roses and addressing Yixian. Can you believe that the national goddess Shen Xiaoqi could display such a side? Competing for affection with her daughter was simply absurd. The sweet atmosphere was palpable, and Yixian resolved not to neglect this little lady any further. All right, I'll prepare something for you both right away. As Ming Ming watched her father head into the kitchen, she secretly plotted to snatch the rose from her mother when she wasn't looking, thinking, Mom, you're so mean, fighting with me for Dad. Shen Xiaoqi gazed at the little one, privately contemplating why Ming Ming had such a firm grip on that fellow. Indeed, men seem to be fond of pitiful, adorable little piglets. Nonetheless, this sentiment was rather pleasant. Undoubtedly, under Yixian's guidance, Shen Xiaoqi had quietly entered a mode of self-liberation, although the extent to which this would develop in the future remained unknown. Before long, the aroma of noodles wafted through the air, and shortly thereafter, someone brought 2 steaming bowls of noodles to the coffee table. Here you go, my little darlings, enjoy. Shen Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at this, but refrained from commenting. After all, she had no excess thoughts before such a tempting dish. Slurp. Ming Ming was utterly direct, already slurping a noodle into her mouth. Wow, Daddy, today's noodles taste different. But they're still super delicious. So good, she exclaimed, mischievously casting a challenging glance at her mother as if to say, Mommy, you can't compete with my cuteness. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Shen Xiaoqi couldn't help but twitch her lips. Had the little one already deemed her an adversary? Oh, she truly couldn't tell whether this was good or bad, but oddly enough, she found herself not averse to it. To be precise, she not only did not reject it, but rather found herself somewhat enjoying it. Thus, the two little beauties, one big and one small, indulged in their meal with great satisfaction, a luxury few in the world could boast. Clearly, Yixian was intent on pampering his daughters to the heavens, and if the outside world were to discover how indulgent he was, countless adorable girls would undoubtedly flock to him. A scene that sent shivers down one's spine just at the thought. It was a vision too beautiful to behold. Oh, are you watching a chess competition? Is that all right? Yixian's gaze shifted from the two beauties to the LCD television. Goodness, not many girls are fond of this. Hee, of course. Ming Ming is a chess master. Upon hearing her father mention chess, Ming Ming proudly declared, Daddy, you might not know, but I'm an amateur 8th Dan on the chess website. Her face gleamed with unabashed pride, and if the world were to learn that a 3-year-old child held such a title, it would surely create a sensation. A prodigy indeed. No, a genius child. Is that so? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yixian felt a twinge of competitiveness, for he possessed divine chess skills himself. This game is rather mediocre, isn't it? Casting a fleeting glance at the game displayed on the screen, he noticed numerous flaws. However, Shen Xiaoqi shot him a sidelong glance. What do you know? The players in this match are both professionals of high 8th Dan. The audience for this chess duel numbered in the millions. Daddy, do you play chess? Ming Ming, noticing her father's disdain, blinked her beautiful eyes in curiosity. Of course, seeing the eager look in the little one's eyes, Yixian glanced at the screen. Moreover, Daddy's chess skills are extraordinary. He could easily defeat these two players 1,000 times over. Shen Xiaoqi, incredulous, thought. Defeat 1,000 high 8th Dan professionals? This guy sure knows how to boast. Why not just fly to the heavens? She was 1,000,000% skeptical. Really? Ming Ming, however, did not share her doubts, as she viewed her father as capable of anything. Daddy, after Mommy and I finish our noodles, can we play chess? Undoubtedly. Learning that her father shared her passion ignited immense excitement within Ming Ming. Hee, I've only played with Mommy before. Playing with Daddy will definitely be especially fun. Of course. But Yixian interjected, let's make it clear, there are no father-daughter sentiments on the chessboard. I want to go easy on you. Bring it on, Daddy. Ming Ming giggled. For in her eyes, winning or losing was entirely inconsequential. What mattered was the opportunity to play chess with her father. By the way, is there a chess set in the villa? Yixian pondered momentarily, casting a doubtful glance. Upon hearing this, Ming Ming smiled slightly. Of course there is. Mommy taught me how to play chess. However, Ming Ming's skills were now on par with her mother's. Yixian, taken aback, looked at Shen Xiaoqi. You know how to play chess? A Shen Xiaoqi bristled at his words. Who are you looking down upon? Soon, the two little beauties finished their noodles, and Shen Xiaoqi retrieved a well-preserved chess set from the villa's cabinet. In her leisure time, she often played chess with the little one. with practiced ease. She set up the board, placing the pieces on either side, creating a rather formal atmosphere. Ladies first, you may play with the black pieces. Xuan pushed the white pieces toward the two beauties while taking the black ones for himself. Oh, taken aback by Xuan's words. Shen Xiaoqi realized that he seemed to possess some understanding of chess. However, she was unaware that this match would soon turn into quite the predicament for her. Chapter 51. Come here, I promise not to harm you. Are you sure? Shen Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned by his words. The little one claimed her chess skills were on par with her mother's, but in truth, she was well aware that her abilities had surpassed the amateur level, approaching that of a professional first or second dan. Of course, ladies first is a traditional virtue. After a brief pause, Xuan added, however, merely playing chess can be a tad dull. How about we add some stakes? If you two lose, you must kiss me. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, their daughter was still present. This fellow was becoming increasingly shameless. All right, given Shen Xiaoqi's confidence in her chess skills, she readily agreed. But if you lose, you must do 10, no, 30 push-ups, and you must let Meng Meng sit on your back. While upon hearing her mother as punishment, Meng Meng turned to her father with concern. Mommy, isn't that a bit excessive? Oh, what's the big deal? Your daddy is in excellent shape. At this point, Shen Xiaoqi recalled something, fully aware of this fact. Hee, all right. Xuan chuckled. Then today, I shall risk my life to accompany the ladies. Oh no, to accompany the beauties. Mommy, let us start by placing our pieces at the center. After pondering for a moment, Meng Meng placed a piece at the center of the board. The most stable move in chess, clearly demonstrating her amateur 8th dan skills. Smack! Just as Meng Meng finished her move, a white piece landed in a position that was not only adjacent to the center, but also on a star position, leaving Meng Meng momentarily stunned. She then looked at her mother in confusion. Although she claimed to be on par with her mother, she knew her mother always let her win during their games. Continue. Shen Xiaoqi, too, failed to notice any trickery, as few played chess in such a manner. All right. Meng Meng let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to place a piece on the star position. With each piece that fell, Meng Meng's pace began to slow. After all, she couldn't comprehend her father's strategy. After 30 moves, Shen Xiaoqi took her turn, realizing the game was not in their favor. After more than 10 moves, with a crisp sound, a white piece landed, and the entire chess game underwent a dramatic transformation. Shen Xiaoqi's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Had she actually lost? Wow. Daddy, you are so cunning. However, Daddy, your chess skills are truly remarkable. Although she had lost, knowing her father was so adept made Meng Meng feel delighted. Daddy moi. Subsequently, Meng Meng affectionately kissed her formidable father on the cheek, her endearing demeanor leaving Shen Xiaoqi overwhelmed by the sweetness of their family affection. Dear, a wager is a wager, Xuan remarked, his gaze settling on Shen Xiaoqi's charming face. Come on, I can handle this. She retorted, I am not someone who cannot bear to lose. With a bite of her silver teeth, Shen Xiaoqi planted a quick kiss on Xuan's cheek, her face flushing instantly to the roots of her ears. It was her first time kissing that fellow in front of her daughter. Again, that was merely luck. Unquestionably, after losing a round, Shen Xiaoqi was still reluctant to believe that this fellow possessed such exceptional chess skills. Thus, Xuan and his wife continued their duel. With a swift clap, Xuan, having won the first round, assumed the role of white and casually placed his piece on a position that was neither a star point nor a Tianyuan. Mommy, look at this. Meng Meng observed her father's haphazard move and sought her mother's guidance, asking for a more conventional approach. Minutes later, with another clap, Shen Xiaoqi and her daughter faced yet another defeat. After 2 consecutive kisses, Xuan felt an overwhelming joy. His cleverness had paid off. Again, with 3 consecutive losses behind her, they proceeded to the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds, ultimately reaching the 8th round. Shen Xiaoqi regarded Xuan with wide-eyed disbelief. Your chess skills are indeed that extraordinary. You did this on purpose. At that moment, as her composure returned, Shen Xiaoqi felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Clearly, his chess abilities were at least at a professional level, and he had been taking advantage of them. I didn't force you to play. But don't you think it's time for you to kiss your husband? Humph. Glaring at the insufferable man, Shen Xiaoqi vowed never to play chess with him again. However, with her heart pounding and her cheeks flushed, she reluctantly leaned in to kiss him, only to find her lips meeting his instead of his cheek. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, while Meng Meng gasped, Oh my goodness, Mommy kissed him on the lips. Xuan, come here, I promise I won't kill you. After losing 8 times in a row, she had kissed him 8 times, the last being a deliberate peck on his mouth. She was about to lose her mind. As Shen Xiaoqi chased after him, her ire palpable, Meng Meng giggled, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise tumultuous scene. After a while, Shen Xiaoqi, breathless, collapsed onto the sofa, realizing she could not catch the man who had taken advantage of her. How wicked! How could he cheat like that? Just wait until I find something to hold against you. You'll regret it. Daddy, you're so amazing at chess. Why not join a chess network? Ming playfully shook his arm, her voice alone capable of rendering Xuan helpless, not to mention her adorable antics that nearly brought him to his knees. Observing his state of vulnerability, Xuan Xiaoqi couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, one person's charm could ensnare another. As for Xuan, he evidently had little resistance to his daughter's playful charm and soon surrendered. With Ming's adept guidance, she created an account for him on the chess network. Presenting her phone to him. Here, Daddy. Hee. My username is Magic Ball, and yours is King of Hades. King of Hades? Xuan glanced at the chess network app on the phone, which displayed his profile. Username: King of Hades, chess level, unranked, record, 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. After Ming's introduction, he learned about the network's rules. Winning 10 consecutive matches would elevate one to amateur level 1. But losing even one match would require winning 2 to compensate, until eligibility for promotion was achieved. The rules were simple, yet carried significant weight, as higher-ranked players could only match opponents within 2 ranks below their own. With a sweet demeanor, Ming nestled against her father. Daddy, can you match with someone on the chess network? I really want to see you play, okay? Coughing lightly, Xuan felt his heart race at his daughter's request. Ming, don't shake me like that. I'll just match with someone. He was truly at his wit's end. Hearing his words, Xuan Xiaoqi burst into joyous laughter, as if to say, look at you, being so helpless today. Chapter 52, Unmatched Chess Skills, leaving the father-in-law stunned. Match successful. The game commenced with remarkable moves. Winning streak after winning streak. 1 victory, 2 victories, 3 victories. In a flash, he soared to 10 consecutive wins, utterly dominating the board. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Xuan had ascended to amateur level 1. Hooray! Daddy is so incredible. He's at amateur level 1. Ming gleefully exclaimed, her excitement surpassing even her own promotion to amateur level 8. Keep going, Daddy. As her cheerful voice echoed, Xuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Meanwhile, Xuan Xiaoqi, no longer in the mood to merely spectate, felt a pang of jealousy. This father-daughter duo was truly insufferable. Just then, Ming spotted a chess friend with the username Carefree Wanderer, who was already at professional level 3, far surpassing Xuan's amateur level 1. The chess network rules allowed matching with opponents well above 1's rank, thus it was no surprise that Xuan was paired with the formidable Carefree Wanderer. Mommy, come quick. Daddy is about to play against a professional level 3 expert. Oh, hearing her daughter's words snapped Xuan Xiaoqi out of her jealous reverie. She wondered how insufferably proud Xuan would be if he knew. As the match began, due to his lower rank, Xuan played with the black pieces first. With a swift move, he placed his piece at the Tianyuan. The opponent was formidable as well. Soon, both players were moving quickly, and within no time, the game had surpassed 50 moves. This fellow. As the game unfolded, Xuan Xiaoqi's gaze shifted to Xuan with astonishment, realizing he was overpowering his opponent. Carefree Wanderer. 11 consecutive victories. He had decisively defeated the professional level 3 expert. At that moment, in the study of the Sheng family manor, Xin Donglin, taken aback, squinted at the screen. What? That King of Hades has such remarkable chess skills. Murmuring to himself, Xin Donglin, though he had never tested him, had interacted with many from the National Chess Academy. He estimated that this King of Hades was roughly equivalent to a professional level 7 player. He pondered who this King of Hades might be among the Chess Academy's experts. Continuing, Xin Donglin directly initiated another game of chess, eager to discern just how much stronger his opponent's skills were compared to his own. Unbeknownst to him, the formidable king of the underworld who had so decisively bested him was none other than his future son-in-law. Daddy, look, the Carefree Wanderer is back, Ming exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pointed to the invitation from the Carefree Wanderer on her father's tablet. Hurry, Daddy, accept the challenge and defeat him, hee. As she gazed at the Carefree Wanderer, her large eyes glimmered with enthusiasm, completely unaware that this enigmatic figure was her grandfather. Naturally, if she were to learn that her father had been decisively defeated by her grandfather, her excitement would reach new heights. 10 minutes later, Daddy, you're the best. Ming cheered, planting a kiss on Xuan Donglin's cheek. With 2 consecutive victories, she was overjoyed at the thought of the Carefree Wanderer, wondering if he would challenge them again. At a certain moment, Xuan Xiaoqi observed a notification pop up on Xuan's tablet, revealing a message from the Carefree Wanderer. What was going on with this individual? Clearly, he was not as skilled as Xuan, yet he still sought to compete. Was there a hint of masochism in his demeanor? Of course, if Xin Donglin were to learn of Xuan Xiaoqi's thoughts, he might very well be compelled to give her a thorough reprimand. 3 losses in a row. 4 losses. 5 losses. Over half an hour had passed in the study of the Xuan family villa, and Xuan Donglin's composure had completely unraveled as he stared at the computer screen. 20 consecutive losses. Who on earth was this king of the underworld? With his professional 7th dan skills, he should not have been trounced so thoroughly even by an 8th dan player. Could it be that his opponent was a high-ranking 8th dan, or even a 9th dan? Contemplating this, Xuan Donglin decided to relent, for he had other matters to attend to. Long live Daddy, Meng Meng exclaimed, her joy palpable as she bounced around, marveling at her father's flawless record of 30 wins, 0 losses, and 0 draws. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's online chess ranking had risen from amateur 1st dan to amateur 3rd dan, with an unblemished record. 20 consecutive victories against a professional 3rd dan player. This was astounding. Shen Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback by Yi Xian's prowess. To defeat 20 professional 3rd dan players in such rapid succession suggested that his skill was at least comparable to that of a 5th dan player, if not greater. The implications were daunting. Her gaze towards Yi Xian shifted subtly, filled with an inexplicable admiration. How could one person be so extraordinary? Thus, Yi Xian ascended to 30 consecutive victories, rising to the rank of amateur 3rd dan player, all while stepping over the figurative corpses of his father-in-law. Half an hour later, having been exhilarated throughout the day, Meng Meng fell asleep in her parents' embrace, her cherubic face still adorned with a smile. Setting her down gently, Xuan Xiaoqi reflected on the conclusion of the concert. Yi Xian, though I do not know why you came to Modu, I must still thank you. With a knowing smile, Yi Xian seemed to sense that she had grasped something significant. It's merely a trifling matter. However, if you wish to express your gratitude, what are you doing? Meng Meng is still under the influence of Yi Xian's sleep card. Despite the ruckus they might create, the little one would remain undisturbed. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel that the system was exceedingly shameless. Indeed, if the system were to learn of this, it might very well confront Yi Xian, who had taken advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Such actions could only be described as brazenly audacious. However, the events of that night would become a source of resentment for Xuan Xiaoqi in the years to come, as she would often wish to tear that rascal to shreds, certainly, the darkest chapter of her life. As Yi Xian engaged in business discussions in their private world, Xuan Donglin was left contemplating the scenes of his encounters with the king of the underworld. This king of the underworld, his chess skills were truly remarkable, verging on the surreal. After over half an hour of study, Xuan Donglin had yet to uncover the truth behind his opponent's prowess. Was it possible that his own talent for chess was merely mediocre? Just then, a voice entered the study. Ing San, returning from Modu. Sir, Xuan Donglin, feeling somewhat restless, looked at Ing San. How is Chi-Chi? Is she all right? She is well, but, there was a slight incident. Ing San, recalling how they had been exposed from the very beginning, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and proceeded to recount the details of their protective measures without omitting anything. As he listened to Ing San's account, Xuan Donglin's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. The boy had single-handedly eliminated over 50 members of the Seven Killers organization. Was his strength not even superior to that of Afu? How could this be possible? Chapter 53. The unusual proposal. The brother-in-law has arrived. That little scoundrel. Ing San's words left Xuan Donglin shaken. If what he said was true, it meant that even the combined strength of the Xuan family would be insufficient to contend with that boy. If he opposed the union between that lad and Chi-Chi, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a moment, Xuan Donglin narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had underestimated the depth of the boy's capabilities. Brother, it seems that Yi Xian's background is far more mysterious than we had anticipated. As the two conversed, several figures suddenly appeared in the room as if they had materialized from thin air, their skills surpassing even that of Ing San. Who goes there? Upon sensing the newcomers, Fu Bo felt his heart leap into his throat, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, wary of the individuals before him. He sensed a formidable danger emanating from them. These three were undoubtedly far stronger than he, even surpassing the formidable gray bear from the Emperor's villa. Master Xuan, we apologize for the intrusion. The leader, with a courteous smile, announced their purpose. They had come to propose marriage on behalf of young Master Yi. We are three of young Master Yi's shadow guards. My name is An Yi, and I am the one responsible for this proposal. An Yi then handed over an envelope. This contains 20% of the Xuan Group's shares, as instructed by young Master Yi to present as a bride price. Of course, you have the option to decline. His calm voice echoed in Xuan Donglin's ears like a spell, causing Fu Bo's expression to twitch. Was this a marriage proposal? What a farce. It was nothing short of coercion. That little scoundrel Xuan Donglin was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. He had never expected that the rascal who had slept with his daughter 4 years ago would make such a proposal. Decline? He certainly wished to, but he could not dare to do so. Good heavens, these individuals had come clearly intending to force his agreement. If he refused, He could not fathom what they might do. I have no objections. Gritting his teeth, Shin Donglin spat out the words, his anger barely contained. That detestable little brat. If he ever got his hands on him, he would make him call him daddy. For young Master Yi to take a liking to Chi-Chi is indeed her fortune. How could I possibly accept these shares? Throughout the exchange, an Yi exhibited little surprise, as his primary concern was fulfilling young Master Yi's request. Very well, I shall inform young Master Yi of your response. With that, he vanished from the room in a flash, leaving Fu Bo in awe of the speed displayed. With such subordinates, they could likely dominate the 4 great families of Dongjiang. Listening to Fu Bo's remarks, Shun Donglin felt a weight settle upon his heart. Good heavens! Having just been defeated by the king of the underworld in 20 consecutive games, now he was being coerced into marrying off his daughter to that scoundrel. What a day of misfortune. Yet, if he were to discover that the king of the underworld was indeed his esteemed son-in-law, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. After a moment, Shin Donglin forced a bitter smile. Well then, since Chi-Chi has registered her marriage with that despicable brat, let them be. From now on, everyone in the Shin family shall respectfully refer to him as Master Yi Xian. It is evident that Shin Donglin understands he is powerless to intervene. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes and declared, very well, I shall notify everyone at once. Undoubtedly, the shadow guards were dispatched by Yi Xian to test the waters, although he was unaware that the mission nearly caused his future father-in-law to faint from anger. The following day, at the Royal Dragon Villa. Inside the villa, the crisp sound of a cell phone ringing awakened Shun Shaoqi from her slumber. Upon realizing her attire was scant, she was mortified to find a certain individual taking advantage of her, his hand shamelessly resting on her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Glancing over, she noticed the little rascal still deep in sleep, and her heart finally eased. How fortunate. What would happen if that little ancestor had seen this? Swiftly getting dressed, she put on a simple nightgown, which provided her with a sense of relief. It was all that detestable scoundrel's fault. Gritting her teeth, Shun Shaoqi muttered, her gaze then falling upon her phone screen, where her mother Lin Wanting's name illuminated the display. Hello, Mom, she answered, attempting to calm her racing heart. After all, she had yet to inform her family about her marriage, and while her mother might take it well, she feared what her father might do if he found out. Would he obliterate this young man? Shaoqi, your little brother's homeroom teacher just called. There's a parent-teacher meeting at his school tomorrow. Can you attend? I'm abroad and want to be back for at least a week. Before Shin Shaoqi could voice her refusal, her mother hung up, fully aware of how her daughter would react and not allowing her a chance to decline. Shaoqi, on the parent-teacher meeting for that brat Xiao Dao? How could she possibly find the time? But she certainly couldn't let Uncle Fu or her father attend. As she murmured this, her gaze fell upon the certain someone beside her. That guy had taken so much advantage of her yesterday. He ought to pitch in. Half an hour later. Wow. Mommy, can you let Daddy take me to Uncle's parent-teacher meeting? That would be wonderful, Ming Ming exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of seeing her uncle. Yi Xian paused, surprised. Little girl, you have a younger brother? Clearly, he was unaware of his little brother-in-law's existence. Of course, Daddy. Uncle Xiao Dao adores Ming Ming. Ming Ming beamed at the thought of her Uncle Xiao Dao, who was only 13 and a first-year student at Dongjiang Middle School. This meant that Shen Shaoqi was over a decade older than her brother. Of course. Shen Shaoqi shot a glare at him. Are you still coveting my family's fortune? Fortune. Not interested. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He truly had no desire for the Shan family's wealth. If he were interested, it would merely take a word from him. Then it's settled. Shen Shaoqi sighed in relief. She would leave the little rascal Xiao Dao in this guy's hands, though given the boy's nature, he would likely be in for a rough time. That day, around noon, Yi Xian returned to the emperor's residence with Ming Ming, while Shun Shaoqi continued her tour concert. Shortly after they entered the villa, a car pulled up, and out stepped a driver and a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to Shun Shaoqi, undoubtedly her little brother. Wow. As Shun Xiao Dao exited the vehicle, he was immediately awestruck by the villa. Is this the #1 villa at Emperor's residence? My goodness. Is this where my sister's husband lives? It looks quite affluent. Greetings, master. Upon hearing Li Mengqi's report, Yi Xian emerged with Ming Ming, and the Shen family's driver nervously addressed him. Although he didn't know who the master was, he understood that to earn such a title from the head of the family was significant. Uncle Xiao Dao, Ming Ming exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shen Xiao Dao, whose face lit up with a smile. Ming Ming, did you miss your uncle? Yes, of course. Ming Ming's sweet voice delighted Shen Xiao Dao. I missed you too. Ming Ming. Their bond was evident as they chattered excitedly and entered the villa. Observing the antique decorations and layout, Shen Xiao Dao couldn't help but think, wow, that heartless scoundrel who betrayed my sister is quite wealthy. However, now that he knew this scoundrel would be attending his parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, he resolved to keep his behavior in check until then. Uncle, Dad made some delicious noodles. Let us go eat. Meng Meng tugged at her uncle's hand, leading him into the villa. Not long after. Oh, Shen Xiaodao's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, my brother-in-law is an excellent cook. No wonder my sister likes him. He is not only handsome, but also talented in the kitchen. If his brother-in-law and sister's relationship solidified, he thought, he would have plenty of delicious meals in the future. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Xiaodao let out a satisfied burp, his face glowing with contentment. He vowed that this was undoubtedly the most filling meal he had ever had, even if it was just noodles. The mere bowl of noodles had completely reshaped his understanding of deliciousness. How was it, Uncle Xiaodao? I didn't lie to you, did I? Meng Meng giggled, clearly pleased to see her uncle enjoying the meal, especially since it was prepared by her father. Feeling a bit smug, Meng Meng then looked up at her father with wide eyes. Daddy, where are we going this afternoon? Uncle rarely visits. Let us go to Toy City. Yi Xian replied after a moment's thought, as that was the place children adored the most. After a brief arrangement, Yi Xian, along with her uncle and Meng Meng, set off for Dongjiang International Toy City, accompanied by Hu Xiong and Li Mengqi. Of course, this trip had another purpose, to utilize the random consumption doubling card. 20 minutes later, arriving at Dongjiang International Toy City, Shen Xiaodao surveyed the familiar surroundings, letting out a sigh of relief. He hadn't been here often, as his father was quite strict, and despite their wealth, his allowance hardly sufficed for such excursions. Though merely toys, the place was filled with renowned brands, with prices easily soaring into the thousands. Choose whatever you want. I'll cover the bill, Yi Xian declared grandly, activating the random consumption doubling card. Wow, Daddy, Uncle Xiaodao, look at those beautiful agate bracelets. Can we each have one? As soon as they entered the toy store, Meng Meng was captivated by a display of stunning black agate bracelets, which were visually striking. Buy? Ding. Congratulations, host. You spent 300 renminbi, triggering a 100 million-fold rebate, earning 30 billion renminbi. Unsurprisingly, the 3 bracelets earned Yi Xian a handsome profit, and the system's chime was undoubtedly pleasing to hear. Hee, they're so beautiful. Mommy would be so envious if she saw these. Meng Meng's face radiated with joy, and soon they ventured into the flagship store of International Kids Land. Welcome. May I inquire what you require, sir? The flagship store sales assistant, a charming young lady with fair skin and striking beauty, possessed a sweet voice, indicative of the high caliber of service at the flagship store. Observing the bodyguard and butler accompanying Yi Xian, the astute Li Mengqi quickly deduced that he was indeed a rare and affluent patron. Daddy, this plush teddy bear is absolutely adorable, she exclaimed. Hee, I'll buy it. Yi Xian affectionately pinched the little creature's cheek, chuckling. This declaration caused the sales assistant's eyes to sparkle with delight. Such a plush teddy bear was no ordinary toy, valued at a staggering 500,000 RMB. Its mouth was crafted from pure gold, its fur meticulously stitched with golden thread, and its eyes were fashioned from sapphires, adorned with irises composed of 20 delicate diamonds. Contemplating the price and craftsmanship of the plush teddy bear, the sales assistant gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Uncle Xiaodao, you should buy one too. Daddy is super rich. Meng Meng was well aware that her Uncle Xiaodao was also quite fond of this place, especially since her grandfather and mother were usually very strict with him. All right, Shen Xiaodao nodded earnestly, given that his wealthy brother-in-law was so generous. Purchasing a few toys didn't seem unreasonable. Half an hour later, after a spree of purchases, the 2 little ones approached the checkout counter, toys in hand. As the sales assistant scanned the QR code, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she gulped nervously. Sir, the total for these toys comes to 2 million renminbi. Very well. I'll pay by card. Yi Xian casually produced a black gold card. The young lady quickly returned, handing him the card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 2 million renminbi and triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, gaining 200 billion renminbi. Wow. The system's voice echoed in Yi Xian's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. What a tremendous windfall of 200 billion. This maneuver was simply astounding. Instantly, Yi Xian's spirits soared, for he knew that a significant portion of that amount was contributed by his little brother-in-law. He looked at Shen Xiaodao with newfound fondness. Have a pleasant journey, sir. We welcome you to visit again. The sales assistant's sweet voice rang out, her gaze towards the 2 little ones filled with envy. How wonderful it would be if her future boyfriend could pamper her like that. Hey, Xiaomei, you made quite a profit this time. We must celebrate tonight. Several other sweet-looking sales assistants gathered around, chattering excitedly. This 2 million renminbi sale would earn her a commission of 100,000, equivalent to half a year's salary. As they exited the flagship store, the gray bear looked at the bags he carried with a bitter smile, while Li Mengqi remained utterly astonished. Is it really necessary for the young master to be so extravagant? It makes me want to claim it all for myself. Just a few toys costing 2 million renminbi could buy a house in the bustling district of Dongjiang City. Meanwhile, Mingming had already ignited a frenzy in her live-streaming room. OMG, 2 million, did I hear that correctly? Daddy is such a doting sweetheart. Boo-hoo, why do all the good men belong to someone else? I want an identical brother-in-law. Dear Daddy, please accept my humble homage. Oh, my idol, I adore you. Please pass on your superior genes. In an instant, the fans erupted, utterly envious of Yi Xian's lavish generosity. Goodness, even if one is wealthy, surely there should be limits to such indulgence towards children. Chapter 55. Handsome man, come with me. I will be adorable. My heavens, that is a Lamborghini Aventador luxury model car. Shen Xiaodao could hardly believe his eyes. He had heard that the International Toy City would soon auction a limited edition Lamborghini top-tier luxury model car, but he never expected to see it today. Do you want it? Yi Xian inquired, noticing the glimmer of excitement in his little brother-in-law's eyes. It's all right. Although he said nothing, his yearning gaze spoke volumes. All right. Now for the grand finale auction item. At that moment, the auctioneer began the bidding in the hall. This Lamborghini Aventador model car features platinum wheels, diamond-studded seats, steering wheel, and headlights. The entire piece is crafted from platinum, carbon fiber, and gold, taking 500 hours to complete as a top-tier luxury custom item. Its starting price is 1 million, with minimum increments of 100,000. Let the auction begin. 1 million. A clumsy voice rang out, belonging to a middle-aged man, accompanied by a blonde, blue-eyed youth resembling Shen Xiaodao. 2 million. Before the middle-aged man's triumphant grin could fully form, Yi Xian's voice resounded through the hall. With that declaration, all eyes turned towards him, landing on his figure. The foreign middle-aged man's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Brother-in-law, you. Shen Xiaodao realized this bid was prompted by him, but Mingming squeezed his hand reassuringly. Uncle Xiaodao, don't worry, Daddy is super rich. 3 million. The blonde middle-aged man raised his bid, increasing it by another million, intensifying the tension in the atmosphere. 5 million. Yi Xian didn't even glance at the blonde middle-aged man, as he posed no threat to him. You insolent brat. The blonde middle-aged man attempted to continue bidding, but was held back by the youth beside him. Uncle Jones, just let it go. No need to bid anymore. But, sir. After a moment's contemplation, the foreign middle-aged man refrained from further bidding. His gaze towards Yi Xian now tinged with a hint of murderous intent. This gentleman has bid 5 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? With all the drama surrounding the bidding, and seeing no one else willing to compete, the auctioneer struck the gavel decisively. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the Lamborghini Aventador luxury model car for 5 million. With the transaction completed, the auctioneer handed the supercar model to Yi Xian. Here you go. Yi Xian smiled lightly, not placing much value on the sum, treating it as a generous gift for his little brother-in-law. Oh, brother-in-law. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Though he yearned for it, Shen Xiaodao understood the model's staggering value of 5 million. If his father were to find out, he would undoubtedly be furious. If you like it, take it. If your sister disagrees, just wait and see how I will deal with her. Yi Xian's domineering tone elicited a beaming smile from Mingming, who looked at him with admiration. Shen Xiaodao inhaled deeply, his impression of his brother-in-law skyrocketing. At that moment, he felt his brother-in-law was even more handsome than before. Thank you, brother-in-law. Shen Xiaodao was overwhelmed with excitement. His parents had never been this generous, and 5 million was an astronomical sum for him. Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. If anyone opposes your relationship with my sister, I will stand up for you. In this moment of loyalty, Shen Xiaodao declared resolutely. Hee, your loyalty warms my heart. Little brother. Yi Xian patted Shen Xiaodao's head, smiling gently. This simple gesture eased the young boy's wariness, allowing him to embrace Yi Xian as part of his family. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 5 million renminbi and triggering a 1000-fold rebate, gaining 500 billion renminbi. Without any unexpected developments, following a round of bidding, Yi Xian once again secured a staggering 50 billion in funding, casting a satisfied glance at his dear brother-in-law. This was no mere brother-in-law. He was akin to a veritable harbinger of wealth. Subsequently, he summoned his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 22 years. Skills, divine-level music, divine-level culinary arts, divine-level martial arts, divine-level bone-setting massage, divine-level appraisal, divine-level chess skills. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, contract for the Imperial Residence No. 1, 100 equity in Dosha Live, 100 equity in Jiashur Entertainment, 20 equity in Shin Group, 100 equity in Tian Lai Yeen, 30 villas in the Imperial Residence, Dragon Scale Dagger. Wealth, for 120. 5 billion. Gazing at the wealth displayed on the attribute panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but savor the moment. Meanwhile, the fans in the livestream room erupted in excitement. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Spending 5 million on a model car, isn't that enough to buy a Lamborghini? Brother-in-law, please accept my bow. My male idol, come with me. I can be charming and even do splits. Oh dear. In an instant, the live stream room was ablaze with fervor. The adoration showered upon the brother-in-law, leaving many envious beyond measure. At the same time, en route to the next concert in a business vehicle, Xuan Xiaoqi, upon witnessing her daughter's live stream, was momentarily stunned by the extravagant purchase made for her brother, a 5 million model sports car, truly an unparalleled waste. That fellow, Xiao Dao, might not hold on much longer. Xuan Xiaoqi knew her brother's temperament all too well. Their father had always been strict with him, and now, with someone so indulgent at his side, it was hard not to grow fond of him. If their father, known for his stringent discipline, were to discover this scene, one could only imagine him breaking the legs of that individual. The mere thought of such a spectacle filled Xuan Xiaoqi with mischievous anticipation. If Xuan were to learn of Xuan Xiaoqi's current musings, one could only wonder if he would come charging over for a fierce showdown, pouring forth billions in business dealings to settle the score. Chapter 56. Establishing the Heavenly Gate. On the verge of becoming the owner of Dongjiang University? Imperial Residence Number 1. Balcony. Dingling. A mobile phone rang out, as two little ones busily engaged with their toy battles in the living room of the villa answered a call from Lei Hu. Hello, young Master Yi. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. The voice on the other end was exceedingly respectful. To Lei Hu, Xuan was the most pivotal person in his life. Not at all. Is there something you need? Upon answering the call, Xuan inquired, knowing that Lei Hu would not reach out without a pressing issue. After a moment of silence, Lei Hu continued, Young Master Yi, the battle axe security is starting to take shape. However, we are currently facing significant financial challenges. To expand battle axe security, we will require a substantial amount of funding. He then proceeded to outline the current situation of battle axe security. Many of the docks in Dongjiang have now fallen under their jurisdiction, and numerous residential complexes and shopping malls have also been engaged, all progressing according to Xuan's expectations. Exhaling deeply, after ending the call in the office of the chairman of Battle Axe Security, Lei Hu lit a cigarette and gazed through the large floor-to-ceiling window at the twinkling stars dotting the Dongjiang nightscape, reflecting, in the future, the entire Dongjiang will undoubtedly be young Master Yi's dominion. Ding dong. A message notification chimed, and Lei Hu glanced at his phone, astonished to find a message that read, Dear Construction Bank user, your account ending in 4688 has received 100 billion renminbi on 200816. Please check. 100 billion. Staring at the message, Lei Hu's pupils dilated in disbelief. After verifying it multiple times, his face was a canvas of incredulity. Good heavens. Young Master Yi just transferred 100 billion. This, undoubtedly, Lei Hu was taken aback by Xuan's audacious move. Beside him, the president of Battle Axe Security, He Gui, was equally stunned, staring at the message on Lei Hu's phone. My goodness, Boss Lei, this is incredible. Young Master Yi has transferred 100 billion in liquidity to us. In that instant, He Gui felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his scalp tingling. What manner of person is young Master Yi? Truly terrifying. As he recalled their first meeting, a shiver ran down his spine. Good grief. What a formidable presence I had dared to confront. Thank heavens for my cleverness, or I might not have known how I would meet my end. On the balcony of the villa, just as he was about to enter the living room, Xuan sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from the forest behind the imperial residence. His expression turned cold, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. 15 minutes later, in the depths of the forest, swish, Xuan materialized in the clearing, surveying the eerily silent surroundings. Soon, a multitude of figures emerged, numbering around 100, all members of the Western Powers 7 Kills organization. Peeling back the layers, it was evident that the objective of the wolf pack had been to track Xuan, who had driven away, leading to their disappearance. Thus, the 7 Kills organization had dispatched individuals to investigate. After all, as a top-tier force in the Western world, such occurrences were intolerable. So you are Xuan. The leader of the 7 Kills organization was a man named Leon, a top-tier assassin whose standing far surpassed that of the wolf pack. The others regarded the emerging target with solemnity, for the mere presence of this individual indicated much. Is he aware of our arrival? If so, the wolf pack's demise is likely tied to him. You have the audacity to provoke the 7 Kills organization. Upon seeing Xuan, Leon felt a surge of certainty. Although the wolf pack was not particularly formidable, they were no ordinary opponents. Seeking revenge? Casting a glance at the ominous Leon, a mocking smile danced across Xuan's lips. But do you truly believe you can subdue me? Sensing Xuan's confident demeanor and recalling his ghostly figure, a sense of foreboding washed over Leon. Kill him. Without further ado, Leon issued the command to the accompanying elite from the 7 Kills organization. Over 100 individuals sprang into action simultaneously. Even their top-tier experts would meet a bitter fate here. Swish! As Leon's command rang out, his 100 subordinates unleashed their full power, showing no mercy. They understood all too well that this individual before them was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Who is this person? As the 100 individuals launched their assault, Leon's heart sank. In mere moments, several shadowy figures descended upon them like reapers, initiating a massacre. Before the 7 Kills organization could react, they were already reduced to lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. In an instant, only Leon and 5 or 6 second-tier experts from the 7 Kills organization remained standing. Gulp! The sudden turn of events left Leon and everyone else utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Their strength was formidable. Each one was at least comparable to their top assassins, if not stronger. Who on earth are you? At that moment, Leon struggled to articulate his thoughts. The impact of the scene before him was overwhelmingly profound. Before Leon could grasp an answer, an unexpected sharp pain pierced through his neck. In the next moment, crimson blood gushed forth, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that one among them had dispatched him in a single, swift strike. The speed of the attack was undeniably far superior to that of the elite assassins of the 7 Kills organization. However, unbeknownst to Leon, several other second-rate assassins surrounding him had also met the same fate, and the assailant was none other than Dark 2. Master, we arrived too late to your aid. Dark 1, who had not lifted a finger throughout the ordeal, bowed respectfully in apology. Rise, Xuan replied with a faint smile, feeling quite pleased with Dark 1's performance. It must be said, the private Dark Guards from the system were indeed impressive, with more than 10 individuals already demonstrating such prowess. One could only imagine the scene if 100 were to gather. Overwhelming thousands would pose no challenge. As Dark 2 returned to the scene, he and the other Dark Guards regarded Xuan with utmost reverence. In their eyes, he was everything to them. Good work, Xuan remarked, noting that the capabilities of these individuals, particularly Dark 2, were comparable to that of Thunder Tiger, while Dark 1 likely surpassed both Thunder Tiger and Gray Bear. Ding! A notification sounded, announcing that the host had triggered a random mission to establish the dark force known as the Heavenly Gate and acquire 100 equity in Dongjiang University, along with a bonus of 1 random consumption doubling card. Oh my! Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. Such actions seemed almost unhinged, yet the prospect felt rather exhilarating. Chapter 57. The Establishment of the Heavenly Gate and the Commencement of Chaos. Dongjiang University. Indeed, upon completing the mission, Xuan would become the owner of Dongjiang University. One could only wonder how President Wang Fangping would react upon learning this. While the exact valuation of Dongjiang University eluded him, a conservative estimate would place it at over 50 billion. After all, it was the best university in Dongjiang City and even the entire Jiang province. Reflecting on this, Xuan felt invigorated. Dark 1, at your service. Dark 1 straightened immediately upon hearing his master's call, his respect ingrained deeply within him. I have a task for you. Without delay, Xuan conveyed the system's mission, stating, from this day forth, lead the Dark Guards to help me establish the Heavenly Gate. It will serve a significant purpose in the future. Also, refrain from calling me master from now on. It feels rather awkward. Just call me Gate Master instead. After a brief moment, Xuan spoke again. Understood, Gate Master. Dark 1 responded respectfully. Having no objections to Xuan's words, we greet the Gate Master. The other Dark Guards, including Dark 2, bowed in unison, creating a rather impressive scene. Xuan relished the sound of their voices. With the visible axe security and the underground force of the Heavenly Gate, the future looked promising. After a short while, ding-dong. Dark 1's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the display, Dark 1's pupils widened in shock. Gate Master. This is 200 billion in funds. What is this? As Dark 1 beheld the 200 billion transferred by the Gate Master, he was astounded, and Dark 2 and the others were equally dumbfounded. What? 200 billion? Did the Gate Master just transfer 200 billion to Dark 1? My heavens. This is my investment in the Heavenly Gate. Do not disappoint me. Xuan's voice was earnest, and the weight of expectation bore down heavily on Dark 1 and the others. Rest assured, Gate Master. Dark 1 bowed solemnly, his mind already racing with thoughts on the development of the Heavenly Gate. After all, 200 billion was no trivial sum. It could facilitate a multitude of endeavors. Dismissed. Glancing at the now cleared battlefield, Xuan smiled. Yes, Gate Master. Dark 1 and the others responded in unison. We take our leave. With that, as if vanishing like phantoms, the group disappeared from the scene, leaving only the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, a testament to the fierce battle that had unfolded. The The cool night breeze brushed against him as he watched Dark One and the others depart, then turned his gaze toward the distant Dongjiang. In the near future, the entirety of Dongjiang, both above and below ground, would lie at his feet. At that time, he would reign as the sovereign of Dongjiang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the Dark Force, the Heavenly Gate, and acquiring 100 equity in Dongjiang University, along with a bonus of 1 random consumption doubling card. The system's voice echoed in his ears, causing Yi Xian to involuntarily smile. The system's efficiency was, as always, commendable. He casually pulled up his attribute panel. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 22. Skills: Divine Music, Divine Culinary Arts, Divine Martial Arts, Divine Bone Setting Massage, Divine Treasure Appraisal, Divine Chess Skills. Items: Lamborghini Veneno, Imperial Residence, No. 1 Villa Contract. Do Shark Live 100 equity, Jazz Entertainment 100 equity, Shun Group 20 equity, Tianlai, Sound 100 equity, 30 villas in the Imperial Residence, Dragon Scale Dagger, Dongjiang University 100 equity. Random consumption doubling card X1. Wealth 120. 5 billion. Observing the substantial decrease of 300 billion in wealth, Yi Xian felt no sense of loss. After all, whether supporting ACT security or establishing the Heavenly Gate, the future benefits would far exceed the investment made, possibly even 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, in President Wang Fangping's villa, Ding Ling Ling, having just finished preparing dinner, Wang Fangping's wife, Ms. Zhang, emerged from the kitchen to hear her husband's phone ringing. She looked over and said, "Old Wang. It's Assistant Xiao Feng on the line." Oh, hearing his wife, Wang Fangping, donned in an apron, exited the kitchen, evidently having been cooking alongside Ms. Zhang. "Hello." He answered the call, knowing that at this hour, Xiao Feng wouldn't call without reason. Something significant must have occurred. Sure enough, just as Wang Fangping's thoughts began to formulate, he was met with Xiao Feng's urgent voice on the other end. "Principal, a major event has transpired at the school." As Xiao Feng spoke, Wang Fangping could hear the swallowing of saliva on the other end. "Our school has been acquired." Wang Fangping was taken aback. Acquired? Clearly, Wang Fangping was bewildered upon hearing Assistant Xiao Feng's words. This was because Dongjiang University was not a private institution. It was a thoroughly public university. How could it possibly be acquired? Sensing Wang Fangping's disbelief, Assistant Xiao Feng continued, "Though this matter seems utterly preposterous, it is indeed true. Our school has been acquired. Yet it remains a public university. The only difference is that the highest authority is no longer the state, but an individual." Boom. At this revelation, it was as if a thunderclap had struck Wang Fangping's mind, leaving him momentarily blank. A public university turning private? No, to be precise, it was semi-private. How could this be possible? All right, I understand now. After their conversation, Wang Fangping hung up, but the shock in his heart was just beginning. He stared blankly at the steam rising from the dining table, pondering how this could happen. How could Dongjiang University, a prestigious institution, be acquired? Who possessed such power? Murmuring to himself in disbelief, Wang Fangping experienced the greatest shock of his life. Observing her husband's demeanor, Ms. Zheng curiously inquired, "Old Wang, what's wrong? Has something happened at the school?" Upon hearing a few key words, Zheng's concerned inquiry was met with the astonishment reflected on her partner's face, signaling that this matter had indeed surpassed his capacity to bear. "Old Zheng, you may find it hard to believe, but our school has been acquired," Wang Fangping stated, his incredulous tone making the information seem dreamlike. Zheng, equally taken aback, was left utterly perplexed. "Acquired? Is it true that Dongjiang University has been sold?" Clearly, Zheng was skeptical of Wang Fangping's words, as such an event had never occurred before. Ding dong. Before Wang Fangping could elaborate, a notification chimed in, and upon seeing it was Assistant Xiao Feng, he promptly opened it. The screen revealed a shocking sight: the acquisition contract, complete with official seals from various departments. However, upon reading the name of the acquiring party, Wang Fangping's pupils widened in disbelief. What? The individual who had purchased Dongjiang University was none other than Yi Xian. The following day, at Dongjiang High School, the entrance was alive with commotion. A thunderous roar approached, capturing the attention of numerous students. A stretched Pagani Huayra sped into view, and its license plate caught the eye of the school's head of security, who gaped in awe and swallowed hard. "Quick, raise the barrier," he barked, his voice urgent. As confusion spread among the security personnel, the surrounding students erupted in excitement. "My goodness, is that a stretched supercar? A Pagani Huayra? How could such a luxury vehicle appear at our school? Is there a super rich heir attending?" The air was filled with animated discussions. The new security guards, perplexed, asked, "Captain, who is in that supercar? You seemed very serious just now." "You may not know, having just joined ACT Security, but that is our boss." "What?" The revelation left several security guards dumbfounded. Their own boss. As Yixian approached the vicinity of the playground, he quickly drew the attention of both students and faculty. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xuan Xiaodao immediately felt the weight of numerous female gazes upon him, an exhilarating sensation that was beyond words. Incredible. Brother-in-law, you're so impressive. Darn it. Anyone who dares to compete with me for my brother-in-law will face dire consequences. At that moment, several of Xuan Xiaodao's close friends gathered around. Incredulity etched on their faces. Xuan Xiaodao, is this car yours? Of course it is. Xuan Xiaodao replied proudly, relishing the attention. This is my brother-in-law's car, the husband of my sister. And this is nothing. My brother-in-law has a villa with 7 or 8 of these cars. Lamborghini Veneno, Rolls-Royce Phantom, all of them. He boasted, even if his claims were rooted in truth. My heavens, I had no idea your brother-in-law was this wealthy. As the fans in the live stream witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but smirk, imagining the reaction of these youngsters if they knew that the soft and adorable fairy-esque father resided in the Emperor's residence, number 1 villa, accompanied by a school flower-level maid and formidable bodyguards. Hee. Meng Meng giggled, her little head held high, as if declaring to everyone, look at my father. Soon, Yixian arrived at the playground for the parent-teacher meeting amidst envious and admiring gazes. Just then, a studentess parent, likely in her 20s and possessing striking beauty akin to a school flower, let out a melodious exclamation that turned heads. Oh my goodness, it's the male god. Upon seeing Yixian, this young beauty's face flushed with excitement. He-s Yixian, the one who sang Fairy Tale at Chi-Chi's concert, spreading sweetness throughout the venue. I can't believe I'm seeing him here. Wait, at Chi-Chi's concert? Could he be the one whose songs dominated the heavenly voice? With this thought, the crowd's gaze toward Yixian transformed. Wow, is it true? Such a talented individual, and he is also incredibly handsome. Qianqian. Amidst the envy, Xuan Xiaodao's attention drifted to one spot, his face displaying an unusual shyness, akin to the legendary feeling of a secret crush. Young Master Yi, you're here as well? Mu Qianqian's friend gazed at Yixian in astonishment, her tone laced with unmasked respect. This was none other than Mu Tianyi, the president of Dosha Live, who recognized Yixian's formidable identity following the revelation of the Zhou family's misfortunes. Oh, Tianyi, you're here for the parent-teacher meeting as well? Yixian remarked, glancing at the strikingly similar Mu Qianqian, who, although young, already possessed a captivating beauty. Oh, sister, is this your new boss? He is so handsome. When Mu Qianqian beheld Yixian, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, can you have a beautiful child like this with me to play together? Mu Tianyi. Hearing her sister's words, Mu Tianyi nearly spat out her drink, giving her sister a playful thump on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Her cheeks flushed. She glared at her sister for putting her in such an awkward position. How could she have a child when she didn't even have a boyfriend? Xuan Xiaodao, overhearing their conversation, regarded his brother-in-law with newfound wonder. What? His brother-in-law was actually the boss of the goddess he had a crush on? If that were true, perhaps he truly had a chance. Chapter 59. With brother-in-law in hand, the goddess is mine. Miss, you are super beautiful. Meng Meng clearly adored Mu Qianqian, as pretty little girls often appreciate each other. Really? Thank you, little sister. Mu Qianqian smiled sweetly, her beautiful visage causing Xuan Xiaodao to gulp in awe. My goodness. Qianqian goddess is so stunning. If only he had known earlier that Qianqian liked Meng Meng, he would have insisted his sister bring her to school much sooner. Who knows? Maybe they would be playing house together by now. As he pondered this, if Xuan Xiaodao's thoughts were to reach Xinxiachi, he might just receive a good beating. Yixian, having observed Xuan Xiaodao's reaction, understood the boy's intentions. Since you know each other, why not sit together? Sure, boss. Mu Tianyi readily agreed. And so Xuan Xiaodao found himself blissfully seated next to the goddess Qianqian, an unparalleled gift for him. My heavens. I never imagined I would sit so close to a goddess one day, especially as the alluring scent emanating from Qianqian heightened his admiration. His affection for the goddess grew stronger. If she were to play house with another boy in the future, he would surely feel heartbroken. No way. Qianqian goddess is only mine. It has to be that way. Certainly, Mu Qianqian remained oblivious to Xuan Xiaodao's sentiments. By the time she came to understand his feelings over a decade later, it was regrettably too late. After all, by then, their fate had already been sealed. And what was once raw rice was now fully cooked. Xiaodao, a sweet voice resonated, akin to the enchanting goddess of unspoken affection. As it was her first conversation with him, Mu Xiaodao felt a sudden jolt. Qianqian, he stammered after a considerable pause, visibly nervous. How could he not be? It was the very first occasion that the goddess took the initiative to speak to him. Mu Qianqian, clearly a bit shy herself, was, after all, engaging in conversation with a male classmate for the first time. Your brother-in-law is truly impressive, she remarked, her voice brimming with admiration. And he even happens to be my sister's boss. I envy you. Not at all, Xin Xiaodao replied, feeling a pang of bittersweetness in his heart as he absorbed her admiration for his goddess. He felt as if he were floating on air. Indeed, he managed. And as they exchanged a few more words, Mu Qianqian appeared to acclimatize to the conversation. Her gaze drifted to the surrounding students and parents. Look at everyone around us. So many are watching your brother-in-law. They must be incredibly envious of you. She chirped, her voice melodious. Xin Xiaodao, fully aware of the attention they were receiving, felt an even greater sense of pride swell within him. It seemed that the confidence derived from his brother-in-law was indeed substantial. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Xin Xiaoqi observed her brother with a peculiar expression. What on earth is going on with that rascal? She pondered. As an elder sister who understood her brother well, she scrutinized him closely. Could it be that he has fallen in love? A thought flitted through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, he's still so young. What does he know about love? I must be overthinking it. Yet, this inkling troubled her. As she considered this, her gaze fell upon the exceptionally beautiful Mu Qianqian. For a fleeting moment, she entertained the thought of some fellow taking her daughter to her brother's parent-teacher meeting, not knowing what sort of chaos might ensue. Mr. Yi, is that really you? At that moment, the principal of Dongjiang Middle School, Chen Fengshua, approached. Who are you? Upon encountering the elderly gentleman for the first time, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, prompting Xin Xiaodao to quickly clarify. Brother-in-law, this is our principal. Ha. Chen Fengshua chuckled, ruffling Xin Xiaodao's hair. Mr. Yi, as it happens, my granddaughter is also a fan of yours. She has every one of your songs and has adorned her room with your photographs. After some pleasantries, he mustered the courage to convey his request. Mr. Yi, I must confess, I am here to ask for your assistance with a matter. Just 10 minutes ago, one of our teachers scheduled to perform at the parent meeting suffered a brain hemorrhage and is currently being rushed to the hospital. With the meeting about to commence, we are at a loss for alternatives, so I thought to seek your help. Understanding the principal's humble request, Yi Xian readily agreed. No problem. After all, it was a simple favor for him, and he hadn't performed in quite some time, so he felt a twinge of excitement. Really, that is fantastic. The principal sighed in relief, adopting a hopeful demeanor. Thank you, Mr. Yi. With that, Yi Xian handed a USB drive to Chen Fengshua and turned his attention to the parent meeting. Wow, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, watching the principal depart. Xiaodao, is your brother-in-law really that good at singing that even the principal sought him out? Of course, Xin Xiaodao replied. His chin lifted in pride at the mention of his brother-in-law. It's no exaggeration. If it comes to discussing my brother-in-law, I could talk for 3 days and nights. By the way, let me show you a video. Seizing the moment, he pulled out his phone and began searching online until he found a clip of his brother-in-law performing at his sister's concert. I wish to become the angel you love in a fairy tale, he played, and Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate hand covering her mouth in sheer delight. Xin Xiaodao, witnessing his goddess's surprise, felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. If he continued this way, surely Mu Qianqian would soon belong to him. Brother-in-law is invincible. He's utterly remarkable. With that, Xin Xiaodao proceeded to showcase his brother-in-law's various songs, leaving Mu Qianqian utterly mesmerized. I had no idea your brother-in-law was so talented. How wonderful it would be if he were my brother-in-law. At that moment, envy flooded Mu Qianqian's heart. Chapter 64 years ago, my sister was truly wise. As time passed, a fair-skinned and beautiful teacher took the stage as the host. After glancing at the program card and letting out a slight sigh of relief, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Now, let us welcome Xin Xiaodao's parent from Class 1-3 to perform Blue and White Porcelain. Let's give them a warm welcome. The host's excitement stemmed from being one of Yi Xian's few devoted fans, and she could hardly contain herself at the prospect of her idol's imminent appearance. As the announcement echoed, all eyes turned towards Xin Xiaodao, or rather, to Yi Xian standing beside him. Wow, that handsome guy is going to sing? Even before the performance commenced, Yi Xian had already captured everyone's attention. Principal Chen Fengshua couldn't help but smile at the clever decision he had made. Under the spotlight of countless gazes, Xin Xiaodao's admiration for his brother-in-law reached new heights. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride just being associated with him. For years ago, my sister was truly wise. In that moment, Xin Xiaodao couldn't help but reflect on his sister's actions 4 years prior. Had it not been for that serendipitous encounter between her and his brother-in-law, he would not have the incredibly talented and handsome brother-in-law he had today. If Xin Xiaoqi were to discover her brother's thoughts at that moment, one wonders if she would have knocked him 10 meters away with a single slap. Just then, Yi Xian stepped onto the stage, a smile gracing his lips. Next, I hope you all enjoy this rendition of Blue and White Porcelain. Yet, unbeknownst to the audience, the sky above had transformed into a fantastical azure hue, with wisps of mist swirling gently. The delicate strokes of the blue and white porcelain echoed the essence of a maiden's beauty, akin to her initial adornment. The fragrant sandalwood wafted through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. The brush glided across the rice paper, pausing halfway through. His exceptional singing prowess, imbued with a certain enchantment, danced upon the hearts of the audience, transporting their thoughts to a realm of ethereal mist and profound artistry. How incredible! Mu Qianqian was truly taken aback, overwhelmed by his talent. It's such a pity he isn't my brother-in-law. What should I do? Of course. Shen Xiaodao reveled in Mu Qianqian's admiration, his pride unabashedly shining through. Why wouldn't I be proud? With such an extraordinary and stunning brother-in-law, I have every reason to be. Go, Dad. You're the best. At that moment, the adorable little fairy, her face brimming with excitement and pride, added to the jubilant atmosphere. The sky, a delicate azure awaiting the misty rain, while I stand here, yearning for you. Wisps of smoke gracefully rise, separated by countless miles across the river. At the bottom of a bottle, I inscribe the elegance of Han script reminiscent of ancient dynasties. Consider it a prelude to the moment I encountered you. A prodigious talent. Approaching with fervor, Shen Xiaoqi's astonished gaze transformed into admiration, her lips curving into an unbidden smile as she beheld her beloved man. The pride swelling within her was beyond words. That subtle smile, if revealed to the world, would surely captivate countless souls. Love, sweetness, and a torrent of emotions surged within her heart, and it dawned on Shen Xiaoqi that, unbeknownst to her, that remarkable fellow had far surpassed her. Oh, the atmosphere was electric, as the gathering for the parent-teacher meeting erupted into a frenzy of excitement. The air filled with raucous cheers. Figures sprang from their seats, eyes fixed on the man on stage, singing with abandon. My heavens, it was profoundly moving. Daddy is simply amazing. Were it not for his performance, I would be unable to restrain myself from rushing up to embrace him tightly. Daddy is truly incredible. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the live stream exploded with extravagant donations, overwhelming everyone's attention. Proud world bestows upon the adorable fairy, dreamy starry sky, x 1314. The staggering donations dominated the entire live stream. A staggering 130 million. What madness! Shen Xiaoqi, touched and bewildered, found herself in awe of the flood of donations. That rogue had truly lost his mind. What on earth? 666,666. The esteemed benefactor strikes again, subduing all other wealthy patrons. Goodness gracious, a single wave of donations totaling 130 million. Who else dares to compete? The shockwaves rippled through the audience. A benefactor lavishing such generosity upon a streamer, utterly insane. Bring me my 40-meter-long machete. I shall duel the esteemed benefactor for supremacy. Esteemed benefactor, cease the donations and come home with me, woo-woo. After a brief silence in the live stream, the room erupted into a frenzy of flying screens, nearly overwhelming Yi Xian with the chaotic engagement. Chapter 61. Handsome God, come home with me, please. In the office of Yangcheng High School, Yi's mother, Lin Fangmin, beamed with delight while watching her granddaughter's live stream. This rascal, has he gone mad? Even if Do Sha Live belongs to him, he shouldn't be so reckless. While she criticized her son's antics, her colleagues gathered around. Ms. Lin, isn't this your son? Yes, our pride of Yangcheng High, a distinguished student of Dongjiang University. Goodness. He is growing increasingly handsome, and who knew he could sing so well? Listening to the admiration from her colleagues, Yi's mother couldn't help but smile with pride. Naturally, they were unaware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. If they knew he resided in a billion-dollar villa and drove several supercars, their reactions would be unimaginable. Ms. Lin, I have a niece who just returned from abroad with dual master's degrees. Ms. Lin, my daughter is 18. Though a bit younger, she is quite beautiful. Yi Xian was already the pride of Yangcheng, and with his striking looks and immense talents, it was evident he would become a great figure in the future. Thank you all, Lin Fangmin said, smiling graciously, but my son already has a girlfriend, and they share a wonderful relationship. Thinking of her son's destined partner, who was a breathtaking beauty, she wouldn't trade her for any foreign beauty or riches. As the conversation continued, the live stream concluded, and thunderous applause erupted, soon followed by an unprecedented wave of cheers. Handsome God, I love you. Oh my, this is incredible. He is truly my dream man. I confess, handsome God, I'm actually a rich heir. Will you come home with me, woo-woo? Hearing such confessions made me feel like kneeling. What should I do? Handsome God, please leave behind your splendid genes. This little beauty wishes to bear your children. The live stream was ablaze with excitement as the number of fans surged past 1 million. In the audience, Mu Qianqian had clearly transformed into Yi Xian's little admirer. Her cheeks flushed as she made a momentous decision. Can I add you on WeChat? Upon hearing the goddess of her affections initiate a request to connect, Shen Xiaodao felt as if he were in a dream. My heavens, could this be real? Goddess Qianqian wants to add me. The happiness was overwhelming. At that moment, His heart raced as if it were leaping out of his chest. Please don't misunderstand. Noticing Xuan Xiaodao's excitement, Mu Qianqian pressed on. I only want my brother-in-law's photo for my screensaver. Ah, I understand, Xuan Xiaodao replied, swiftly opening his QR code with unprecedented speed. To him, the reason was unimportant. What mattered was that he now had the WeChat of his goddess Qianqian, which meant he could glimpse her moments, and they could be considered friends. As for the involvement of his brother-in-law, perhaps it could lead to something remarkable. Hee, brother-in-law. You're simply amazing. After adding WeChat, Xuan Xiaodao's face radiated joy, his heart soaring, gazing at his brother-in-law with admiration and affection. He understood that it was his brother-in-law's influence that allowed him to connect with the girl of his dreams. Daddy is awesome. Mu Ming, not to be outdone, gave a sweet peck, her adorableness envied by countless viewers. Many netizens lamented, goodness, he has tricked me into having a daughter. Yet, were there such a lovely and innocent daughter, they would gladly trade years off their lives for her. As long as our darling is happy. With a doting hand stroking Ming Ming's little head, his handsome face radiated warmth, making him all the more charming. Alas, why did I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to be his daughter? Giggling, Ming Ming was indeed overjoyed. Enjoying her father's affection, her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her heart brimming with sweetness, feeling enveloped in a cocoon of bliss. How fortunate to be so cherished by her father. Did he not fear her becoming spoiled? A little while later. Take care, boss. By the playground, Mu Tianyi escorted the school beauty, Mu Qianqian, as they bid farewell to their boss, while the observing teachers and students looked on with envy. If such treatment were bestowed upon them, they would undoubtedly be unable to sleep for 3 days and nights from excitement. Throughout the journey, Xuan Xiaodao gazed out the window, grinning like a fool, making one wonder if he were a bit simple-minded. Daddy, is Uncle Xiaodao all right? Ming Ming inquired, her innocent concern evident. No need to worry about him. Observing his younger brother-in-law beside him, Yixian cast a meaningful glance, pondering whether the lad had perhaps fallen in love. You mustn't disturb your uncle, who is deeply engrossed in the significant matters of life, he remarked, gently pinching the adorable little nose of Ming Ming. Significant matters? Upon hearing her father's words, Ming Ming tilted her naive little head in curiosity, pondering for a moment, then shook her head in confusion, clearly realizing that this topic was beyond her current comprehension. Chapter 62. I don't believe a word you say, you cunning old man. Young master, you have returned. A sweet voice rang out, belonging to the elegant personal butler Li Mengqi, accompanied by several maids. One must admit, the mere sound of her voice could evoke envy in countless hearts. With a gentle smile, Yixian led the 2 little ones into the villa, while the maids blushed, gazing after their young master, their minds filled with thoughts of his recently dazzling smile. Oh dear, it's hopeless. I am losing my resistance to the young master, one of them mused. Aunt Mingqi. Today Ming Ming is exceptionally happy. Upon entering the villa, Ming Ming eagerly chattered about her father's impressive feats earlier that day. You have no idea. Dad was incredible today. Seeing the adoration in his daughter's eyes, Yixian smiled warmly. He then called Xuan Xiaodao aside. Xiaodao, do you have feelings for that classmate named Qianqian? He inquired directly. What are you saying, brother-in-law? Xuan Xiaodao stammered, his face turning crimson, realizing he had been caught. What would happen if his brother-in-law informed his sister and father? Here, take this. In the midst of his anxiety, Xiaodao found a check for a staggering 100,000 in front of him. Brother-in-law you. Although it was merely 100,000, it represented an immense sum for him, as his usual allowance was but a few hundred. Consider this a sponsorship from your brother-in-law for your romantic endeavors. Strive to win over that classmate Qianqian, Yixian encouraged. Xuan Xiaodao was momentarily dumbfounded, but soon his heart swelled with gratitude. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will do whatever you ask from now on. Undoubtedly, with such divine support, Xuan Xiaodao was completely won over by his brother-in-law, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Go and enjoy yourself, Yixian said with a gentle smile, patting the young man on the shoulder. Yes, Xuan Xiaodao beamed, carefully tucking the check away. After all, this was his love fund. He couldn't afford to be careless. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 100,000, triggering a million-fold reward, acquiring 100 billion renminbi. In astonishment, Yixian nearly gasped. What a windfall. If he had given that young man 1,000,000 instead, it could have triggered a reward of 1 trillion. As he contemplated this, Yixian couldn't help but feel exhilarated by the thought. Goodness, this random consumption doubling card is thrilling. Ding ding. As he watched his brother-in-law's retreating figure, Yixian smiled. But before he could reflect further, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile. Hello, darling. Missing your man so soon? He teased as he answered the call, causing Xuan Xiaoqi on the other end to blush. Humph. Who's thinking of you? Nonsense. She retorted. her sweet voice tinged with playful annoyance. "Oh, is that so? Then why are you calling me?" Yixian replied, enjoying the banter. "Goodness, stop talking nonsense." Shun Xiaoqi huffed, her face blooming with sweetness and happiness, perfectly embodying the essence of playful contradiction. Before she could ponder further, his innocent voice chimed in again. "I have always been speaking sincerely. Didn't you notice?" "I don't believe you, you old rascal," Shun Xiaoqi exclaimed, her perception of shamelessness being completely redefined by his audacity. "Old rascal? My dear, aren't you the old hag?" Yixian countered, feigning seriousness. "Get lost," she shot back, feeling an unprecedented urge to deliver a swift blow to him. "Speaking of which, you nearly made me forget my business," she said, recalling her purpose for calling after their playful exchange. "Honestly, is Xiao Dao dating that pretty girl next to you?" Cutting straight to the chase, Shun Xiaoqi inquired, eager to avoid any further distractions. "Dating? No way. That lad has such audacity," Yixian replied, resolutely unwilling to betray his brother-in-law. After all, in his view, dating was a perfectly normal affair. Despite his brother-in-law's youth, childhood sweethearts were even better. If Shun Xiaoqi were to discover the true nature of the man she was inquiring about, who knows how she would react? Perhaps she would storm over and engage him in a fierce debate to demonstrate her prowess. "Are you certain?" Shun Xiaoqi, now doubtful, mulled over Yixian's words. "Absolutely. Rest assured, if Xiao Dao dares to date, I will ensure his future father-in-law is completely oblivious," he promised. Watching his brother-in-law play with Meng Meng in the villa, unaware of the pressure Yixian was shielding him from, for the sake of his brother-in-law's lifelong happiness, he was truly concerned. Chapter 63. How can that guy be so sweet? "You," Shun Xiaoqi retorted, her lips curling into a beautiful smile as she rolled her eyes. "Indeed," Yixian replied with a grin, relishing the moment. By this point, the atmosphere was just right. "By the way, darling, which city do you like the most?" he inquired, ready to charm her further. "A city?" Shun Xiaoqi instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety at his sudden question. Why was he asking this? Though wary, she answered, "Dongjiang, I suppose." As she mentioned the city, she couldn't help but recall the moment they first met, her cheeks flushing. After all, Dongjiang marked the beginning of their beautiful encounter. "Oh, really? I like Dongjiang too," Yixian said, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Shun Xiaoqi furrowed her brow slightly. "Why?" "Because one falls in love with a person and consequently with a city," he replied, leaving her utterly captivated. Wow. Upon hearing a near confession from a certain gentleman, Shun Xiaoqi's exquisitely beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on her reflection in the mirror before her, her face flushed a deep crimson, reaching the nape of her neck, her eyes brimming with sweetness and joy. How could he be so utterly charming? I refuse to believe it. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Xiaoqi coyly replied, her voice so delightful that it rendered Yixian's ears tingling with pleasure. It must be said that his wife is indeed a rare gem. The system's choice for the female lead has proven to be undeniably accurate. Should such a scene be revealed to the outside world, countless individuals would likely explode with envy. After a brief exchange, Yixian, having concluded the call, felt a lingering satisfaction. This sensation is rather pleasant. However, unbeknownst to him, the enchanting Shun Xiaoqi was left utterly flustered, her heart racing vigorously for quite some time before settling down. Yet, Yixian remained oblivious to this. At the imperial villa, in the study, Li Mengqi addressed him. "Young master, you summon me?" As she observed only the two of them in the study, her heart involuntarily quickened. It had been several days since Goddess Qi had returned. Could it be that the young master desires something of her? Unable to restrain her imagination, Li Mengqi envisioned myriad scenarios, her cheeks flushing deeper with each thought. Yet, if the young master were to pursue her, should she refuse or acquiesce? Such a conundrum. What to do? "Mengqi, this is a check." Just as Li Mengqi wrestled with her thoughts, Yixian's voice broke through, causing her to startle at the mention of a check. Could it be, perhaps, that he intends to silence her with money? The check read 40 million. A prepayment for 10 years of salary for her and the maids. Huh. Taken aback by the young master's stunning declaration, Li Mengqi momentarily froze. Salary? For some reason, hearing his words left her feeling profoundly disappointed. Perhaps she had hoped for something more personal from him. Compared to the lack of any ulterior motives on his part, the prospect of 10 million over the next decade did not elate her as it ought to have. In the past, such a sum would have excited her for days on end, for it was a fortune beyond her wildest dreams. Then, "Young master, I shall take my leave." Departing the study with a hint of despondency, Yixian furrowed his brow at the sight. This girl, so composed even when offered 10 years' worth of salary, is truly something else. Of course, Yixian remained unaware of the audacious ambitions of his personal maid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 40 million, triggering a 10,000-fold return, resulting in 40 billion renminbi. As expected, the system did not disappoint Xuan, directly activating the 10,000-fold rebate, netting him an astounding 40 billion in a single transaction, an exhilarating feeling indeed. He swiftly accessed his status panel. Name, Xuan. Age, 22. Skills, godly music, godly culinary arts, godly martial arts, godly chiropractic, godly appraisal, godly chess. Items, Lamborghini Veneno, Imperial Villa No. 1 contract, 100 ownership of Dosha Live, 100 ownership of Jiasha Entertainment, 20 ownership of Xuan Group, 100 ownership of Tian Lai Yin, 30 Imperial Villas, Dragon Scale Dagger, 100 ownership of Dongjiang University. Wealth, 620. 5 billion. This transaction alone catapulted Xuan's wealth by an astounding 500 billion, all accomplished in less than half an hour. No, not even 10 minutes. Meanwhile, in the villa's kitchen, the maids were in an uproar. Mengqi, what did you say? One exclaimed. The young master has advanced us 10 years of salary? My heavens. Li Mengqi placed the 40 million check before them, and the maids' eyes widened in disbelief. Each of them earned an annual salary of 500,000, meaning 10 years of pay amounted to 5 million. Goodness. Though this effectively bought out the next decade of their lives, they could hardly see it as anything but a blessing. The young master is so extravagant. I absolutely adore him. Indeed, if only the young master were my future boyfriend. They sighed wistfully. Oh no, I feel utterly hopelessly in love with the young master. Amidst the animated chatter in the kitchen, they turned to the living room where the little miss was playing. With 5 million in their grasp, if they could also inherit the young master's superior genes, how delightful it would be to have a daughter as enchanting as the little miss. Alas, they understood that only a girl as stunning as Goddess Qi was worthy of such an exceptional young master. Daddy, come play with us. Amid the lively discussions, a sweet, adorable voice rang out, and they turned to see the man they all dreamt of possessing. With a beaming smile, the little one continued, Daddy, shall we play a monster game? Of course. In high spirits, Xuan rolled up his sleeves and began to chase after his brother-in-law and the little one, creating a picturesque scene of harmony. Even his brother-in-law received a fair share of affection, with peals of laughter echoing through the air. The maids watched this scene, their faces glowing with admiration and envy. Goodness, it seems I cannot contain my growing affection for the young master, they lamented. Chapter 64, Brother-in-Law. My sister is so happy. After dinner, Shun Xiaodao and Meng Meng, the two little ones, let out satisfied burps, gazing at the special Yi family noodles prepared for them, their faces alight with contentment. Brother-in-law, my sister is so fortunate, Shun Xiaodao exclaimed, his face filled with envy at the thought of his sister enjoying meals cooked by her brother-in-law every day, nearly drooling. Of course, little uncle. Meng Meng chimed in before Xuan could respond. Daddy is super amazing. By the way, little uncle, Meng Meng added, Daddy is also incredible at chess. Oh. Upon hearing Meng Meng's words, Shun Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law in disbelief. Brother-in-law, you can play chess too? Hee, just a little. As Meng Meng playfully pouted, Xuan once again opened his phone to log onto the chess website. The maids, having overheard the conversation, gathered closer. The young master plays chess? They murmured in excitement. Just as they approached, Xuan successfully logged in. Before long, an opponent appeared on the screen, but upon seeing the opponent's username, Meng Meng's eyes widened. Wow, Daddy, look. It's that carefree wanderer. Oh, Xuan glanced over, realizing that his opponent was none other than the professional 3-dan player known as Carefree Wanderer, unbeknownst to him. This was his future father-in-law. Carefree Wanderer? Shun Xiaodao furrowed his brow, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the name. Hee, little uncle, you don't know. Upon mentioning the name of the Carefree Wanderer, Meng Meng instantly perked up, recalling how her father had triumphed over this seasoned player, the Carefree Wanderer, in an impressive 20 consecutive matches. Haha. This time, the Carefree Wanderer would surely receive a well-deserved lesson from her father. Meanwhile, at the Shun family estate, Shen Donglin, savoring a sip of fragrant tea, was finally finding a moment of leisure to unwind. However, upon glancing at his tablet and seeing the opponent's nickname, King of Hades, he nearly choked on his drink. Goodness, what an unfortunate twist of fate. There was no way he could be outdone this time. Ever since his humiliating defeat in those 20 matches, he had diligently studied the strategies employed by this King of Hades, gaining considerable insight. When adversaries meet, the tension escalates. This time, Shen Donglin was determined to redeem himself. With a decisive snap, the lower-ranked Xuan initiated the game with black stones, placing one stone in a standard position at the center. 3 minutes later, with a stone falling into place like thunder echoing in the sky, the carefully crafted strategy of the Carefree Wanderer was dismantled in an instant, leading to a swift defeat, as rapid as before. What? This is impossible. In his study, Shen Donglin stared blankly at his tablet, clearly struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Damn it, let's do this again. Without exiting the room, Xuan Donglin launched another challenge. Convinced that he must have been careless in the previous game. 3 consecutive losses. 5 consecutive losses. 7 consecutive losses. Half an hour later, the carefree wanderer found himself defeated in 10 matches, suffering a humiliating 10 consecutive losses. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, under the moniker of King of Hades, accumulated an astonishing 40 consecutive victories, earning the title of Amateur 4th Dan. Seeing this, Mengming's face lit up with excitement. Yes, I knew my father would win. Watching her father bask in glory, Mengming could hardly contain her joy, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek, her adorable demeanor revitalizing Yi Xian completely. That scoundrel. After suffering 10 consecutive losses, Xuan Donglin realized that the King of Hades strategies were unfathomable, beyond the reach of mere analysis. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the air. With a grim expression, he answered the call. What did you say? Upon hearing the news from the other end, Xuan Donglin's face contorted in shock. The account of King of Hades had been blocked, rendering the identity untraceable. All right, I understand. Suppressing his surging anger, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate that rascal who had crossed the line, as Xuan Donglin contemplated exacting his vengeance upon his future son-in-law. Another significant event was unfolding within the chess community. The cross-regional exchange platform was witnessing a fierce battle between the Huaxia and Fusang regions. Currently, the Fusang chess scene was thriving, particularly with the emergence of its top prodigy, Kusanagi Ichiban. At merely 15 years of age, he boasted the prowess of a professional 5th Dan. His talent was undeniably formidable. With a snap, a stone was played, and Kusanagi Ichiban secured another victory. Kusanagi Xuan, how majestic. Heh. When it comes to chess, Fusang reigns supreme. Huaxia's chess skills are but a mere trifle. Kusanagi Ichiban declared, the younger generation of Huaxia chess players is utterly lacking. A wave of comments flooded the chess platform, as countless Fusang netizens rejoiced over their consecutive victories, their ambitions swelling to unprecedented heights. This spectacle left numerous Huaxia netizens seething with indignation. How dare this tiny nation of Fusang challenge their authority? A verbal conflict began to brew, and at that moment, Kusanagi Ichiban initiated another cross-regional challenge. In this unique period, the International Chess Network Alliance had lifted the restrictions on challenges. At one pivotal moment, Kusanagi Ichiban's 21st opponent appeared, a Huaxia player under the nickname King of Hades, entering a public room. At this instant, over 1 million viewers who had been observing in the room found the opponent's rank utterly unimpressive. Amateur 4th Dan. What a joke. Oh, 40 consecutive wins. Now that is somewhat intriguing. Kusanagi Ichiban smirked, his lips curling into a mocking grin, thinking that such a weakling dared to challenge him. With a snap, as per the rules of letting the weaker player go first, Yi Xian, playing black stones, made his move. Kusanagi Ichiban casually placed a stone beside the center, clearly intending to end the match swiftly. Ding dong. At the same time, Xuan Donglin received an invitation from the chess network, announcing, Amateur 4th Dan King of Hades vs. Professional 5th Dan Kusanagi Ichiban in an intense battle. Staring at the announcement on the screen, Xuan Donglin was taken aback. That rascal had matched up against the chess prodigy from Fusang, Kusanagi Ichiban. It seemed like an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. A smirk appeared on Xuan Donglin's face. He had long harbored disdain for those Fusang players. With a snap, as he entered the viewing room, a black stone descended like a cataclysmic dragon, creating a crisp sound as it landed on the board, leaving the audience in shock. Kusanagi Ichiban abruptly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide in disbelief. I can't lose this. Impossible. Chapter 65. The sweep is underway, shaking the chess network. The prodigious talent from the Fusang chess scene faced a crushing defeat. Undoubtedly, this was akin to thunder striking in the ears of the audience, the shockwave unprecedented, as not everyone possessed Xuan Donglin's insight into the player's skill level. Damn it. Kusanagi Ichiban's expression darkened, a fierce glint in his eyes locked onto his opponent, King of Hades. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have been reduced to mere vapor in an instant. Once more, minutes later, with all his might, Kusanagi Ichiban was still being thoroughly dominated. As Yi Xian toyed with him, leaving him questioning his very existence. How could this be? That young man from the Huaxia region, merely 22 years old, possessed skills far beyond his own. 66666, splendidly done. Damn it, let me see you taunt me again. Haha, it's impressive. I never expected such a formidable chess genius to emerge from Huaxia. Evil will meet its match, King of Hades, you go for it. As the Huaxia netizens reveled in the gratifying spectacle of the face-slapping operation, they felt as if the one playing against Kusanagi Ichiban was not King of Hades, but rather themselves. Conversely, the Fusang side, for the first time, had lost their previous air of arrogance. The gazes directed at the chessboard were filled with complexity and astonishment. The number of viewers in the room watching the match began to skyrocket, surging beyond 1.5 million in an instant. 2 consecutive victories. 5 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. Each win was like an invisible slap, striking hard on Kusanagi Ichiban and the Fusang players' faces, bringing immense pride to the Huaxia chess network. Elation, excitement, and exhilaration surged forth, overwhelming emotions flooding the scene, as the name of King of Hades spread across the chess network like wildfire. His initial title of Amateur 4th Dan had now skyrocketed to Amateur 7th Dan. Impossible. How could this happen? Just then, a more audacious scene unfolded among the Fusang players. Gongsuan Zaki challenged. Ida Kazuo challenged. Takawaki Mukai challenged. Professional players from Fusang inundated the chess network with challenges, as the platform had lifted the restrictions. Wow. So many challenges. Mengmeng looked at the swarm of annoying requests, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Daddy, hurry and accept them. Defeat them all. Haha, right. Observing how father teaches these little fiendish ones from Fusang to be human today, Yixian nodded with a smile, affectionately ruffling the adorable little head of Mengmeng. He promptly agreed to challenge all the Fusang chess players who had come to duel. In the 31st match, victory. In the 32nd match, victory. In the 33rd match, victory. 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 A complete triumph. Over an hour later, Yixian directly earned the title of a professional first-level chess player, boasting an astounding record of 130 victories, 0 losses, and 0 draws. Go, Dad. Mengmeng gazed at her father's consecutive victories with eyes sparkling with admiration, filling Yixian's heart with immense pride, even stirring an impulse to sweep all the Fusang little devils aside with a single blow. Goodness. It feels as if he has accumulated several lifetimes of fortune to have such a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Brother-in-law, defeat all the little devils from Fusang. Shen Xiaodao, equally exhilarated, had a beaming expression, while the maids clenched their powdery fists, brimming with enthusiasm, quietly praying for their young master. The victories poured in relentlessly, an unstoppable force. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the viewership in the observation room surged to over 10 million, even causing the entire chess network to experience some lag, a phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of chess history. The record of the King of Hell, 288 victories, 0 losses, and 0 draws. Astonishingly, when Yixian finally ceased his challenges, his record stood at 288 victories, and he ascended to the rank of professional 2nd level. Not far from achieving professional 3rd level, Shen Xiaodao stared at her brother-in-law's extraordinary record, swallowing hard, her gaze fixated without faltering. My goodness, brother-in-law's consecutive victories of 288 matches, without a single defeat. This is a rhythm destined for greatness. Overwhelmed with excitement, after a considerable time, Shen Xiaodao finally murmured dreamily, as expected of my brother-in-law. In an instant, her admiration and reverence for her brother-in-law surged like an unending river. Her sister has truly outdone herself in finding such an impressive husband. In the chess network, Fusang District. What? That Huaxia lad has even defeated professional 7th level players. This is impossible. That young man can't be older than 22. A record of 288 consecutive victories. When has the Huaxia chess scene ever witnessed such a figure? If he has already achieved this at such a young age, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Fusang chess community in the years to come. The atmosphere in the Fusang chess community turned somber. After all, the age and identity information in the chess world cannot be fabricated, and no one has ever successfully done so. At Dongjiang University, President Wang Fangping's villa. Ding dong. A notification from his phone echoed, and upon glancing at it, he opened the message, his pupils widening in astonishment. What? The Huaxia chess prodigy, the King of Hell, has defeated the Fusang chess genius, Kusanagi Yipan, in 30 matches, single-handedly overpowering numerous Fusang chess experts. Reading the information on the screen, Wang Fangping could not suppress the excited curve of his lips. Good. Excellent. At just over 20, he has already defeated a professional 7th level player. There is hope for the future of Huaxia chess. Of course, if Wang Fangping were to discover that this King of Hell is a student of Dongjiang University, one could only imagine his reaction. Chapter 66. The Dark Guards strike again. The Black Dragon Gang is annihilated. As the chess network buzzed with activity, another significant event unfolded at Dongjiang Airport. Screech. Not far from the airport, on a seldom-traveled road, a bus cornered a long luxury sports car. Madam Shun, we request that you accompany us. Dozens of individuals surrounded the luxury sports car, creating an impenetrable barrier. The Shun family's experts wore grim expressions. The Black Dragon Gang. How audacious. Smack. Before the Shun family expert could finish speaking, he was knocked to the ground by the Black Dragon Gang's formidable member. What nonsense! The end for the Xuan family has come. TSK. However, after more than 20 years, the former beauty of Dongjiang still retained her captivating charm. The leader of the Black Dragon gang fixed his gaze on Xuan Mu, Xuan, who, despite being in her 40s, was exceptionally well-preserved. If she were to walk down the street, no one would doubt that she and Xuan Xiaoqi were sisters. It was precisely for this reason that the leader of the Black Dragon gang's eyes burned with an unmasked fervor. What a fortunate encounter for that old fool Shen Donglin. Come, bring me some joy. As he spoke, one of the Black Dragon gang's hall masters brazenly made his move, while the other Shen family experts were obstructed by the Black Dragon gang. Impudent. Just as the leader of the Black Dragon gang reveled in his imagined success, a voice like ice rang out, followed by a resounding slap that sent the Black Dragon gang's leader flying several meters away. Swish. Then, approximately a dozen figures appeared on the scene, encircling Xuan in the center. Cough cough. The hall master of the Black Dragon gang, upon recognizing the newcomers, wore a dark expression. Who are you? Clearly, the leader of the Black Dragon gang recognized that these individuals were not from the Shen family, and the surrounding members of the Black Dragon gang felt a knot of fear rising in their throats. That person was formidable. Kill them, leave no one alive. A calm voice resonated, and in the next moment, the dozen or so figures transformed into harbingers of death, swiftly slaying the Black Dragon gang, including the leader. Under the horrified gazes of the Xuan family experts, a thick, acrid scent of blood lingered in the air. In response, Xuan seemed unfazed, evidently accustomed to witnessing the brutality of the world. Madam Shen, are you all right? An individual named Xuan bent forward with concern. As the one responsible for ensuring the safety of the Shen family, he could not afford to face the Lord if anything happened to her. No harm done. Thank you for your rescue. May I ask who you are? Clearly, she could tell that the individuals had come specifically for her. I am Xuan, acting under orders. Having noticed that the Xuan family members had arrived, and Xuan declared, we must take our leave. With that, he vanished from sight, followed by the others, leaving behind only the cold wind and the lingering stench of blood. Sister-in-law, voices echoed from afar, and soon, Uncle Fu's figure emerged, accompanied by over 100 shadow guards. Upon learning that Xuan was in danger, he had rushed over with a considerable number of shadow guards. These are members of the Black Dragon gang. How audacious. Gazing at the blood-soaked ground, Uncle Fu squinted. Do they truly believe they can dominate Dongjiang unchallenged? Uncle Fu, we were just saved by some mysterious individuals. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. By the way, that person seemed to say his name was Xuan. The Xuan family experts recounted the harrowing events that had just transpired. And Xuan? Hearing the name, Uncle Fu recalled the previous arrogant proposal. Could it be that he is affiliated with that individual? Sister-in-law, this is not a suitable place to linger. I will handle the aftermath. Uncle Fu directly instructed the shadow guards to escort Xuan away, while the numerous corpses scattered across the ground required proper disposal. All right. Xuan nodded slightly, entering the luxury sports car, which then set off towards the Xuan family estate. A short while later, observing his subordinates dealing with the bodies of the Black Dragon gang, Uncle Fu pondered, indeed, could this be the work of my son-in-law? However, I did not expect Xuan to be so formidable. Suddenly, a dart shot out from the nearby dense forest. In the next moment, Uncle Fu pinched it between his fingers, revealing a gleaming throwing dart adorned with a note. Upon opening it, the message read, the Black Dragon gang is employed by the Wang family of Dongjiang, and both intend to divide the Shen family. A succinct statement unveiled the conspiracy at hand, and Uncle Fu understood that this was the influence of his son-in-law. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him. The Wang family of Dongjiang. Such treacherous tactics. Crack. A palpable aura of menace filled the air, causing the ground beneath Uncle Fu's feet to groan under the strain. Fissures spreading outwards, a testament to the fury that consumed him at this moment. Let us proceed to the Wang family. Without further ado, Uncle Fu led a cadre of formidable warriors from the Xuan family directly towards the Wang family estate in Dongjiang, determined to ensure that the Wang family would pay dearly for their transgressions. Otherwise, how could the Shen family maintain their standing in Dongjiang? The Wang family's audacity in targeting Xuan had crossed the line, a decision that was evidently communicated to Shen Donglin by Uncle Fu. Yes, the warriors of the Xuan family wore grave expressions, fully aware of the gravity of the night's events, leaving no room for complacency. 20 minutes later, at the Wang family manor in Dongjiang, is that an overwhelming scent of blood? Even from a distance, Uncle Fu could detect the acrid stench of blood wafting from the Wang estate, where chaos reigned, for the Wang family's elite had been annihilated, circumstances unknown. Shadows 1 and 2 exchanged glances, swallowing hard in unison. Such ruthless measures, could it be the work of our son-in-law? In that moment, silence enveloped them. The sound of a ringing phone broke through as Uncle Fu answered, his eyes widening in shock. What did you say? The Black Dragon Gang has been obliterated? Chapter 67. An investment of 300 billion, shocking Mu Tianyi. The news of the Black Dragon Gang's annihilation struck Uncle Fu's mind like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Understood. After ending the call, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Damn it, at this critical juncture, the Black Dragon Gang has been eradicated. Cough, cough. Our son-in-law's background is formidable. The shadowy guards behind Uncle Fu trembled, exchanging wide-eyed looks that reflected their own disbelief and astonishment. My goodness. The Black Dragon Gang has been wiped out. Our son-in-law is fiercely protective. Merely for offending his mother-in-law, he had annihilated an entire faction. It was likely that the members of the Black Dragon Gang had no inkling of their impending doom. Eradicate every last remnant of the Wang family. Leave not a single soul behind. Redirecting his gaze, Uncle Fu inhaled deeply. He anticipated such a ruthless side to his son-in-law. And as he surveyed the Wang family in Dongjiang, he understood all too well the significance of rooting out a threat. Simultaneously, Shadow 1 mobilized to take action against the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family's enterprises. Half a day later, at the Xuan family estate, study. The Black Dragon Gang has been decimated. By the time you reached the Wang family, their top experts had already perished. Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Shun Donglin fell into silence, realizing that the Xuan family owed a tremendous favor to that enigmatic figure. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. Had it not been for Yi Xian's preparations, the consequences would have been dire. He understood better than anyone the might of the Black Dragon Gang. That individual Shun Donglin took a deep breath, picking up his brush to inscribe the name Yi Xian once more on the rice paper, his eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Su Wanxiu had been abducted, and Yi Xian remained oblivious to the ensuing turmoil involving the Black Dragon Gang and the Wang family. After all, such trifles were hardly worthy of alarming the Master of Shadows. Ding ding ding, just as Yi Xian was lulling the adorable Meng Meng to sleep, his phone rang. And upon seeing it was Mu Tianyi, he answered, Young Master Yi, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. The voice on the other end was sweet yet tinged with anxiety, aware that the hour was late. Is there something urgent? Given the timing of her call, he suspected it might pertain to an issue with Dousha's livestream. Indeed, since the acquisition of Jiuxiu Live, Dousha has encountered a developmental bottleneck. We now dominate over 80% of the livestream market. As Mu Tianyi elaborated, Yi Xian grasped the purpose of her call. However, given her capabilities, managing Dousha seemed beneath her talents. I see. At this juncture, a new plan began to form in Yi Xian's mind. Tianyi, I have a task for you. Please tell, young master. Mu Tianyi, fully aware that following Yi Xian would lead her to realms previously unseen, responded eagerly. Prepare to initiate the acquisition of Junlin Group. What? At his proclamation, Mu Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, you wish to acquire Junlin Group? Is this some sort of jest? Her astonishment was understandable. Junlin Group was the most formidable entity in Dongjiang, with an intimidating background that even the four great families dared not confront directly. Moreover, as she was aware, the market value of Junlin Group approached a staggering 300 billion, a scale beyond that of the four families combined. Indeed, a slight smile graced Yi Xian's lips. He had harbored designs on Junlin Group for quite some time, but the timing had never been right until now, especially as Junlin was facing unprecedented financial challenges. I will transfer a sum of money to you shortly. Proceed with the acquisition, and I shall ensure support is provided. After their conversation, Yi Xian promptly transferred a substantial amount to Mu Tianyi, specifically earmarked for the acquisition of Junlin Group. Meanwhile, in Mu Tianyi's villa, clad in a gossamer nightgown that did little to conceal her alluring figure, Mu Tianyi stood gazing out at the nightscape, her mind swirling with thoughts of the recent phone call. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification chimed on her phone. Glancing down, she was met with a message indicating a deposit. Dear Construction Bank user, your account ending in 3285 has received a transfer of 300 billion renminbi at 203216. Please check your account. Puffed, having just sipped her fragrant tea to calm her nerves, Mu Tianyi spat it all out in shock, her mind reeling. Young Master Yi, he actually transferred 300 billion to me. My heavens, is this a dream? The scene before her was far beyond her wildest expectations. 300 billion was an astronomical sum, and the speed with which Yi Xian had amassed such wealth spoke volumes about his capabilities. The existence of Yi Xian was likely far more formidable than even Junlin Group, perhaps by several magnitudes. Yet, did Yi Xian not fear that she might abscond with the funds? As she swallowed nervously, Mu Tianyi envisioned herself fleeing with 300 billion. But the thought sent chills down her spine. Should that occur, she would likely perish without knowing how. Yet, the weight of this trust was indeed daunting. In a moment of reflection, Mu Tianyi shook her head with a bittersweet smile. To place such a colossal sum in her hands. She was certain that only Yi Xian could do so. The more she pondered, the more resolute she felt not to betray his trust. After a brief pause, Mu Tianyi exhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes now shining with determination. Junlin Group, a behemoth valued at nearly 300 billion, shall soon be my territory. It was unimaginable that she had so swiftly encountered a vista that had once seemed unattainable, one she could have pursued for a lifetime without touching. Clearly, Mu Tianyi never anticipated that the dream she longed for would arrive so suddenly. No, it was more accurate to say it had come out of the blue. Her thoughts drifted back to the moments spent with Yi Xian. Alas, if only Yi Xian were her boyfriend, she would do anything to stay by his side. As she mused, Mu Tianyi reflected that serving under Yi Xian and expanding his empire was indeed commendable. At the very least, she could realize her dreams. A commercial empire. Since young master Yi has such unwavering trust in me, I am certain that in the near future, I shall forge an unprecedented commercial empire for him. Just wait. Young master Yi, Tianyi will not let you down. Chapter 68. The young master is affectionate, pampering his wife without limits. The following day, golden sunlight poured down, draping the emperor's villa in a shimmering veil of gold. Squeak. A supercar halted before the villa. As the door swung open, a breathtakingly beautiful girl emerged, none other than Xin Xiaoqi. Greetings, young madam. A throng of bodyguards bowed in unison upon seeing their mistress return. Xin Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she stepped out of the car. Wow, mommy's back, exclaimed Ming Ming, who had been playing on the lawn beside the villa. Upon hearing the bodyguards' voices, she caught sight of her long-missed mother. Mommy. In an instant, she scampered towards Xin Xiaoqi, her little feet pattering excitedly. Her face radiating pure joy, clearly overjoyed to see her. Daddy, come quickly. Mommy is back. Ming Ming dove into Xin Xiaoqi's embrace, her little face alight with happiness, while she affectionately looked towards the villa. You little rascal. Xin Xiaoqi playfully glared at Ming Ming, knowing full well that the child remained as enamored with a certain someone as ever. Sister. It was Xin Xiaodao's voice as he approached. You're here. Seeing his older sister, Xin Xiaodao eagerly pulled her into conversation. Sister, you have no idea. Brother-in-law is amazing. All my classmates envy me so much at the parent-teacher meeting. And he's also a brilliant chess player. As Xin Xiaodao chattered on about his brother-in-law's achievements, his face displayed unabashed admiration, clearly revealing that Xin Xiaoqi understood her clingy younger brother had fallen under someone's charm. Remarkably, that man had achieved an astonishing 288 consecutive victories in chess, defeating the most talented player in the Japanese chess scene, single-handedly besting numerous professional 5-dan players. This meant that his chess skills might even surpass those of their father. Go play, Xin Xiaoqi sighed, ruffling her brother's hair with a smile. What is it? Speak up, as she tried to shoo away the two little ones. Before Xin Xiaoqi could utter a word, Yi Xian's voice rang out. Xin Xiaoqi, Pausing at his words, Xin Xiaoqi felt a sudden jolt. You know I have something to discuss with you? Of course. How could I not know about our precious little one? I know even when she is squatting to relieve herself. Yi Xian's crude remark drew a dark line across Xin Xiaoqi's forehead. Get lost. In an instant, her face flushed like the dawn, her mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. On a serious note, after a moment of composure, she shot him a reproachful glance before getting to the point. Do you have time tonight? My parents want to host a family dinner to meet you. No. Xin Xiaoqi. Yi Xian's infuriating response truly vexed Xin Xiaoqi. She had mustered great courage to voice her request, and how could he be so exasperating? She felt an urge to bite him. Of course, I could make time. It just depends on how much benefit you can offer your man. Go to hell. Xin Xiaoqi shot him a fierce glare, her teeth grinding audibly. Was it truly ethical to take advantage of her like this? An hour later, Xin Xiaoqi emerged from her room, glaring at him. Are you satisfied now? Make sure to perform well tonight. Don't embarrass Ming Ming. Reflecting on the past hour, she couldn't fathom how she had underestimated this rogue as shamelessness. Hey, don't worry. When I take advantage of others, I naturally relieve their burdens. With a mischievous grin, Yi Xian remarked, clearly pleased with the prospect of the benefits they could reap together. One could tell from Xin Xiaoqi's reddened cheeks that she was undoubtedly on board. Of course, in the midst of their playful banter, Yi Xian had gleaned insights into his future in-laws' preferences, thanks to their daughter's hints. Afterward, he made a call to his private butler, Ming Qi. Come back and bring some fine wine and a chi pao. I'm heading to Chi-Chi's family dinner tonight. Understood, young master. Came Ming Qi's prompt response from the other end of the line. Yi Xian had full confidence in her capabilities. Once everything was arranged, he turned to the enchanting beauty beside him. You must be exhausted, darling. Let me give you a full body massage. As he spoke, Yi Xian's hands began to work their magic. The maids glanced over, their envy unmistakable. Oh my. Is the young master really giving the young madam a full-body massage right in front of us? This is too much. Such blatant display of affection was enough to make anyone swoon. The young master is so loving. The young madam is incredibly lucky. Shen Xiaoqi could feel the envious gazes of the maids upon her. Yet, recalling that man's extraordinary technique, she ultimately lacked the courage to refuse. For his massage skills were truly unparalleled. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. At some point, Shen Xiaoqi had succumbed to the comfort of the lounge chair on the balcony, drifting into slumber. Observing her stunning visage, Yi Xian smiled indulgently. He then gently scooped her up in a princess carry. Though she had a lovely figure, her weight was not insignificant, and the maids watched in wide-eyed astonishment. OMG, the young master's affection for his wife knows no bounds. How enviable. If Shen Xiaoqi were to witness the scene unfolding, one could only wonder if she would wish to sink into the ground, as her goddess-like image would surely be shattered. Alas, at that moment, she lay nestled in the embrace of her beloved, with the maids watching helplessly. Time flew by. After a delightful nap, Shen Xiaoqi slowly opened her drowsy eyes, only to find herself face-to-face with a certain someone, her attire reduced to mere scraps, clearly the work of that rogue. However, she paid little heed to it, until she suddenly realized something, and her beautiful eyes widened as they fell upon the encroaching nightfall. Is it already evening? How long have I been asleep? Shen Xiaoqi's eyes widened in alarm, fully aware that the family dinner awaited her, and time was slipping away. It's all your fault for giving such an exquisite massage. She shot a playful glare at him, her alluring demeanor enough to captivate anyone who might witness it. This was undoubtedly linked to her recent busy schedule with concerts. We've barely begun. After the family dinner, we can delve deeper into our discussions. As if I would discuss anything further with you. After exchanging a few teasing remarks, Shen Xiaoqi donned her attire without reservation. One couldn't deny that she had fallen victim to the charms of that rogue. Yi Xian, savoring the memories of the moments they had just shared, mused to himself about how this girl was truly a little enchantress. Chapter 69, Lavish Gifts, Dragon's Eye Vodka. As the city lights flickered to life, the Shen family estate in Dongjiang came into view. Welcome back, miss. A resounding voice greeted her at the entrance of the estate. However, as their gaze shifted to Yi Xian, it was accompanied by a mixture of envy and respect. For they were among the few aware that their son-in-law had saved their mistress. Hey, what do you think, brother-in-law? Isn't our home grand? Shen Xiaodao declared proudly, glancing at the estate, aware that it rivaled the opulence of his brother-in-law's royal villa. Quite impressive, Yi Xian remarked with a soft smile as he surveyed the estate. As they spoke, the car arrived at the villa within the estate. Stepping out, they were greeted, "Greetings, young master, Miss, young master, and young Mississippi." A series of titles left Shen Xiaoqi momentarily stunned. What, young master? It was evident that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Shen Donglin. After all, despite his profound reluctance, he still had to maintain appearances. Moreover, he had yet to discern Yi Xian's temperament. Should he inadvertently offend him, it could spell disaster for the Shen family. What on earth is my father doing? Shen Xiaoqi was clearly bewildered. This script was not how it was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't he be opposing them? After all, this fellow had caused the Xuan family to lose face for 4 long years. This was highly unusual. Chi-Chi, you've arrived. Shunmu hastily rose to greet them upon hearing the maid's voice, her gaze swiftly falling upon the extraordinarily handsome Yi Xian. So, this is the young master Yi? Quite the catch. No wonder my Chi-Chi goes to such lengths to protect him. Reflecting on the trials her daughter had endured over the years, Xuan's heart ached. As for the incident involving the Black Dragon Gang's kidnapping, she would refrain from mentioning it to spare her daughter unnecessary worry. Greetings, Aunt. Yi Xian replied humbly, his voice warm, even leading Xuan to momentarily imagine that had he been 2 or 3 decades younger, he could very well vie for her daughter's affection. At that moment, Shen Donglin and Uncle Fu emerged from the study, both instantly feeling their hearts race upon seeing Yi Xian. It was no joke. They could not afford to underestimate him, for he was undoubtedly a formidable individual. After days of observation, they were increasingly convinced that the demise of the Black Dragon Gang and the annihilation of the Wang family were intertwined with him. Uncle Fu, Yi Xian, embodying the epitome of a gentleman, momentarily clouded Shen Donglin and Uncle Fu's perception, yet the faintest shred of rationality reminded them not to underestimate this young man. Dad. Uncle Fu, Shen Xiaodao greeted his father and Uncle Fu, while the adorable Meng Meng chimed in, Grandpa Fu. Nodding slightly, Shen Donglin felt an inner turmoil. Fully aware that his son-in-law was anything but ordinary. Cough, you must be young Master Yi. Indeed, Uncle. Yi Xian replied, by the way, here are gifts for Uncle and Aunt, a token of my respect. With that, he placed 2 exquisite brocade boxes on the coffee table, the lavish packaging hinting at the thoughtfulness behind them. Hee, Grandpa and Grandma, hurry and open them. I want to see. Ming giggled, pouting, Mama won't let me open them. All right, Grandma will help you. Xuan affectionately pinched Ming's little nose before opening one of the brocade boxes. What caught her eye was a stunning pendant. The moment she laid eyes on it, her pupils dilated. Being a jewelry enthusiast, she instantly recognized its significance. This is the Ocean Heart, a top-tier luxury item. Xuan gasped in surprise. Just half a month prior, it had been rumored that this pendant was auctioned off for an astronomical 80 million by a mysterious buyer. To think it had come from young Master Yi. What? Upon hearing her mother's words, Shen Xiaoqi was left utterly speechless. Mom, this pendant is worth 80 million. This fellow, Shen Donglin and Uncle Fu's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, this lad was extravagantly wasteful. My word, brother-in-law is exceptionally generous. Shen Xiaodao counted on his fingers, trying to fathom the enormity of 80 million, but ultimately found himself at a loss, as it exceeded his comprehension. Wow, Ming exclaimed, her adorable expression wide-eyed and captivated by the breathtaking Ocean Heart. Of course, Shenmu replied patiently, then turned to her son-in-law, young Master Yi. This is far too extravagant. Even though the Shen family was renowned, an 80 million Ocean Heart was still a significant sum, though she did indeed cherish it. Dear mother-in-law, you are being too polite. I believe this pendant will only reach its fullest value in your possession, Yi Xian said, prompting Shen Xiaoqi to roll her eyes at his overt flattery. Grandma, this is a gift from Daddy. You should accept it. Besides, Ming chimed in, Daddy is super rich, so this is nothing. Mom, since someone is being so generous, you should just accept it, Shen Xiaoqi remarked, surprised by the extent of his generosity, which conveniently compensated for how he had bullied her earlier. Well, all right then. After a moment's thought, Shenmu decided to accept it, adding, but I will keep it safe for you, and when you need money in the future, I will return it. Hee. Ming giggled, clearly delighted that her father was once again making a grand display. This was the feeling she adored the most. By the way, Grandma, hurry and open the other brocade box. That one should be for Grandpa. The chatter continued, drawing everyone's attention to the other exquisitely packaged brocade box. While the maids stood in shock, utterly flabbergasted. My goodness, they gasped, this is too extravagant. Starting with an 80 million jewelry pendant, it's simply inhumane. Taking a deep breath, Shen Mu's gaze fell upon the gift intended for Shen Father, while Shen Donglin and Uncle Fu were equally alert, clearly intrigued by the contents. As the presence of the Ocean Heart suggested that whatever lay within was bound to be extraordinary. As the ribbon was untied and the brocade box opened, the exclamations of awe began. Wow, what a magnificent golden dragon. Shen Xiaodao was instantly captivated by the 2 bottles of liquor nestled within, featuring a luxurious golden dragon entwined around them. Good heavens, this is the Dragon's Eye vodka, Uncle Fu exclaimed, his eyelids fluttering in astonishment. Each bottle was worth a staggering 35 million and was practically priceless. The 2 bottles were worth at least 70 million. The maids, upon hearing this, were left speechless, their mouths agape in utter disbelief. Had the young master truly lost his mind? Such a gift was incredibly extravagant. Chapter 70, Culinary Skills in Action, Captivating the Mother-in-Law Duo. Oh, Shen Xiaodao was left in shock, seemingly unable to believe it. Uncle Fu, is there really such an expensive liquor? Of course, young master. Uncle Fu smiled gently, his gaze fixed on the Dragon's Eye vodka as he patiently explained, the exorbitant price of this liquor is largely due to the craftsmanship of its bottle. The main body is made from hand-blown glass, adorned with 18K gold and a lavish 50-carat yellow diamond. Additionally, it is studded with 150,000 diamonds, totaling 500 carats. As Uncle Fu elaborated, the atmosphere in the room was charged with astonishment. Shen Donglin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his son-in-law was not just generous but extraordinarily so. Gurgle. The spell of shock was broken by a sound of hunger. Ming, clutching her little belly, piped up, Daddy, have you made anything delicious for Ming? Recalling her father's exceptional culinary skills, Ming beamed at her grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy is an amazing cook. You're in for a treat today. Oh, Shenmu, hearing her granddaughter's words, looked at her son-in-law with newfound admiration. My goodness, he was not only handsome and generous, but also a skilled cook. Quite impressive indeed. Xiaoyi can cook too. Nowadays, there are few young men who possess such culinary skills. At that moment, Shenmu looked at her son-in-law with increasingly satisfied eyes. Had she known that her son-in-law was this remarkable, she would have been more open-minded 4 years ago when Chi mentioned him. Well, let's see how it goes. Today, I shall showcase my prowess. As she spoke, Yi Xian removed his jacket and prepared to enter the kitchen. Shenmu was taken aback, thinking it improper since he was a guest. No need for formality, we're family, he replied with a warm smile. Shen Xiaoqi, however, was astonished. This guy was so at ease, and she wondered why her father didn't seem to mind. In a short while, in the Xuan family villa's kitchen, Xuan, driven by enthusiasm, began to work his magic. Under the watchful gaze of the numerous maids, he moved with fluid grace, as if he were crafting a beautiful masterpiece. Chi, Xiaoya's culinary skills are impressive, Shen Mu exclaimed, watching Xuan's deft movements. His knife skills and tossing techniques surpassed even the best chefs in the Xuan household, leaving her utterly astonished. You sly girl. You kept such an excellent son-in-law hidden from us for 4 years. Truth be told, even if Xuan had an ordinary background, his cooking alone foretold a future of endless possibilities. My goodness, son-in-law, your culinary skills are extraordinary. The maids were left speechless, realizing his skills were leagues ahead of their own, and it was no wonder that even the most discerning ladies were charmed by him. Wow. Xin Xiao Dao was completely taken aback by her brother-in-law's prowess. If she had such skills, she could easily win over the goddess Qian, dragon and phoenix harmony, glazed dragon slices, sautéed jade dragon fillet, carp leaping the dragon gate, jade palm offering longevity. Each exquisite dish was presented before everyone, leaving them in awe. Even the maids were dumbfounded. My goodness, is this for real? Dad, this is amazing. These dishes were unlike anything they had ever seen before. Gulp. Xin Xiao Dao was so entranced that she could hardly speak. OMG, brother-in-law is unbeatable. The dishes were indeed an impressive display. Xin Donglin was equally astonished. As many of these dishes were unfamiliar to him, but their appearance and aroma suggested they were culinary masterpieces. Good heavens. Fu Bo, gazing at the array of gourmet dishes, couldn't help but lick his lips. How had he not realized how exceptional his son-in-law was before? Such culinary talent could rival that of a 5-star chef. An hour later, the table was adorned with a feast, and the tantalizing aroma had filled every corner of the villa. The maids could hardly contain their excitement as they gazed at the abundant spread. Is this still a human's cooking skills? Xin Xiao Dao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly amazed by her brother-in-law's astounding talent. Before Xin Xiao Dao could continue her exclamations, she was playfully tapped on the head by Xin Xiaoqi, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? Xin Xiaoqi was genuinely annoyed by her brother's words. If their parents weren't present, she would have been tempted to give him a good smack for such outrageous remarks. How could he learn such things from that scoundrel brother-in-law? Xin Xiao Dao was left bewildered by her sister's reaction. What's wrong with saying that? Don't you think brother-in-law is incredible? Xin Xiaoqi, however, was lost in her thoughts, recalling certain images of that scoundrel. Ugh. She shook her head, trying to dismiss her thoughts as her heart raced, her cheeks turning crimson. Let us eat, Meng Meng. The atmosphere was filled with excitement, and Xuan was not surprised by the reactions of his in-laws. It would have been odd if they weren't amazed by his unique culinary skills. Yum, Meng Meng exclaimed, planting a kiss on Xuan's cheek. Leaving her father and mother-in-law delighted, even Shen Xiaoqi felt a twinge of envy at how he doted on his daughter. Yet, Shen Xiaoqi was unaware that, in the eyes of others, the so-called bad guy she referred to was also a devoted husband. Fu Bo, why don't you join us? Xuan smiled at Fu Bo, fully aware of his standing in the Shen family. Oh, I shouldn't. Fu Bo hesitated, but looking at the sumptuous feast before him, he found he lacked the courage to refuse. Join us. You're practically a senior to Xiao Yi, Shen Donglin interjected. And Shen Mu agreed, prompting Fu Bo to relent. The allure of the exquisite food reached its zenith. Oh, Shen Mu took a bite of the sautéed jade dragon fillet, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the dish. This was even better than those served by renowned chefs. What kind of genius son-in-law have I stumbled upon? Shen Donglin also sampled the dishes, his expression filled with complexity. Is that little rascal even human? Delicious dishes stirred the appetite. Xiao Yi, we should arrange for both families to meet, Shen Mu suggested thoughtfully, considering her daughter's aspirations in the music industry while not forgetting her marital prospects. Cough, cough. Shen Xiaoqi nearly choked on her soup, taken aback by her mother's sudden declaration. Mom, what are you saying? Isn't it a bit too soon? This unexpected turn of events left her flabbergasted. She had merely come for a family dinner, and now her mother was suggesting such a thing. Too soon? Shenmu glared at her daughter. Your child is already 3 years old, and you've even registered your marriage. What's left is just a formality. Shen Xiaoqi was speechless. Her mother's bluntness caught her off guard. What did she mean by what's left? Couldn't she be more tactful? It was all because of that wretched scoundrel. Naturally, she shot a glare at the culprit, her teeth grinding in frustration. If their marriage news reached her fans, the entire music scene would surely erupt. Sister, just give in. Shen Xiao Dao chimed in, eager to see her sister and brother-in-law become a family. I think that's a good idea. Fu Bo nodded, weighing the pros and cons. Shen Xiaoqi. Fu Bo, even you. Shen Xiaoqi began to protest, but was interrupted by her father's authoritative voice. Then it settled. Dad. Shen Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? How could her father agree so readily? Xiaoya, come to the study with me. Shin Donglin paid no heed to his daughter, cursing inwardly. Had he any means at all, he would not feel so stifled. It was not his desire to be in such a position, but rather a necessity, for in the presence of that insufferable son-in-law, the Shin family was reduced to mere nothingness. Very well, father-in-law. Father-in-law? Hearing those words, Shin Xiaoqi almost spat blood in disbelief. That guy's audacity was simply appalling. Be good. I'm going to have a chat with father-in-law. With that, he planted a kiss on her ruby lips in front of everyone, prompting Shin Donglin to nearly explode with rage. Uncle Fu's lips twitched. Good grief, their son-in-law was utterly brazen. Observing her son-in-law's boldness, Shin Mu's feelings were entirely different. She mused that her daughter had indeed made a wise choice in her marriage. Hee. Ming Ming watched her grandfather and father head to the study, her face brimming with joy, thinking, Mom can't escape now. Brother-in-law, you can do it. Before long, we'll all be one family. Shin Xiaodao secretly cheered for her brother-in-law. It could be said that the entire Shin family was wholeheartedly in favor of this union. Under such circumstances, how could Shin Xiaoqi possibly escape the clutches of that man? In the study, the father-in-law and son-in-law sat across from each other. Xiaoya, you were the one who took down the Black Dragon gang, weren't you? Shin Donglin's first words were straightforward and to the point. Indeed. A smirk graced Yi Xian's lips as he responded. The Black Dragon gang and the Wang family. Consider it a grand gift for you, father-in-law. As expected, the matter with the Wang family was also your doing. Upon hearing his son-in-law's unabashed admission, Shin Donglin felt the weight of the situation. That gift was indeed a hot potato. Furthermore, I've heard that your company, the Battle Axe Security, has been developing quite rapidly. May I inquire what your intentions are? After a moment of contemplation, Shin Donglin posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. One that also pertained to the future of the Shin family. Oh, father-in-law is well informed. It is a testament to your status as the head of the Shin family. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, since you've asked, I want to conceal the truth. To be frank, father-in-law, I aim to become the ruler of both the visible and the shadowy forces in Dongjiang. Hiss. Upon hearing his son-in-law's words, Shin Donglin gasped. To be the king of both the land and underworld of Dongjiang. You truly have grand aspirations, kid. Do you have any idea how deep the waters of Dongjiang run? This conversation undoubtedly provided Shin Donglin with a profound understanding of his son-in-law. More than half an hour later, the two men were engaged in lively conversation. Shin Donglin had begrudgingly accepted this son-in-law, primarily due to Yi Xian's assertive declaration in the study. No one can touch Shin Xiaoqi. Whoever dares will die. Ha ha ha, Xiaoya. You're quite something. By the way, can you play chess? The cheerful laughter echoed as they exited the study, leaving others to wonder if they were long-lost brothers who had merely been separated for years. Yi Xian smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this old fellow. If he can't handle you, then I've wasted my time as the master of the system. That is splendid. Let us have a game. As the conversation flowed, the maids set up the chessboard. Shinmu observed the two men in a slight daze. What on earth had transpired in the study for their relationship to have changed so dramatically? Shin Xiaoqi, that scoundrel, hasn't managed to sway the old man, has he? A sense of foreboding surged within her. She felt that if she didn't stay with Yi Xian, she might very well be cast aside. Yet her father was about to play chess with that unscrupulous fellow. Was he courting disaster? Wah, Grandpa, you're going to play chess with Dad? Ming Ming blinked her big eyes in excitement. Goodness, Grandpa is quite brave. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaodao's eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, you can do it. My dad's chess skills are top-notch. Even a professional high nine Dan would be no match for him. Go away, you little rascal. Shin Donglin shot a glare at his son, then smiled. Xiaoya, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Yi Xian chuckled silently, unperturbed. After all, even a professional high nine Dan would seem like a novice in his presence. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. Please, father-in-law. As he spoke, Yi Xian placed a white piece in front of him. Shin Donglin paused momentarily, then regarded Yi Xian with interest. It seemed Xiaoya was quite confident in his chess skills. Shin Xiaoqi rolled her eyes upon hearing her father's words, thinking, old man, you're in for it. Just don't lose too miserably. Chapter 72. Sister, I have a feeling Dad is about to encounter big trouble today. In the living room of the villa, at the chessboard, I won't hold back. Shin Donglin smiled faintly, clearly underestimating his son-in-law. After all, he was not a match for the king of the chess network, so how could he possibly lose to this kid? To say he could win even with his eyes closed was no exaggeration. Little did he know, the fearless ignorance he displayed was about to be shattered. If he were to discover that his seemingly benign son-in-law was the very king who had dominated him on the chess network, one could only imagine how many rounds he would engage in with his good son-in-law. With a decisive thud, a black piece was placed, marking Shin Donglin's first move on the board. Following suit, Xian picked up a white piece and placed it conservatively on a star position. Naturally, while playing against his father-in-law, he couldn't appear too exceptional. Some leeway had to be granted. Dad, go for it. Grandpa, you're the best. Shen Xiaodao and Meng Meng cheered enthusiastically for Shen Donglin, and their support brought him much comfort. Yet Shen Xiaoqi couldn't help but twitch her lips. These two little ones were truly asking for trouble. Alas, it seems I can only silently pray for my father to fend for himself. As the pieces fell, Shen Donglin raised his eyebrows. Good lad, you've got some skill. Clearly, Shen Donglin recognized that his son-in-law's chess prowess was remarkable. He then ceased to hold back, unleashing various strategies, yet he soon found himself bewildered. No matter how he played, Yixian's moves were evenly matched. At a certain moment, a thought struck him. Could this be intentional on that brat's part? A chilling realization washed over him. In an instant, he dismissed that thought. It was impossible for that kid to be so talented at chess. 15 minutes later, father-in-law, I lost. Yixian smiled as he gazed at the board where he had lost by half a piece, while Shen Donglin frowned. You little rascal. You didn't give it your all, and only let me win by half a piece. Let us do it again. Thus, another quarter of an hour passed. And once more, Yixian lost by half a piece to Shen Donglin. Half a piece. Half a piece. Half a piece. After 5 consecutive games, Yixian lost each by half a piece. Clearly, this was the last vestige of his dignity. I'm not playing anymore. Shen Donglin stared at his son-in-law, as if he were a monster. You little rascal, your chess skills are certainly above mine. You've hidden them well. Dad. Now you know. Shen Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at the situation. Was it truly fair for this guy to bully her father so mercilessly? Ha ha. It's never too late to find out. Shen Donglin was not angry. In fact, he was even more pleased. By the way, Xiaoya, how is your tolerance for alcohol? I'm feeling good today. Come have a couple of drinks with me. Ding. The system detected that the host was about to show off and unlock the divine level wine god ability. Just as Yixian was about to speak, a voice from the system suddenly rang in his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. About to show off? Divine level wine god? Good gracious. The system's operation is quite exasperating. It seems designed either to impress or to lead one along the path of ostentation. In truth, it can be rather bothersome. My capacity for alcohol is adequate. Should outsiders catch wind of this display of modesty, I wonder if they would not be inclined to deliver a swift kick to his rear. Is it a crime to refrain from showing off? Perhaps I should invite Uncle Fu to join. I fear I would be no match for my father-in-law alone. Upon hearing this, Mother Shen could not help but chuckle softly. Her charm truly enchanting. Shen Xiaoqi shot a playful glance at her man, amused by his pretentiousness, as if to say that even her father would not stand a chance against him. Such boldness. Surely he must be aware of his father's drinking prowess. Ha ha. This is amusing. Shen Donglin, upon hearing this, broke into a hearty laugh and turned to Uncle Fu, saying, Ah Fu, did you hear that? Since Xiao Yi has made such a request, let us ensure he enjoys himself today. Their gazes met, and Uncle Fu understood his elder brother's intent. After being outmaneuvered in their recent chess match, it was only fitting to reclaim some dignity. Without hesitation, the three of them took their seats at the dining table. Mother Shen smiled at the sight of the three men and said, I shall prepare some snacks for you. Chi-Chi, come help me. With that, she led Shen Xiaoqi into the kitchen, leaving the maids in a state of bewilderment. Their eyes eventually landed on their master, wondering if he had lost his mind. Daring to compete in drinking with the master of the house. Chi-Chi, how does Xiao Yi handle his liquor? Mother Shen asked with concern, knowing well her son's capacity. She certainly did not want their first meeting to end poorly. She had taken quite a liking to her son-in-law. Mom, it's fine, let him drink freely. Shen Xiaoqi replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement, mischievously dragging her man into the fray. If Yixian were to find out, she could only imagine how her parents would be bewildered by his antics. That rascal, drinking with her father, would it be the end of him? The thought of a certain someone drunkenly embarrassing himself was already amusing her. Before long, the mother and daughter returned, each carrying a platter of appetizers. In this late autumn, bring forth my precious billionaire vodka. I intend to share a few drinks with Xiao Yi, Shen Donglin declared, waving his hand toward Mother Shen, who rolled her eyes at him, fully aware that he was genuinely in high spirits. This billionaire vodka was his most cherished possession, and he usually winced at the thought of partaking even a sip. Uncle Fu chuckled, this billionaire vodka is certainly your father-in-law's favorite. While it may not compare to the Dragon SI, it still costs at least several million per bottle. However, it is quite potent, so do take care. Listening to Uncle Fu, Shen Donglin frowned. Ah Fu, why are you telling Xiao Yi this? Clearly, he had intended to play a trick on his son-in-law, only to find his plans thwarted by Uncle Fu. It seemed he would need to resort to more straightforward tactics. Before long, Mother Shen emerged from the wine cellar, the maids each holding a bottle. Upon seeing the 8 maids with the billionaire vodka, Xian was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is my father-in-law truly treating me with an $80 million beverage? How astonishing. Let us open 3 bottles. Donglin exclaimed, his spirits soaring. Initially meeting his son-in-law, he felt quite satisfied with the encounter. Wow, Ming exclaimed, surprised by her grandfather's generosity. Daddy, go for it. Take down Grandpa. Take down Grandpa Fu. Just as she finished, Ming received a playful thump on the head from Shun Xiaoqi. Be quiet. What nonsense are you spouting? Observing her brother's calm demeanor, Shun Xiaoqi leaned closer and whispered, Sister, I have a feeling that today will spell trouble for the old man. I've never seen brother-in-law at a disadvantage. Hearing her brother's words, Shun Xiaoqi turned her gaze to a certain someone, narrowing her exquisite eyes, then shook her head. Impossible. That fellow could never be a match for my father. It's absolutely inconceivable. Chapter 73, A Divine Operation, Calling the Father-in-Law a Brother? Come, Xiao Yi. Let us share a drink. Donglin was eager to reclaim some honor, promptly pouring a glass for his son-in-law. In the arena of drinking, he would show no mercy. Good. Under the influence of his extraordinary drinking abilities, Xian found himself unable to resist the allure of alcohol. After finishing 1 glass, he quickly poured another, saying, Ah Fu, let us have a drink together. Oh, Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback. This young man was indeed spirited, showing impressive resilience against liquor. After downing 2 glasses, Xian maintained his composure, unperturbed. Not bad, Xiao Yi. Donglin noted that the small glasses were being consumed too slowly. How about we switch to larger ones? Xian complied, fully aware that the final outcome of this drinking contest remained uncertain. Come, let us continue. The transition from small to large cups captured everyone's attention, and the maids paused their tasks, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. The clinking of glasses echoed as the trio reveled in their merriment. However, Donglin soon sensed something amiss. After consuming 2 to 3 bottles of billionaire vodka, he noticed his son-in-law remained unfazed while he himself was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. This lad, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Ingy, come join us for a few rounds. Yes, sir. The subordinates complied without hesitation, their expressions remaining stoic, much to Su Wansu's chagrin. As she realized that old Shun had even enlisted external help. Son-in-law, I raise a glass to you. Yi promptly lifted his glass, while Xian merely smiled in response. Cheers. Time slipped away, and soon the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed through the room. All 10 shadow guards of the Shun family had succumbed to inebriation, leaving Shun Xiaodao wide-eyed, astonished at the sight. Heavens, my brother-in-law's drinking capacity is unmatched. Uncle Fu, having finished a bottle of Dragon Si vodka, collapsed onto the dining table, leaving only Donglin standing, albeit on the brink of collapse himself. I refuse to believe it. Another round. With that, Donglin personally poured Xian another full glass and declared, bottoms up. Glug, glug. Another glass of Dragon Si vodka was downed, and with a loud crash, the bottle fell to the floor as Donglin succumbed to the intoxicating haze. Yi, my brother, you truly have a remarkable capacity for alcohol. You flatter me, brother Shun, Xian replied, feigning mild inebriation. The sight of the 2 of them, arms draped over each other's shoulders, left Shun Xiaodao and Shun Xiaoqi in disbelief. She had never witnessed her father in such a compromising position. How would he react once sober, having formed such a bond with his son-in-law? Chi-Chi, help Xiao Yi to bed, Mother Shin instructed. Observing the deepening camaraderie between her husband and son-in-law, a smile graced her lips as she silently noted the scene, eagerly anticipating the moment when old Shun would awaken to witness it. Very well. At her mother's words, Shun Xiaoqi, supported by the maids, helped Xian back to her room. She was keen to return him to safety quickly, fearing that if her father and this fellow became sworn brothers, it would lead to chaos. With a click, the door closed behind them, and the maids exited, leaving Shun Xiaoqi alone with Xian in her boudoir. As she steadied him by the bed, she took a moment to complain. Hey, don't lie down just yet. However, how could Shun Xiaoqi possibly manage to bring someone down so directly? By sheer coincidence, with a soft sound, she landed a kiss right on that fellow's lips. In that fleeting moment, Shun Xiaoqi's enchanting eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the handsome visage before her, her mind momentarily blank. Hurry and take a shower. In the midst of her words, she exerted tremendous effort to assist him into the bathing area. As for the reason to do it now, she certainly wouldn't allow her household maids to take advantage. She preferred to tire herself instead. Am I really going to bathe him? Upon entering the bathroom, Shun Xiaoqi found herself in a quandary, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, she was soon jolted back to reality by the overwhelming scent of alcohol wafting towards her. Gritting her teeth, she thought, having seen it all, what difference does it make? Steeling herself, she hastily bathed him. After more than half an hour, She finally managed to tuck him into bed and let out a sigh of relief. This fellow appeared so slender, yet he was surprisingly heavy. I'm utterly fatigued. She panted, her chest heaving. I need to take a shower now. Yet, before Xin Xiaoqi could finish her sentence, a powerful hand encircled her, pulling her closer into the bed. Yi Xianyu. She struggled symbolically for a moment before succumbing to his intentions. That night was destined to be sleepless, unbeknownst to anyone. At that moment, Yi Xian was as unfazed as if nothing had happened. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, for him, the amount of alcohol consumed was trivial. The reason for his demeanor was simply a desire to seize the moment and derive the utmost benefit from it. The following day, in Shun's father's room, the sun had risen high, casting its rays upon Shun's father's eyes, stirring him awake. To his surprise, the sight before him was none other than Shun's mother, Su Wanqiu, nestled beside him. Their room had certainly echoed with laughter and song the previous night. You awake at last? Shun's mother, with her alluring eyes, clearly still basked in the aftermath of the previous night's revelry. And she felt her cheeks warm at the thought. Cough cough. Wanqiu, was everything all right last night? Shin Donglin coughed lightly. Recalling some fragments of the previous night under the influence of alcohol, he honestly hadn't felt so elated in a long time. How dare you ask? Are you planning for a third child or something? You were quite the zealot, she teased, causing Shin Donglin to feel more embarrassed. However, Shin's mother would not delve too deeply into the matter, for she too was a beneficiary of the previous night's events. By the way, suddenly recalling something, Shin's mother retrieved her phone. Look, admire your performance from last night. The screen displayed footage of Yi Xian easily overpowering Shin Donglin and the shadow guards. Witnessing the camaraderie depicted in the video, her mouth twitched and her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. What on earth had transpired yesterday? It was utterly terrifying. As the video concluded, Shin's mother shot Shin Donglin an exasperated glance. You're on such friendly terms with your son-in-law. You're quite the character. Shin Donglin shivered involuntarily. Good gracious. Thankfully, Chi-Chi managed to pull that little rascal away. Otherwise, they might be calling each other brothers now. What a ghastly image. Chapter 74. Grandfather, this is my fiancé, Mengming's biological father. Xiaoyi, see you tonight. Shin's mother greeted warmly, recognizing that without this son-in-law, the bond between her and her husband would not have deepened last night. The way he looked at her from the moment he arrived was peculiar, stirring feelings that had long been dormant. Farewell, father and mother-in-law. Yi Xian smiled as he bid goodbye. Meanwhile, Shun's family shadow guards, feeling dizzy from the previous night's escapades, shuddered at the thought of their son-in-law. Shin Donglin let out a sigh of relief. That little rascal had finally departed. Ever since viewing the video, he found it hard to face his son-in-law. The dignity of a father-in-law had vanished entirely. Driving the extended luxury sports car, the Shun family estate rapidly receded into the distance. Brother-in-law, what are you planning to give Grandpa for his birthday tonight? Shin Xiaodao inquired curiously, considering the extravagant gifts they had given their parents. Well, I haven't quite decided yet. As he pondered, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea. By the way, your grandfather has a fondness for antiques, doesn't he? As he spoke, Yi Xian dialed a number, the owner of Yupin's Chin Tianbei. Hello, Boss Chun. Yes, I need an exquisite antique painting. Price is not an issue. Please deliver it to the Imperial Mansion No. 1. After hanging up, Shin Xiaoqi, curious, glanced at her man's phone screen. Yupin's? Is that the place where you bought the antiques last time? Indeed, Yi Xian replied with a smile. If one seeks high-end antiques in the shortest time, Yupin's is undoubtedly the best choice. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family estate in Dongjiang. What did you say? Shin Xiaoqi brought a man into the Shun family estate? Zhao Dun, the second young master of the Zhao family, had harbored feelings for Shin Xiaoqi since years ago, and his affection remained unwavering. Naturally, hearing that someone had entered the estate with her piqued his interest. Before long, Zhao Dun acquired information regarding Yi Xian. Yi Xian, 22 years old, a senior at Dongjiang University, residing in Imperial Mansion No. 1, owner of several luxury cars, identity unknown. Reviewing the information, Zhao Dun furrowed his brows. Imperial Mansion No. 1, identity unknown. Quite intriguing. His eyes narrowed, and he thought, if anyone dares to encroach upon the woman I've set my sights on, I shall ensure you regret ever coming into this world. As he contemplated Shun Xiaoqi's grandfather Su Lao's birthday banquet that evening, a sinister plot began to form in his mind. That night, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, one of the few top-tier restaurants in Dongjiang, frequented by the wealthy and elite, was where Su Lao's 70th birthday celebration was held. As a renowned scholar in the country, Su Lao had garnered respect both nationally and internationally, with countless students in his wake. The extended Pagani Huayra pulled up in front of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Mommy, that bad man has arrived. Upon stepping out of the car, Ming Ming spotted a sharply dressed figure in the distance, her face contorted with disdain. No, to be precise, it was loathing, for that man was her father's rival, at least in her eyes. Chi-Chi, long time no see. Zhao Dun's eyes lit up upon seeing Shen Xiaoqi, but they dimmed momentarily when he noticed Yi Xian beside her. Zhao Dun, we're not familiar. Please address me by my full name from now on. Hearing Zhao Dun's casual address, Shen Xiaoqi felt a pang of anxiety. She must not allow any misunderstandings to arise. Also, this is my fiancé, and the biological father of Ming Ming. He's also my brother-in-law. Shen Xiaodao chimed in, clearly siding with her brother-in-law. Zhao Dun was momentarily taken aback by Shen Xiaoqi's words. Her fiancé was the biological father of Ming Ming? Damn it. That bastard who stole the most precious thing from my intended woman 4 years ago. Zhao Dun's heart seethed with anger, and if looks could kill, Yi Xian would have been obliterated in that instant. Daddy, mommy, let us go? Ming Ming, ever the proud one, pulled her parents' hands and strutted into the drunken immortal pavilion, leaving Zhao Dun seething with indignation, his face flushed with rage, swallowing his fury as he fought to maintain composure. With his fists tightly clenched, Zhao Dun's knuckles cracked ominously. You bastard. If I don't ruin your reputation, then I shall not be called Zhao Dun. For years ago, he had spared no effort to uncover the identity of the scoundrel who had seduced his betrothed, yet all his endeavors had been in vain. Now, learning that the fiancé of his intended was the very same rogue from 4 years past, how could he possibly contain his fury? As the second son of the Zhao family in Donghai, he had never before endured such humiliation. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest. Overshadow Shen Xiaoqi at her grandfather's birthday banquet. Reward, Dongjiang No. 1 land, along with a divine ability to control objects. Upon entering the Zue Xianju, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice of the system. Dongjiang No. 1 land? A divine ability to control objects? What a preposterously extravagant reward. The divine ability to manipulate objects was self-evidently extraordinary, and as for the Dongjiang No. 1 land, he had heard much about it. It encompassed an area of 10 kilometers centered around the Junlin group, valued at no less than 100 billion, and was notoriously difficult to acquire. As for the quest, it posed no challenge whatsoever. The notion of overshadowing others was merely a matter of showing off. Grandfather. At that moment, Shen Xiaoqi's sweet voice chimed in as she walked briskly towards an elderly gentleman seated at the head of the table, the esteemed Su Lao, the guest of honor for the day. Beside Su Lao stood another elder, Sun Tian Su, the curator of the Dongjiang Museum, affectionately known as Sun Lao. Grandpa Sunday. Shen Xiaoqi clearly had a close rapport with Sun Tian Su, greeting him with a warm smile. Oh, you must be Chi-Chi. It has been quite some time. You have blossomed beautifully, Sun Lao chuckled, reminiscing fondly about her childhood. Chi-Chi is here. Upon seeing his proud granddaughter approach, a smile unconsciously crept across Su Lao's face. MHM. Shen Xiaoqi nodded enthusiastically, then turned to Yi Xian. Grandfather, this is my fiancé, Ming Ming's biological father. Her face radiated with happiness, and the intertwining of their fingers revealed the depth of their affection, prompting Su Lao to recognize their strong bond. Well, for years, the happiness of his granddaughter had been a source of concern for Su Lao. Now, with her reconciling with the biological father of Ming Ming, it was indeed a delightful turn of events, especially considering Su Lao's immediate satisfaction upon first seeing Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the hall, Zhao Dun lurked like a venomous serpent. You bastard. Let us see how you manage to keep your head held high later. Little did Zhao Dun realize that his actions today would soon unleash a catastrophe upon the Zhao family. Chapter 75. A slap in the face. The art of pretense in progress. As guests arrived, Zhao Dun's ire began to boil over. Stepping forward, he addressed Su Lao with feigned politeness. On behalf of the Zhao family, I wish the esteemed elder all the best and boundless blessings. He presented a token of his esteem, hoping to garner approval from those around him, who nodded in agreement, impressed by the young man's courteous demeanor, unaware of the malice that lurked beneath. Oh, you must be the second son of the Zhao family, Su Lao remarked, recalling that this young man had long pursued his granddaughter. Ziyang, accept the gift. Su Lao instructed his son, Su Ziyang, as he regarded the exquisitely wrapped brocade box. Yes, father. Su Ziyang accepted the box and opened it, as was customary, to display the offering to the guests, ensuring that the gesture did not go unrecognized. To their astonishment, the box revealed a porcelain bowl. Is this a renowned blue and white porcelain bowl from the Song dynasty? Goodness, its value must exceed 3 million. The guests gasped in admiration. After all, a birthday gift worth several $100,000 was already considered extravagant, and a $3 million gift was a rarity indeed. Zhao Dun had deliberately lowered his posture, fully aware that he was setting the stage for later embarrassment. Now, let us see what the fiancé of Chi-Chi presents. his eyes fixated on the scroll in Yixian's hands, his voice dripping with feigned humility as he concealed his animosity. Shun Xiaoqi's irritation was palpable. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I truly wish I could slap him." Oh, hearing Zhao Dun's taunt, Yixian's heart surged with excitement. The opportunity to showcase his prowess had finally arrived. "My humble gift cannot compare to young Master Zhao's opulence." With a smile, he extended the scroll to Su Ziyang. "Uncle, please accept this token of my esteem. I wish grandfather a life as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the ancient pines of Nanshan." Su Ziyang was genuinely touched by the address of uncle, which significantly soured his perception of Zhao Dun. Young Yi, your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Su Ziyang nodded approvingly, preparing to accept the scroll. However, Zhao Dun was unwilling to let the moment pass. He intended to expose Yi Xian's inadequacies, and if the scroll were accepted without scrutiny, his plan would be thwarted. "Not so fast," Zhao Dun interjected, bending slightly as he addressed Su Lao. "Esteemed elder, it would be inappropriate not to publicly acknowledge the gift from Mr. Yi, given that he is Chi-Chi's fiancé." This prompted Su Lao to glance at Yi Xian, who smiled knowingly. "I have no objections." Since someone was eager to showcase their superiority, he saw no reason to restrain himself. "Very well." Su Lao nodded to Su Ziyang, who then solemnly unrolled the scroll. As it unfurled, the guests, initially uninterested, gasped in disbelief, their breaths collectively hitching at the sight of the calligraphy. This is an authentic piece by the great Wang Shiji, the Ping and Tai. My heavens, this masterpiece is valued at 300 million. To witness an original by Wang Shiji at Su Lao's birthday banquet is truly a remarkable fortune. The room erupted into a flurry of astonishment. Su Ziyang, trembling at the revelation, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, fearing that even the slightest mishap could incur Su Lao's wrath. What? Zhao Dun's cheerful facade crumbled as the weight of the situation crashed down upon him, his mind reeling from the shock. An authentic piece by Wang Shiji? That brat has lost his mind. Xin Mu, witnessing the calligraphy before her, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Oh my, young Yi's generosity is astounding. To present a $300 million Ping and Tai, and that value is merely theoretical. Good lad, no wonder he is my daughter's fiancé." Naturally, Shun Donglin noticed Zhao Dun's predicament and relished the unexpected twist, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. It was evident that Yi Xian was not one to be trifled with, and the slap delivered was resoundingly effective. "Fiancé? Shouldn't he be referred to as a brother?" Shin Donglin interjected. "Enough. What nonsense are you spouting?" Shin Donglin glared at Shin Mu, whispering a warning in her ear. "If you dare mention it again, I'll ensure you regret it." "Humph. Regret? You wish." Shin Mu pouted, her face flushed, clearly lost in her own thoughts. Shin Xiaoqi was equally taken aback. She had previously bestowed gifts upon her parents amounting to a staggering 150 million, and now here he was, presenting another 300 million. Where on earth did this fellow acquire such vast wealth? It was utterly extravagant. If she were to follow him in the future, would their family not be left to suffer from poverty? Brother-in-law, how impressive. The opulence was overwhelming. Shin Xiaodao was so exhilarated he nearly leapt from his seat. Moments ago he had almost charged at Zhao Dun in a fit of rage. This brother-in-law was simply too cool, too extravagant. Goodness, Zhao's second son. Dare to challenge me again? I dare you. This gift from Xiao Yi was far too precious. Old Master Su was evidently stunned by the sight of such a grand gift. Was this a jest? 300 million for an authentic work of Wang Shiji? Surely. The total value of all the gifts at this birthday banquet could not even amount to a third of that sum. Instantly, all eyes in the room shifted towards Yi Xian, their gazes transformed. My word, this grandson-in-law of old Master Su was no ordinary person. Presenting a genuine work of Wang Shiji without so much as a blink. He was indeed formidable. Father, you must accept this. You adore Wang Shiji's calligraphy, do you not? Moreover, during the family banquet, Xiao Yi had already gifted me and Donglin something worth 150 million. What? Upon hearing this, all eyes swiftly fell upon Shun Donglin and Shun Mu, exclaiming, OMG, what did they just hear? That extravagant fellow had previously gifted old Master Su's daughter and son-in-law a sum of 150 million. Gulp. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Zhao Dun's expression darkened further. Having given 150 million prior to this 300 million, it dawned on him that he had been the fool all along. In that moment, Zhao Dun's face turned crimson, as if he had received a resounding slap. How infuriating. If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Zhao Dun, am not worthy of my name. At that moment, he wished he could strangle someone. Observing his despondent demeanor, Mingming laughed heartily. Daddy is the best, hee. Chapter 76, an explosive arrival, crushing Zhao Dun just a little bit. One plan foiled, another devised. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhao Dun resumed his clownish antics, glaring with envy at the sight of someone nestled closely with his intended, nearly on the verge of shattering. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to confront that person directly and stood to address Old Master Su with respect. Old Master Su, today, in the spirit of festivity, I shall compose a poem for you. Oh, upon hearing Zhao Dun's words, Old Master Su's interest was piqued, and the other attendees turned their gaze toward him as well. After all, Zhao Dun was renowned in the literary circles of Dongjiang. Sensing the attention, Zhao Dun smiled, relishing the spotlight he adored. This poem is titled The Double Swallows. Traveling through the food, two swallows fly, carrying mud into this hall. They seek to escape the heat and humidity, and traverse the chill of autumn. Nurtured by the dust of the world, the road back is long. This autumn, the heavens and earth are present, and I too depart from my own place. Wow. The moment this poem was recited, the entire gathering was taken aback. This was indeed impressive. No wonder he was hailed as the literary genius of Dongjiang. His work was extraordinary. Guests were left in awe, and even Old Master Su and Director Sun of the museum nodded in approval, acknowledging the poem's exquisite depth. While it contained minor flaws, it was certainly commendable for the younger generation. Evidently, this was yet another ploy by Zhao Dun. This poem was not spontaneous. He had painstakingly crafted it over 10 days to ensure it was suitable for such an occasion, aiming to seize the limelight. As he listened to the guest's praise, Zhao Dun narrowed his eyes, gazing at Xuan. I have heard that Brother Yi possesses remarkable literary talent, and I have long admired you. Might you have prepared a poem for Old Master Su's birthday celebration today? Shin Donglin was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Dun's words. This fellow had indeed learned a fair bit from his father's tactics. Old Shin, do you think Xiao Yi will be a match for him? Shin Mu voiced her concerns, while Shin Fu observed his son-in-law, who remained unperturbed. He found himself curious to see if Zhao Dun would be taught a lesson by their son-in-law. However, one point was amiss. Shin Mu glanced at Shin Donglin. Xiao Yi is my son-in-law, not your brother. Shin Donglin spat out his tea in a fit of surprise. What the heck, you little late autumn. Is this never-ending? When we return, I will reclaim my authority. Huh, as if you could. Their banter was fierce, and had it been overheard by others, it would surely have stirred quite a tumult, painting an amusing picture in the minds of those who contemplated it. Unsurprisingly, all eyes in the room soon fell upon Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian remained composed, while Shin Xiaoqi appeared slightly embarrassed, precisely the reaction Zhao Dun had anticipated. Damn it, that bastard. Shin Xiaodao felt the weight of the crowd's scrutiny and wished to tear into someone. It was ruthless, making her brother-in-law look foolish. I cannot possibly compare my poetry to that of the Dongjiang genius. Glancing at the tormentor, Zhao Dun, who had become his unwitting accomplice, Yi Xian pondered how to express his gratitude. In that case, allow me to present another gift in the form of a poem, Ode to the Spring Snow. Hoping that Old Master Su would appreciate it. Upon hearing his prospective grandson-in-law recite poetry spontaneously, Old Master Su perked up, and Zhao Dun's lips curled in a smirk. But before he could fully express it, Yi Xian's melodic recitation filled the air. The northern land's grandeur, 1,000 miles frozen, 10,000 miles of snow falling. Looking beyond the Great Wall, only vastness remains. Across the great river, the tumultuous waters have ceased. The imagery was magnificent, the grandeur overwhelming. As Yi Xian's powerful voice resonated, the audience was transported to a scene of a frozen northern expanse, with snowflakes cascading over 10,000 miles, particularly around the Great Wall, now cloaked in white. The room fell silent, even the hair on their arms standing on end. Goodness, when a master exhibits their skill, it is evident. Yi Xian's opening lines drew resounding applause from the audience. This piece was extraordinary, far surpassing the flawed work of Zhao Dun by tenfold. They were simply not in the same league. Wow. Shin Xiaodao stood rooted in shock, exclaiming, OMG, brother-in-law, this is the moment of triumph. Goodness, that Zhao family's second son is finished. Zhao Dun was clearly dumbfounded, standing there in disbelief. That had been the result of his painstaking effort over 10 days. Yet it crumbled before this rascal. Shin Donglin stared blankly at the scene, incredulous. Is this really my son-in-law? Truly, he is magnificent. Shin Qiqi is fortunate to marry Xiao Yi in this lifetime. Shin Mu mused, looking at her spirited son-in-law, her eyes filled with utmost satisfaction. This son-in-law was indeed a rare find. No, a once-in-a-millennium gem. Such an extraordinary son-in-law. Should anyone dare to compete with her, she would not hesitate to eliminate them. Indeed, for the sake of her daughter's future, she is willing to go to great lengths. The mountains dance like silver serpents, the rivers race like wax elephants, yearning to challenge the heavens. Regrettably, the grandeur of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu Di falls slightly short in literary prowess. The emperors of Tang and Song, though illustrious, lack a certain charm. The hall fell silent, The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as Xuan continued his remarkable poetic recital. In an instant, his image soared in the hearts of the audience, while Zhao Dun suffered a complete and utter defeat, left battered and bruised. What a bold ambition to rival the heavens. What a lofty comparison to Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu Di, to the emperors of Tang and Song. Old Su immediately clapped his hands on the armrest, his eyes brimming with excitement, while elder Sun sighed, gazing at the young man before him with admiration. What a remarkable lad. It has been ages since I've heard such invigorating poetry. Delightful. Shen Xiaoqi, listening to her partner's powerful verses, found herself utterly mesmerized. From this angle, he appeared rather charming. Evidently, he was well on his way to captivating the hearts of many. Chapter 77. A forceful retort. Yi Xian as a talent of remarkable proportions? With a single line, the entire hall was left in astonishment. The prestige was elevated to its zenith, overflowing with brilliance that permeated the entire venue. Old Su, your grandson-in-law is truly remarkable. As the director of the Dongjiang Museum, Sun Tian Su had encountered countless geniuses, yet he had never witnessed such extraordinary talent. The depth of literary culture reflected in his work is profound indeed. Su Ziyang was equally taken aback by his nephew-in-law's prowess and promptly suggested, "Little Yi, I had no idea your talent was so profound. Why not inscribe this poem and present it to your grandfather?" "Certainly, it would be my pleasure," Yi Xian replied with a slight smile, while Zhao Dun, akin to a dog with a collar too tight, stared in disbelief. Unable to fathom how that young man could create such poetry, Su Ziyang gestured for the staff to bring forth ink and paper. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his ear. Host desires to showcase calligraphy, unlocking supreme calligraphy ability. At that moment, Yi Xian felt inclined to express his exasperation, for it seemed that the system was intent on preventing him from showing off. Glancing at the table before him, Yi Xian couldn't help but reflect on the solitude of invincibility. With a flourish of his brush, the aura of a calligraphy master enveloped the space, causing all eyes to instinctively turn towards him, sensing a change in his demeanor. While the audience was still in shock, Yi Xian dipped his brush into the ink and approached the fragrant rice paper, elegantly inscribing the characters of Qin Yuan Chun Shui. Powerful and vigorous, his calligraphy penetrated the very essence of the paper. What exceptional calligraphy! Old Sun's eyes sparkled with amazement. This level of skill was surely that of a master. This young man continues to astonish. His calligraphy is remarkably accomplished. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Yi Xian was basking in the spotlight. This lad. Shen Donglin gazed at his brother. No, his son-in-law's calligraphy, utterly awestruck. Goodness, this little rascal's calligraphy was leagues above his own. This mischievous boy, is he even human? With a mysterious identity and extraordinary talent. Now even his calligraphy is exceptional. It seems my daughter has struck gold. Shen Xiaoqi too was bewildered, realizing that her partner's calligraphy was indeed exceptional. How infuriating. What other secrets does this rascal hold that she remains unaware of? Upon returning home, she would certainly demand he reveal everything, even if it meant reinstating traditional marital roles. Such thoughts crossed her mind, and if others were to know, they would undoubtedly be envious, for many would dream of being close to a goddess. Yet here she was, eager to revive traditional roles with a certain rogue. This uncle could endure, but this aunt surely could not. Ziyang, quickly, put away the calligraphy of little Yi. Old Su instructed his son, protective of his grandson-in-law, as if fearing someone might try to claim it. Old Su, that's rather ungracious. Who would dare compete with you at your own birthday celebration? Sun Tian Su remarked, rolling his eyes at Old Su. He was still relishing the previous moments, feeling a pang of envy at how abruptly it had concluded. However, suddenly an idea struck Old Su, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. That young Yi, such calligraphy should not go unnoticed, it would be a waste. How about he create a piece for the Dongjiang Museum? I shall have it framed for public appreciation, shall we? Certainly. Yi Xian was eager for yet another opportunity to showcase his talent, knowing that this would perfectly conclude his moment in the limelight. As Su Ziyang had the staff prepare a new sheet of traditional rice paper, everyone wondered what poetry little Yi would compose next. At that moment, Yi Xian undoubtedly became the focal point of the hall, while Zhao Dun looked as if he had just lost his parents. With a swift stroke of his brush, he inscribed the characters for Chong Hen Gu, his vigorous calligraphy flowing effortlessly, evoking a sense of joy in all who beheld it. The Han Emperor cherished beauty and sought a nation, yet for many years he found none. The Yang family had a daughter in her prime, raised in seclusion, unknown to the world. With a glance and a smile, she captivated 100 charms. The beauty of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. In the cold spring, the warm waters of the Huaqing pool caressed her delicate skin as attendants assisted her, newly favored. Uft! Shen Donglin nearly choked on his tea, overwhelmed by the impact of his son-in-law's performance. That little rascal, what a marvel. The art of the scholar was vividly demonstrated by his son-in-law at this very moment. Seeing this, Shen's mother beamed with pride, realizing she had underestimated him. Without a doubt, this was Yi Xian's moment of glory. Old Su's grandson-in-law truly excels. At the birthday banquet, many guests looked on in admiration at the impressive display, completely captivated. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing, Meng Meng exclaimed, her big, adoring eyes wide with admiration. Though she did not comprehend the content of her father's writing, the astonished expressions of those around her spoke volumes, indicating that her father's performance was undoubtedly exceptional. Go, brother-in-law, Shen Xiaodao mischievously whispered, casting a glance at Zhao Dun, whose expression darkened with every passing moment. With a wicked grin, she thought to herself, how foolish to oppose my brother-in-law. Look at you now, feeling like a fool. Encouraging her brother-in-law to continue dazzling the crowd, Shen Xiaodao reveled in the unfolding spectacle. In that moment, Yi Xian's brilliance continued to shine. Cloudy hair adorned with golden hairpins, the hibiscus curtains warm through the spring night. The spring night is fleeting. And as dawn approaches, the emperor no longer attends court. Indulging in feasts leaves no time for leisure, as springtime festivities extend into the night. Within the harem, 3,000 beauties vie for favor, all showering affection upon him. Siblings and relatives all hold lands, yet it is lamentable that beauty alone determines one's worth. Thus, it stirs the hearts of all parents, placing greater value on sons over daughters. Old Su, and Shindong Lin and the others were all astonished as they witnessed Yi Xian's mastery of the brush, each of them in awe. What they beheld was nothing short of extraordinary. This young man was indeed a prodigious talent. As they gazed at the poetry inscribed upon the rice paper, their minds were filled with echoes of profound verses. With a glance and a smile, she captivated 100 charms. The beauty of the 6 palaces paled in comparison. The spring night is fleeting, and as dawn approaches, the emperor no longer attends court. Thus, it resonates with the hearts of all parents across the realm, emphasizing the futility of favoring the birth of sons over daughters. Such verses strike like bolts of thunder upon the mind, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Zhao Dun, upon reading this, turned ashen, his legs trembling with disbelief. That scoundrel! It cannot be true. I refuse to accept it. Indeed, this must be a dream, cursed be it. The powerful verses on the fine rice paper felt as though they were slapping him across the face, the sensation both bitter and exhilarating. As Yi Xian poured forth his emotions, he secretly mused that he seemed to be increasingly enamored with this feeling. What a calamity. Chapter 78. A Taste of Power. Astonishing the hidden guards. Time flew by, and the birthday banquet came to a close. Little Yi, take care on your way. Elder Su beamed as he bid farewell to Yi Xian and his family, his satisfaction with his granddaughter's husband evident. You, always seeking the limelight, he remarked. As the extended luxury car pulled away, Shun Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at the individual beside her, though inwardly, she reveled in a sense of pride. Brother-in-law, you were incredible. Did you see the look on Zhao's second son's face? Hee. Shen Xiaodao chuckled mischievously, pondering whether Zhao Dun would strangle him on the spot if he knew. The adorable little face of Shun Xiaodao beamed with delight. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making a splash at Shun Xiaoqi's grandfather's birthday banquet, earning the East River No. 1 land, along with the gift of supreme control over objects. Amidst his reflections, Yi Xian heard the voice of the system and promptly summoned his attributes panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 22 years. Skills, Supreme Music, Supreme Culinary Arts, Supreme Martial Arts, Supreme Bone Setting Massage, Supreme Appraisal, Supreme Chess, Supreme Wine Connoisseur, Supreme Calligraphy, Supreme Object Control. Items, Contract for Emperor's Residence No. 1 Villa, 100 equity in Dosha Live, 100 equity in Jiashi Entertainment, 20 equity in Shin Group, 100 equity in Tian Lai Jiyin, 30 units of Emperor's Residence Villa, Dragon Scale Dagger, 100 equity in Dongjiang University, East River No. 1 land. Wealth, 320. 5 billion. Gazing at the attributes panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. This was the pinnacle of life. Ding. The system detected that the host has activated the supreme control over objects ability, granting soul-destroying needle, X108. This needle is lethal and an essential item for traversing the world. Wow. Before Yi Xian could fully comprehend, the system's voice echoed in his ears again. The soul-destroying needle? Invisible killing. Sounds formidable. But first, he needed to deal with the impending trouble. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed several cars tailing the luxury vehicle, a pursuit that had begun from the moment they left Zui Xianju. It seemed some reckless individuals were seeking their own demise. Mama, I'm so sleepy. The adorable little girl yawned, leaning back to sleep in the rear seat. Shen Xiaoqi and her brother followed suit. Evidently having used a sleep card, to prevent the trio from witnessing the forthcoming maneuvers. Everything was set, since trouble had come knocking. He would test the wonders of this object control on them. Squeak. The supercar came to a halt. Buzz. Several supercars and business vehicles surrounded Yixian's luxury car in a secluded area, the assailants being experts from the Zhao family, ordered by Zhao Dun himself. As he stepped out of the car, a young man approached the scene. It was none other than Zhao Dun, consumed by rage from old grievances and new animosities. Zhao Dun was eager to eliminate the scoundrel who had tarnished his reputation. He could hardly contain himself, determined to claim Xun Xiaoqi in front of this rogue. Only then could his heart's resentment be quelled. He even planned to abduct Xin Xiaodao and that woman's daughter. Believing that the old man Xin Donglin would submit without struggle, jealousy twisted the soul, and Zhao Dun was a living testament to this truth. Observing Zhao Dun across from him, Yixian grasped the situation entirely, his lips curling into a playful smile as he opened the door to exit. Illuminated by the streetlights, Zhao Dun gazed at the slumbering goddess through the window, swallowing hard as his eyes ignited with fervor, longing to enact immediate justice. Kid, you're quite something. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhao Dun's sinister eyes fell upon Yixian, surrounded by more than 30 men, which was Zhao Dun's greatest source of confidence. The birthday banquet had indeed garnered him significant attention. ISNT calligraphy your forte? Today, I shall render your hands useless. Let us see if Chi-Chi will spare you a glance afterward. Zhao Dun's eyes were filled with mockery, and to Yixian, he resembled nothing more than a clown performing at the banquet. Zhao Dun, is it? You are so confident in your victory over me. Yixian taunted with a smile, genuinely feeling no inclination to engage unless to test his abilities. With a mere thought, something extraordinary transpired. Over 30 golden needles appeared out of thin air behind Yixian, each measuring 3 inches in length. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as the 30 golden needles transformed into streaks of golden light, piercing the foreheads of Zhao Dun and his 30 companions in an instant. Zhao Dun felt a sharp pain in his forehead, but before he could utter another word, his consciousness shattered under the assault of the soul-destroying needle, his expression frozen in shock just before death. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Dun and his 30 companions collapsed to the ground, lifeless, with minuscule puncture wounds, smaller than a strand of hair, marking their foreheads. Goodness, such swiftness in killing. Far surpassing the dragon-scale dagger by several times. Yixian mused, noting that this was not even him exerting full force. He estimated he had only used about 30% of his energy. Haha, the system truly delivers. With a faint smile, he revved the Pagani Huayra and sped toward the Emperor's residence villa, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Whoosh! Shortly after Yixian's departure in the supercar, a dozen figures emerged in the area, each one exceptionally formidable, capable of dispatching Zhao Dun's group effortlessly. Lord and Heir, what was that just now? One of the hidden guards gasped, recalling the sight of the 30 floating golden needles, confirming it was not a mere dream. The strength of the master is unfathomable. An Heir gazed towards the direction Yixian had vanished, his shock intensifying. Although he knew his master was stronger than them all, he never anticipated just how vastly superior he truly was. After a moment, an Heir's focus shifted back to the bodies of Zhao Dun and his men, instructing, "We must cleanse the battlefield. Not a single trace must remain." "Yes, Lord and Heir." The subordinates nodded in agreement. Then an Heir added, "Also, have someone monitor the Zhao family in Dongjiang. Should they harbor any ill intentions towards the master, they must be eliminated immediately." "As you command, Lord and Heir." The group of 10 or so bowed respectfully. An Heir was considered the second strongest among the hidden guards, second only to an E, and they dared not show any sign of negligence. Thus, Zhao Dun and his 30 companions vanished without a trace. And the day of the Zhao family's demise in Dongjiang was drawing near, but that is a tale for another time. Chapter 79. You scared me half to death. When Xun Xiaoqi, along with her companions, finally awakened, the car had already arrived at the Emperor's residence villa. "Daddy, did we arrive home so soon?" The adorable little girl blinked her big eyes, fully revitalized from her brief slumber. "Let's get out." He affectionately pinched the little girl's nose, smiling. If only they knew that just moments ago, Yixian had executed over 30 individuals in a breathtaking display of skill, one could only imagine their reactions. As Xun Xiaoqi stepped out of the car with her 2 little ones, Yixian's phone suddenly rang, the melodic chime breaking the silence. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he promptly answered, "Hello, Tianyi. Yishao, I have splendid news to share." The acquisition of Junlin Group was a resounding success, and the process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Mu Tianyi's melodious voice resonated through the receiver, conjuring a vivid image of her joyous expression, even from a distance. However, Yixian's reaction was rather muted. With the acquisition secured, it was decided that you would assume the role of president of Junlin Group henceforth. "Ah." Mu Tiany's astonishment was palpable as she exclaimed, "You truly want me to become the president of Junlin Group? But I am not well acquainted with the company." "It is settled," Yi Xian interjected decisively. "For matters you cannot handle, consult Lei Hu from Zhanfu Security." After ending the call, Yi Xian wore a satisfied grin. With Junlin Group under his control, his plans could now advance considerably, and his spirits lifted. Upon entering the villa, Yi Xian observed Shen Xiaodao and Meng Meng animatedly engaged in conversation. "Hey, brother-in-law, come here," Shen Xiaodao exclaimed, pulling him closer and handing him a tablet. "Brother-in-law, those chess players from various nations are utterly despicable. They claim you dare not accept their challenges. Daddy, will you teach them a lesson for Meng Meng?" Meng Meng pouted, shaking her father's arm, her lovely face displaying a mixture of anger and disappointment. This scene momentarily stunned Yi Xian. A devoted father, as his perception of the international chess players plummeted. How dare they cause his daughter distress? "Haha, very well. I shall teach them a lesson for having the audacity to upset our Meng Meng," he replied with determination. Shin Xiaoqi shot him a disapproving glance, pondering how this guy had just bested her own father earlier in the day, and now he was set to take on the international chess players as well. "Oh, brother-in-law. Here." Shen Xiaodao swiftly logged into his brother-in-law's account, even clicking the button to automatically accept challenges, inadvertently causing the chess network to crash. Asotaro's challenge accepted. Tofu's challenge accepted. MacArthur's challenge accepted. Within a minute, over 300 challenges were successfully issued, each from players of professional 6th and even 7th Dan ranks. The international chess players sought to elevate their status by triumphing over the renowned king of chess. Soon, Yi Xian faced the first challenger, the professional 7th Dan player Asotaro from Fusang. 5 minutes later, he secured another victory. The familiar sequence unfolded once more. 3 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, 10 consecutive wins. With Yi Xian's overwhelming mastery and an array of strategic maneuvers, his opponents were left bewildered, their earlier bravado swiftly silenced, replaced by expressions of utter shock. Yi Xian continued his triumphant streak. 300 wins, 320 wins, 360 wins. Time seemed to blur as his record soared to an astonishing 688 consecutive victories, with a total tally of 688 wins, 0 losses, and 0 draws. This remarkable achievement dazzled onlookers from all corners. "No way. This is impossible." The international chess players were left dumbfounded, witnessing the emergence of a chess deity from Huaxia. Those who had boasted just moments before now found themselves speechless. Meanwhile, the Huaxia chess community erupted in celebration. "Ha ha ha, incredible. My king of chess, that slap was truly satisfying. King of chess, a legend of Huaxia chess, please allow me to pay my respects." The astonishment was palpable. The Huaxia king of chess had boldly taken on the international players. The fervor of discussions reached an unprecedented height. As the viewing room where Yi Xian played exploded with excitement, the number of spectators soaring past 80 million. This signified a new record for the chess network in terms of viewers. In Fusang, at the villa of Kudo Yamamoto, the tension was palpable. Kudo Yamamoto clenched his jaw in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot with rage. 688 consecutive wins. Damn it. How is this even possible? Baka. With a resounding slap, Kudo Yamamoto sent his computer flying, utterly enraged. This was not the script he had anticipated. As Fusang's chess prodigy, such glory was meant to be his. "Huaxia king of chess, I curse you." Kudo Yamamoto seethed, wishing to track down the king of chess and settle the score. "Huaxia king of chess, if I discover your identity, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome fate." Coincidentally, at the Xuan family estate in Dongjiang, Shen Donglin slapped his thigh in exhilaration. "Damn. Well done. You nearly scared me to death." Shen Mu, freshly washed and returning to her room, was startled by Shen Donglin's exuberance. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" "Hey." In that moment, Shen Donglin resembled a child, planting a fervent kiss on his wife, expressing his uncontainable excitement. "My dear, you have no idea. 688 consecutive wins. It's incredible. Those international players were utterly demolished. It feels so satisfying. My dear, you have no idea." Shenmu was taken aback by his affectionate words, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. It had been nearly 2 decades since he had addressed her in such a manner, and strangely, it felt rather delightful. Given his sweet words, I shall indulge him tonight. He can cover at least half of the water bill. With this thought, Shenmu's gaze softened as she looked at Shen Donglin, though he remained blissfully unaware of the change in her demeanor. "I used to detest that king of chess, but you know, my dear." Shen Donglin began recounting his encounters with the king of chess, and as he spoke, Shenmu regarded him quizzically. "Old Shen, you don't have a masochistic tendency, do you? He defeated you dozens of times, and yet you admire him? Truly ridiculous. Get lost." Shen Donglin retorted, rolling his eyes at her. "What do you know?" The couple bickered. But soon Shin Donglin's excitement led to a flurry of enthusiastic chatter, and a spirited discussion ensued. Chapter 80. Truly the brother-in-law of Shen Xiaodao, invincible and formidable. Ding dong. At that moment, Yi Xian's room received another challenge, and upon witnessing the automatic acceptance of the challenge, the international players erupted in excitement, particularly because this time, the opponent was none other than Ida Masao, a master of Fusang chess. Ida was the vice president of the Chess Association and a professional 8th Dan player, not far from reaching high 8th Dan status, making him the youngest vice president at the age of 36. Wow, this is incredible. The true masters of Fusang chess are finally stepping up. Ida Masao, damn it, an 8th Dan player has emerged. Impressive, my king of chess, please accept my humble submission. And so, the stage was set for a spectacular showdown, with the Fusang Chess Association's vice president kneeling before the king of chess, calling him father. In the Huaxiao region, discussions erupted with fervor. They had never anticipated witnessing such an exceptional master from the Fusang Go scene today. Although the distinction between a professional 7 Dan and an 8 Dan is merely a thread, their levels of expertise are worlds apart. According to convention, the player of lower rank makes the first move. Father, this Ito Masayuki is extraordinarily formidable. I shall teach him a lesson. Meng Meng exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ito Masayuki, as a rising star in the Fusang Go community, was impossible to overlook. Indeed, Shen Xiaodao remarked, licking his lips. This Ito Masayuki previously dared to belittle our Huaxia Go techniques. Fear not, just watch your father perform, Yi Xian said, affectionately ruffling Meng Meng's hair, casually conceding 3 stones. Shen Xiaoqi, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Facing a professional 8 Dan player, he still dared to give away 3 stones. Was he seeking trouble? Clearly. This Ito Masayuki was in for a rough time. As Shen Xiaoqi murmured to herself, the atmosphere in the room, filled with players from various nations, became electric. The Huaxia King of Go truly had immense confidence, allowing 3 stones to an 8 Dan professional, an audacious move that even seasoned 8 Dan players would hesitate to make. As every single move in a high-level match holds paramount importance. With a series of decisive moves, Ito Masayuki wasted no time, employing the classic 3-talent strategy. A method that thrives on consistency amidst unpredictability, indicating his profound understanding of the king's playing style. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian placed a stone at a star point, continuing the match with unwavering resolve. A minute passed, and their pace remained steady. After 3 minutes, Ito Masayuki squinted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. By the 5-minute mark, he was drenched in perspiration, incredulous at the notion that this Huaxia King of Go was merely 22 years old. At 8 minutes, Ito Masayuki's pace slowed dramatically, each move executed with utmost caution, while Yi Xian countered fluidly, rendering Ito Masayuki utterly outmatched. In Dongjiang, Wang Fangping's villa, he erupted in laughter, exclaiming, fantastic. This King of Go is doing splendidly. His wife approached, curious. What is the matter? Oh, my dear, you might not believe it, but that King of Go has triumphed over the youngest vice president of the Fusang Go Association. You have no idea how arrogant Ito Masayuki was back in the day. Overflowing with joy, he added, such good news calls for a celebratory feast. Prepare me some dishes and a drink. You and your celebrations. His wife rolled her eyes. Yet seeing his excitement, she refrained from dampening his spirits. Bravo, King of Go. This lad is just 22 years old, truly bringing honor to the Huaxia Go scene. Let us show them what we're made of. After a while, as Wang Fangping savored his drink and enjoyed the meal while observing the game, one might find it hard to believe he was a highly esteemed president of Dongjiang University. 36 moves, 58 moves, 74 moves. Ultimately, with a deft display of control, he decisively defeated Ito Masayuki by a half-point advantage. Though it was merely a half-point, connoisseurs could discern that had the king truly played to his full potential, the margin would have been far greater. Moreover, considering he had conceded 3 stones earlier, this was undeniably a double humiliation. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a jest. To the experts, it revealed the intricacies of skill. In an instant, elite Go players from various nations were left speechless, exclaiming, this Huaxia King of Go is no ordinary player. I bet Ito Masayuki is now sobbing in the restroom. The King of Go's record stood at an astonishing 689 wins, 0 losses, and 0 draws. This remarkable statistic dazzled players from around the globe, shattering numerous records within the Go community. While 689 victorious players may be a common occurrence, achieving 689 consecutive wins without a single defeat is unparalleled. A feat that is certainly rare. If all goes as expected, the only person capable of defeating him in the future will be himself. Wow, Meng Meng exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she clapped her hands, planting a kiss on her father's cheek. You're amazing, daddy moi. Hee hee, my brother-in-law really won. Shen Xiaodao gazed at her brother-in-law's tablet screen, displaying 689 consecutive wins. If the world knew that the king of Go was my brother-in-law, they might just storm the imperial villa. No wonder he's my brother-in-law. Truly impressive. Shen Xiaoqi observed the scene with a slight frown. This fellow was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. How ruthless. Winning against someone is one thing, but giving them 3 stones and then teasing them with a half-point victory? If I were Ito Masayuki, I'd be so furious I'd spit blood. One should leave a little room for future encounters. Yet, this guy went all out. Ugh. What am I thinking? Suddenly, Shen Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as her mind conjured vivid images, making her wish to vanish into the ground. How detestable. How could she even entertain thoughts of that scoundrel? This was disastrous. What is wrong with me? Am I sick? Shen Xiaoqi furrowed her brows in distress. If her fans were to know her current thoughts, Yi Xian, despite having 99 lives, would certainly be in peril. Meanwhile, Li Mingqi and the villa's maids, who had been watching for some time, were equally astonished. My goodness, the young master is too incredible, winning 689 consecutive games and besting an 8-dan professional. The young master could easily rely on his looks, yet he chooses to rely on his strength. How unfair. After dinner, Mingming played the role of a clever assistant, ushering her parents into the bedroom before returning to her room with the butler, Li Mingqi. Shen Xiaodao, momentarily taken aback, gave Mingming a thumbs up for her clever maneuver. Upon returning to her room, and after freshening up, Shen Xiaoqi shot a disapproving glance at a certain someone. Look at you, always seeking the spotlight. Can't you accumulate some virtue without it being a death sentence? As she casually wrapped her arms around the slender waist of the stunning beauty, inhaling her pleasant fragrance. Particularly admiring the delicate curves beneath her gossamer nightgown, he couldn't help but concede. However, if my darling can attend to your man well, then the accumulation of virtue is of no consequence. Huffed, as if I would serve you. Listening to his words, especially the fervent gaze he cast upon her, Shen Xiaoqi felt her cheeks flush slightly, seemingly aware of what was to come. How many girls have you charmed with that line? She huffed, attempting to divert the topic, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze. How could it be? I swear on my conscience. Actually, I've only charmed one girl. And that's you. Shen Xiaoqi. Yi Xian, come here, and I promise not to kill you. His words ignited Shen Xiaoqi's indignation, prompting her to pounce on him like a fierce tiger. Yet this move was akin to a sheep charging into a tiger's den. After some playful banter, Yi Xian embraced the exquisite beauty around him, chuckling as he teased, "Who told our darling to be so easy to deceive?" "You're the one who's easy to deceive," Shen Xiaoqi retorted, pouting her adorable lips, her demeanor far from that of a goddess, appearing more like a love-struck girl. "What? Don't believe me?" Listening to his beloved wife, Yi Xian chuckled, "If you don't believe me, how about a little test? A test for me? Bring it on. I'm not afraid." Shen Xiaoqi, blissfully unaware that she had fallen into a certain someone's trap, had no inkling of the embarrassing ordeal that awaited her. "Oh, quite confident, aren't we? But if you lose, you'll have to pay the water bill," he teased. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed crimson. She was well aware of what the water bill entailed and hurriedly responded, "So eager to discuss the water bill with your husband, are we?" With a smirk, Yi Xian decided it was time to initiate his playful antics with his stunning wife. Listen closely. Fox spirits are adept at bewitching men. So what kind of spirit ensnares both genders? Shen Xiaoqi. As the words left his mouth, Shen Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned, her captivating eyes widening in disbelief as she glared at the shameless man before her. How could he be so audacious? It was infuriating. Was he really going to make her say that? "Yi Xian, you are such a scoundrel," she retorted, her face ablaze. However, amidst her embarrassment, Yi Xian wore a mischievous grin, feigning innocence. "Darling, how could I be a scoundrel? Where are your thoughts wandering? The answer is alcohol." "You wouldn't dare," she interrupted, cutting him off. It was evident she knew exactly what he was implying, and the realization that it was indeed alcohol only fueled her irritation. How could he be so deliberately vexing? "Let's continue." Her teeth clenched in frustration. Shen Xiaoqi was genuinely exasperated. How could he treat her this way? She felt an overwhelming urge to tear him to shreds. "All right then." He paused to draw her attention. "Let's consider something. It's short for Easterners and long for Westerners. After marriage, a woman can use a man's, well, that." Shen Xiaoqi, still in a daze, felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she processed his words. She was increasingly tempted to eliminate him from existence, even if it meant bearing the guilt of murdering her husband. "Sweetheart, your face is so red. Are you all right? Get lost." Shen Xiaoqi snapped. "What do you mean, are you all right? You just enjoy bullying me." "Bullying you? How could I?" Yi Xian feigned innocence, insisting, "This is a perfectly reasonable question. It's simply a matter of anatomy, short for Easterners and long for Westerners. Is there a problem with that? Caught off guard by his audacity, Shen Xiaoqi found herself momentarily speechless. Perhaps he was right. Was it her own thoughts that were askew? No, it must be him. That scoundrel is leading me astray. Yes, it must be his fault. Just wait. I won't let him off easy. I didn't expect our dear Chi-Chi to be so easily fooled, he mused, observing her fury. All right, let's keep it simple this time, he said, pausing to capture her attention. Why do people tend to take off their clothes during a brawl? A brawl? Taking off clothes? Shen Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback. This seemed like a legitimate question, yet she couldn't fathom why anyone would undress during a fight. The reality, however, was indeed as he described. Yet, when it came to reasoning, Shen Xiaoqi found herself at a loss. Why? After pondering for a while, she still couldn't arrive at an answer and shot a suspicious glance at him while taking a sip of water to calm her racing heart. Because it feels weird with pants on. The sudden twist of logic left Shen Xiaoqi utterly flabbergasted, causing her to spray her tea everywhere in a fit of laughter. Yixian, you scoundrel! How dare you bully me? I'll kill you. With that, she set her cup down and engaged in a playful battle with him, venting her pent-up annoyance through a flurry of playful punches. You scoundrel! I'll make you pay! She exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of playful strikes that, if witnessed from the outside, would surely leave many astonished. Naturally, at this moment, it was all in good fun for Yixian. Amidst their banter, it became clear that a prolonged dispute over the water bill was inevitable. A secret known only to the two of them, ensuring a sleepless night lay ahead. Chapter 82. The trickster tricked for 500 yuan as night deepened. Yixian gazed at the enchanting beauty nestled in his arms, her lips curving into a smile as she drifted into slumber. Overall, it had been a pleasant day, though he suspected she was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for their playful skirmish, he feared Shen Xiaoqi would have succumbed to fatigue long ago. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing it was Zhao Zihong, he quickly answered. Hello, boss. Long time no see. I've missed you. Upon picking up the call, Zhao Zihong's voice filled the air. Don't forget the graduation ceremony and photos tomorrow. You must come, of course, and bring along my adorable niece, he added, clearly hinting at his desire to see Yixian's little girl. Yixian chuckled inwardly, recognizing how those three had managed to enchant the little one. All right, I'll bring Ming Ming with me, he replied with a smile. It had been a while since he visited the school, and this was a perfect opportunity to catch up with the principal. After all, he was still the owner of Dongjian University. Really? Great. We'll be waiting for you at the school. The next day, as the golden sun rose, Shen Xiaoqi awoke to find herself bathed in sunlight, her beauty accentuated by its glow. With a soft murmur, she opened her sleepy eyes, only to be greeted by the handsome face of her mischievous husband. The sight brought a smile to her lips. That scoundrel was indeed quite charming. Eager and full of energy, Shen Xiaoqi gazed at him, extending a delicate finger to gently poke his nose, playfully pushing it to make him look silly. She couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Are you done playing? At that moment, she heard his voice, and upon focusing, she found him staring back at her. Her cheeks flushed, and her hand instinctively retreated, only to be caught by his larger hand. You little rascal. Just wait until I reclaim my authority as your husband. Please, no? After a playful scuffle, the sun was high in the sky when they finally emerged from the room. Shen Xiaoqi shot him a glare. This is all your fault. We're running late. My fault? How could it be? You seem to enjoy it as well, he teased. Still saying that. Shen Xiaoqi shot him another glare as they hastily left the villa in a sleek sports car. Ming Ming tilted her head, clearly confused about what her parents were up to, while the maids looked on, envious of the playful banter exchanged between the young couple. Daddy, where are we going? As they settled into the elongated Ferrari LaFerrari, Ming Ming blinked her large, seemingly expressive eyes and curiously inquired of her father, where are we headed? We are going to Dongjian University. Today, Daddy will attend the graduation ceremony. He affectionately ruffled the little one's hair and smiled, adding, honestly, it doesn't matter where we go, as long as I am with my little darling. Wow, we're going to Daddy's school. That's great. Upon hearing they were off to her father's university, Ming Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. That means I can go live again. With this thought, Ming Ming eagerly activated her live stream, and as expected, many of her devoted followers tuned in immediately. It seems our little fairy has become even more beautiful. Girls mature, they only grow more lovely. Our male idol remains as handsome as ever. I envy that adorable little fairy. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream, creating a lively atmosphere. Just then, a ringtone pierced the air, drawing the attention of numerous fans, clearly intrigued by who might be calling their idol. Bro, it's me, old Wong. I'm in a bind here. Please transfer me 100,000 yuan. The voice on the other end was familiar to many in the chat, causing a collective pause. Could it be a scam call? Some had evidently received similar calls before. Old Wong, listening to the caller, Yixian immediately recognized the scam attempt. Seriously, old Wang, how dare you ask me for money? First, top up my phone with 500 yuan, or it's a no-go. Beep, beep, beep. And he hung up. The viewers were left bewildered. What just happened? Does our idol really know old Wang? No, wait, is he about to get scammed? Daddy, is this Uncle Wang trying to borrow money? Meng Meng blinked innocently, prompting Yixian to affectionately pinch her little nose. Silly girl, that was a scam call. Ding dong. Amidst the buzz of discussion among the fans, Yixian received a message. Dear mobile customer, you have successfully paid 500 yuan on February 4th, 2023, at 8 o'clock a.m. Please check. Huaxia Mobile Wow? Staring at the message, Yixian was momentarily stunned, while the live stream erupted with excitement. Goodness, that scammer really went all out. Cough, cough. Our idol has seen through the scammer. Meng Meng, observing the message on her father's phone, tilted her head and exclaimed, Oh, Daddy, you tricked the scammer out of 500 yuan. What? Our idol deceived a scammer out of 500 yuan? The fans finally snapped back to reality, marveling at Yixian's cleverness. Ding ding ding. Just then, the scammer called again, evidently undeterred. Hey brother, the 500 yuan has been credited. Hurry up and transfer the money. Fans were amused. Wow, this scammer seems like a novice. Observing the persistent scammer, Yixian sighed. Your intelligence has run out of credit. Please recharge. With that, he hung up. And Meng Meng burst into laughter, her face lighting up with joy. Daddy never disappoints me. 66666, my idol is amazing. What a powerful move. Got it, I'll do this next time. I wonder how much psychological damage this scammer is suffering right now. Intelligence has run out of credit. Please recharge. No wonder he's my idol. His wit is unmatched. The live stream was in a frenzy, and meanwhile, Shen Xiaoqi, who had just arrived at a concert, widened her beautiful eyes upon witnessing her daughter's live stream antics. That guy is too devious. Not only did he trick the scammer out of 500 yuan, but he also insulted their intelligence. Indeed, trying to pull a fast one on him is as challenging as climbing a mountain. Ding ding ding. Just then, the scammer called once more, leaving Shen Xiaoqi bewildered. What on earth? This scammer dares to call again. Is he seeking another round of humiliation? Chapter 83. The idol is handsome and skilled at Dongjiang University. A sleek, aerodynamic Ferrari LaFerrari glided onto campus, immediately capturing the attention of onlookers. Before long, on the school playground. Goodness, another wealthy individual is here. Oh no, our boss has met his match. 3 individuals sat on a bench, gazing at the supercar parked nearby. As they stepped out, their eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing who emerged from the vehicle. Oh my gosh, it's the boss. The 3 sprang from their seats, clearly taken aback by the sight before them. Meng Meng, do you miss Uncle? Lin Tang was the first to approach, his face lighting up with affection as he looked at his adorable niece. Of course I do. Her sweet voice melted the hearts of Zhao Zihong and the others. The surrounding students erupted in excitement upon recognizing the arrival. My goodness, did Yixian change cars again? This one is even more impressive than the previous Lamborghini Veneno. Meng Meng, go play with your uncles for a bit. I need to speak with the principal. All right, Daddy. A few minutes later, in the principal's office. Boss, he has arrived, Wang Fangping said with a slight cough, still adjusting to the idea of his student becoming a boss. From now on, just call me Yixian. He replied with a gentle smile, easing the principal's discomfort. All right. Wang Fangping sighed with relief. Addressing his student as boss was indeed a bit awkward. Yixian, it seems your status is quite remarkable. Dongjiang University is a semi-public institution, and acquiring it is no small feat, though he did not finish his thought. The implication was clear. This was far more challenging than acquiring a private university. Dongjiang University will continue to rely on you, principal. Yixian smiled as Wang Fangping began to outline the university's situation to him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them as a student burst through the door. Principal, there's trouble. Members of the Taekwondo Association from Korea are here for a sparring session, and many students from our Martial Arts Association have been injured. What? Wang Fangping's brow furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yixian. Student Yi, come with me to take a look. All right. Following the student's lead, they soon arrived at a section of the playground. Bang, bang, bang. Upon entering the area, they witnessed Zhao Zihong and his companions in disarray, having been defeated by a formidable black belt Taekwondo practitioner from Korea. Is this the Dongjiang University Martial Arts Association that has won numerous championships in the Dongjiang City Martial Arts Exchange Competition? Pathetic. Uncle Zhao, are you all right? Meng Meng approached with concern as the members of the Dongjiang University Martial Arts Association gathered around, glaring at the talented Taekwondo practitioner from Korea. That guy is too much. Daddy, you're here. Meng Meng looked up at her father, puffing her cheeks in anger as she glared at the Korean Taekwondo genius. That bad person is too despicable. Uncle Zhao and the others have been hurt. Little girl, Don't say that recklessly. The fists and feet have no eyes. One can only blame the inadequacy of your Huaxiao martial arts. Qi Jinxiu glared at Meng Meng, his fierce visage dripping with menace. Yi Xian observed this behavior, pondering whether that Korean dog was courting death. Boss, this kid is quite strong. I doubt that even Chong would be his match. Zhao Zihong and his companions spoke gravely, recognizing that the guy had far superior combat experience. Ding. The host triggered a random mission. Teach the Korean visitor a lesson and instill some humility. The reward, 100 shares of Tianji Airlines, along with a random consumer rebate card. Oh. The system's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears, causing him to pause in astonishment. Goodness, Tianji Airlines. It should be noted that Tianji Airlines is valued at an astonishing 150 billion, not to mention the bonus rebate card. I'll give it a try. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian stepped forward, prompting Principal Wang Fangping's heart to leap into his throat. Yi Xian, be careful. Indeed. Yi Xian was the owner of Dongjiang University, and any mishap could lead to significant trouble for him. Boss, go for it, but be cautious. Zhao Zihong and the others knew well that their leader was far more skilled than the three of them combined. If he engaged, he might indeed defeat the opponent. Go. Daddy. Meng Meng cheered him on, fully aware of her father's incredible prowess. Uncle Grizzly was no match for him. As the attention of those around intensified, Qi Jinxiu's gaze fell upon Yi Xian, noting his popularity. Then let us play a little. With that, Qi Jinxiu lunged forward with astonishing speed, evidently intent on taking him down swiftly. Smack. A crisp sound reverberated through the air, and in the next moment, Qi Jinxiu was sent flying. What the heck? Zhao Zihong and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Their boss was that impressive. Gulp. The crowd from Dongjiang University erupted in excitement. Senior Yi Xian is so skilled. But of course, that slap must have been delivered with tremendous force. The man was sent soaring. Our idol is so handsome and capable. I'm in love. In the midst of the fervor, the Korean group felt the sting of humiliation, as if they had been slapped harshly across the face. Brother Jinxiu, dispose of this kid. The fellow Taekwondo experts from their entourage swiftly sprang into action, 5 or 6 of them charging forward, each intent on exacting vengeance with ruthless strikes. Smack, smack, smack. In a matter of moments, the 5 or 6 Taekwondo elites lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. The Korean Taekwondo delegation was left in utter disarray. In the soft and adorable Fairy-esque livestream, fans erupted in excitement. OMG, what a spectacle. Our idol is so domineering. A flurry of comments flooded the screen, each expressing the thrill of the moment as they had watched the sparring unfold, confirming that none of the Koreans were worth their time. Meanwhile, in the car en route to the concert, Shun Xiaoqi watched the live stream with a furrowed brow, incredulous at the audacity of someone provoking an entire nation's Taekwondo. Had he lost his mind? Chapter 84. Mom, there are so many rivals now. Kid, you've got guts. Qi Jinxiu glared at Yi Xian, committing his face to memory. If this kid didn't pay a price, he wouldn't be called Qi Jinxiu. Let us go. With a scowl, Qi Jinxiu led the Korean group away, unaware of the impact their defeat would have online. Everyone disperse and prepare for the graduation ceremony. Principal Wang Fangping sighed in relief as he watched Qi Jinxiu and his entourage leave, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The students around Yi Xian and Zhao Zihong exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the thrill of the recent spectacle, which played in their minds like a cinematic scene, so satisfying, so exhilarating. Wow, boss, you're incredible. Zhao Zihong swallowed hard, still reeling from the earlier events. Feng Lei and Lin Tang nodded in agreement. Boss, you've hidden your skills too well. Of course. Daddy is the best. Meng Meng beamed with pride, her little face glowing with joy. The livestream fans watched this exchange, their envy palpable. How could there be such an extraordinary young man in the world? Moments later, in the Dongjiang University auditorium, the soon-to-be graduates filled the space, with at least 20,000 attendees present. Goodness, so many girls are looking our way. Feng Lei felt the pressure of the gazes around him. Please. They're looking at the boss. It has nothing to do with you, Zhao Zihong retorted, rolling his eyes. Mom, there are so many rivals now. Meng Meng blinked her big eyes, taking in the sight of the beautiful ladies around her, wishing they could all play together. Distinguished mentors and fellow students, greetings. June brings vitality to the campus, and with it, the excitement of graduation. Accompanied by the joy of growth, we are filled with the thrill of achievement. On stage stood a stunningly beautiful host, her fair skin and captivating beauty enhancing the festive atmosphere of the graduation ceremony. After a moment, seizing the opportunity, she directed her gaze toward Yi Xian. This time, to make our graduation ceremony special, we have invited classmate Yi Xian to present us with a song, To My Friends. This toast, we hope you enjoy it. Now, let us welcome our 2023 graduate prodigy, Yi Xian, to the stage. Let us give him a warm welcome." With this announcement, the auditorium erupted with excitement, the crowd of over 20,000 igniting with enthusiasm, particularly the female attendees, whose eyes gleamed with admiration for their idol. Wow! Zhao Zihong and his companions exchanged astonished looks, realizing there was a planned segment for their boss. However, they thought, hearing their leader sing would be delightful. The fans in Mengming's live stream were equally surprised, clearly not expecting Dongjiang University to be so engaging, even intertwining their graduation ceremony with their idol's presence. Having made prior arrangements, Yi Xian was unfazed. This song had been agreed upon in advance. Rising to his feet, he became the focal point of the entire venue. Principal Wang Fangping, noticing the students' attention, felt a twinge of bitterness. If only they knew that Yi Xian was now the owner of Dongjiang University, he wondered what their reactions would be. Stepping onto the stage, the gorgeous host offered her idol a sweet smile as she took her place at the edge of the stage. Receiving the microphone, Yi Xian surveyed the sea of over 20,000 faces before nodding at the vocal instructor. As the melody began, he announced, "This song is dedicated to my 3 roommates in room 304 and to all the graduates here today." Oh, hearing their boss's words, Zhao Zihong and his friends were momentarily taken aback. Was this song really for them? In an instant, they felt both honored and astonished. The audience fell into a hushed silence, eagerly anticipating the display of Dongda's campus heartthrob. Yesterday is gone and will not return. Happiness is more precious than anything. Water spilled cannot be retrieved. The peach blossoms have faded, but the roses remain. In a lifetime of decades, there will inevitably be storms to accompany us. Let us celebrate with abandon. Tonight, we shall not return sober. A robust and charismatic voice resonated, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment that unlocked the hearts of the audience. The unique melody struck a chord within them, instantly uplifting their spirits. Indeed, when crafted by a male idol, it is bound to be a masterpiece. How thoughtful of the leader. Zhao Zihong and his companions were profoundly moved by their leader's voice, feeling as though they had no further desires in this life. Go, Daddy! Mengming clapped her tiny hands to the melodious tunes of her father's song, her face brimming with excitement and joy. However, in a corner of the graduation ceremony, Wang Bingbing clenched her delicate hands tightly, biting her lip in anguish. During this time, no one knew how she had endured. Now, having faced heartbreak and unemployment, her life had plunged into its darkest hour. Only now did she realize what she had missed, and she felt reduced to nothing but her physical form. Yi Xian, gazing at the radiant figure on stage, Wang Bingbing's eyes flickered with regret. She truly regretted it. Such an exceptional young man should have been the love of her life. But alas, she felt unworthy of him now. An overwhelming sorrow surged within her, a myriad of emotions that she alone bore. Surrounding her, numerous girls cast mocking glances at Wang Bingbing, ridiculing her audacity to attend the graduation ceremony. How shameless. The journey of life is replete with both bitterness and sweetness, as well as tears. A true hero does not dwell on past grievances, but raises a toast instead. Let bygones be bygones. What matters now is this cherished drink among friends. Fill the cups and sing aloud. True friends revel in merriment this night. As the climax approached, applause and cheers erupted, a testament to the song's profound impact and exquisite melody. One by one, figures rose from their seats. It began with just a few, then swelled to 50, then 100, and soon 500. Before long, the entire audience was standing, their eyes fixated on the stage. Idol, I love you. The song resonated deeply, striking a chord within their hearts. Listening to their idol sing at the graduation ceremony was worth it. In disbelief, a man among the crowd marveled at the scene before over 20,000 witnesses. Idol, I love you, just as a mouse loves rice. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited with fervor, and Mengming's livestream audience surged past the million mark, the exact moment lost to all, as gifts flooded in like a torrential downpour. Observing the livestream, Shun Xiaoqi's eyelids twitched. Indeed, that fellow never failed to stir up trouble wherever he went. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Dongjiang, Qi Jinxiu returned to her room, increasingly infuriated. If you seek death, I shall oblige, she resolved. If the direct approach fails, then I shall resort to the shadows. With that, she retrieved her phone, determined to call. I refuse to believe you can outmatch me, a top assassin. Yet, before she could dial, a chill ran down her spine. As she turned, she was horrified to find another presence in the room. Without a moment's notice, a katana flashed, and pain surged through her neck, blood gushed forth, and strangely, the blade bore no trace of it, its speed having been unfathomably swift. Remember, the one who kills you is Dark 13. With that, the voice vanished, leaving no trace behind, as the Taekwondo prodigy from Korea lay lifeless in the room. 10 minutes later, a loud crash echoed as Qi Jinxiu's door burst open. The members of the Korean delegation arrived, shocked to find the bloody scene and the expression of horror on Chi Jinxiu's face. Jinxiu. They rushed forward, while the team leader examined the wounds with a grave expression. Such swift blade work. This is a katana from Japan. The leader's face changed. Their nations had long had conflicts over martial arts. And this act could not be a mere coincidence. Captain, come here. There's a cherry blossom. They turned to find a brocade box beneath the table, adorned with exquisite cherry blossoms. With a snap, the leader crushed the cherry blossom box in his hand. Japan, how ruthless, he declared, since you have shown no mercy. Do not expect me to be just. He hastily contacted the covert protectors assigned to them, and after hanging up, he sneered, let it be known, Japan. No one from your side will return unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was under the watchful eye of Dark 13, who smirked at the folly of those he toyed with. As the graduation photos commenced, Zhao Zihong and his companions took turns snapping pictures with Ming Ming, making it seem as if they were her proud fathers. Yi Xian observed their antics, shaking his head in bemusement. Ding dong. At that moment, Yi Xian received a message from Dark One. Leader, Chi Jinxiu from Korea, is dead. Staring at the message, Yi Xian was taken aback. Well, it appears that Korean brat chose to act. What a pity. I had intended to spare him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of teaching the Korean representative a lesson, earning you 100 shares in Tianji Airlines, along with a random consumption rebate card. Good fortune indeed. As the system chimed in, a smile crept across Yi Xian's face. Observing the photo session, he felt buoyed and decided to use the consumption rebate card. Casting a glance at the adorable live-streaming fairy. Let us reward her, he thought. Thus, Yi Xian's extravagant persona resurfaced, this time in a manner even more audacious. Supreme Overlord rewards the adorable fairy with Dreamy Starry Sky, X 1314. The notifications cascaded in, flooding the screen. The audience was left dumbfounded, yet before they could voice their astonishment, a new wave of events unfolded. Dreamy Starry Sky X 10 sets. Dreamy Starry Sky X 20 sets. Dreamy Starry Sky X 50 sets. Ultimately, the Dreamy Starry Sky surged to an astonishing X 100 sets, leaving all present utterly astounded. OMG, what in the world? The Supreme Overlord has gone mad. Goodness. X 100 sets of Dreamy Starry Sky amount to 1.3 billion renminbi. This is outrageous. The arrival of the affluent Overlord sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing the gods to retreat. Oh, great one. Do you require any charms to adorn your waist? The chat exploded with fervent comments, as the scene became unbearably intense. The number of fans in the live stream surged to 2 million, a testament to the gravity of the moment. On the other side, in the backstage lounge of the concert, Shen Xiaoqi, having just taken a sip of juice, suddenly spewed it all out. Her assistant, Li Xiaoyan, glanced over and was left agape upon witnessing a prominent mogul bestowing upon the adorable little fairy a staggering 100 sets of dreamlike starry skies. My heavens! Has the darling's father gone mad? To directly reward 1.3 billion, such audacity. No wonder Sister Chi was so taken aback. It would be strange if she weren't. Yet, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but envy the darling. Her father was so indulgent, incredibly handsome, and immensely talented. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Li Xiaoyan mused, but upon catching a glimpse of the murderous glare from Sister Chi, she shivered and quickly suppressed her inappropriate thoughts. That scoundrel. Shen Xiaoqi gritted her teeth, filled with indignation. What a lunatic. Just moments ago, he had bested a taekwondo prodigy from Korea, and now this. She couldn't fathom what other mischief he would lead her darling into. In that instant, Shen Xiaoqi felt as if she might lose her mind. She even found it challenging to continue with the concert. Seriously? It would be a miracle if she could focus. If one does not court disaster, they will not meet it. This fellow was clearly on a perilous path of self-destruction. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 1.3 billion renminbi, triggering a 100-fold return, and receiving 130 billion renminbi. Hearing the voice in her ear, Yi Xian smiled wryly. Goodness, this wave alone brought in 130 billion. Making money has never been this effortless. Just then, beep, beep, a delivery truck drove in from the direction of the campus store and parked on the photo-taking playground. The store owner, bare-chested, grabbed a megaphone and announced, "Attention everyone. Classmate Yi Xian is providing drinks for everyone. Feel free to come and take as much as you want." Wow. As the truck door swung open, it revealed thousands of bottles of various beverages. Boss Yi, how impressive. Immediately, the entire playground of graduates erupted in excitement. Goodness. Boss Yi is incredibly generous. How could anyone not seize such an opportunity? Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 150,000 RMB, triggering a 10 million-fold reward, and receiving 15 billion renminbi. Listening to the system's voice and observing the exhilarated graduates, Yi Xian wore a knowing smile. These classmates were genuinely good people. Chapter 86 confirmed it. Yi Xian is indeed the young master of the Yi family from the imperial capital. Half a day later. Hee hee, Daddy is so happy today. The darling joyfully exclaimed. Daddy has never disappointed me. Gazing at the departing Dongjiang University, she blinked her big eyes and asked, by the way, Daddy, are we going back to the villa next? No, I'm taking you home to meet your grandparents, Yi Xian replied, thinking of his parents. Hearing that they were going to see her grandparents, the darling immediately became ecstatic. Wow, really, Daddy? Then let us hurry. Ever since she last saw her grandmother, she had grown quite fond of being with her, and it had been so long since she had seen her. She missed her dearly. How about we buy some gifts for Grandma and Grandpa? Sure. The darling nodded enthusiastically, eager to pave the way for her mother. She wondered if her grandfather would like her. Half an hour later, the father and daughter emerged from the mall. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 1 million renminbi, triggering a 100,000-fold return, and receiving up to 100 billion renminbi. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile. He accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 22. Skills, divine music, divine culinary arts, divine martial arts, divine bone-setting massage, divine treasure appraisal, divine chess techniques, divine wine connoisseur, divine calligraphy, divine object manipulation. Items. Contract for Imperial Residence Number 1, 100 shares of Dosha Live, 100 shares of Jiashi Entertainment, 20 shares of Xuan Group, 100 shares of Tianlai Sound. 30 villas in Imperial Residence, Dragon Scale Dagger, 100 shares of Dongjiang University, Dongjiang Number 1 Land. Wealth, 700. 5 billion. Gazing at his assets exceeding 700 billion, Yi Xian couldn't help but marvel. The random consumption rebate card was truly a money-making artifact. Yangcheng, Causeway Bay. A delicate bamboo house stood like a relic of another era deep within the village, surrounded by tranquil waters and serene beauty. At that moment, within the exquisite crimson house, a figure appeared. Fourth Master, you summon me? A man of considerable strength bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man within the elegant house, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Tianlang, what is the current situation with Xiaoxian? The middle-aged man, possessing a literary aura, inquired, setting aside the book in his hands. Fourth Master, this. Tianlang hesitated. The young master is indeed remarkable. You may not believe it, but he has purchased the Imperial Residence No. 1 in Dongjiang, and is now the owner of multiple companies. Even the largest conglomerate in Dongjiang, Junlin Group, has fallen under the young master's acquisition. With the battle axe security and Tianmen having infiltrated everywhere, it seems the young master has grand ambitions. That lad has ultimately embarked upon this path, hasn't he? Yi Beichen sighed. His identity had been feigned dead for over 20 years. Understanding that this was the only way to prevent Yi Xian and his mother from being embroiled in family disputes. Yet now, Yi Xian's experiences had greatly exceeded his expectations. He was thriving in the business world and even had considerable influence in underground circles. Ahem, Fourth Master. Tianlang pondered whether to voice a particular thought. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to speak. Has Fourth Master been concealing this from Madam for over 20 years? Well, let us see how things unfold. The thought of his identity caused Yi Beichen considerable distress. He feared that the entire Yi family in the imperial capital, and indeed the capital itself, believed he had perished in the conspiracy over 20 years ago. On that fateful day, Yi Beichen had nearly lost everything, and even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. Among the 4 great families of the imperial capital, the Yi family held one position, while the other 3 families were the Li, Ji, and Qin families. The Yi family had dominated the 3 families for over a century, suppressing them to the point of breathlessness, which bred considerable resentment. Thus, the conspiracy against the talented Yi Beichen unfolded over 20 years ago. On that occasion, Yi Beichen survived against all odds, ultimately fainting from exhaustion and subsequently meeting Yi Xian's mother, Lin Fangmin. Fate had intertwined their lives in such a remarkable way. Lin Fangmin saved Yi Beichen, and the two fell in love in Causeway Bay, giving birth to a child the following year. Since that time, Yi Beichen had distanced himself from the affairs of the imperial capital, choosing to lead a common life in the secluded Yangqing. Hoping to provide peace for Yi Xian and his mother, everything went remarkably smoothly, until 4 years ago, when changes began to unfold. That was when Yi Xian became entangled with Shen Xiaoqi, the daughter of a prominent force in Dongjiang. Initially, Shen Xiaoqi had shown remarkable integrity, refusing to betray Yi Xian under immense pressure, single-handedly raising Meng Meng to this day. Yi Beichen had observed everything regarding Shen Xiaoqi, including the remarkable reunion of Yi Xian and Shen Xiaoqi 4 years later. Yi Beichen had few friends, aside from enjoying the occasional game of chess with the village elders. He held a position as a building engineer, though it did not occupy much of his time. The combined salary of the two was more than sufficient to support their small family. However, everything appeared quite normal, yet once entangled with the Xuan family of Dongjiang. The situation transformed into anything but ordinary. Most crucially, Yi Xian's affairs were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. One hoped that the waters of Dongjiang would not trouble young Xian. Yi Beichen rose and made his way to the elegantly crafted bamboo balcony, gazing towards the Dongjiang direction. Regardless of who it might be, anyone daring to offend young Xian would meet with their demise. Yes, fourth master. Upon hearing this, Tanling vanished without a whisper, his agility rivaling that of a thunderous tiger. All unbeknownst to Yi Xian. For now, it was best to observe how events would unfold. Yi Beichen mused. Having gone to great lengths to conceal a secret for over 20 years, he certainly did not wish for it to come to light. Yet, he pondered how to explain matters to his mother. Well, one step at a time. Chapter 87. Little Leaf, is this your daughter? Yangqing Airport. Greetings, boss. As soon as he exited the airport, a sleek Maybach S900 appeared before him. I am Li Ziming, the head of the Tianji Airlines Yangqing branch. And this vehicle has been specially prepared for you. Nodding slightly at Li Ziming, he then proceeded to drive towards Tongluan Dahuai village. Take care, boss. Li Ziming courteously bid farewell to Yi Xian until the Maybach vanished from sight, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Li Zong, who was that person? One of Li Ziming's trusted aides gulped, taken aback. It was rare for his superior to treat someone with such reverence. That is our new boss at Tianji Airlines. Just yesterday, Tianji Airlines was acquired, and the one who acquired it is none other than that gentleman. Boom. The revelation left several aides in shock. Their expressions a mix of disbelief as they turned to stare in the direction where the Maybach had disappeared. What? Our Tianji Airlines has been acquired. Goodness. Could it be true? After all, Tianji Airlines was valued at 150 billion. Such a transaction occurring without any prior signs was astonishing. Who on earth was this new boss? Terrifying indeed. Daddy, is this car ours? Meng Meng inquired with her starry eyes, filled with curiosity. They had just disembarked from the plane, and someone was already there to greet them. Well, I suppose so, Yi Xian replied after a moment of contemplation, considering that the entirety of Tianji Airlines belonged to him. Thus this vehicle should be included. Oh, Meng Meng's face lit up with joy upon hearing her father's words. Daddy is amazing. Dingling. At that moment, a phone rang, and Yi Xian answered upon seeing the caller ID. Hello, boss. Once the call connected, a voice on the other end greeted him. I am Gao Qiqiang, the president of Tianji Airlines. I was wondering if you had some time to discuss the current state of the airline. I do have time. Come to Yangqing. Understood, boss. An hour later, at Tongluan Dahuai village. From a distance, one could see an ancient locust tree, spanning over 10 meters in circumference, casting its shadow over the village entrance, which was the source of the village's name. It was said that this tree had existed for over 1,000 years. Oh! Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting in from the window, Meng Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It smells so good. So this is Daddy's home. It's beautiful. Joy radiated from Meng Meng's adorable face, and under the golden morning light, she appeared even more charming, making one unable to resist the urge to give her a kiss. By the way, such a beautiful place should be known to more people. Impatiently, Meng Meng opened her live stream. Wow, what a stunning place. This is simply a paradise on earth. It's breathtaking. Listening to Meng Meng's enthusiastic words, viewers were captivated by the beauty of Dahuai village. Truly astonished that such a place existed in the world. Paradise, a celestial realm. Words cannot encapsulate the beauty here. Woof. At that moment, a chorus of barks echoed, drawing attention to the village's Shiba Inu, which welcomed Yi Xian's return with utmost ceremony. Oh! The barking instantly attracted the attention of several elderly gentlemen chatting under the locust tree, and they soon spotted a sleek sports car parked at the village entrance, none other than the Maybach S900. Hey, I wonder which rich second generation is visiting our village. Indeed. But the road to our village is not easy to traverse. The old men beneath the ancient locust tree agreed, while the village chief, Wang Chonggui, stood up, feeling it was his duty to extend hospitality to the visitor. As Yi Xian stepped out of the car, the village chief's gaze fell upon him, and the elderly gentlemen were momentarily stunned. Is that the Yi family lad? The old men, momentarily taken aback, quickly stood up, clearly surprised by Yi Xian's arrival. After all, someone capable of driving such a vehicle belonged to an entirely different world than theirs. Village chief, do you not recognize me? Noticing Wang Chonggui and the elder's astonishment, Yi Xian approached. Come, Meng Meng, this is Grandpa Village Chief, and these gentlemen are esteemed elders of the village. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Hello, gentlemen. Meng Meng's sweet voice resonated through the entrance of Dahuai village, blending with the fragrance of the locust blossoms, a delightful sound indeed. Oh, the village chief. Hearing such a charming little voice, Couldn't he help but feel affection, and the surrounding elders were equally smitten, their wrinkled faces breaking into warm smiles. Little Leaf. Who is this little one? The village chief inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Village chief, to be honest, this is my daughter. Uft, uft, uft. The elderly gentlemen sipping tea beneath the locust tree were caught off guard, sputtering as tea spilled everywhere. Their expressions a mix of shock as they turned to stare at Xuan. What the devil? That little one is the daughter of the Yi family lad. When did this happen? Why were we not informed? Wasn't Little Leaf studying at Donjiang University? How did she grow so big? I thought he wasn't even married. The village chief was equally flabbergasted. Little Leaf, you claim this is your daughter? Are you certain she is your own? Xuan, taken aback, replied, Village chief. What are you implying? Do you think I am some sort of scoundrel? This matter is rather lengthy. In summary, it all began 4 years ago. Subsequently, Xuan recounted the events leading to this moment, leaving the village chief and the others in utter disbelief. Goodness, the Yi family lad had such experiences 4 years ago. Ahem, Little Leaf, do your parents know about this? The village chief asked after a brief cough. Sensing their concern, Xuan reassured them. Rest assured, village chief. My mother has already met Meng Meng and adores her. This time, I brought Meng Meng to meet my father. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xuan drove his car towards the exquisite bamboo pavilion. The old village chief and the elderly gentleman gazed in astonishment at the direction in which the young scion of the Yi family departed. TSK, what a remarkable individual. Their humble village of Daweishu had produced such an accomplished young man, returning home in glory.